Volume 13. Chapter 1201, Do It. Chapter 1201, Do It. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened because of the appearance of the essence flame of the 3000 burning flame. The old man Qinghua, who had been observing from a short distance away, transformed into a blurry figure at this moment as he rushed to the essence flame with lightning-like speed. Xiao Yan slightly knit his eyebrows when he saw old demon Qinghua react so quickly. His eyes flickered, but he did not act immediately. Although the essence flame had appeared, there were still 3 honorable elders from the Hall of Souls looking on with ill intent. It would not be easy to snatch this flame. Che! Old demon Qinghua's speed was extremely swift. Within a flash, he had appeared in front of the dark black fire dragon. A hot expression flashed across his eyes. A vast, mighty Dou Qi surged out of his palms and grabbed the fire dragon. "Oomph, you are seeking death, dot." The Dou Qi of old demon Qinghua had just been summoned when a couple of cold cries suddenly sounded before he could even make contact with the essence flame. Immediately, a wave of rattling metal sounds was transmitted over. A dark, cold wind stuck to the back of old demon Qinghua. Old demon Qinghua slightly frowned upon sensing this vicious force. His body flashed, and he hurriedly dodged. After which, his eyes were ice cold as he looked at the black-clothed person who had intervened. Other people are not allowed to encroach upon the things my Hall of Souls want." That black-clothed person coldly laughed. Over a dozen dark black chains lingered around his body like poisonous snakes. Sharp spiritual screeches continued to be transmitted from the chains. "I will watch him. All of you should act and snatch the essence flame." The black-clothed person, who had attacked old demon Qinghua, turned his head to the other 2 black-clothed Dozuns. He spoke in a deep voice. "Understood." Those 2 black-clothed Dozuns also nodded upon hearing his words. After which, they rushed toward the essence flame. The expression of old demon Qinghua changed slightly upon seeing the action of these 2 people. His foot had just stepped out when over a dozen dark black chains cut through the air. They carried a sharp, chilling aura that wrapped around all of his vital points. "Bastard!" Old Qinghua immediately let out a quiet curse as these dark black chains rushed over. However, he did not dare to easily slight them. The Dou Qi within his body surged out at this moment. Using his bare hands, he began a tough fight with that black-clothed Dozun. While old demon Qinghua was being pestered, those 2 black-clothed Dozuns surrounded the dark black, small fire dragon one behind the other in front. Their eyes exchanged a glance with one another, and their fingers were flickered. 10 somewhat tiny, dark black chains rushed out of their sleeves with a clanging sound. After which, they ruthlessly rushed over to the essence flame of the 3000 burning flame. The size of the small fire dragon was still quite impressive, about 10 feet in size. Although its size was far inferior to its previous self, the vaguely present, destructive aura around it caused one to be afraid of underestimating it even a little. A fierce glint flashed over the eyes of the 3000 burning flame in the face of the combined attack of 2 black-clothed Dozuns. Today, it had escaped the seal of the 3 great heads with much difficulty. It was unexpected that it had been forced to leave its actual body by the fierce individuals of the Hall of Souls just after it escaped. Puff! A dark black flame covered the entire body of the 3000 burning flame. It swung its dragon tail, which transformed into a black lightning. It rushed toward the black-clothed Dozun in front of it. That black-clothed Dozun was slightly shocked as he watched the 3000 burning flame retaliate. The fate of old Mugu earlier had caused him to be afraid of underestimating the flame. Immediately, he swung his sleeves. Black fog surged and a countless number of dark black chains gathered together. They were just like a giant python as it violently collided with the 3000 burning flame. Clang, clang, clang. The violent collision between both parties caused sparks to shoot out. Immediately, wave after wave of clear metallic sounds appeared. The fierce chain python completely split apart after facing the 3000 burning flames attack. This beast is very strong. Although the heart of this black-clothed Dozun was filled with caution, collapsing upon contact had somewhat exceeded his expectation. Immediately, his footsteps moved and his body hurriedly withdrew. However, he had just showed signs of withdrawing when the space wiggled. The dark black 3000 burning flame rushed out of the space. After which, it was accompanied by a destructive aura that shot toward the heart position of the black-clothed Dozun, like an arrow released from a bow. This extremely fierce attack of the 3000 burning flame had aroused a fierce aura within the heart of this black-clothed Dozun. Since when had he been forced into such a state during all these years? This fierce aura had just surged in his heart when the black-clothed Dozun suddenly clenched his right fist. A vast, mighty, dark black, chilly fog gushed of his body. After which, he threw out a merciless punch. Bang! The punch heavily collided with the fire dragon. A thunderous explosion resounded over the star region. a hot fire wave swept out in a lightning-like fashion. Grug. The expression of the black-clothed Dou Qi changed almost instantly following the collision between the two. A mouthful of bright red fresh blood was spat out. After this collision, he finally understood just how terrifying this 3000 burning flame was. Although the 3000 burning flame had been weakened after having experienced various battles, its annihilation strength still managed to destroy his defensia in an easy manner within a mere instant. The feet of the black-clothed Dou Qi continuously stepped back. A moment later, he finally stabilized his body in a somewhat miserable manner. His face was covered in shock. No wonder old Mugu could not even receive a blow earlier. This destructive force was really too difficult to block. Although the black-clothed Dou Qi was seriously injured, the dark black flame of the 3000 burning flame had also become much darker. Clearly, that attack from earlier had exhausted it. It will not be able to endure for long. That black-clothed Dou Qi wiped off the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He saw the flame on the body of the 3000 burning flame suddenly become dimmer. A joy surged into his shocked eyes as he cried out to his companion. The other Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls also nodded upon hearing this. However, after prior experience, they were much more careful. He waved his sleeves and countless numbers of spirits, covered by black fog, appeared. After which, they surged toward the 3000 burning flame from all directions. From the looks of it, he intended to use the soul explosion to completely exhaust the remaining strength of the 3000 burning flame. Although this tactic was a vicious one, it must be said that it was quite effective. Under the suicidal charge of the countless number of spirits, the 3000 burning flame could only continue to dodge. However, the deep black flame on its body was gradually becoming paler. It appeared to show signs of returning to the kind of purple-black flame of the past. The 3000 burning flame continued to dodge the soul explosions as a furious roar reverberated through the air. Seeing this scene, old Mugu and the black-clothed Dou Qi, who had suffered a great loss to the hands of the 3000 burning flame, also sighed in relief. If the 4 Dou Qi were unable to deal with the 3000 burning flame despite acting together, they would definitely be punished when they returned. Xiao Yan in the distance observed the 3000 burning flame being forced to dodge by the tactics of the Dou Qi from the Hall of Soul. His eyes slowly narrowed. Currently, he could sense the 3000 burning flame growing weaker. Things are bad. It is unexpected that these people from the Hall of Souls would be this vicious. They use such a tactic to exhaust the strength of the 3000 burning flame. If this continues, the 3000 burning flame will likely land in their hands. Xiao Ling by the side spoke in a deep voice with an unusually grave expression. Has teacher and the rest not freed themselves? Xiao Ling knit her brows and asked. This star region cannot accommodate so many elite Dou Qi. Originally, the star region should have collapsed soon after these people entered. However, from the looks of it, the 3 association heads are stabilizing it. I think that they should be able to split their attention and enter soon, Xiao Ling replied. What should we do? The 3000 burning flame looks like it will not be able to endure for long. Shen Dan softly asked. Leave it to me. This sudden laugh caused Xiao Ling and the others to be startled. Their eyes immediately turned to Xiao Yan, only to see that he had a face full of smiles. First Elder Xiao Ling. Can I invite you to intervene and block old Mugu and the other injured Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls? Xiao Yan glanced around as he asked. Old Mugu and that black-clothed Dou Qi are seriously injured. It is not difficult to block them. Xiao Ling hesitated before replying in a deep voice. Coco, in that case, I will have to trouble First Elder Xiao Ling with regards to the 2 of them. Leave the final Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls and the 3000 burning flames to me, Xiao Yan slightly laughed. Can you handle it? Xiao Ling was startled when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He immediately asked somewhat doubtfully. Although he did not have any comments about Xiao Yan's pill refinement ability, this was currently not pill refinement. Instead, it was a real battle. From the looks of the aura of the Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls, who was fighting the 3000 burning flame, he should be an expert whose strength had reached that of a 3-star Dou Qi. With Xiao Yan's strength, fighting him and dealing with the 3000 burning flame would not be a relaxing task. Xiao Yan smiled in the face of Xiao Ling's doubt. He flicked his finger and a golden light suddenly rushed out of his storage ring. After which, it transformed into a golden human figure. It was surprisingly the sky demon puppet that had evolved after having experienced numerous pill lightning. Xiao Ling was startled upon seeing this sky demon puppet with its golden luster. He slowly nodded. It was possible for him to sense a faint dangerous from it. Since you are confident, I will leave the 3000 burning flame and the Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls to you. It will naturally be best if you have the confidence to subdue the 3000 burning flame. Xiao Ling deeply looked at Xiao Yan. He was naturally aware that Xiao Yan was extremely interested in the 3000 burning flame. Xiao Yan smiled as he nodded. He did not utter any additional unnecessary words. His feet stepped through empty space, and his body rushed in the direction of the Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls with lightning-like speed. The sky demon puppet by his side transformed into a golden glow that followed close behind. 3000 burning flame, you belong to me. A fiery heat that was difficult to hide flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he watched the small, black fire dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1202, Seal. Chapter 1202, Seal. Xiao Yan, you are seeking death. Old Mugu had sensed Xiao Yan the moment his figure had flashed forward. Immediately, old Mugu's eyes turned chilly as he cried out in a stern manner. Xiao Yan neither heard nor bothered to deal with old Mugu's cry. He brought the sky demon puppet along and unleashed his speed to the maximum. He rushed toward the Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls who was blocking the 3000 burning flame. Kill him. An extremely deep killing intent surged into old Mugu's eyes when he saw Xiao Yan ignore his cries. After which, he cried in out a deep voice to the black-clothed Dou Qi, who had been injured by the 3000 burning flame earlier. That black-clothed Dou Qi nodded upon hearing old Mugu's cry. Those two rushed out at the same time. Their vast and mighty Dou Qi caused waves of ripples to appear. Qi. The bodies of the two had just moved a short distance when the space in front of them distorted. A figure slowly appeared and blocked these two. Xiao Ling, get lost. Old Mugu's face turned chilly as he cried out when he saw Xiao Ling appearing in front of him. Xiao Ling merely let out a cold laugh in the face of old Mugu's chilly cry. He did not utter any unnecessary words. The Dou Qi within his body was unleashed without being held back. After which, his body moved, and he hurried toward old Mugu. Old Mugu's expression slightly changed upon seeing Xiao Ling hurry over. In his current state, he was no match for Xiao Ling. His eyes immediately slid to the black-clothed Dou Qi by his side. He suggested in a deep voice, let's attack together and take care of this old fellow. Understood. That black-clothed Dou Qi also nodded upon hearing this. He was also badly injured. The special annihilation strength of the 3000 burning flame had caused the inside of his body to be seriously injured. With his current condition, he was unable to fight with Xiao Ling on his own. It was the best choice for the two of them to fight together. A cold smile flashed across Xiao Ling's eyes when he saw old Mugu's group attack together. He did not withdraw. Instead, he approached them with an even fiercer stance. The black-clothed Dou Qi engaged in an intense battle with old demon Chenghua also sensed when Xiao Yan's group acted. His expression quickly changed as he tried to escape the battle. However, old demon Chenghua continued to pester him. Ugh, how unlucky. I met that old fellow Yao Chen back then when searching for a heavenly flame. Now, I have met his disciple while doing the same thing, forget it. Perhaps the old me does not possess that kind of fate. This time around, I shall help this little fellow on the account of my friendship with Yao Chen. Old demon Chenghua glanced at Xiao Yan, who had rushed toward the 3000 burning flame. He quietly sighed in his heart before he charged forward. Dou Qi surged as he firmly pestered that black-clothed Dou Qi. A continuous black fog surged out of the sleeves of the last Hall of Souls Dou Qi in all directions. The interior of the black fog appeared to be filled with an innumerable number of souls. They poured down like a storm. After which, they exploded on the fire body of the 3000 burning flame, causing the dark black flame to ripple. Soon, this 3000 burning flame will not be able to endure for much longer. The hearts of those Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls sighed in relief as they watched the retreating purple-black flame of the 3000 burning flame. However, just when he was about to unleash a soul to self-destruct, an unusually terrifying wind suddenly appeared behind him, causing his expression to change. Clang! While his expression had undergone a drastic change, the clothes on his back tore and black fog agglomerated into a chain that violently rushed out. After which, a wave of clear metallic sounds resonated through the air. Bang! Although the chain had blocked the attack, the remnant force still shook this Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls until he took 2 continuous steps back. Only then did he stabilize his body. His expression was dark and cold as he raised his head, only to see a golden-colored figure standing where he had withdrew from. Brat, are you tired of living? The Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls swept his eyes around. He saw the sky demon puppet standing behind Xiao Yan as he questioned him in cold voice. Attack! Xiao Yan faintly glanced at the Dou Qi before softly commanding. Bang! After his voice sounded, the sky demon puppet's feet immediately pushed against empty air. Xiao Yan could hear a slight muffled sound, and the puppet appeared in front of the Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls with lightning-like speed. It raised his golden-colored metal fist and created a terrifying wind that violently smashed toward the Dou Qun's head. The expression of the Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls slightly changed when he saw the crumbling space where the Sky Demon puppet's fist passed. He did not dare to slight it as he hurriedly used all of his strength to meet it. Bang! Xiao Yan only smiled the instant he saw the Dou Qi from the Hall of Souls fighting with the Sky Demon puppet. His head turned to the 3,000 burning flame a short distance away. At this moment, the flame on its body appeared a little dim. However, Xiao Yan discovered that waves of star strength were seeping out of the surrounding empty space. After which, they were absorbed by the 3,000 burning flame into its body. Following the pouring in of this star strength, the flame on its body gradually grew stronger. It is indeed worthy of being an undying flame. Xiao Yan felt a little awe in his heart upon seeing this scene. There was indeed a reason why this 3,000 burning flame was called an undying flame. If it continued to absorb the strength of the stars, it was likely that it would recover its strength within a short while. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to deal with it. It must not be allowed to continue to absorb the strength of the stars. Xiao Yan stepped through empty space as this thought flashed across his heart. He flashed and appeared in front of the 3,000 burning flame. A jade-green flame slowly surged out of his body. After which, it completely wrapped around the 3,000 burning flame. The eyes of the 3,000 burning flame were ice-cold as it looked at Xiao Yan in front of it. By the time the jade-green flame rose, its eyes had become a little stunned. Immediately, a desire that had never appeared before suddenly appeared in its eyes. Although it didn't know just what the jade-green flame was after having been sealed for so many years, its instincts told it that if it could devour the flame, it would no longer need to be afraid of the three great heads of the pill tower. The expression of desire in the eyes of the 3,000 burning flame was also captured in Xiao Yan's eyes. He involuntarily shook his head. Back then, when the fallen heart flame was looking at him, it also felt this emotion. The only difference was that the fallen heart flame did not display its desire as prominently as the 3,000 burning flame. Whether you can devour my heavenly flame will be determined by your ability. Xiao Yan laughed. A silver glow flashed under his feet and a thunderous roar resounded through the air. He appeared above the head of the 3,000 burning flame in a ghost-like fashion. After which, his fist, surrounded by the jade-green flame, was violently smashed toward the 3,000 burning flame's head. Faced with this attack by Xiao Yan, the 3,000 burning flame, which was in a disadvantageous position, was unwilling to withdraw. It swung its dragon tail and heavily smashed against Xiao Yan's fist. Bang! Two waves of flames were pressed into arcs as the two collided. After which, a wind surged and shook the space until dark black fissures appeared. The fierce and powerful strength caused Xiao Yan and the 3,000 burning flame to withdraw some distance. After which, the 3,000 burning flame roared at the sky. It widened its dragon's mouth and an extremely terrifying purple-black fire pillar shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh when he saw the fire pillar being shot over. He was indeed no match for the 3,000 burning flame at its peak. Unfortunately, its current condition was no longer even 1/10 of its peak. The fire pillar swiftly expanded in Xiao Yan's eyes. It was about to enter a 10-foot region around his body when a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart. The glazed lotus heart flame surged out of his body. Immediately, it transformed into a raging wall of fire. Bang! The purple-black flame violently struck the jade-green wall of fire. The two heavenly flames had finally collided head-on. They wildly unleashed their terrifyingly destructive strengths. The fire pillars swiftly rose into waves of ripples. However, regardless of how the 3,000 burning flame burned, the jade-green wall of fire continued to remain stable. The stalemate between the two continued for around 10 minutes or so before the purple-black fire pillar finally began to gradually weaken due to the exhaustion of the 3,000 burning flame. A glow flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the somewhat sluggish 3,000 burning flame. The jade-green wall of fire suddenly scattered. At the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was thrown at the purple-black fire pillar that had yet to completely scatter. Bang bang! The jade bottle burst apart on contact with the 3,000 burning flame. A snow-white-colored liquid shot out of it. Chi. The liquid had just made contact with the purple-black flame when it suddenly erupted into waves of white fog. An icy-cold bone-chilling flow was present within the fog. Although the white fog swiftly scattered because of the purple-black flame, Xiao Yan had undoubtedly added to the misery of the 3,000 burning flame. The dark black flame on its body completely changed into the purple-black color of the past. It's now! The moment the dark black flame lingering on the 3,000 burning flame transformed back into a purple-black color, a glint suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. A lightning glow flashed under his feet and he disappeared in a strange manner amid rippling space. By the time he appeared, he was already above the head of the 3,000 burning flame. Xiao Yan clenched his hand after appearing. Another tiny jade bottle appeared in his hand. After which, it was thrown by him with lightning-like speed. It violently struck the forehead of the 3,000 burning flame. It broke with a bang and a drop of dark golden blood slowly appeared. The body of the 3,000 burning flame immediately stiffened when the drop of dark golden blood touched its forehead. The expression in its eyes revealed a dullness. At the same time, a strange seal vaguely surfaced on its forehead. From the looks of the seal, it was the same as the dragon seal on Xiao Yan's palm. It is indeed the dragon seal. A wild joy flashed across Xiao Yan's face when he saw the strange symbol on the forehead of the 3,000 burning flame. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1203, Soul Battle. Chapter 1203, Soul Battle. Xiao Yan, who was in a state of wild joy, discovered that the dragon seal on his hand had gradually become hot soon after that strange symbol appeared on the forehead of the 3,000 burning flame. At the same time, an extremely mysterious feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Xiao Yan felt stunned soon after this mysterious feeling appeared. He stared at the 3,000 burning flame in front of him, and he seemed to be able to sense its emotion. Roar! The 3,000 burning flame was dull for a moment once the symbol appeared, but it once again recovered its cautiousness while Xiao Yan was feeling shocked. At this moment, it appeared to have understood something. An ice-cold, fierce glint suddenly flashed as it firmly stared at Xiao Yan. The symbol on its forehead also grew brighter. Xiao Yan's heart was cold when he saw the fierce glint that filled the eyes of the 3,000 burning flame. He was aware that he would be in a dangerous situation soon. It was just as Ziyan had said. This dragon seal worked both ways. If he was unable to control the 3,000 burning flame, he would be controlled by it. This was something that Xiao Yan would not allow to happen regardless of what happens. Come, I want to see just how fierce you are, At this moment, only one of the two would survive. Xiao Yan was not some random person. Immediately, a fierce glow surged into his eyes. He had already swallowed 2 heavenly flames. Would he not be able to deal with this 3,000 burning flame? Roar! The 3,000 burning flame raised its head and let out a roar. The seal on its forehead suddenly emitted a golden light. It was just like a dazzling golden sun that had risen within the star region. Following the brightening of the symbol on the forehead of the 3,000 burning flame, the mysterious feeling within Xiao Yan's heart became more clear. A moment later, his eyes suddenly became dazzled. He was absent-minded. When he appeared again, he was in an extremely foreign space. This space was filled with purple-black flames, and Xiao Yan was present in these endless flames. Foolish human! A furious dragon roar was suddenly transmitted from the purple-black flames. A wild wind whizzed by and an unusually large dragon slowly rose from the sea of fire. It lingered in the sky while it watched Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sea of flames. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the large dragon within the purple-black flames. A moment later, he inhaled a breath of hot air. He clearly understood that this was the spiritual world of the 3,000 burning flame. It wanted to dominate the dragon seal and control Xiao Yan in the process. A soul battle, Xiao Yan raised his hand. He glanced at the somewhat illusionary palm while his face was as rippleless as an old well. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart. A vast, mighty spiritual strength formed a lotus seat under his body. After which, he sat cross-legged. His dark black eyes stared at the 3,000 burning flame within the sea of fire as he coldly laughed. Beast, show me what you've got. Roar! The 3,000 burning flame immediately emitted a furious roar. Under this roar, the purple-black flames within this space wildly soared. After which, they surged toward Xiao Yan from all directions with extremely shocking momentum. Xiao Yan's expression was unusually calm when faced with this wild attack from the 3,000 burning flame. At this moment, they were not only fighting with their souls, but also with their wills. Whoever could last until the end would be the final victor. These years of training had forged Xiao Yan into an unmoving mountain of toughness and calmness. It was impossible to tell just who would die in whose hand if they were to really engage in an all-out fight. The purple-black flames rushed over as a circular jade-green fire barrier slowly spread out of Xiao Yan's body. Finally, the jade-green flame transformed into a round cover that wrapped around his body. He appeared just like an unmoving mountain regardless of how the purple-black flames collided with him. The battle that would decide the fates of the two had just begun. Chao Eng and the rest in distant empty space revealed faces that were filled with anxiety and doubt as they looked into the distance. Xiao Yan had suddenly ceased all actions. His eyes were shut tight. Moreover, the thing that really surprised them was the purple-black fire dragon in front of him. At this moment, that extremely fierce fellow had descended into a strange silence. Its body had surfaced in the air. If some life force had not been emitted from the bodies of the person and the dragon, it was likely that others would have wondered if these two had suddenly lost their lives. What happened? Xiao Yan knit her brows as she softly asked. They seem to have changed their fighting method. I am able to sense Xiao Yan maneuvering an extremely great amount of spiritual strength. The 3000 burning flame is also showing some activity in this area. I think that it should be a soul battle. Danchen softly said by the side. Soul battle? Xiao Ying's expression changed slightly upon hearing her words. One could only engage in a soul battle if one's spiritual strength had reached a certain level. However, this kind of battle was too fierce. If one were careless, irreparable damage could occur to one's soul. Moreover, it might even cause one's spiritual strength to gradually weaken. Hence, even some true experts with powerful spiritual strengths did not dare to engage in a soul battle. However, it is pointless to worry now. Disturbing either one of them at this moment would result in a backlash. The results will be extremely serious. We can only wait for it to naturally end, Danchen said. Xiao Yan tightly frowned. However, she could not think of a solution. All she could do was quietly sigh within her heart. When Xiao Ying's group discovered the strange condition of Xiao Yan and the 3000 burning flame, old Mugu and the others also sensed it. They were immediately startled. Although they were unaware of why Xiao Yan would suddenly engage in a soul battle with the 3000 burning flame, they understood that now was a good opportunity to act. As long as they interrupted the face-off between Xiao Yan and the 3000 burning flame, both of them would suffer a backlash, killing two birds with one stone. You will stop him. I will attack. Old Mugu clenched his teeth and yelled as a glint flashed across his eyes. That black-clothed Dou Qi, who was bitterly battling with Qiu Ling, hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. He could only violently nod. There was not enough time. They could only withdraw if they did not gain anything. Old Mugu immediately flew off. Qiu Ling's expression sank when he saw old Mugu attempt to flee from the battle. He was just about to give chase when the somewhat weary Dou Qi unleashed an extremely crazy counterattack, pulling Qiu Ling's focus back to the battle. Xiao Yan, stop him. Qiu Ling's expression changed after being delayed by the black-clothed Dou Qi, who was using all his effort. Xiao Yan and the others hurriedly nodded upon hearing his cry. Their bodies had just moved when the two experts from the Hall of Souls, who had gotten into the top 10 along with old Mugu, rushed over and blocked the three of them. At this moment, everyone had been delayed. Hence, all they could do was watch with their eyes as old Mugu swiftly pounced toward Xiao Yan in the 3000 burning flame. TSK, Xiao Yan, you have created a great opportunity for the old me. A ferocious smile flashed across old Mugu's eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan and the 3000 burning flame from close proximity. A deep blue flame surged out of his palm. After which, it slammed violently toward the top of Xiao Yan's head. Bang, dot. Just when old Mugu was about to attack, an unusually vast and mighty force suddenly cut through the air and violently smashed into old Mugu's chest. Grug. This sudden, heavy blow caused old Mugu's face to turn pale. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Immediately, shock surged into his eyes as he sharply cried out, Xiankongzi? The Hall of Souls really acts in a great manner. It has actually dispatched so many experts this time around. Old Mugu's sharp voice had just sounded when an ice-cold elderly voice slowly reverberated through the empty space. A slight ripple appeared within space itself when the elderly voice sounded. Immediately, a figure slowly appeared. The delay outside has failed, scatter. Old Mugu's eyes suddenly shrank upon seeing that it was indeed Xiankongzi. He clenched his teeth and immediately cried out. Since Xiankongzi had appeared, they were completely without hope. The cry had just sounded when old Mugu swiftly took out a silver-colored jade plate from his storage ring. He shattered it without any hesitation. A majestic spatial strength surged out and a dark black spatial crack appeared. Xiankongzi had just appeared when the remaining three Dou Qis from the Hall of Souls' expressions drastically changed. There was no need for old Mugu's reminder. Their jade plates appeared, and a couple of spatial crevices swiftly appeared when they were broken. Since you have come, leave some souvenirs behind. A cold smile immediately flashed across Xiankongzi's face as he watched the four Hall of Souls Dou Qis quickly run. He clenched his fist and smashed at the four of them across space. Grug! His punch buelled through space. As the space around his fist crumbled, for unusually terrifying, invisible fist imprints penetrated space itself. They landed on the chests of the four people after appearing from extremely strange directions. Immediately, the sound of bones cracking apart appeared. For bright red blood foams were spat out of their mouths along with some shattered internal organs. After which, their bodies launched into the spatial cracks, using the terrifying force on the fists to disappear. 4 Dou Zuns were defeated with a punch. This strength was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 great heads of the Pill Tower. Shen Kongzi had frightened off the 4 Dou Zuns from the Hall of Souls after just showing his face. He was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. It was possible to see the incomparably large, purple dragon swelling at this moment. The purple-black flame was like a volcano that continued to erupt. The 3,000 burning flame is about to erupt. Even with Shen Kongzi's calmness, he could not help but gently inhale a break of air as he looked at the swiftly swelling body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1204, Erupt. Chapter 1204, Erupt. Bang! The enormous body of the 3,000 burning flame in the star region was rapidly swelling. Numerous 1,000-foot-large purple-black flames surged out in all directions from under the dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, they swept over a portion of the empty space. Moreover, from the looks of it, the eruption was far from over. This large-scale fire eruption caused even Shen Kongzi's expression to slightly change. He sensed that the 3,000 burning flames seemed to have released all of the flames that it had absorbed over many years at this moment. What happened? Shen Kongzi's eyes flashed. He suddenly turned to where Xiao Yan was located, only to see that he and the 3,000 burning flame had descended into silence. An instant later, Shen Kongzi seemed to have understood something. His expression gradually became grave as he exclaimed in a deep voice, "It is a soul battle, this fellow is really too bold." Bang! A portion of the body belonging to the enormous dragon exploded while Shen Kongzi mused. An unusually terrifying, purple-black flame wave swept through like lightning manner. The sky-burning temperature caused the interior of the star region to become a sea of flames. The purple-black fire sea split apart when it had reached a 10-foot radius around the body of Xiao Yan and the 3,000 burning flames essence flame. It left behind an flame-free area at that spot before rushing into the distance. "Xiao Ling, bring them and leave first." Shen Kongzi's expression had become a lot more serious as he sensed the terrifying temperature within the star region. The 3,000 burning flame has absorbed so many years of flames. The might that it unleashed was mind-boggling. Even he did not dare to stay in this kind of place for too long. Regardless of how strong one's Dou Qi was, it would be extremely difficult to protect against the temperature of the 3,000 burning flame. Xiao Ling nodded his head with a grave expression when he heard Shen Kongzi's command. He waved his sleeves at Xiao Ying's trio, and a gentle breeze lifted the 3 of them before swiftly rushing them in the direction of the star region's exit. "Teacher, there's still Xiao Yan." Xiao Ying, who was being forcefully pulled away, hurriedly yelled. Shen Kongzi tightly frowned. His focused on Xiao Yan, who was within the purple-black flames. The surrounding flames appeared cautious and did not surge toward him. However, if one were to remain in this place for too long, the temperature was high enough that an elite Dou Zun would not be able to last long. I should forcefully bring him away. Shen Kongzi finally clenched his teeth after his heart hesitated for a moment. Although breaking the condition Xiao Yan was in would cause him harm, there was no other choice. With Xiao Yan's strength, he would not be able to hold out against such a burning temperature for long. Shen Kongzi's body moved while this thought flashed across his heart. After which, he rushed toward Xiao Yan. He appeared above Xiao Yan, and he was just about to act when a golden light rushed over. It ruthlessly smashed at his head. This sudden attack caused Shen Kongzi to knit his eyebrows. He waved his sleeves and collided with the golden light figure. After which, he forced back the figure. He glanced over and saw the figure was the puppet that had helped Xiao Yan receive many pill lightnings. Damn it! Looking at the situation, it was obvious that the Sky Demon puppet had treated him as an enemy. With Xiao Yan's orders, the low intelligence of the Sky Demon puppet only knew how to stubbornly execute its task of protecting Xiao Yan. Any actions that would harm Xiao Yan would be viewed as an enemy act. Although the Sky Demon puppet was unable to block Shen Kongzi, the attack earlier had caused him to lose his last chance because the enormous dragon body had emitted another bang at this moment. Bang bang! A section of the dragon's body exploded, and terrifying purple-black flames immediately swept toward Shen Kongzi from all directions, like the roar of a dragon. Shen Kongzi's eyes were tightly knit upon sensing just how terrifying the sea of fire was. His eyes were hesitant as he glanced at Xiao Yan below. If he were to leave at this moment, it was likely that Xiao Yan would end up dying. Why aren't you leaving quickly? You will only be waiting for your death if you stay. That little fellow looks a little strange. It is likely that nothing untoward will happen to him. Old demon Xinghua was unable to withstand the high temperature while Shen Kongzi was hesitating. His body hurriedly rushed away to get out of the star region. He did not forget to urge Xian Kongzi to leave when he passed him by. Soon after the words of old demon Xinghua sounded, a jade-green-colored flame suddenly poured out of Xiao Yan's body, like a cover. It slowly spread and coincidentally wrapped around him. Heavenly flame, huh? Xian Kongzi only relaxed upon seeing this. He glanced at the purple-black flame. It rumbled as it swept over while accompanying a line of fire that stretched endlessly. Finally, he ceased hesitating. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan clearly had his own plans. Xian Kongzi felt a little reassured. At the very least, Xiao Yan did not appear to be someone reckless while Xian Kongzi had observed him. Ugh, little fellow, since you insist on choosing this, you can only seek your own blessing. Xian Kongzi softly sighed. After which, he ceased remaining any longer as he turned around and rushed to the exit of the star region. His body flashed a couple of times as he glanced at the two experts from the Hall of Souls who had managed to get into the top 10. These two people did not possess a precious spatial jade plate like old Mugu and the others. Hence, they could only quietly flee for their lives. Poof. Due to the chaos that had been created by the Hall of Souls, Xian Kongzi was filled with fury. He saw these two people sneaking around and immediately let out a cold snort. He waved his sleeves and a majestic force surged out. It wrapped around the both of them before throwing them into the purple-black sea of fire. Ah! The unlucky Hall of Souls experts had just fallen into a sea of fire when they emitted sharp, miserable cries. Dou Qi within their body erupted with all their might. However, within 10 seconds, the Dou Qi was completely swallowed by the flames. The bodies of the two of them were turned into ashes that scattered within the blink of an eye. How ruthless, dot. Old demon Xinghua immediately raised his thumb to Xian Kongzi upon seeing what he did. However, after his words had just sounded, he sensed a fiery heat all over his body. He immediately let out a strange cry and no longer dared delay any longer. He went all out and shot to the exit of the star region. Xian Kongzi turned his head and looked at the purple-black sea of fire that had spread over the entire star region. A circular, green-colored light rippled like a tree leaf in a large sea. No one knew just when it would sink. Ugh, little fellow, whatever happens next will depend on your good fortune. Xian Kongzi sighed in his heart. He looked at the continuous line of fire that was surging over. His body moved, and he rushed to the exit of the star region. After a flash, he fled from it. After the final person had escaped from the star region, the region had become dead quiet. Purple-black flames spread over every part of the star region like a sea of fire. The terrifying temperature caused even space itself to distort. Currently, it was possible to see some rubble within Holy Pill City. Clearly, this place had experienced a big battle earlier. The silver spatial door fluctuated in the sky above the pill tower. Immediately, numerous human figures fled miserably from it. There was even hot, purple-black flames spitting out the door, causing those watching to feel stunned. Close the star region. Xian Kongzi's body flashed, and he sprang from the large spatial door. His eyes glanced into it, only to see the purple-black sea of flames swiftly moving closer. His expression sank as he cried out. Xian Yi and Tianlei Zi by the side were startled when they heard his cry. However, upon seeing the grave expression on his face, they did not manage to say anything else. Their hand seals changed and waves of spatial ripples erupted. That large, silver door swiftly disappeared. Bang, dot. A wave of purple-black flames spluttered out when the silver spatial door was about to disappear. It burned some of the experts from the pill tower until they withdrew. Miserable cries were emitted from their mouths. What happened? Xian Yi and the other great head hurriedly asked. Their expressions had changed when they witnessed the scene. The body of the 3,000 burning flame exploded and all of the flames it had absorbed over the many years scattered. Currently, the star region is likely a sea of fire. We need to strengthen the seal. Otherwise, if the star region breaks, Holy Pill City will be almost instantly annihilated. Xian Kongzi solemnly replied. Xian Yi and Tianlei Zi's expressions changed upon hearing his explanation. The 3,000 burning flame had absorbed the strength of the stars for a countless number of years in order to form such an enormous body. Now that it had completely erupted, its might was such that even they would have to temporarily seek shelter. That's right, where is Xiao Yan? Xian Yi's eyes swept around before suddenly asking. Xian Kongzi hesitated for a moment before replying, he's still in the star region. What? Why didn't you bring him out? Xian Yi's expression drastically changed as she cried out furiously. He is engaging in a soul battle with the essence flame of the 3,000 burning flame. Clearly, he intends to use this opportunity to refine it. If I were to forcefully pull him away, I would likely have caused him great harm. Xian Kongzi sighed. Causing him some harm is better than dying inside. Xian Yi's face showed her fury. Xiao Yan was Yao Chen's disciple. If Yao Chen was to escape from captivity in the future and learn that Xiao Yan had died within the star region of the Pill Tower, it was likely that Yao Chen would no longer interact with the Pill Tower given his character. He might even come and seek justice in his anger. There is no need for you to be this anxious. Although Xiao Yan was engaged in a soul battle, he was still able to sense the changes of the outside world. Since he did not choose to withdraw, it is likely that he has his own plans. He is not a reckless person, Tianlei Zi by the side comforted. Xian Kongzi bitterly laughed and said, "Relax, that little fellow possesses a couple of heavenly flames. Even if the 3000 burning flame completely erupts, it will not be able to do anything to him within a short period of time. We will go in and bring him out once the star region become a little calmer. Hopefully we will not see a pile of ashes when we enter at that time." It is not as though you do not understand Yao Chen's character. What can he not do when he is angry? Xian Yi looked at the spot where the star region had shut. She finally waved her sleeves, turned around, and walked to the Pill Tower with some fury. Xian Kongzi and Tianlei Zi could only helplessly shake their heads when they saw her storm off. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1205, Stalemate. Chapter 1205, Stalemate. What did you say? The 3000 burning flame in the star region has erupted? Xiao Yan is still inside? The little fairy doctor looked at the white-haired, old man in front of her while she was within a room within the Pill Tower. Her hand had shattered the table beside her into dust as she suddenly stood up. Her warm and alluring face was currently covered with an icy evilness that had been gone for a long time. Tian Huazunja's expression also changed slightly as he stood beside the little fairy doctor. Xiu Ling also bitterly laughed upon seeing such a great reaction from the little fairy doctor. He cupped his hands together and said, "It is not as though we did not attempt to rescue Xiao Yan, but he was engaged in a soul battle with the 3000 burning flames essence flame. He would have been seriously injured if we brought him away. Moreover, there is his puppet guarding him. It did not allow anyone to touch him. With the strength of the giant head of the Pill Tower, it is likely that a puppet would not be able to stop him regardless of how strong it is, no?" The little fairy doctor furiously replied. Although she didn't possess a clear picture of the situation within the Pill region, she could tell that it was definitely bad from the tense atmosphere of the Pill Tower. Moreover, Xiao Yan was alone within the star region. It was likely that he would not survive. Xiu Ling also sighed in the face of the aggressive little fairy doctor. He said, "Association head and the others have said that once the situation within the star region has become better in a few days, they will enter it and forcefully bring Xiao Yan out. What if those who enter at that time fail to find him?" The little fairy doctor's eyebrows were vertical. A couple of days later? Even Xian Kongzi's group did not dare to enter the star region at this moment. Would Xiao Yan be able to survive after having stayed in it? The fury in the little fairy doctor's heart surged when she thought of this. Just when she was about to erupt in anger, Zi Yan by secretly pulled at her sleeve. She softly said, "Relax, Xiao Yan is still alive. I can sense it." The little fairy doctor was startled upon hearing Zi Yan's words. Her pretty eyes doubtfully looked at Zi Yan. A moment later, her tensed face finally relaxed. Although Zi Yan was naughty, she was clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, her relationship with Xiao Yan was very good. If Xiao Yan met with any accident, she would definitely not be as calm as she was now. "I will look for your association heads 3 days from now. If they do not open the star region at that time, I will barge into it by myself." The little fairy doctor waved her sleeves and spoke in a deep voice. "Ugh, I. In that case, the old me shall take my leave first." Xiu Ling bitterly laughed and could only nod his head. At this moment, it was obvious that the little fairy doctor was furious. If he said anything more, he might end up in a fight with her. At that moment, he did not dare to say anything more as he cupped his hands together and withdrew from the room. "How can you sense him? He is separated from us." The little fairy doctor turned her head, stared at Zi Yan, and asked when Xiu Ling left. "I planted a dragon seal in his body. If any accident occurs to him, the dragon seal on my hand will also disappear." Zi Yan spread her small hand. It was possible to see a golden-colored seal on her hand. At this moment, the symbol was emitting a faint golden light. Not only has the dragon seal not disappeared, but it is even emitting a gold light. This means that his condition is quite good, and his life is not in any danger. Zi Yan explained the seal in a serious tone. The little fairy doctor only felt the heavy stone pressing on her chest fall off after seeing the seal. She mused for a moment before her eyes were swung to the sky outside the pill tower. At this moment, there were quite a number of experts from the pill tower heavily guarding it. Even if this is the case, I cannot allow Xiao Yan to remain in that place alone. If he has not come out after 3 days, I will get the 3 great heads of the pill tower to open the star region again no matter what. While the outside world was a little chaotic because of the eruption of the 3000 burning flame, the interior of the star region was unusually quiet. Purple-black flames lingered over every corner of the star region, rising and burning. The entire star region was just like a gigantic furnace. The air was unbelievably hot. Ordinary experts would likely emit a bang and auto-ignite into a fireball if they were to even inhale a breath of this air. The eruption of the 3000 burning flame this time around had truly turned this star region into a deadly and forbidden place. There was a green glow vaguely present within the endless sea of purple-black fire. If one were to look from a closer position, one would discover that it was a green-colored fire barrier. A figure was seated cross-legged in the flame. Both of the figure's eyes were shut as a golden-yellow sky demon puppet with an expressionless face next to the figure. The one seated cross-legged was naturally Xiao Yan. The current him was just like a monk in meditation. His body did not move, and even the aura that spread from his body was quite thin. At a glance, he appeared just like a person on the brink of death. This place was an empty one filled with purple-black flames, causing it to be no different from the star region. However, the only thing different was that this place was not as quiet as the outside world. Instead, there was occasionally a furious roar and the sound of fires exploding. If one followed the sound of the explosions and looked over, one could see a circular, green flame spreading apart. The interior of the fire barrier revealed Xiao Yan's somewhat illusory body seated on a lotus seat formed by the green flame. His body did not move. There was no change in his expression regardless of how the purple-black fire dragon struggled and strafed. Bang bang! Numerous enormous purple-black fire pillars violently collided with the jade-green fire barrier, causing the barrier to fluctuate and form numerous ripples. However, the pillars were ultimately unable to break the fire barrier. Lowly human, you dare compete in a life-and-death battle with me? The fire barrier's fortifications had not broken even after a long time. Moreover, the surrounding terrifying temperature appeared to not affect Xiao Yan. The 3000 burning flame involuntarily became a little irritable. For some unknown reason, it had vaguely sensed that its strength seemed to be weakening with the flow of time. Moreover, the thing that shocked it was that the strength of Xiao Yan within the fire barrier was quietly soaring at a very slow speed. It was like the strength within its body was being transferred to Xiao Yan's body in an unbelievable way. This kind of transfer might be extremely slow, but it was happening. If this kind of exhaustion continued for a long period of time, it would sooner or later be unable to suppress Xiao Yan. At that time, it understood that Xiao Yan's retaliation would begin. This kind of change caused the 3000 burning flame to feel uneasy and irritable. However, regardless of how it screamed and attacked, Xiao Yan continued to hide behind the fire barrier like a tortoise in its shell. He did not make any counterattacks. Rumble. The irritation caused the 3000 burning flame to grow unusually wild and violent. It went all out, urging the flame to erode the fire barrier. However, the effects that it had obtained only caused it to become even more fierce and violent. Xiao Yan sensed the reason why the 3000 burning flame was becoming wilder and more violent. It was because its strength was disappearing with the flow of time. Moreover, its strength would gradually flow into Xiao Yan's body. This kind of mysterious thing should be related to the dragon seal. It was just as Zi Yan had mentioned. The dragon seal that she had planted in Xiao Yan was of a higher quality than the dragon seal of the 3000 burning flame. This might be the reason why the strengths of the two of them showed signs of strengthening and weakening respectively. After having comprehended this point, Xiao Yan ended up relaxing. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to subdue the 3000 burning flame. Fortunately, with his defenses, this weakened essence flame would be unable to do anything to him. All he needed to do now was to wait quietly. Once the strength of the 3000 burning flame had transferred to his body, he would be able to turn the situation around and subdue it in one attempt. This would be the only chance Xiao Yan had to succeed. Even the slightest recklessness would cause him to lose this chance and cause the situation to turn into a miserable one. Xiao Yan involuntarily and coldly trembled the moment he thought about being controlled by the 3000 burning flame after he failed. He would be better off dead. Therefore, he must not lose no matter what. Although this speed would require a long while before he could gain the strength to counterattack, this was all he could do. As long as he calmed his heart, victory was certain. After years of training, the feeling of impatience would naturally not appear in Xiao Yan at such a critical juncture. Everything was tilted in a manner that favored Xiao Yan. All he needed to do was wait until the day he would fully erupt. There was no concept of time within this spiritual space. Hence, Xiao Yan was unaware of the flow of time. The only thing he knew was that the 3000 burning flame was weakening by the day while he was growing stronger. With the gradual flow of time, even the irritation in the eyes of the 3000 burning flame gradually revealed panic following this strange transformation. It also knew that the longer things were delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would be for it. However, even it ended up involuntarily feeling helpless in the face of Xiao Yan's tortoise shell defense. Its defense gradually weakened, but Xiao Yan's defense was strengthening by the day. This battle tested one's patience and will. Time swiftly passed like the sand between one's fingers. Xiao Yan had difficulty estimating the flow of time within this emptiness. The only thing he could do was focus and calm his mind, feeling the soul that was filled with spirituality within the space that was filled with purple-black flames. This kind of bitter wait with a calm heart continued before it suddenly ended. Xiao Yan, who had kept his eyes shut within the spiritual space, slowly opened them. This time around, his eyes no longer displayed the calmness that they usually did. Instead, a faint smile gradually surged into them. Now, it's my turn. Xiao Yan, who was seated on the fire lotus, looked at the sluggish 3000 burning flame outside the fire barrier. He slightly smiled and slowly got up. A sharp aura swept out like a storm at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1206, Subdue. Chapter 1206, Subdue. The moment Xiao Yan stood up, the dragon eyes of the 3000 burning flame, within the purple-black sea of fire, immediately showed a panic expression flashing through them. An uneasiness suddenly covered its heart. Xiao Yan waved his hand amid the anxious eyes of the 3000 burning flame. The surrounding fire barrier slowly shrank before transforming into a faint, green fire glow that covered his body. After which, he stepped forward. A fire wave was formed where his feet landed as he slowly walked toward the 3000 burning flame. Roar! A furious roar was finally emitted from the 3000 burning flame after seeing that Xiao Yan had finally moved. It widened its enormous dragon mouth and a large fire pillar shot out like a volcano. However, the strength of this current fire pillar was clearly inferior to what it was before. Xiao Yan smiled in the face the 3000 burning flames attack. He gently waved a sleeve and a jade-green fire pillar shot out from it. After which, it collided with the other fire pillar. The purple-black fire pillar lasted for an instant during the intense collision before collapsing. The remaining green fire pillar smashed into the 3000 burning flames' body. The flame that was blasted apart caused a miserable cry to be emitted. The current you is too weak. Xiao Yan gently clenched his hand. He sensed the great strength that was present when he raised his hand, and a joy involuntarily surged into his heart. This beast had acted mighty during this period of time. It had repeatedly mocked him, tried to force him to reveal himself, and told him to meet it in battle. Now, it was time for the situation to be reversed. Lowly human, do not act so arrogantly. The 3000 burning flame was so furious that even its eyes had turned a complete red. A furious roar exploded over this space like thunder. Immediately, the purple-black flames erupted, transforming into a countless number of small fire dragons that roared as they violently charged at Xiao Yan. Rumble! The fire dragons exploded against Xiao Yan's body. Terrifying hot air waves continued to spread. A sea of fire covered the area where Xiao Yan had stood earlier. Who? The originally weary 3000 burning flame began to pant after unleashing such a large attack. Its dragon's eyes looked at the sea of fire in the air. Before it could sigh in relief, it was shocked to see a figure slowly walking out of the sea of fire. That figure appeared like a descending fire god under the backdrop of the surrounding flame. Xiao Yan's face was slowly lifted into a smile as he stood in the sea of fire. He raised his hand gently and the dragon seal on his palm shook. It erupted with a shocking golden light. The golden light was just like a sun had risen within the spiritual space. The surrounding purple-black sea of fire appeared to have suffered a powerful suction force that could not be blocked under the shine of this golden light. It suddenly surged into the dragon seal. Within a couple of blinks, this sea of fire had completely disappeared within the seal. At the same time, a purple-black flame gradually seeped out of Xiao Yan's arm. The sea of fire scattered. Only the 3000 burning flame and Xiao Yan were facing off within this spiritual space. However, a terrified expression had surged into the eyes of the 3000 burning flame. Its enormous body continued to pull back. You have lost, ... Xiao Yan slightly smiled as he studied the 3000 burning flame, which had revealed a terrified expression as it continued to pull back. Xiao Yan's smile grew. A golden light surged on his palm. Within a couple of whistles, the light caught up with the 3000 burning flame, and the light started to pull it back toward the dragon seal as it roared and struggled. The enormous body of the 3000 burning flame swiftly shrunk as it came closer to the dragon seal. In the end, it transformed into a purple-black fire glow that was absorbed by the golden light being emitted from the dragon seal on Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan finally sighed in relief as he looked at the 3000 burning flame that had disappeared into his hand. It would not have withdrawn in this competition of will. It would not show signs of withdrawing regardless of how disproportionate their strengths were. Break. Xiao Yan raised his head, looked at this circular spiritual space, and faintly commanded. The surrounding space immediately began to fluctuate after his voice sounded. Immediately, a cracking sound appeared. The space transformed into countless numbers of spatial fragments as it burst apart. The moment the spiritual realm was blasted apart, Xiao Yan, who had been seated within the purple-black flame-filled star region, slowly opened his eyes. A jade-green and purple-black flame flashed across his dark black eyes as they were opened, causing him to appear exceptionally strange. Xiao Yan, who had opened his eyes, immediately looked at the small purple-black fire dragon. At this moment, the eyes of the dragon had already lost their luster, causing it to appear a little sluggish. Xiao Yan softly sighed when he saw its eyes. This kind of battle was such that one party would have to die for the other to survive. There was no third option. He was able to let out a harsh sigh now. However, if the 3000 burning flame had obtained victory, it would likely proudly incinerate his body into ashes. No other emotions would have been present. A life and death battle was cruel. So-called good and evil did not exist in such a battle. Xiao Yan stood up and slowly walked to the small fire dragon. He placed his hand on its forehead and a suction force surged. The dragon transformed into extremely deep purple-black flames that slowly flew up. Xiao Yan softly sighed as he looked at this cluster of purple-black flames. This was the essence flame of the 3000 burning flame that he had dreamed of. He had traveled a great distance from the Black Corner region to the Central Plains for it, undergoing many hardships in the process. At this moment, he had finally achieved his desire. Relax, follow me. I will not humiliate your reputation on the heavenly flame ranking. Xiao Yan softly muttered to himself. After which, he widened his mouth and swallowed the cluster of purple-black flames into his stomach. The essence flame had just entered his body when a wave of searing heat quietly spread out from within. Xiao Yan swiftly crossed his legs and sat down. A jade-green flames and purple-black flames spluttered out from all of his pores. Xiao Yan had successfully obtained the essence flame of the 3000 burning flame. Currently, he needed to completely refine it and subsequently merge it with the glazed lotus heart flame. He would then need to activate the flame mantra and evolve it once again. Although Xiao Yan had obtained control of the 3000 burning flame due to the existence of the dragon seal, this flame was quite high on the heavenly flame ranking. It had been formed after a countless number of years, causing it to possess a pride that could not be eroded easily. Quite some time would be needed in order to refine it. Back then, Xiao Yan had spent 2 years underground in order to refine the fallen heart flame. It might not take so long this time around, but it would likely not be something that could be settled within 1 to 2 days. The jade-green flame cover around Xiao Yan had slowly paled the moment he had sat down and shut his eyes. Finally, it disappeared. The purple-black sea of fire that permeated the star region immediately surged over after the fire barrier disappeared. However, just when the flames were about to reach a 10-foot radius from Xiao Yan, they began to hurriedly split apart. After which, they obediently lingered around him, as though the flames were worshipping him. Xiao Yan might have dodged the sea of fire, but the sky demon puppet by his side gradually emitted a faint golden light due to it having lost the protection of the barrier. Although it was still within a 10-foot radius of Xiao Yan, the temperature of the star region was so high that it was frightening. The place appeared just like a furnace. Xiao Yan was immune to the heat, but it was not. Golden-colored liquid continued to drip down its body. With this golden liquid rolling down, the bright golden color on its body slowly changed to a dim golden color. At a glance, it was even deeper and more mysterious. From the looks of it, the majestic lightning strength the sky demon puppet had absorbed before was being refined naturally by the star region furnace. Although Xiao Yan clearly understood that refining the 3000 burning flame would require a long time, he did not expect half a year to pass after he shut his eyes. During this half a year, the star region continued to remain quiet as a region of the dead, but the area outside of the star region was incredibly noisy. The third day after the star region had been shut, the little fairy doctor had insisted on asking the 3 great heads to open the star region to rescue Xiao Yan. The 3 great heads were unable to stop her, and with Xianyi mediating, the star region was opened on the third day. However, a terrifying sea of fire surged out like a prehistoric beast the moment the door opened. Had the 3 great heads not been prepared, it would likely have caused a great disaster. With this situation having occurred, the little fairy doctor was unable to request the three great heads to open the door again despite feeling extremely anxious in her heart. Fortunately, Xiao Yan still had her ability to sense him. Otherwise, she would likely have difficulty enduring the torment during this period of time. Around 1 month after the door had been opened the first time, the three great heads once again took the initiative to open the star region. This time around, Shen Kongzi had entered by himself. However, he ended up fleeing miserably after having been inside for less than 5 minutes. Due to the star region being shut, the temperature was unbelievably high. Even with his strength, he was merely able to travel 1,000 meters before being unable to endure any longer. All he could do was flee. Everyone's hearts gradually sank when they saw Shen Kongzi's miserable state. Even with his strength, he was unable to last long within the star region. There was no need to even talk about Xiao Yan. However, while everyone was expecting the worst, the little fairy doctors group were desperately grasping the final straw. This straw was the dragon seal on Xiao Yan's hand. Currently, their only hope was the existence of this dragon seal. If that dragon seal were to suddenly disappear one day, it was likely that the little fairy doctor would collapse. With the flow of time, an increasing number of people began to cease holding any hope that Xiao Yan was alive. Even Shen Kongzi and the others could only quietly sigh. Who would have expected the champion of this pill gathering to end up with such a fate? While a countless number of people were letting out hushed sighs, the interior of the death-like star region emitted a slight fluctuation for the first time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1207, Swallowing Heavenly Flame, 9-star Dou Zone. Chapter 1207, Swallowing Heavenly Flame, 9-star Dou Zone. The terrifying temperature within the star region, created by the purple-black flames, continued to rise. It was mind-bogglingly hot. Even space itself had become exceptionally distorted at this moment. If a layer of seals had not existed to keep it isolated, it was likely that these flames would have erupted like a volcano with pressure building up underground, bringing a calamity to Holy Pill City. There was an empty area within the middle of this dead region permeated by purple-black flames. Not the slightest flame flowed within this area. All the sweeping flames would automatically flow away when they swam close to this area. A skinny figure sat cross-legged in the empty region. An extremely deep purple-brown flame rose from his body. This kind of flame lingered over him. Each time the flame churned, it would cause the endless, purple-black fire sea to fluctuate. That young man did not sense the change in the surrounding flames. It had been nearly 8 months since he had shut his eyes back then. His body had not moved even an inch during these 8 months. Even his breathing had become soft and inaudible. If a trace of life did not still fill his body, it was likely that everyone would have thought that he was merely a lifeless corpse. Threads of a purple-brown fire seedling suddenly seeped out of the pores of his body while he sat quietly like an old monk. After which, they turned into tiny vines that lingered over his body, using a strange refinement method to hone his skin, muscles, and bones. Under the refinement of this purple-brown flame, Xiao Yan's white skin gradually gained the hints of an ancient bronze color, causing his body to appear filled with strength. Following this quiet condition of his, it seemed as though the entire star region's breathing had merged together. Each time his breath became heavier, the sea of fire that spread throughout the star region would be lifted into waves of fire. By the time his breathing calmed, the fire wave calmed down and the star region once again recovered its silence. Time quietly flowed by like the sand between one's fingers amid this breathing. It stretched on until a certain day. The star region continued to remain deathly quiet like in the past. There was not even the slightest life force present in this hellish fire. A rushing sound would occasionally be emitted when a flame swept over. However, that kind of sound carried the aura of death, causing this place to appear even more desolate. An unusual movement was suddenly emitted from the calm sea of fire. When one followed the direction of this unusual movement and looked over, one would discover that it originated from that flame-free area within the sea of fire. At this moment, threads of purple-brown flames continuously surged out of Xiao Yan's meditating old monk body. These flames twined and moved. Finally, they vaguely formed a purple-brown fire dragon that was a couple 100 feet long. If one managed to see it clearly, one would discover that this purple-brown fire dragon was the actual body of the 3000 burning flame in the past. However, this kind of purple-brown flame appeared to be even deeper and more mysterious compared to the pure 3000 burning flame. Roar! The purple-brown flame lingered in the air. An enormous fire body covered Xiao Yan. Finally, it lifted its enormous head and widened its huge mouth. An earth-shaking roar suddenly resounded within this dead quiet star region. Bang! Following the appearance of this roar, the originally calm purple-black flames immediately became wildly violent. Moreover, they appear to have suffered a strange suction force as they agglomerated into numerous purple-black fire pillars that continuously surged toward the large mouth of the fire dragon lingering in the sky. With an increasing amount of purple-black flame being swallowed by the large, purple-black fire dragon, the purple-brown color on its body deepened. Its dragon scales also became lifelike, causing it to appear alive. Roar! The purple-black flames within the star region were too vast. Even though the enormous dragon swallowed with all its might, it was unable to significantly reduce the size of the sea of fire. These flames were formed from the absorption of the star strength by the 3,000 burning flame over an innumerable number of years. The current Xiao Yan had difficulty absorbing them all. The enormous dragon swallowed a decent amount of purple-black flame. Only then did it feel satisfied. Its enormous body gradually shrank before transforming into a wisp of purple-brown fire that seeped into the top of Xiao Yan's head. A pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for half a year finally trembled when the enormous dragon entered Xiao Yan's body. They were subsequently slowly opened. Qi! Both of Xiao Yan's eyes were opened. A purple-brown flame immediately burned within his dark black eyes. 2 fire glows shot out of his eyes. They appeared like 2 lasers as they forcefully created 200-foot large flame-free areas. The sea of flames churned as the fire glow rushed past. Only then was it withdrawn. Hu, dot. An unusually hot breath slowly followed Xiao Yan's throat as it was spat out. Following the exhaling of this breath, the ancient bronze color on Xiao Yan's body was slowly withdrawn. Is it finally about to succeed? Xiao Yan slowly lowered his head. He clenched his hand and a cluster of purple-brown flames emitted a puff sound and appeared. This was his new heavenly flame. It was a new heavenly flame merged from the 3,000 burning flame, the green lotus core flame, and fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan didn't know just how terrifying the heavenly flames ranked at the top of the heavenly flame ranking, but from his guess, this newly formed heavenly flame should have the qualification to rank among the top 6. Since it is formed from the merger of 3 types of heavenly flames, it shall be called 3,000 Lotus Heart Flame. Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the cluster of purple-brown flames in his hands. He softly said. Xiao Yan clenched his hands and absorbed this cluster of purple-brown flames back into his body. His hands were suddenly extended. His head was lifted and a clear cry resounded within this silent star region like that of a crane. The cry was a long one and the bones all over Xiao Yan's body suddenly exploded at this moment. At the same time, his aura was climbing at a shocking speed. Following the sudden increase of Xiao Yan's aura, the purple-black sea of fire became unusually wild and violent. The flame was just like a tidal wave within the ocean as it widely whizzed. A couple of 1,000-foot-wide flame tornadoes formed around Xiao Yan. Numerous fire dragons lingered and roared outside of the storms. Dozong 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, 7-star. Xiao Yan's aura soared to the point of causing one to be stunned. If someone had been present, that person would have been stunned by this terrifying rate of increase. A target that other people required a few years or even a few decades in order to reach had been swiftly overcome within these short 2 to 3 minutes. Regardless of how good one's control was, it was likely that one would collapse on the spot. This kind of speed was beyond that of an aeroplane. Even taking a rocket would not be this frighteningly fast. The wildly soaring aura surpassed that of the 7th star. After which, it once again abruptly soared. Finally, it broke through the difficult 9-star barrier before slowly halting. It eventually stabilized at that level. The roar finally weakened amid this soul-stirring aura. The surrounding firestorms also came to a halt. Ah! Xiao Yan's hands were gently lowered. He sensed the unprecedented vast, mighty Dou Qi that flowed within his veins. A slight moan was involuntarily emitted from his mouth. This kind of advancement was really too awesome. Flame Mantra was indeed a top-level, mysterious Qi method. Xiao Yan gently clenched his fist. This feeling of surging strength caused Xiao Yan to feel the impulse of shattering this space. At this moment, Xiao Yan was confident that if he were to meet old Mugu again, he would definitely not flee like the last time. 9-star Dozone. Xiao Yan sensed the Dou Qi within his body. The smile on the corner of his mouth widened. When he had swallowed the fallen heart flame back then, it had caused him to leap from a Dou Ling to the peak of the Dou Wang class. He had leaped an entire class. This time around, the leap might not appear as wild and violent as last time, but Xiao Yan understood that the energy needed within the Dou Zone class was far from what the energy needed to leap from the Dou Ling to the Dou Wang class could compare with. The amount of time a person needed to successfully advance from the Dou Ling class to that of the Dou Wang class might not even be able to compare with the time a Dou Zone needed to raise his strength by 1 star. This was a comparison between 2 different classes. How could they be compared? If Xiao Yan had swallowed the fallen heart flame from back then after reaching the 4-star Dou Zone class, it would likely only raise his strength by 3 stars or so. Fortunately, the 3000 burning flame was not only ranked higher than the fallen heart flame, but the energy that it had gathered was far from what the fallen heart flame could compare with. Xiao Yan smiled, feeling extremely satisfied with his current condition. His eyes suddenly slid to the sky demon puppet by his side, and he immediately became startled. At this moment, it was a dark golden color. At a glance, it gave one the strange feeling of being almighty. Is this because of the high temperature refinement? Xiao Yan was startled before coming to an understanding. The temperature within the star region was frighteningly high. If he had not successfully swallowed the 3000 burning flame, it was likely that his fate would not have been any better. The fighting strength of the current sky demon puppet should have significantly raised. I wonder if it is able to defeat old Mugu alone. Xiao Yan studied the sky demon puppet with great interest. After which, he waved his hand and returned it to his storage ring. His eyes scanned the purple-black sea of flames that had spread over the star region. These had been all formed from the energy absorbed by the 3000 burning flame over a countless number of years. It would really be too much of a waste to simply leave them here. In that case, allow me to make the best use of it. Xiao Yan smiled. His palm faced the sea of flames before it was suddenly clenched. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1208, Fire Lightning Bead. Chapter 1208, Fire Lightning Bead. When Xiao Yan clenched his fist, a terrifying suction force immediately surged out in all directions. Finally, one could see wave after wave of majestic purple-black flames transforming into numerous fire pillars that whizzed to Xiao Yan's palm. Compress. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened as he softly cried out while he observed the majestic flame that had gathered in his hand. His cry sounded and the energy above Xiao Yan's palm suddenly began to rotate at a high speed. A fire swirl, 100 feet large, was formed above Xiao Yan's palm. Numerous fire pillars continued to pour into this swirl. The swirl rotated at an increasingly terrifying rate. In the end, it transformed into a purple-black light. A deep rumbling sound continued to spread, causing the space to form waves of fluctuations. When the swirl's rotating speed had reached a certain level, the 100-foot-large fire swirl also began to shrink. After half an hour or so, the swirl was only the size of a palm. However, this was not what Xiao Yan required. His hand was clenched and the swirl once again increased its rotation speed. Zoom zoom. A terrifying ripple spread from the fire swirl. The fire glow suddenly erupted into a wave of dazzling light a moment later. Immediately, a wave of zoom sounds appeared. The light scattered, and a baby fist-sized purple-black bead appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. This bead was purple-black in color with some vague, strange lines on its surface. There was a fierce flame burning and churning in this somewhat transparent bead. Xiao Yan sighed in relief as he looked at the purple-black bead that had formed. Cold perspiration appeared on his forehead. From the looks of it, the formation of this thing was not as easy as one imagined it to be. This kind of bead formed from the agglomeration of flames was called Fire Lightning Bead. Xiao Yan had discovered it in some of the scrolls Yao Lao had left behind. This thing could be considered quite unique. A special technique was required to compress a flame to the extreme. Finally, it would form this bead shape. The creation of this thing had an extremely harsh requirement on one's spiritual control because if one failed to find an equilibrium when suppressing it, the flame would explode. The backlash at that time would be quite severe. If Xiao Yan's strength had not suddenly soared, it was likely that he would not have dared to have attempted to create this so-called fire lightning bead. Although this fire lightning bead was a little troublesome and dangerous to create, its strength was something that need not be doubted. The strength of this thing was determined by the quality of the ingredients that were used to create it. The might of the 3000 burning flame was something that was needless to say. Currently, these flames had agglomerated from the vast and mighty strength of the stars. It was the perfect ingredient to be used to create the fire lightning bead. Based on Xiao Yan's guess, the fire lightning bead that he had created with the 3000 burning flame could blast even an elite Dou Zun into an extremely miserable state if it caught him by surprise and he could not defend in time. If Xiao Yan were to suddenly use this attack when exchanging blows with others in the future, it would definitely end up with a surprising effect. Xiao Yan took out a wooden box from his storage ring after having successfully created this fire lightning bead. After which, he carefully placed it into the box. This thing could not be stored in a jade box. Otherwise, the cold chi emitted from a jade box would destroy its equilibrium. At that time, it might end up exploding in his hand before he could throw it. That would be a little comical. Xiao Yan did not stop after having successfully refined a fire lightning bead. The purple-black flames were perfect to refine. It was extremely rare to find a flame that contained the majestic strength of the stars in the outside world. Xiao Yan would naturally only stop after refining all that he could. At that time, even if he were to meet an elite Dozun, even someone of old Mugu's strength would likely be blasted into a horrible state if he were to throw over a dozen fire lightning beads. Xiao Yan quietly laughed after having made up his mind in his heart. He clenched his hand and a powerful suction force once again surged out. When Xiao Yan halted this wild absorption, this star region, that had been dead quiet for a long time, once again became lively. Firestorms whistled around. A terrifying ripple caused even space itself to form some dark black lines. Due to the powerful strength of the fire lightning beads created from the 3000 burning flame, Xiao Yan continuously refined them in a happy and tireless manner. This creation of fire lightning beads was exhausting. Even with Xiao Yan's strength, his energy was exhausted after creating around 18 of them, and he was no longer able to continue forming them. Xiao Yan immediately sat down and trained upon sensing the situation. Half an hour later, most of the Dou Qi within his exhausted body had been recovered. While Xiao Yan Dou Qi was recovering, he was surprised to discover that the current flame mantra had reached the D-class high level. Its ability to absorb and refine energy had also soared. In the past, Xiao Yan required half a day in order to recover his Dou Qi. However, he only required less than an hour now. This was part of the benefits shared by the evolution of the flame mantra. Moreover, with the uniqueness of flame mantra, an ordinary D-class high-level Qi method was far inferior to it. Based on Xiao Yan's guess, the current flame mantra could be considered the best Qi method below the Tian class. Of course, it would be a different story when it came to the inherited Qi methods of some ancient factions or clans. One example was the so-called Gu clan of Xun Er. After having been passed down for so many years, it was likely that no one would believe that it did not possess some Qi methods or Dou skills that could deter others. Nevertheless, the current flame mantra had gradually revealed its towering strength. The Dou Qi that had been refined from the flame mantra and the strengthening of the heavenly flames would be extremely powerful. Just by relying on this alone without any other Dou skills, it was likely that even other experts at the peak of the Dou zone class would be no match against Xiao Yan in a head-on attack. Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled First Elder Tian Shi from the Ice River Valley when he thought of this. Back then, Xiao Yan had to use all of his tactics in order to face such an expert. However, if they were to meet again, Xiao Yan guaranteed that First Elder Tian Shi would not even have the opportunity to attack. Xiao Yan felt intoxicated in his heart for a moment before he once again stood up. He wanted to create some more fire lightning beads only to be stunned to discover that there was no longer much strength within the remaining purple-black flames. The fire lightning beads created by this kind of flame would not only be a lot weaker, but they could also not be preserved for long. When the time was up, they would automatically disappear. Thus, they did not possess much value. After seeing this, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head. He abandoned the thought in his heart of wanting to refine 100 of them. His eyes swept over the interior of the star region before walking to the area where the spatial door was located. It was time to leave. While Xiao Yan was refining the fire lightning beads, he was unaware that his actions had caused the current pill tower to descend into an anxious state. Almost all of the experts from the pill tower had already stepped out at this moment. Numerous grave and anxious eyes were gathered on the sky. An intense distortion had appeared there. There was a vague heat spreading from it, causing the temperature around the pill tower to rise. The people from the pill tower were clearly aware what place in the sky this was. It was the star region that had become forbidden grounds of the pill tower. Everyone still remembered the miserable manner of Xin Kongzi when he had fled from it half a year ago. Even with his strength, he was unable to remain inside the star region for long. Even less need to be said about other people. Moreover, if the flame within the star region were to completely erupt, Holy Pill City would likely be turned into a ruined city of death in an instant. However, this star region, which did not have displayed any activity for half a year, suddenly began to show signs of erupting. Even the seal appeared as though it was unable to endure any longer. This caused everyone within Holy Pill City to be terribly frightened. Everyone below the level of the Dou Huan, withdraw. The remaining experts should prepare to form a formation to protect Holy Pill City. Shen Kongzi's trio stood in the sky. Their expressions were solemn as they issued orders. They could sense that the star region had become unusually violent today. If it were to erupt at such a time, it would cause a great disaster. This kind of disaster was something that even the pill tower would not be able to endure. Xian Yu, Tianlei Zi, let's strengthen the seal. After issuing the order, Shen Kongzi's eyes solemnly looked at the two others beside him as he spoke in a deep voice. Yes. Xian Yu and Tianlei Zi nodded with grave faces. They clearly understood the destructive strength that would rain down should the star region erupt. Little fairy doctor, do we need to leave? Tian Huazunjia on one of the tops of a building around the pill tower looked at the distorted space with a slight frown. He asked the little fairy doctor a question. The current little fairy doctor still wore a white dress. However, her face appeared much skinnier compared to before. The little fairy doctor shook her head upon hearing Tian Huazunjia's question. She softly replied, "I want to wait for him." Ugh. Tian Huazunjia softly sighed. He glanced at Zi Yan by the side, who was rubbing her head in distress. Zi Yan was continuously grabbing a thread of hair and playing with the golden light seal in her hand. She muttered, "There is still no problem with the dragon seal. Xiao Yan definitely should be fine, but why has there been no news of him after such a long time?" She secretly glanced at the little fairy doctor by her side while she uttered these words. The little fairy doctor's eyes were firmly fixed on the rippling space in the sky. "Strengthen the seal!" Shen Kongzi sternly cried out as he stood in the sky. 3 powerful blows rushed into the empty space. There was a circular, invisible ripple that quietly spread. With Shen Kongzi's trio unleashing all of their strength, the rippling space began to gradually stabilize. However, before they could sigh in relief, they suddenly saw the space at the exit of the star region suddenly fluctuate in a strange manner. Immediately, a 10-foot large crack slowly appeared in front of the dull expressions of Shen Kongzi's group. "It's over." The expressions of Shen Kongzi's trio instantly became unusually ugly as they watched the spatial line strangely form. Bang! His voice had just sounded when the crack suddenly trembled. A monstrous purple-black flame swept out like a storm. Holy Pill City descended into panic at this moment. Established the Great Formation. Shen Kongzi's face was green as he furiously cried out. Understood. The many experts from the Pill Tower cried out in unison. Numerous powerful Dou Qis shot toward the sky like pillars of light at this moment. Cough, cough, this damn flame. Return. Just when the experts from the Pill Tower were preparing to form a formation, a skinny figure slowly appeared amid the monstrous purple-black flame. Even a faint curse was emitted. Even though this voice was not loud, Shen Kongzi's trio in the sky as well as the little fairy doctor's group on the buildings instantly stiffened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1209, Information. Chapter 1209, Information. When that curse appeared, the purple-black flame that had launched out of the spatial crack, like a volcano, immediately became sluggish. After which, it swiftly pulled back in front of many stunned eyes. Within the blink of an eye, it slid back into the fissure. The sea of fire that had caused Holy Pill City to descend into a panic had disappeared in such a comical fashion. The chaos around the city had also come to a halt at this moment. Numerous stunned eyes stared at the spatial crack in the sky. Of course, more accurately speaking, at the skinny figure standing next to the spatial crack. That is Xiao Yan? He is still alive? Oh gosh, how is that possible? Why is it those flames, that even the great heads from the Pill Tower could not handle, obeyed his words? After the stunned feeling lasted for a moment, someone finally recognized the star-like figure, who the hot topic of everyone within Holy Pill City half a year ago. In an instant, numerous private conversations rapidly sprung up within the city. Even with Xiao Yan's calmness, he felt a little weird being stared at by these strange gazes. He raised his head and smiled at the stunned faces of Shen Kongzi's trio in the sky. He asked, 3 association heads, how are you? Xiao Yan? You are really still alive? The faces of Shen Kongzi's trio were filled shock and disbelief, especially Shen Kongzi's face. He was someone who had personally entered the star region and understood the cruel environment within it extremely well. Even he did not dare to remain for long within it, yet Xiao Yan had been able to remain inside it for 8 months without being hurt. Xiao Yan could only shrug his shoulders when he saw the stunned eyes of those 3. His hand rubbed over the spatial door and it slowly disappeared. The high temperature that had spread over Holy Pill City also suddenly disappeared. Your aura. Shen Kongzi's trio were no ordinary people. They gradually recovered after their initial surprise. Their eyes carefully swept over Xiao Yan and the surprise in them became even richer. The aura of the current Xiao Yan was vastly different compared to when he had entered the star region back then. You have subdued the 3,000 burning flame? Shen Kongzi's eyes flickered. He suddenly seemed to have thought of something as he gently inhaled a breath of cool air and inquired. Old Shen isn't thinking of taking it back, are you? Xiao Yan laughed and asked. I am fine if you have resolved that threat. Shen Kongzi could not resist sighing in relief when he saw that Xiao Yan did not deny it. Immediately, he smacked his mouth and said, however, I did not expect you to subdue the 3,000 burning flame. The stubbornness of that fellow is something that the three of us witnessed. Xiao Yan smiled. He was just about to speak when a white figure suddenly rushed over from a short distance away. Before he could recover, it had already rushed to his side. Icy cool hands grabbed his arm. A pretty and alluring face was currently filled with a joy that could not be hidden. There was a little redness in her pretty eyes. She appeared extremely attractive and would really catch the affection of others. Relax, I'm fine. Xiao Yan revealed a warm smile on his face. He softly comforted the little fairy doctor as he looked at her. She was grabbing his hand without speaking while staring at him with a pair of red, pretty eyes. Hee, I have already said that he is definitely fine. My dragon seal will not be wrong. Ziyan's laughing voice was also transmitted from behind the little fairy doctor. However, Xiao Yan could still hear the sigh of relief and joy within her tone. Old Mr. Yao, I have caused all of you to worry. Xiao Yan patted the little fairy doctor's icy cool hand, turned his head, and spoke with a smile to Tian Huazunja, who had followed close behind. Tian Huazunja smiled and shook his head. His eyes swept over Xiao Yan and shock flashed across them. He could sense that Xiao Yan's current strength was already at the 9-star Dou zone level. When Xiao Yan had stepped into the star region back then, he had been around the level of a 4-star Dou zone. Within less than a year, his strength had soared to such an extent. After having followed Xiao Yan for such a long time, Tian Huazunja was clearly aware of his fighting abilities. When he was at the 4-star Dou zone level, he had been able to defeat Tian Shi, an expert at the peak of the Dou zone class. Now that he had reached the 9-star Dou zone level, it was likely that no one within the Dou zone class was a match for him. Even some of the weaker Dou zones might not gain an upper hand against him. Ugh, your training speed, it is really frightening. If this continues, it is likely that it will not be difficult for you to break through to the Dou zone class. Tian Huazunja bitterly laughed in his heart and sighed. After which, he glanced at little fairy doctor and said, the one who has been most worried about you is her. While you were missing, she constantly thought of entering the star region. If the 3 association heads had not stopped her, she would have forcefully barged in. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes looked at the little fairy doctor, who was skinnier compared to before. A complicated emotion surged into his heart at this moment. The most difficult thing to accept in this world was the favor of a beauty. The little fairy doctor had left the Chuyun Empire with him to head to the Black Corner region and had followed him to the Central Plains. She had never uttered any complaints despite traveling such great distances. Although Xiao Yan had helped her resolve her woeful poisoned body, it was still difficult to make up for this favor of having her follow him all the time. The little fairy doctor appeared to have sensed the change in Xiao Yan's eyes. This caused her to feel a little panic. She was like a shocked deer as she released her hands and softly said, everyone was worried about you. Do not do such dangerous things in the future. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. He returned the emotion within his heart as swept his eyes around. When he saw the large lineup of the pill tower around him, he involuntarily laughed. After which, he cupped his hands to Xin Kongzi's trio and said, I'm sorry to have caused the pill tower trouble. It is fine as long as you are fine. I have suffered much pestering from Xin Yi during this period of time. Moreover, if something happened to you in our pill tower's territory, Yao Chen would definitely have come and found trouble when he escapes in the future. Shen Kongzi waved his hand and laughed. Teacher. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was curled when he heard this name. A cold and stern expression flashed across his eyes. He had successfully obtained the 3000 burning flame. It was time to rescue teacher from the hands of the Hall of Souls. Seeing Xiao Yan's somewhat cold and stern face, Xianyi appeared to have thought of something. She softly said, this is not a place to talk. Let's enter the pill tower. We have also obtained some information about where Yao Chen has been imprisoned while you were in the star region. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly leaped when he heard her words. He quickly suppressed the anxiety in his heart and heavily nodded. Based on the information that we have obtained, the Hall of Souls thought of transferring Yao Chen when it dispatched people after you back then. However, due to the matters of the pill gathering, that transfer ended up being delayed. However, during the half a year you were missing, they have possessed sufficient time to shift Yao Chen from the western region's Ming City. Shen Kongzi spoke with a grave expression in a meeting room within the pill tower. He has indeed been shifted, huh? Xiao Yan's expression sank, and his fists were slightly clenched. In that case, may I know where the Hall of Souls has imprisoned teacher? Xiao Yan's eyes were searing hot as they stared at Shen Kongzi. The information gathering of the pill tower was much better than the 4 members of his group randomly searching around. With their help, it would definitely be much easier to do things. There's some clues, but it has not been verified. We still need some time in order to obtain the exact information. Xian Yu slowly said. However, there is no need for you to be anxious. With our current information, it should be quite soon before we can investigate everything properly. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He can only rely on the information he receives from the pill tower at this moment. You need not be overly worried. The Hall of Souls has great use for Yao Chen. Unless they have no other choice, they will not take his life. Xian Kongzi comforted, appearing to be unwilling to let Xiao Yan be overly worried. Yes, thank you, association heads. Additionally, if we manage to obtain information, we can only rely on your abilities. Should we lend our hands, we will definitely anger the Hall of Souls and a big battle might erupt. The current pill tower is no match for the Hall of Souls. Therefore, Xian Kongzi was quiet for a moment before he softly spoke. It is already enough that the pill tower is helping me find the location where the Hall of Souls has imprisoned teacher. Xiao Yan will feel bad if I get even more help. Xiao Yan did not feel anything with regards to this point. Xian Kongzi's trio were the great heads of the pill tower. Every word and action they made represented the pill tower. Moreover, the Hall of Souls was extremely terrifying. If a big battle were to erupt, the implications would be incredible. Hence, even Xian Kongzi's group would not dare to openly declare war with the Hall of Souls unless they had no other choice. Ugh, you can rest assured. No matter what, the Hall of Souls is an enemy of my pill tower. We will do our best to help you. Xian Kongzi replied while feeling a little sorry. Xiao Yan smiled, cupped his hands together, and said, in that case, I shall thank old Xian first. You should rest in the pill tower during this period of time. You can act immediately once we have obtained information. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He clenched his hand and a jade piece appeared in it. It was something they could transmit information. Feng Zunjia had given it to him before he had left back then. Now, it was time to summon him over. Once he had gathered everyone and obtained the information he needed, he would charge into the place where Yao Lao was imprisoned and rescue him. Teacher, relax. Soon, disciple will be able to rescue you. Xiao Yan raised his head. He inhaled a gentle breath and a dark killing intent flashed across his black eyes. He would definitely return the pain that the Hall of Souls had given Yao Lao 1,000 times over. Crack! Killing intent surged in Xiao Yan's heart. He suddenly clenched his hand and the jade piece abruptly shattered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1210, Fungus Green Pill. Chapter 1210, Fungus Green Pill. After chatting with the three great heads a little longer, Xiao Yan's group finally bid them farewell and returned to their room. Has anything happened during this period of time? Xiao Yan randomly asked after having entered the room. Due to the Yi clan having many matters to deal with, Yi Zone could only return to Yi City with Xian Lan in disappointment after waiting hopelessly for a long time. The little fairy doctor politely informed him. Yes. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. The current Yi clan was in a bad state. Being the first elder of the clan, Yi Zhong was unable to wait around Holy Pill City. Being able to wait for about half a year was enough to let Xiao Yan know Yi Zhong was sincere. Additionally, people from the profound Xian sect came to find trouble once during this period of time. Their so-called junior sect leader and two elders went missing within the pill realm together. It is likely that they had met with some mishap. They think that you are the one responsible. Hence, they would frequently come to find trouble. However, Xiaoying was a witness and said that the one who had killed the people from the profound Xian sect was old Mugu. Adding in Pill Tower's mediation, the other party unwillingly left. The little fairy doctor slightly frowned and said, however, from the way I see it, they still hate you. If they were to obtain news that you left the star region in one piece, they will definitely come and find trouble. What a bunch of stubborn people. Xiao Yan knit his eyebrows. He immediately waved his hand and said, just leave them be. If they really come looking for trouble, there is no need for us to be polite. These people are not good people either. Yes. Xiao Yan sat in a chair. His eyes swept over the little fairy doctor's lovely body and surprise flashed within them. He said, your aura seems to have also become much stronger during this period of time. The poison Dan in my body possesses a miraculous effect to my training. I have improved quite significantly during this 1 year's time. The little fairy doctor curled her mouth into a smile as she replied. What significantly? Ugh, your current strength has likely reached the peak of a 3-star Dou Zun. With this training speed, it is likely that very few people within the Dou Zun class can compete with you. A completely controlled woeful poison body is indeed terrifying. Tian Huazunja by her side bitterly laughed. His tone was also quite complicated. His strength had also advanced a little during this period of time. However, it was far inferior when compared to the little fairy doctor's increase. Peak of the 3-star Dou Qi, surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's face. If the current little fairy doctor's woeful poison body were to completely erupt, it was likely that she could even fight against the valley chief of the Ice River Valley. This woeful poison body was indeed mysterious. Old Mr. Yao need not belittle yourself. You have stabilized yourself at the peak of a 1-star Dou Qi within a short year. Breaking through to a 2-star Dou Qi or even recovering to your previous peak is merely a matter of time. The little fairy doctor smiled as she responded. Difficult. Being able to recover to the strength of a Dou Qi has already exceeded my expectations. I was merely at the level of a 5-star Dou Qi back at my peak, Tian Huazunjia bitterly laughed. He naturally understood just how difficult it was for him to recover to his peak. Every level within the Dou Qi class was unusually difficult to advance to. Spending decades or even centuries was not a rare occurrence. This reason was why he felt shocked and envious at the little fairy doctor's training speed. That may not be certain. Xiao Yan's finger gently knocked on the table. He mused for a moment before slowly saying, one will indeed need quite a long time to return to one's peak through normal training. However, other methods can drastically reduce this period of time. You mean, relying on medicinal pills? Tian Huazunjia's shriveled hand tightened around the teacup he was holding. His bitterly smiling face had a fiery heat flashing over it. At his level, only medicinal pills that had reached the 8th tier could aid him. May I know if old Mr. Yao has ever heard of a medicinal pill called the fungus green pill? Xiao Yan smiled and asked. Fungus green pill? Tian Huazunjia was startled. The fiery heat within his eyes surged. An excited expression also flashed across his face. The fungus green pill rumored to be able to allow one whose strength has deteriorated to return to one's peak? Kuko, the fungus green pill does indeed have some use. However, it cannot allow you to return to your peak strength as you have described. That is merely a rumor. Based on my estimates, if old Mr. Yao consumes this medicinal pill, you should be able to recover to the 3-star Dou Qi level. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head as he cleared up some myths. 3-star, that is also sufficient. Tian Huazunjia was not disappointed. Being able to leap from 1 star to 3 stars was also an extremely swift improvement. However, this fungus green pill is a tier 8 medicinal pill. It is extremely troublesome to refine. Even an ordinary tier 8 alchemist guru would find it difficult to successfully refine. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled and continued after seeing Tian Huazunjia's hesitant expression, leave this matter to me. Old Mr. Yao has helped me plenty. Now, I should reimburse you a little. No matter how one put it, Tian Huazunjia had indeed been Xiao Yan's a good assistant during this period. They had made an agreement in the past that as long as Xiao Yan helped refine a body that could accommodate Tian Huazunjia's soul, he would become Xiao Yan's guard for a year. Currently, 1 year's time was already up. Xiao Yan would naturally need to help him out a little more if Xiao Yan wanted the other party to stay. Moreover, he would likely have to head to the Hall of Souls to rescue Yao Lao very soon. At that time, it was naturally best for his lineup to be as strong as possible. By helping Tian Huazunjia raise his strength, it would raise their chances of success. This, saying thanks does not do such a big favor justice. The old me will remember this favor in my heart. Tian Huazunjia widened his mouth. His courteous words circulated in his mouth before being swallowed into his stomach. He nodded and uttered those words in a deep voice. Kuko, once I have rested a couple more days, I will try to help old Mr. Yao refine a fungus green pill before the pill tower manages to obtain any information. Xiao Yan grinned. He stood up and walked to his room. He said, it is already quite late. All of you should rest early. Inform me if the pill tower has any news. I might undertake a retreat for a couple of days. The little fairy doctor and the other two nodded when they heard his commands. Only Ziyin muttered some dissatisfied words related to a retreat within her mouth. Xiao Yan sat on the bed within a room lit with a warm light. He clenched his hand and a scroll appeared in his hand. It was the remaining 3 seals of the God Seal skill that Xun Er had given to him before she left. Xiao Yan's heart was clearly aware of the might of the God Seal skill, a full set of D-class high-level Dou techniques. Even if one were to split every seal within it, it would definitely still be stronger than ordinary D-class high-level Dou techniques. If the 5 seals were to stack on each other, its might would be comparable to a Tian-class Dou technique. By being able to become one of the ultimate skills of the Gu clan, it definitely did not possess an empty name. The God Seal skill was divided into 5 seals. However, Xiao Yan had only learned the first 2 seals. In the past, the might of the first 2 seals had been enough for him. However, as the experts he came into contact with became stronger, the open mountain seal and the sea flipping seal were gradually becoming clumsy. Hence, before he made the trip to rescue Yao Lao, Xiao Yan needed to learn the remaining God Seal skills. At that time, he would have gained some additional tactics. The scroll that Xun Er had left behind recorded the training methods for the last 3 seals, the overturning land seal, sky-burying seal, and the ancient God seal. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was more than sufficient for him to practice the overturning land seal, while it would be a little strenuous for him to practice the sky-burying seal. He would be helpless to practice the final ancient God seal. Based on what was recorded on the scroll, seldom anyone managed to successfully master the last ancient God seal even within the Gu clan. From this, one could tell just how difficult it was to practice this thing. However, Xiao Yan was not greedy. He understood that one could not gain everything in one go. Being able to successfully learn the overturning land seal and the sky-burying seal was already enough to greatly strengthen his combat strength. Xiao Yan made up his mind within his heart. He did not delay any longer as he remembered all the information within the scroll in his mind. After which, he slowly shut his eyes and began to form some unfamiliar and complicated hand seals in front of him. The level of the God seal skill was quite high. It could also be considered one of the profound Dou techniques within the Gu clan. The difficulty in practicing it was quite great. Fortunately, Xiao Yan could no longer be considered a novice. He possessed the experience from practicing the first 2 seals. At this moment, he might not be able to successfully master the seals, but they would become familiar more quickly. A young man sat cross-legged within a quiet room. His hands continued to switch between numerous dazzling hand seals. While the hand seals changed, threads of strange ripples quietly spread from them. 5 days swiftly passed while Xiao Yan was practicing the God seal skill. During this period of time, Xiao Yan had used the overturning land seal and the sky-burying seal countless numbers of times. During this training where he forgot to eat and rest as well as Xiao Yan's past experience, he gradually became familiar with the overturning land seal. He also got a glimpse at the sky-burying seal. Based on this speed, it was likely only a matter of time before Xiao Yan mastered them. This tireless training by Xiao Yan continued for 7 days. However, it was suddenly broken by the little fairy doctor. Just when he was rejoicing because he thought that the pill tower had managed to obtain news about Yao Lao, the little fairy doctor informed him that trouble had come knocking on his door. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard the little fairy doctor's words. A dark chill immediately flashed across his eyes. Profound Xian sect? The little fairy doctor slightly nodded. She softly said, moreover, quite a number of people have come. This time around, it looks like the chief of the profound Xian sect wants to take your life for his son's life. Xiao Yan was expressionless. He got down from the bed and faintly said, in that case, let's just see if he is qualified. Xiao Yan took the lead to walk out of the room after his voice sounded. The other party had stepped over their heads. If they were to choose to hide and not meet them, it was likely that the name of the pill-gathering champion would really become a joke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1211, I Chen. Chapter 1211, I Chen. There was a plaza built from smooth granite outside of the pill tower. Usually, the human traffic did not come to a halt around here. This spot was also a place in Holy Pill City where a large crowd was gathering. However, at this moment, the human flow that was supposed to constantly be moving had gathered into an enormous crowd. There was an empty area in the middle of these people. Nearly 100 figures were standing straight in this empty ground. The cold auras that vaguely spread from them caused the expressions of quite a number of people to change. At a glance, one could tell that these were no ordinary people. It was obvious that they were full of ill intent from the way they had arrived in a high-profile manner. They looked like people from the profound Xian sect? Could that grey-clothed elder leading them be the chief of the profound Xian sect, Chen Tian? It is unexpected that even this old demon has personally come. What are they planning to do? It is rumored that they seem to be after Xiao Yan. Rumor has it that the junior chief of the profound Xian sect had been killed by Xiao Yan in the pill realm. This old demon should be here to take revenge. No wonder they are covered with so much killing intent. Looks like the matter today will not end nicely. The expression in the eyes of the grey-clothed elder at the leader's spot of the group turned cold upon hearing the numerous private conversations around him. His eyes were filled with a dense chill as they swept over the crowd. The people at the spots where his eyes swept over felt their heart turn cold. They hurriedly shut their mouths. The profound Xian sect were not good people. It was not rare for them to draw their blades at the first sign of disagreement. Moreover, they took revenge for any offense. Whoever offended them would definitely end up with an extremely miserable fate. Chief Chen, this is the pill tower. Just what are you planning to do by leading so many people with great killing intent over? A cold cry was suddenly transmitted from the pill tower while everyone was being deterred by Chen Tian expression. Immediately, an elderly figure led many experts from the pill tower and swiftly surged out. After which, they stood around the square. Everyone took a look and found that it was the first elder of the pill tower, Qiu Ling. Elder Qiu Ling, you need not use your pill tower to put pressure on the old me. Other people might be afraid of this, but the old me isn't. Chen Tian's eyes were ice cold as they stared at Qiu Ling. He said, my son died to the hands of Xiao Yan. Today, the old me shall leave some ruthless words. I am here to look for him to accompany my son in death. Qiu Ling did not frown. He replied in a deep voice, I have long since said that you can go and look for that old bastard Mugu from the Hall of Souls regarding this matter. That old bastard Mugu might have some responsibility, but Xiao Yan is also one of the murders. Hand him to the old me and the old me will leave immediately. Chen Tian coldly demanded. What do you treat the pill tower as? Must we hand him over just because you say so? You, Chen Tian, still do not possess such prestige. Qiu Ling furiously cried out when he saw that this old fellow was extremely stubborn. Elder Qiu Ling really acts in a mighty manner. No matter how one puts it, the Profound Xian sect is also considered one of the 3 lower sects of my Profound Sky sect. If we cannot even take revenge for the son of a chief, who will trust our Profound Sky sect in the future? A figure slowly stepped out from behind Chen Tian and faintly laughed after Qiu Ling's words sounded. Who are you? Qiu Ling's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure who had stepped forward. The person seemed quite young. He was tall with an extremely handsome face that looked like that of a woman. However, there was some violence hidden between his brows. This caused his excellent appearance to possess a darkness. Sky Profound Sect, Chen. That handsome man slightly smiled. His demeanor was quite extraordinary. However, when this simple name sounded, it caused everyone to feel a stern and chilling killing intent. Sky Profound Sect, Chen? Qiu Ling was startled when he heard Chen's name. He immediately seemed to have recalled something and began to frown. Chen? Could it be the Chen known as Demon E in the Profound Sky sect? The human crowd also turned into an uproar because of the name of this handsome man. The gazes that were looking at this man revealed fear. That manner was as though this Chen was some fierce beast from prehistoric times. The name Demon E was quite renowned across the Central Plains. Moreover, this name was a fierce one that had been accumulated from a countless number of bloody killings. Within the territory controlled by the Profound Sky sect, the fierce name of Demon E was sufficient to cause one to lose all courage from simply hearing his name. Compared to this fierce name, Xiao Yan's reputation was far inferior to this person across Central Plains had Xiao Yan not obtained the champion spot of the pill gathering. This Chen was known as the most outstanding disciple of the Profound Sky sect within a century. Of course, with his current position within the Profound Sky sect, even some elders would have to be respectful when facing him. Everyone knew that with this person's strength and ruthless tactics, he would definitely become the next chief of the Profound Sky sect. Although there were some other competitors within the sect, no one had ever imagined that the others would truly be able to compete with this person, whose viciousness caused even the chief of the Profound Sky sect to feel his heart become chilly. The strength of Chen was also extremely frightening when compared with his fierce reputation. The method in which the Profound Sky sect groomed its disciples was extremely bloody and cruel. It was rumored that every generation of direct disciples would have to enter the forbidden ground of the sect after having trained until a certain level. At that place, these people, who were usually brothers with the same teacher, needed to kill each other. Through this method, the one who eventually walked out of the forbidden ground would become the true core disciple of the sect. Moreover, the Qi method of the Profound Sky sect was extremely cruel and overbearing. They were able to forcefully swallow other people's Dou Qi. The precondition was that one must swallow it together with the other party's flesh. Those who finally walked out of the forbidden ground would definitely be filled with a bloody scent because the Dou Qi in the flesh of those brothers in training, forever left within the forbidden ground, would become the final victor's nourishment. Chen was the only one who walked out of the forbidden ground of the Profound Sky sect in this generation. Adding this to his frequent battles and killings for the Profound Sky sect during these years, countless numbers of experts had died to his hands. Moreover, his strength had swiftly soared during these killings. At this moment, he had become one of the few people in history of the Profound Sky sect who had reached the peak of the Dou Zone class at 30. Moreover, he even showed the terrifying traces of having a foot in the Dou Zone class. If one were to describe the Hall of Souls as mysterious and unpredictable, this Profound Sky sect would truly be bloody and cruel. However, this world was ultimately one where the strong ate the weak. This was merely magnified many times within the Profound Xian sect. Moreover, there were signs that the Profound Xian sect was growing stronger, making it obvious that this kind of cruel selection method was indeed an alternative way to train. Of course, the profound sky sect's chi method of being able to swallow other people's flesh to strengthen one's strength might be overbearing, but it came with quite a great sequela. All those who had practiced this chi method until its peak would eventually end up in a miserable death through a backlash. Hence, this thing was like a catalyst that drained one's life force in order to obtain great strength. Although it was temporary, one would at least shine brightly once. Perhaps this was the thought in the hearts of the previous chiefs of the profound sky sect. Elder Qiu Ling, if one really talks about this matter, it can be considered a family matter of Uncle Chen. He must definitely take revenge for his son's death. It would be a little inappropriate for the pill tower to intervene. The smile on Yi Chen's handsome face did not change even a little as the private conversation sparked to life around him. His eyes stared at Qiu Ling as he spoke with a grin. The old me has already said that Xiao Yan is not the one who killed Chen Xian. It is old Mu Gu. You are seeking out the wrong target. Qiu Ling replied in a deep voice. If Xiao Yan had not seriously injured my son, they would have been to escape from old Mu Gu's vicious hands. No matter how one puts it, this matter is related to Xiao Yan. Today, my profound Xian sect will not let this matter rest if there is no accountability. Chen Tiannan's eyes were as vicious as snakes as he spoke in a dark and cold manner. Are you threatening my pill tower? Qiu Ling's face sank as he coldly asked. Ugh, Elder Qiu. The pill tower and the Hall of Souls have been enemies for many years. My profound Xian sect has been maintaining its neutral stance. If there are some matters that are not resolved properly, you might end up pushing a hidden alliance to form with the other party. This is not a good thing for the pill tower. Yi Chen sighed softly as he threatened. Even Qiu Ling's expression had changed a little this time around. He might not be concerned about the words other people spoke, but this Yi Chen was basically the next chief of the profound sky sect. Therefore, his words contained some weight. Although the pill tower was strong, a large faction like the profound sky sect was also extremely powerful. There would be some trouble if one ended up offending them. I would advise you to say less of such words. Moreover, with the status of Chief Chen, he would likely look extremely bad if word of him attacking a member of the younger generation were to spread, no? Qiu Ling spoke in a deep voice. The old me does not care about whatever younger generation or now, Chen Tiannan coldly laughed. However, before his gritting teeth voice could say everything, Yi Chen by the side extended his hand and halted him. After which, he smiled and said, since Elder Qiu Ling has put it in this manner, we shall not forcefully take him today on account of the pill tower's face. Chen Tiannan became anxious when he heard this. However, he saw a dense smile surfacing on the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. At this moment, Yi Chen's voice suddenly resounded across the entire area while being accompanied by powerful Dou Qi. In that case, I shall establish a battle stage here today and invite that pill-gathering champion friend, Xiao Yan, to spar. May I know if that well-known champion of the pill-gathering has the courage to receive my challenge? Qiu Ling's expression changed upon hearing this trap. Yi Chen's fierce reputation was something everyone present was aware of. If Xiao Yan were to receive it, it would be difficult to predict whether he would be able to live. This fellow. What a vicious tactic. Qiu Ling quietly cursed in his heart. He was just about to let out a deep cry when he discovered the space in front of him had suddenly become a little distorted. A skinny figure was partially visible in front of the many stunned gazes as it slowly appeared. Immediately, Qiu Ling quietly cried out this is bad in his heart. The figure slowly appeared while a calm laugh swept over the square like a breeze. Since you insist, Xiao Yan would blacken the name of the pill-gathering champion if I withdraw. In that case, this challenge. I will receive it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:12, Fight. Chapter 12:12, Fight. Yi Chen's pretty face did not reveal any surprise as he watched the young figure slowly appear in front of Qiu Ling. He gently smiled and asked, "You are that Xiao Yan?" Xiao Yan did not reply. His eyes were calm as he stared at this handsome man in front of him. The rich bloody scent on the Yi Chen's body caused his brows to slightly twitch. This person was clearly vicious. Just how much blood must his hands be dyed with in order to obtain such a powerful stench? Xiao Yan, do not be provoked by him. This Yi Chen is not a friendly character. Qiu Ling behind Xiao Yan slowly informed him. The other party has already put up a challenge. Can I still reject the battle? Xiao Yan slightly smiled as he wondered aloud. Qiu Ling was momentarily dull upon hearing this. He also understood that it was impossible to mediate this matter. Although Xiao Yan might appear gentle on the surface, the pride within his heart was quite great. It would be alright if one treated him politely. However, if one were to display a mocking enmity, the attitude that the person would receive would likely not be good. Do your best, Xiao Yan. A lovely laugh that caused one's bones to grow numb suddenly sounded behind Xiao Ling. Everyone looked over, only to see the long-absent Xiao Ying standing beautifully beside Xiao Ling. Her ample, extremely well-proportioned yet delicate body caused the eyes of a countless number of men to reveal a trace of fiery heat. The allure of this enchantress was really too shocking. There is a good show today. The battle between the champion of the Pill Gathering and the demon of the Profound Sky Sect. This can be considered an extremely rare top-level battle between members of the younger generation. I wonder just who will be victorious. I think that Xiao Yan will likely lose. This Yichen might only be at the peak of the Dou Zone class, but I have heard that this fellow has successfully escaped from some Dou Zone experts a couple of times. It is likely impossible for him to do so if he does not possess some genuine ability, but... That's right, Xiao Yan specializes in pill refinement after all and not in this kind of Dou Qi battle. That may not be the case. Xiao Yan was able to remain in the star region for over half a year. Who dares to say that he does not possess any trump cards? Seeing the two similarly outstanding young people in the square, the surrounding crowd immediately erupted into waves of private conversations. Clearly, they were anticipating this big battle. A dense smile appeared on Yi Chen's handsome face in the face of the voices being emitted. An unusually bright red tongue gently licked his lips. At a glance, he appeared to be just like a wild beast that was about to have its meal, causing one's pores to open. Uncle Chen, I will represent you in the fight. This is all right, no? Yi Chen turned his head, glanced at Chen Tiannan by his side, and smiled as he asked. As long as you can kill this brat, the Profound Xian sect will definitely stand on your side during the chief selection in the future. A ferocious expression flashed across Chen Tiannan's eyes as he spoke in a dark, dense voice. The smile on Yi Chen's face became even richer when he heard Chen Tian's promise. He softly laughed, I'll do as you wish. Moreover, I am also extremely interested in the flesh of this pill-gathering champion. Yi Chen gently stepped forward in front of everyone's eyes after his words sounded. After which, he walked to the middle of the square. His eyes contained a bloody glow as they stared at Xiao Yan as he said, one's limbs has no eyes during a battle. Come if you are mentally prepared. Of course, you can find an excuse and hide under the protection of the pill tower. If this is the case, I might not be able to do anything to you today. Xiao Yan smiled upon hearing Yi Chen's words. He said, there is no need to say such provoking words. Since I have already revealed myself, I will naturally not shrink back. Good, you are worthy of being the pill-gathering champion. This demeanor is something that no one can compare with. Yi Chen laughed. However, his laughter contained a bloodiness. Xiao Yan ignored Yi Chen's wild beast-like eyes. He gently shifted his feet and walked to the middle of the square. Xiao Yan had yet to fight since he had left the star region. If someone were to deliver himself to be a test subject, he would naturally not reject him. The name Demon Yi was one that Xiao Yan had heard of. Moreover, from the way this person had reached the peak of the Dou Zone class at this age, Xiao Yan could tell that his fierce reputation was indeed not obtained from mere boasting. However, this person, whom others saw as holding sway among the younger generation, did not appear to have reached the stage where he could dominate the younger generation from Xiao Yan's point of view. He had seen too many geniuses over the years. Ha ha! The smile on Yi Chen's face became even richer when he saw Xiao Yan walking over. His foot stomped on the ground and an unusual force surged. Immediately, the ground trembled. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. Following the retreat of these people, a stone stage, around 200 feet in size, rose from the ground. After which, it slowly came to a stop when it was 5 feet above the ground. We will use this as the boundary. Whoever leaves it will have lost. Chen Yi laughed. Agreed. Xiao Yan gently nodded. A crimson color flashed across Yi Chen's eyes when he saw Xiao Yan nod. What he wanted to do was not force Xiao Yan out of the stone stage. Instead, Yi Chen wanted to kill him. The reason he was doing this was to allow Xiao Yan and Xiao Ling to relax a little. He would never stop a battle with anyone unless he saw blood. Otherwise, the name Demon Yi would really be nothing but child's play. Relax, I will allow you to quickly forget about pain. You will thank me. A savage smile was lifted on Yi Chen's face as he looked at Xiao Yan a couple dozen feet away from him. Immediately, his feet stomped on the ground. One could hear a zoom sound as his body disappeared. What rapid speed! Waves of exclamations sounded from outside the stone stage when everyone saw Yi Chen disappear. Xiao Yan in the arena did not move. An instant later, his eyes became chilly. A swinging kick that possessed great strength cut through the air and violently flew toward a certain space behind him. Bang! The leg brought about numerous afterimages as a figure strangely appeared when it landed on that space. The figure raised his hand and forcefully received this kick from Xiao Yan. After which, he let out a furious cry as his hand turned into a claw. A majestic blood-red Dou Qi surged out his body in all directions at this moment. This fellow had used all his strength at the beginning of the fight. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he intended to use his fastest speed to kill Xiao Yan. Yi Chen's hand grabbed Xiao Yan's leg and a ferocious smile was immediately lifted on his face. Allow me to try whether your flesh is different from that of an ordinary person. Devouring blood-bone transforming hand. A cold cry sounded and an extremely frightening suction force suddenly erupted from Yi Chen's hand. Under the suction force, the blood within Xiao Yan's body had become a little chaotic. It appeared as though it was about to break away his body. Xiao Yan's eyes became slightly cold upon sensing this. His heart let out a cold cry and the 3,000 lotus heart flames circulated around his body. After which, it followed that suction force and surged out. Chi. Waves of white fog suddenly erupted from the hand Yi Chen was using to grab Xiao Yan's leg. Yi Chen's expression drastically changed. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and pulled back. Lowering his head, he saw that his palm had been charred black. If not for his vast, mighty Dou Qi defense, it was likely that his hand would have been crippled. This is a heavenly flame, huh? Yi Chen's bright red tongue licked his lips. His heart let out a cold snort. He aimed his hand at Xiao Yan and suddenly clenched it. Blood explosion. A dense blood glow suddenly erupted from Yi Chen's palm when his cry sounded. Immediately, an unusual ripple spread from it. That strange ripple spread extremely quickly. Within the blink of an eye, it had completely wrapped around Xiao Yan, who had suddenly sensed it. At this moment, the blood within his body had a boiling feeling with the intention of bursting his blood vessels. This person is filled with evil skills. He does possess such ability. Xiao Yan's arm shook abruptly when he sensed the change of the blood within his body. A purple-brown flame swiftly surged out and wrapped around him. The unusual fluctuation scattered upon coming into contact with the 3,000 lotus heart flame. A solemnness also flashed across Yi Chen's eyes when he saw that Xiao Yan did not show the slightest activity. This attack of his was such that experts who had reached the 5-star Dou Zone level would have their blood forcefully pulled out if they were careless. However, it did not even manage to affect Xiao Yan's body even a little. No wonder he is able to become the champion of the pill gathering. He does have some ability, forget it, it is best not to let it drag on for too long. I'll finish him off. Otherwise some other situation might occur. A bloodthirsty crimson color flashed across Yi Chen's face when this thought flashed across his heart. He inhaled a deep breath of air, and his hand seal suddenly changed. Following the rapid change of Yi Chen's hand seal, his body gradually shrank in front of the many stunned gazes present. Waves of blood qi gushed out of all his pores, causing his entire being to look like a blood person. His appearance was terrifying. Xiao Yan, be careful. This is the great blood agglomeration skill of the profound sky sect. It relies on the evaporation of one's blood to temporarily strengthen oneself. Xiaoying outside of the stone stage became worried when she saw Yi Chen's appearance. She hurriedly cried out in a delicate voice. Xiao Yan, it ends here. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth revealed a ferocious smile while the Dou Qi in his body swiftly soared. Having used the great blood agglomeration skill, it was hard for him to find anyone who could match him below the Dou Zun class. It would be an easy matter to finish Xiao Yan off. Bang! Yi Chen's foot stomped on the ground. Numerous arm-thick cracks swiftly spread out. Within the blink of an eye, they had covered the entire stone stage. The space in front of Yi Chen became distorted as he once again disappeared. Xiao Yan's brows twitched when Yi Chen's body disappeared. His feet swiftly took 2 steps back and a redness immediately flashed across his eyes. Yi Chen was just like a blood-red ghost that flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Yi Chen's 5 fingers formed a claw-like shape. His sharp nails were just like blades filled with a densely cold aura. Hand your flesh to me. Yi Chen revealed a bloodthirsty and cruel expression to Xiao Yan, who was in close proximity. Yi Chen's hand claw violently grabbed at the lethal point on Xiao Yan's heart. Get lost. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a chill as he looked at Yi Chen, who was filled with a bloodiness. A thunder-like explosive cry erupted from the tip of his tongue. Immediately, a 9-star Dou Zone aura that was boosted from the flame mantra and the heavenly flames finally erupted at this moment without holding back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:13, Thanks for conceding. Chapter 12:13, Thanks for conceding. A vast and mighty aura surged out of Xiao Yan's body in all directions like an erupting volcano at this moment. The ground immediately formed countless numbers of cracks amid a cracking sound. The powerful aura that erupted from Xiao Yan also caused Yi Chen, who was in close proximity, to be shocked. Before he could recover, a fist that was wrapped by a purple-brown flame tore through space almost instantly, and it ruthlessly smashed against his handclaw. Bang! Incomparably powerful wind ripples suddenly swept out at this moment. A layer of the hard granite floor was sent flying. The breeze carried some rock dust as it scattered. Immediately, everyone saw Yi Chen's figure tremble within the battleground at this moment. He took some steps back before stabilizing his body. Immediately, numerous uproars involuntarily erupted. "Chief, it seems that something is not quite right. The aura of this fellow is much stronger compared to back then." Young Master Yi, an old man behind Chen Tiannan, slightly frowned as he spoke. It was surprisingly that elite Dou Zun following behind Chen Xian back then. Chen Tiannan knit his brows when he heard this. He said, "There should not be a problem. Regardless of how strong that brat is, he is merely a 9-star Dozone. It is not as though there haven't been any 9-star Dozone who have died to Yi Chen's hands during these years." The old man could only slightly nod and cease speaking when he heard Chen Tiannan's response. 9-star Dozone? Yi Chen's hand slightly curled after stabilizing his body. A blood glow surged, causing the searing pain on his hand to gradually weaken. His eyes were quite gloomy as he stared at Xiao Yan across from him. However, his heart was a little shaken. Based on what he knew, Xiao Yan's strength should only be that of a 4 or 5-star Dozone. Why was it that his strength had suddenly soared at this moment? A 9-star Dozone was slightly different when compared to his strength. Moreover, the most important thing was that he might appear young, but anyone who knew him was aware that he was already older than 30. He had 10 years more than Xiao Yan to train. However, the current gap between the two was just this tiny bit. This was a serious blow to Yi Chen, who was usually extremely proud. Moreover, even with Yi Chen's talent, he was able to reach the peak of the Dozone class at such an age only because of the evil Qi method of the Profound Sky Sect, relying on swallowing flesh to obtain Dou Qi. Although this method might be strong, it had terrible repercussions. In other words, he had used all of his future life force in order to obtain this current strength. He had thought that with this strength, he would be all-powerful among those of the same generation. However, Xiao Yan's sudden appearance told him a cruel reality. He had not obtained the kind of strength he had wanted from what he had paid. "I have experienced killing since I was young, and I have killed countless numbers of people with my hands. After staking the remainder of my life, how is it possible for me to be unable to compare with this brat?" A crimson color that caused one's heart to turn cold gradually surged into Yi Chen's eyes. His eyes stared at Xiao Yan in a dense manner. The killing intent within them was about to solidify. This person must be killed today. A roar that was filled with killing intent resounded within his heart. Yi Chen's hand was suddenly clenched. Blood Qi lingered over it before agglomerating into a blood-colored long spear in his palm. Both of his eyes gradually turned a blood-red color. Anyone who witnessed this scene was aware that this devil Yi from the Profound Sky Sect, with a fierce reputation, was preparing to kill someone. The blood spear agglomerated and a bloody scent, rich to the point of causing one to puke, slowly spread out of Yi Chen's body. Looking from a distance, the blood Qi spread like a killing god descending to the world. Kill! A low and deep roar that was filled with killing intent rolled from Yi Chen's throat. His body disappeared in a flash. An instant later, there was a ripple in the space beside Xiao Yan. A sharp bloody spear, filled with bloody Qi, appeared and violently pierced at Xiao Yan's head. Poof! Xiao Yan let out a cold snort after sensing Yi Chen's attack. His body steadily shifted one step to the right and dodged the bloody spear. 7-kill spear. The bloody glow within Yi Chen's eyes became denser after the spear missed. The long spear suddenly danced, transforming into numerous bloody figures that shot toward all the lethal spots on Xiao Yan's body. Faced with Yi Chen's storm-like attack, a silver glow began to flash under Xiao Yan's feet. Numerous afterimages appeared, and he dodged those densely packed, blood-colored spear shadows. Clang! The blood spear pierced explosively forward. Suddenly, a clear sound appeared. The dancing long spear stiffened and Yi Chen's expression also changed. One could see the edge of the long spear forcefully grabbed by two of Xiao Yan's fingers. They were covered in a purple-brown flame. The swift reaction of Xiao Yan also caused Yi Chen's heart to feel solemn. He had vaguely sensed how troublesome it was to deal with Xiao Yan. Those 9-star Dozone that had exchanged blows with him in the past did not even possess the ability to retaliate, much less grabbing the tip of his spear. This thought flashed across Yi Chen's heart, and he decisively abandoned his blood spear. His body flashed and transformed into a blood shadow that rushed to Xiao Yan's side. A vicious blood fog surged onto his palm. Blood evil palm. An unusually bloodthirsty blood palm was accompanied by a dense corrosive scent as it violently slammed toward Xiao Yan's heart. A cold smile flashed across Xiao Yan's face in the face of this kind of vicious attack. A thought passed through his heart and the purple-brown colored 3000 lotus heart flame suddenly spluttered out of his chest. It transformed into a fire dragon that ruthlessly collided with Yi Chen's palm. When the flame and the blood fog collided, a sizzling, white fog erupted. There was a vague stench being emitted. The fire dragon acted as an obstacle as Xiao Yan took a couple of continuous steps back. He studied Yi Chen's gloomy, furious face and involuntarily let out a gentle breath. A chill surged within his dark black eyes. I don't believe that I cannot finish you off today. Some impatience had finally risen within Yi Chen's heart after he had failed to cause Xiao Yan any harm despite having repeatedly unleashed his skills. Both of his hands were clenched and a vicious blood fog continued to emit a sizzling sound as it seeped out of his pores. Finally, it transformed into a dark red coagulated blood color. Heaven offering demon hand. After the cry sounded, the space where Yi Chen's palm was located began to fluctuate. Numerous dark black cracks began to suddenly spread out from that space. The killing aura that surged to the sky caused the expressions of those present to change. This Yi Chen has actually used the Heaven Offering Demon Hand, one of the guarded Dou skills of the Profound Sky sect. Xiao Yan is indeed incredible to force Yi Chen to such an extent, but I wonder if he will be able to receive this attack. The ferocious smile on Yi Chen's face became even denser upon hearing the private conversations from the crowd. He was very confident in this palm of his because an expert at the peak of the Dou Zone class had died under this attack when he and this expert had sparred back then. A blood fog permeated the stage. Yi Chen's body trembled and once again turned into a blood shadow. He was accompanied by a monstrous killing intent as he rushed toward Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. Xiao Yan did not step back when faced with Yi Chen's unusually powerful attack. A faint excitement surged onto his face instead. His hand seal moved, beginning to change with lightning-like speed. Open Mountain Seal. A cold cry sounded within his heart. An energy light seal appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. However, this seal had just been formed when a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart. His hand did not stop. Instead, it continued to change at a dazzling speed. See Flipping Seal. Another tiny but bright energy light appeared in his palm. After which, it slowly merged with the Open Mountain Seal and gathered together. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air after the two merged. His hand seal began to change once again. Overturning Land Seal. Xiao Yan softly cried out within his heart. A bright, purple-brown crystal glow surged out of Xiao Yan's palm. After which, it transformed into a fist-sized crystal imprint that slowly merged with the two seals from earlier. With the merger of the overturning land seal, the space in front of Xiao Yan immediately began to vehemently tremble. Tiny spatial fragments began to fall from the space before being destroyed. A 3-seal stacking of the God Seal skill. Even within the Gu clan, there were few people who could merge them this perfectly. The 3 seals had just been merged when the blood shadow arrived with its monstrous killing intent. The palm covered in a dark red, viscous fog outlined Yi Chen's handsome face, causing it to appear exceptionally ferocious. Die! The ferocious cry had just sounded when a palm from Yi Chen ruthlessly slammed toward Xiao Yan's chest. Space crumbled at this moment, forming numerous long dark black lines. A monstrous bloody fog spread across the sky. A sharp bloody stench pounced over. A chill flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the ferocious expression on Yi Chen's face. Xiao Yan's purple-brown crystal hand quietly cut through space and violently collided with Yi Chen's blood hand in front of many stunned people. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly reverberated at this moment. The stone stage, that was nearly 200 feet large, emitted a bang and was blasted into debris. A circular energy ripple swiftly spread out. After which, it was suddenly resolved by a gentle force that had originated from nowhere when it was about to reach the crowd. Despite this, some of those near the edge of the stone stage were shaken until they spat out blood and stepped back. A commotion appeared in the square due to this ripple. Numerous eyes swiftly landed on the arena. Dust spread over that place. One could not clearly see the situation happening on it. Boom! While everyone's heart was feeling anxious, the low, deep sound of a fist landing on a body was suddenly emitted. After which, everyone saw a figure fly out of the battleground like a kite with its string broken. Next, it violently landed on the ground and rubbed over a dozen meters before it slowly stabilized. Everyone's eyes followed the figure and looked over. When they saw extremely miserable figure covered with fresh blood, the entire place immediately became silent. Quite a number of people inhaled a breath of cool air. This killing demon of the Profound Sky sect had actually lost today. Dust gradually fell amid the silence of the entire square. A skinny figure slowly appeared. Numerous eyes looked over, only to see his clothes were still clean. He did not appear like someone who had undergone a big battle. Thank you for conceding. Xiao Yan cupped his hands toward Yichen in front of the many gazes and smiled as he thanked Yichen. Grug. A green-faced Yichen finally spat out a mouthful of fresh blood at this moment. His pride had been completely shattered today. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:14, Obtaining Information. Chapter 12:14, Obtaining Information. Xiao Yan faintly grinned as he watched the green-faced Yichen throw up a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiao Yan's finger gently rubbed a blood-colored storage ring in his hand. This was something that he had snatched from Yichen's finger when they had exchanged blows earlier. Since the other party had cursed Xiao Yan and had lost the battle, it was natural that the other party would have to leave something behind. Hand over the storage ring. Yichen rubbed away the blood trace on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were scarlet as he stared at Xiao Yan. His fierce manner was just like that of a wild beast. Treat this as a little interest. Xiao Yan laughed softly before speaking in a calm voice. You have already lost this stage match. Bring your people and leave. Yichen's face was distorted. His eyes were dark and ruthless as he stared at Xiao Yan. The desire to kill surged within his eyes. Clearly, he was unwilling to simply admit defeat. From the way he saw it, the reason he had lost to Xiao Yan was because he had made a mistake in the way he had attacked. If he had been prepared, he would not have ended up defeated in such an ugly fashion. A denseness also surged onto the face of Chen Tiannan while Yichen's face was green. He had underestimated Xiao Yan. It was unexpected that even Demon Yi from the Profound Sky sect, whose reputation was extremely fierce, would end up being defeated by Xiao Yan's hands. Looking at it this way, Xiao Yan could be considered outstanding even among the younger generation across the Central Plains region. Moreover, no one would forget this young man, who had defeated Yichen, also possessed superb alchemist abilities that surpassed many elders within the Pill Tower. Although Xiao Yan was not the only one who had managed to obtain such results in both Dou Qi and alchemist skills, he was definitely an extremely rare existence by being able to reach this stage at such a young age. This person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will definitely cause trouble in the future. A dense killing intent flashed across Chen Tiannan's heart. His eyes were rotated as he suddenly stepped forward. With a flash, his body had appeared around 10 feet in front of Xiao Yan. A cold cry exploded within the square like thunder. Uneducated brat. You actually snatched someone else's thing when sparring. Did your teach not teach you the necessary etiquette? Chen Tiannan's large hand penetrated through empty space after his cry sounded. He mercilessly grabbed at Xiao Yan's head. Looking at this situation, Xiao Yan's head would burst apart with a bang like a watermelon if it was firmly grabbed by him. Chen Tiannan. Xiuling's expression changed as he stood outside of the stone stage. He yelled Chen Tiannan's name in anger. Chen Tiannan acted as though he did not hear the furious cry of Xiuling. At this moment, his desire to kill Xiao Yan had already reached a peak. If he did not personally kill Xiao Yan today, it was likely that he would have difficulty sleeping and eating in peace in the future. Brat, repay my son's life. Chen Tiannan revealed a ferocious face. Just when his palm was about to make contact with Xiao Yan, a cold smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan flicked his finger and a dark golden figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Clang! Chen Tiannan's hand heavily slammed into the dark golden body. A clear metallic sound appeared. The frightening destructive force on his hand did not cause the golden body to shake even a little. Chen Tiannan's palm fell. Waves of a numbing feeling were suddenly transmitted from his palm, causing his expression to immediately change. He raised his eyes, only to see an expressionless hole of a face. After which, the figure's dark golden fist scattered the air. A punch without any fancy move smashed toward Chen Tiannan's head. Faced with this bright golden fist, the pores all over Chen Tiannan's body suddenly stood up. His mighty Dou Qi gathered on his palm as it hurriedly met with the fist. Bang, dot. A low, deep sound appeared in the air as an invisible wind fluctuation spread out with lightning-like speed. The stone stage, which had turned into rock fragments, burst apart and formed a layer of dust on the ground. The fist and palm crossed each other. One could watch as Chen Tiannan immediately flew backwards. He quickly landed, and his feet took over a dozen heavy steps back. Only then did he raise his head in shock and look at the dark golden puppet in front of Xiao Yan. The waves of numbness being transmitted from his hand caused a monstrous wave to surge in his heart. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the dark golden human figure was a puppet. However, the strength of this puppet caused his entire body to feel an icy chill. A Dou Zun-class puppet? Chen Tiannan felt a dryness surging into his mouth when he thought of this. An ordinary person was unable to reach this stage even after training for all one's life. However, a puppet of this fellow actually possessed such a frightening strength? Clang clang. Chen Tiannan withdrew in a deflated manner. The group of experts from the profound Xian sect immediately drew shiny weapons from their storage rings. Their faces were filled with murderous desire as they stared at Xiao Yan. From their appearance, it seemed that they would charge forward and turn Xiao Yan into mincemeat once Chen Tiannan gave the order. Swoosh! Two figures slowly appeared beside Xiao Yan while these people drew their weapons. Their ice-cold eyes swept over the square. The vast and mighty Dou Qi that vaguely spread from them caused these fierce, evil people to withdraw 2 steps in shock. 2 Dozuns? The ones who had appeared beside Xiao Yan were naturally the little fairy doctor and Tian Huazunjia. The 2 of them had not intervened earlier because they were aware that Xiao Yan could deal with the so-called demon Yi. However, they had not expected Chen Tiannan to suddenly attack. Chen Tiannan's face underwent a slight change as he watched the little fairy doctor and Tian Huazunjia appear. He was naturally able to sense the strengths of the 2. They were genuine Dozuns. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that the young, beautiful, white-clothed lady vaguely gave him a dangerous feeling when he looked at her. Additionally, the thing that really caused his heart to sink was the sky demon puppet that stood in front of Xiao Yan without moving. After the earlier exchange, Chen Tiannan clearly understood in his heart that if they were to really fight, just the puppet alone was going to give him a difficult time. This brat is really mysterious. There are so many experts beside him. Even without the protection of the pill tower, these people who have come today wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Chen Tiannan's mouth twitched a little. After weighing the situation repeatedly, his face became green. He realized that the people he had brought would likely be killed by the other party should a battle really break out. 3 elite Dozuns. Even with the great foundation of his profound Xian sect, he was unable to produce a lineup that could compare to it. Faced with this sudden change in situation, Chen Tiannan ended up feeling a little embarrassed. His group was unable to fight with the other party. What could he do? Yi Chen's expression had also changed because of this scene. Although there were very few people among the younger generation who could surpass him, he still had to hold back his arrogance in the face of an expert Dozun. The peak of the Dozone class and the Dozun class were 2 completely different concepts. It was difficult to measure their gap. Currently, 3 elite Dozuns had suddenly appeared by Xiao Yan's side. It was likely that Tian Chennan's aim in maneuvering such a large number of people was not going to be fulfilled. Any words were useless in front of true strength. If they had been able to take out 10 elite Dozuns, there was no need for them to even say anything. They could simply attack and capture Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, the number of Dozuns they currently had not only was not 10 but was even a little less compared to Xiao Yan's side. How were they going to fight? Sect Leader Chen, you have made enough of a fuss today. If this continues, it is likely that even the 3 association heads will not be able to overlook this matter. Qiu Ling's expression was dark and solemn. Chen Tiannan had come to create trouble at the entrance of the pill tower. It would not benefit the pill tower if word of this spread. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan was full of abilities. Not only did he successfully withstand this calamity, but he had even violently slapped the profound Xian sect. Chen Tiannan's expression slightly changed upon hearing Qiu Ling's words. The eyes of Yi Chen became cold as he spoke in a dense chilly voice. Could it be that Elder Qiu thinks that it is so easy to take the things of my profound sky sect? This is called the spoils of a fight. Xiao Yan smiled and corrected. His smiling face caused Yi Chen's eyes to appear as though they were about to spit out flames. Brat, you better not use the glib of tongue on the old me, Chen Tiannan coldly laughed. However, before he could finish speaking, an ice-cold voice suddenly resounded over the entire square. Sect Leader Chen, it is time that this farce ends today. If you continue with your trouble, you should not blame the pill tower for not giving you face. Moreover, Yi Chen, if you represent the profound sky sect as enemies of the pill tower, you can return immediately. I want to see just how Tian Mingzi will reply to you. The space in front of Xiao Yan slowly distorted when that icy cold voice sounded. Immediately Xian Yi slowly walked out of the distortion. Her eyes contained a fierceness. There was an incredible amount of prestige in her stare. Qiu Ling by the side hurriedly bowed and greeted Xian Yi when he saw her appearing at this moment. The faces of Chen Tiannan and Yi Chen drastically changed. Xian Yi's status and reputation far surpassed theirs. Even if the chief of the profound sky sect, Tian Mingzi, were here, it was likely that he would have to be polite to her. In an instant, even someone as proud as Yi Chen felt perspiration pouring down like rain. He might have spoken in a mighty manner earlier, but he also understood that the profound sky sect would definitely not offend the pill tower over Xiao Yan. Since Association Head Xian Yi has stepped forward, the matter today shall end here for now. However, if the old me discovers the truth, I will definitely not just leave the matter as it is. The mouth of Chen Tiannan trembled for a moment. Finally, he clenched his teeth and threw out some ruthless but superficial words. He then swung his sleeve and directed his group to leave in a dispirited manner. He did not expect even a giant head of the pill tower to personally step forward because of a Xiao Yan. Watching Chen Tiannan withdraw, Yi Chen could only grit his teeth unwillingly. His eyes were dark and dense as he glanced at Xiao Yan. After which, he swung his sleeves and left. His back was accompanied by a miserable appearance. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head as he watched these people leave in a dispirited manner. He tossed the blood-red storage ring in his hand and spoke with a faint smile, a group of people who only knows how to bully others by using another's strength. Why did you show yourself in the face of such matters? Xiao Ling would naturally have helped you avoid them. Xian Yi turned around and involuntarily reprimanded Xiao Yan. The other party even set up a battle stage and issued a challenge. Could I shrink back? Xiao Yan laughed. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Your character is the same as that old fellow. Xian Yi helplessly shook her head. She turned around and walked to the pill tower. When passing by Xiao Yan, a soft voice was transmitted into his ear. Come in. We have obtained information related to the place where Yao Chen is imprisoned. The smile on Xiao Yan's face slowly disappeared when he heard her words. Replacing it was a stern, densely cold face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1215, Death Soul Mountain Range. Chapter 1215, Death Soul Mountain Range. Human figures were scattered around in some seats within a spacious hall. The atmosphere within the hall was quite solemn. Ever since Xiao Yan had walked into the large hall, he had been staring intently at Xian Kongzi trio. Even his breathing had become a little hurried because of his excitement. It had been around 5 or 6 years since Yao Lao had been captured back then until now. Although Yao Lao's life had not been at risk during these 5 or 6 years, the suffering he had endured was definitely unbelievable. All of Xiao Yan's abilities had come about because Yao Lao paved the way for him. It was due to Yao Lao that Xiao Yan had been able to reach such a height. Hence, as long as it was something related to Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's emotions would fluctuate a little. Little fellow, do not allow your mind to become chaotic. Rescuing Yao Lao is not a simple matter. If anything wrong occurs midway, it would be equivalent to delivering a goat to the mouth of a tiger. But Xian Kongzi involuntarily shook his head and spoke when he saw Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan gently nodded upon hearing Xian Kongzi's scolding words. Xiao Yan took a couple of deep breaths and suppressed his fluctuating mind. His eyes once again recovered their calmness. He softly asked, why was the information regarding this collected so quickly? It cannot be considered quick. If one wanted to really talk about it, we have collected this information for nearly a year in order to obtain this news. However, we have only managed to confirm it now. Xian Kongzi smiled as he answered. Where has the Hall of Souls transferred teacher? Xiao Yan's eyes did not blink as he stared at Xian Kongzi and swiftly asked. Xian Kongzi smiled. He took out a map scroll from his storage ring before spreading it apart on the table. His finger pointed to the northwestern part of the Central Plains and said, there are quite a number of secretive branch halls within the Central Plains of the Hall of Souls. An ordinary person would not be able to discover them. There is a Death Soul Mountain Range in the northwestern region. That place hides a branch hall of the Hall of Souls. Has teacher been transferred to this Death Soul Mountain Range's branch hall? Xiao Yan's eyes flickered as he asked. Yes. Xian Kongzi slightly nodded and said, this Death Soul Mountain Range can be considered a dangerous place within the Central Plains. For some unknown reason, the cold qi in that place is extremely dense. Cold fog covers the sun. If one were to randomly barge in, one would end up lost within it. Moreover, there are quite a number of powerful and unusually bloodthirsty magical beasts within the mountain range. It is extremely troublesome to deal with them. Probably the reason why the Hall of Souls established a branch hall is because the concealment of this place had caught its eye. Death Soul Mountain Range. Xiao Yan softly muttered this name in his mouth. Since he was aware of the location where Yao Lao was being imprisoned, he would definitely make an attempt without hesitation even if he had to enter an extremely treacherous place. How many experts are there in that Hall of Souls branch hall? How many Dozuns are there? The little fairy doctor by the side softly posed the most important question. Xiao Yan would become a little excited when he met with anything related to Yao Lao. At this moment, she could only pay more attention to the situation. Xiao Yan also became clear-headed after hearing the little fairy doctor's question. He hurriedly nodded. This was the most important question. If they were unable to clearly probe the other party's defensive strength, randomly barging in would only deliver themselves to be captured. The Hall of Souls really values Yao Chen. The defensive strength watching him is definitely not too weak. Based on the information we have obtained, there is likely 5 elite Dou Zuns guarding the Death Soul Mountain range. Even Xian Kongzi's expression had become a little more serious when he spoke until this point. 5 Dou Zuns. This lineup was extremely powerful even when placed within the Central Plains. It belonged to the level where all they needed to do was stomp their feet and many top-tier factions would be frightened to the point of peeing their pants. 5 Dou Zuns. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of cool air. This strength was really a little too great. The Hall of Souls had dispatched 5 Dou Zuns just to guard a branch hall. This lineup was sufficient to wash a top-tier faction in blood. The little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunjia also had faces that were a lot more grave. Clearly, they were shaken by the strength of this Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan calculated that there were, at the very most, 3 Dou Zuns beside him if he included the Sky Demon puppet. Currently, he was also able to hold back an elite Dou Zun. However, if he were to face 2 of them, it was likely that he could only turn around and flee. Now, we can only wait for Feng Zunjia to come. If we add him, we should close to enough enormous people to give it a try, Xiao Yan mused in his heart. Are these all the Dou Zuns in that branch hall? The little fairy doctor fell silent for a moment before asking again. Based on the information we got our hands on, there should only be 5 Dou Zuns. However, the branch hall definitely still has some Hall of Souls protectors. Their combined fighting strength would also be quite strong, Xian Kongzi said. Those protectors cannot be considered much trouble. However, all of you need to beware of meeting a Tianzuan, Xian Yi by the side spoke with a grave face. Tianzuan? Xiao Yan's group was startled when they heard this foreign name. The Hall of Souls protectors are divided into the Sky, Earth, and Man category. Although the Honorable Elders do not have such a strict division, they are similarly divided according to rank. Tianzuan are the strongest experts among the Honorable Elder ranking. As for their strength, the only thing you need to know is that even old Mugu is not qualified to be a Tianzuan in the Hall of Souls. Xianyi explained in a deep voice. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Old Mugu's strength should be around that of a 3-star Dou Zun. Even he did not possess the qualification to be a Tianzuan. Would it not be the case that these Tianzans of the Hall of Souls were all at least 5-star Dou Zuns? Even with Xiao Yan's calmness, his brows were involuntarily knit when he thought of this. There was vast difference between every level within the Dou Zun class. Many Dou Zuns had spent dozens of years without being able to raise their strength by 1 star. From this, one could tell just what kind of terrifying gap was present between every star within the Dou Zun class. 5-star Dou Zuns. It was likely that even the combined strength of Little Fairy Doctor and the Sky Demon puppet would be able to fight them, but then the originally few Dou Zuns on Xiao Yan's side would be even more limited. This Hall of Souls is indeed terrifying. Xiao Yan exhaled a deep breath of air. Even though he really did not wish to admit it, he still involuntarily emitted a sigh at this moment. Even across the entire continent, it was likely hardly anyone could fight against such a terrifying strength with the exception of those factions that had originated since ancient times like the Gu clan. There is no need to worry. Tianzans have extremely high positions within the Hall of Souls. They will usually not easily reveal themselves. 5 Dou Zuns guarding Yao Chen. This is already an extremely high standard. If another Tianzuan is added, it would cause one to feel incredulous. Xian Kongzi waved his hand and spoke when he saw Xiao Yan's solemn expression. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. At this moment, he could only think in this manner. Since the status of these fellows were so high, it was unlikely for them to stay in a branch hall for no reason. After all, an expert should have the eccentricness of an expert. This is the information that we have obtained. The Pill region is not far from the Death Soul Mountain range. It should be enough to reach there in 5 days or so. Xian Kongzi slowly spoke. After which, he took out a goatskin scroll and handed it to Xiao Yan. This is the map of the interior of the Death Soul Mountain range. The branch hall of the Hall of Souls is located in the middle of the mountain range. Xiao Yan received the map and opened it. After which, he carefully studied the map. The map was extremely detailed. Although the cold fog within the mountain range was extremely dense, relying on such a precise map to successfully enter the range would not be too difficult. Thank you very much, old Xian. Xiao Yan stored the map in his storage ring, cupped his hands together, and thanked Xian Kongzi. This is merely a trivial matter. Ugh, however, this is all we can help you with. All of you will have to rely on yourselves for the final action. Xian Kongzi waved his hand inside. Xiao Yan smiled and said, if the pill tower had not helped us gather information, we do not know just when it would have been until we had found the location where teacher is imprisoned. Therefore, this is not a trivial matter. Shen Kongzi bitterly smiled and nodded. He asked, when are all of you preparing to act? Xiao Yan mused for a moment before replying, this operation must be well prepared. Therefore, we must wait until Feng Zunjia hurries over. Oh. Ha, that old fellow ha, Shen Kongzi involuntarily laughed when he heard Feng Zunjia being mentioned. He said, that old fellow has an extremely good relationship with Yao Chun. Finding him will indeed be of great help. Moreover, he is extremely experienced. With him following all of you, we will definitely feel more reassured. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Feng Zunjia could be considered a renowned expert across the Central Plains region. He had frequently come into contact with the Hall of Souls during the years he had searched for traces of Yao Lao. With him joining this operation, they would be able to understand a little more about the Hall of Souls. He would also boost their confidence in finally rescuing Yao Lao. Even though this is the case, let's wait for news from the old fellow. With his speed, it should be possible for him to reach the Pill region in half a month's time. Shen Kongzi fondled his beard and laughed. Xiao Yan slightly smiled slightly. Half a month? During this half a month, he needed to try his best to raise the strength of their group. It was time to refine the fungus green pill for Tian Huazunjia. If the strength of the people on his side was a little stronger, the chances of them succeeding would also increase. However, no matter how much more his conviction grew, this trip would be the most dangerous and important operation that Xiao Yan has ever undertaken. Therefore, he needed to do his best. He must not allow even the slightest reason to cause any mistake to occur during this operation. After chatting a little with Shen Kongzi and the others about areas they should take note of relating to the Hall of Souls and the Death Soul Mountain Range, Xiao Yan ceased remaining any longer. He directed the little fairy doctor and the rest as they cupped their hands together and bade the others goodbye. After which, they hurriedly left. They were currently pressed for time, and they could not afford to squander it. Shen Kongzi and the two others exchanged looks with each other after watching Xiao Yan's group's backs leave through the door. They also softly sighed. Hopefully this trip of theirs will be smooth. It has been many years since anyone has witnessed someone snatch a person from the hands of the Hall of Souls. I wonder if they will succeed this time around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:16, All Prepared. Chapter 12:16, All Prepared. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on the bed within his room. His finger was rubbing a blood-red storage ring in his hand. It was the ring he had forcefully snatched from Yi Chen's hand. This fellow possessed a high position within the profound sky sect. It was likely that the things within the ring would not be too lousy. This is interest. Xiao Yan softly laughed. A thought passed through his mind and a trace of spiritual strength spread from between his brows. After which, it invaded the blood-red storage ring. However, the spiritual strength had just made contact with the ring when it was repelled by a force. A spiritual imprint has been placed on it, ha! Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when his spiritual strength was repelled. The strength of that Yi Chen was quite great. However, if they were to compare his strength in terms of spiritual strength, it was likely that even 10 Yi Chen were unable to surpass Xiao Yan. This kind of spiritual imprint appeared to be without any defensive properties from Xiao Yan's point of view. Xiao Yan's finger gently rubbed over the blood-red storage ring. A vast and mighty strength surged out like floodwaters. One could hear a slight cracking sound as the spiritual imprint within the storage ring was forcefully removed by Xiao Yan. After easily removing the spiritual imprint on the storage ring, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength finally entered it without any obstacles. He briefly searched it and a blood-red scroll appeared in his hand with a flash. Blood Evil Skill. Xiao Yan swept his eyes over the scroll. After which, they paused on the 3 blood-red words at the top. A wave of a dense bloody scent immediately poured out of it. Xiao Yan carefully opened the scroll. He briefly glanced at the introduction to this chi method within the scroll, and his brows were involuntarily knit. A moment later, he softly said, "It is indeed bloody. This kind of chi method is far too evil and also far too cruel. Swallowing the flesh and blood of others to absorb the other party's Dou Qi. This kind of tactic is really vicious. This so-called blood evil skill could be considered a top-level chi method even within the profound sky sect. This was something that could be observed from how Yi Chen managed to rely on it to reach the peak of the Dou Zone class when he was only around 30 years old. Although there were other reasons like his outstanding talent, most of it was due to the unusual process of this blood evil skill. However, this kind of tactic that relies on absorbing the strength of others to become stronger is not considered an excellent one. If one absorbs too much Dou Qi, one's own Dou Qi will have difficulty becoming pure. After reaching a certain level, one would have difficulty advancing even an inch forward. Unless one scatters one's power and retrains, one would even gradually suffer a backlash from the impure Dou Qi. After briefly reading this so-called blood evil skill, Xiao Yan also managed to find some of the drawbacks of this Qi method. This thing would allow one to swiftly grow strong, but the sequelae was really too great. Moreover, the process was also extremely cruel and bloody. Unless it was someone who was naturally cold and indifferent, one would not be able to practice this kind of Qi method. Profound Sky Sect, what an evil sect. Xiao Yan shook his head and randomly stored this blood evil skill into his storage ring. No matter how one put it, this could barely be considered a D-class high-level Qi method. If he took it out to be auctioned in the future, he would definitely be able to exchange it for some extremely valuable items. After Xiao Yan took the blood evil skill, he searched for a while, but he did not find anything else that could interest him. Just when he planned on giving up, his sweeping spiritual strength suddenly stopped in a certain part of the storage ring. There was an inconspicuous, gray scroll. Xiao Yan could vaguely sense a faint killing intent seeping out of the scroll. This is... Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. This kind of killing aura was something that he was familiar with. After recalling this familiarity, he finally discovered that it seemed to be powerful Dou skill that Yi Chen had used near the end of their match. It contained a murderous aura that seemed to snatch the mind of another. Xiao Yan clenched his hand. A gray-colored scroll appeared in it. He flicked his finger and pulled it open. A couple of ordinary words, permeated with killing intent, appeared in his sight. Heaven offering demon hand. Xiao Yan softly mumbled those words. A glint flashed across his eyes at the same time. This thing was indeed the final attack that Yi Chen had displayed earlier. When they had fought earlier, Xiao Yan had personally experienced the strength of this so-called heaven offering demon hand. That sharp killing intent was indeed extremely strong. Fortunately, Yi Chen had clearly yet to master it to its peak. His killing aura had been significantly diluted, perhaps because the bloody Qi in his body was overly dense. This heaven-offering demon hand required an unhesitating desire to kill. Such a killing desire was born from one's thoughts. It was not something that could be supplemented by relying on blood Qi. This thing could be considered one of the ultimate skills of the profound Sky Sect. Its strength is definitely beyond what Yi Chen had displayed. That fellow is far too arrogant. This caused him to be unable to understand the true meaning of the heaven-offering demon hand. Xiao Yan carefully studied this scroll before exhaling a deep breath and speaking with some interest. Based on Xiao Yan's guess, if this heaven-offering demon hand were to be fully unleashed, its might would likely only be able surpassed if one learned the fifth seal of the God Seal skill. This thing was indeed unique for it to become an ultimate skill within the profound Sky Sect. Xiao Yan's hand gently rubbed the scroll. The smile on his face became more dense. It was unexpected that Yi Chen would deliver such a treasure this time around. If Xiao Yan was able to learn this heaven-offering demon hand, his fighting strength would definitely rise. He would also possess an additional fighting technique when battling with others in the future. Moreover, they would begin their operation to rescue Yao Lao very soon. By having this heaven-offering demon hand delivered to him, it must be said that Yi Chen was just like a timely downpour. Due to the need to wait for the arrival of Feng Zunjie, Xiao Yan's group still had time to prepare. Though, such a dangerous operation would appear rushed no matter how long one had to prepare. Hence, Xiao Yan had once again chosen to undertake a retreat after having obtained the information from the three great heads. During this retreat, Xiao Yan not only needed to help Tianhua Zunjie refine the fungus green pill before Feng Zunjie arrived, but he would also need to find some time to familiarize and practice the heaven-offering demon hand. One additional skill would mean an additional net of safety. Similarly, it would also mean that his confidence to succeed would increase. Regardless of whether this would be insignificant or not, it would be better prepare more in order to rescue Yao Lao. The little fairy doctor and the others were helpless in the face of Xiao Yan's somewhat crazy retreat. After having followed Xiao Yan around for so many years, she was aware of just how much effort Xiao Yan had put in to rescue his teacher. Now that everything was falling into place, he would naturally not dare to relax even a little. Being influenced by Xiao Yan, the little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunjie did not leave during this period of time. They understood the importance of this operation to Xiao Yan. Therefore, they tried to increase their strength a little in order to boost their likelihood of success. The insane training of these people caused Xian Kongzi and the rest to feel a little helpless. However, they could empathize with them. Hence, they issued the order not to disturb Xiao Yan's group. Moreover, they had even dispatched some female servants there. If Xiao Yan lacked something during his pill refinement, the pill tower would swiftly deliver it to him. Half a year quietly passed while Xiao Yan undertook a retreat where he forgot to eat or sleep. During this half a month, the pill tower was faced with a commotion. This commotion was due to a thundercloud suddenly appearing in the sky above the pill tower. Moreover, there were two faint colors in the thundercloud. The thundercloud was surprisingly a two-colored pill lightning. From the looks of it, it was obvious that some alchemist guru within the pill tower had refined a tier 8 medicinal pill. When they felt surprised at the pill lightning lingering in the sky, a golden light was suddenly emitted from the pill tower. After which, the light floated in the sky and received the violent strike from the two-colored pill lightning in front of a countless number of speechless people. Next, the light landed without being hurt and disappeared in a flash. The people from the pill tower were familiar with this scene. When the golden-colored figure appeared, all of them understood Nu was refining a tier 8 medicinal pill, the champion of this pill gathering, Xiao Yan. Admiration filled quite a number of alchemists when they figured out who was refining this pill. Tier 8 medicinal pills were too far for them to reach. However, it appeared as though those pills were readily available to the hands of Xiao Yan, who appeared even younger than them. This kind of comparison caused them to feel embarrassed. One should really not compare two different people. 2 days after the pill lightning ended, Xiao Yan finally left his half-a-month-long retreat. However, his disheveled appearance appeared quite miserable. Although Xiao Yan looked miserable, it did not hinder the excitement on his face. After failing 3 times, he had finally successfully refined the fungus green pill. Tianhua Zunjia, who had been guarding Xiao Yan's room outside, revealed a stunned expression when he saw Xiao Yan's miserable appearance. However, when Xiao Yan tossed him a deep green, round medicinal pill with a strong spiritual aura, he was instantly excited. Without saying anything unnecessary, he grabbed the medicinal pill and entered another chamber. Watching how quickly he left, Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed. During this retreat, he had not only managed to successfully refine the fungus green pill, he had also gained a basic understanding of the heaven-offering demon hand. On the whole, he had acquired a lot. Xiao Yan finally rested after having left his retreat and having prepared everything he needed to. He calmly recuperated for 2 days before his condition returned to its peak. The only thing that he needed to do was to wait Feng Zunjia to arrive. After which, they would leave and rescue Yao Lao. Xiao Yan's wait did not last very long. On the 5th day after he had left his retreat, Xiao Yan was practicing the heaven-offering demon hand, but he suddenly stood up from his chair. He sensed a familiar, mighty aura appearing within his area of perception at this moment. Feng Zunjia had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1217, Rescue Mission. Chapter 1217, Rescue Mission. The top level of the pill tower consisted of an extremely spacious and grand hall. Normally, the great heads of the pill tower would only receive guests here when they were VIPs. At this moment, there were some figures randomly seated within this large hall that had been vacated for a long time. A female servant was respectfully pouring tea. Kuko Feng Zunjia, it has been many years since we have last seen each other. You still have that free and easy manner. Xian Kongzi in the leader's seat looked at a green-clothed old man with a smile on his face and laughed. The green-clothed old man was naturally Feng Zunjia, who had traveled non-stop from the Falling Star Pavilion after having received Xiao Yan's message. He merely shook his head and laughed after hearing Xian Kongzi's words. How can I be as comfortable as you, a great head? My Falling Star Pavilion is merely a small character when compared to the pill tower. There was a somewhat old-fashioned man was seated beside Feng Zunjia. His body was rigid. It was as straight as a spear, giving one a kind of sharp feeling. It was as though the one seated was not a person, but a sword that contained a sharp aura. Coco, the old me has not left the pill region for a long time. May I know who this friend is? Xian Kongzi's eye slid to the old-fashioned man as he asked with a smile. I have long since forgotten my old name. Subsequently, I have created a name for myself, Taijian, metal sword. This old-fashioned man was polite to Xian Kongzi. He cupped his hands together, and his face revealed a somewhat ugly smile. Taijian? Could it be Tianjian Zunjia who washed the Jade Sword Gate in blood 5 years ago? Surprise immediately flashed over Xian Kongzi's face as he asked. The face of the old man Taijian moved a little before nodding. Clearly, he did not wish to linger on this topic for long. This old fellow's character is just like this. The enmity between him and the Jade Sword sect is too deep. It is difficult to explain everything in a short time. Feng Zunjia laughed and suddenly swept his eyes over the large hall. He asked, where is Xiao Yan? That little fellow has summoned me here. Don't tell me that he is not even going to show himself? Coco, what is old Feng saying? How can this member of the younger generation fool an elder like you? A soft laugh was transmitted from outside of the large hall when Feng Zunjia's voice had just sounded. Immediately, a couple of figures pushed open the door and slowly walked in. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on Feng Zunja inside the moment he entered the large hall. He immediately sighed in relief. Feng Zunja was absolutely necessary for this operation. Therefore, Xiao Yan felt reassured after having personally seen Feng Zunja in the hall. 9-star Dozong? Feng Zunja swept his eyes over Xiao Yan. The teacup in his hand slightly trembled as he exclaimed in surprise. He clearly remembered that Xiao Yan had only just broken through to the Dozong class when they parted ways. How could Xiao Yan's strength soar to the 9th stars in a little over a year? The face of the stern-looking Taijian Zunja by Feng Zunja's side twitched a little. Some shock flashed across his calm eyes. Feng Zunja had told him in detail about the matters related to Xiao Yan. From the way Feng Zunja had spoken, it was obvious that he was extremely pleased with Yao Chen's disciple. Initially, Taijian Zunja had not been so sure about Yao Chen's disciple. However, now that he had looked over Xiao Yan personally, he finally sensed the hidden extraordinariness under this young face. Cuckoo, I was merely lucky. Xiao Yan laughed as he walked into the large hall. The little fairy doctor, Tianhua Zunja, and the lazy-looking Zi Yan followed behind him. This girl was extremely dissatisfied that Xiao Yan had brought her to meet these old people. Was it not better to allow her to sleep a little longer? Feng Zunja smiled. His eyes shifted before solidifying on the little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunja without moving. Taijian Zunja by the side also revealed a grave expression on his old-fashioned face. His eyes were staring intently at those two. Being an elite Dozun, he was able to sense that this elderly person and woman seemed to possess a strength that was a little stronger than him. Who are these two? Feng Zunja blinked his eyes. From the way he saw it, these two people seemed to have a deep relationship with Xiao Yan. Moreover, the thing that caused him to pay more attention was the strength of the little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunja. From his senses, these two people had both reached the level of a 3-star Dozun. They are all my friends and will also be helpers during this operation. This is little fairy doctor and this is Tianhua Zunja, Xiao Yan smiled and replied. Even with Feng Zunja's calmness, his heart involuntarily shook a little when he heard Xiao Yan's introduction. He had not seen Xiao Yan for slightly over a year, yet his strength had not only soared to the 9th star but two powerful friends with the strength of 3-star Dozuns had appeared beside him. This rapid growth really left one speechless. Ugh, he is indeed worthy of being a disciple who caught the eye of that old fellow. One really cannot judge him using common sense. Feng Zunja bitterly laughed in his heart. Over a year ago, Xiao Yan was merely a young fellow who had just entered the Central Plains. However, now he had already managed to make a name for himself within the Central Plains. News of that earth-shaking competition during the pill gathering had already spread across the entire Central Plains region. Bases on Feng Zunja guess, it was likely that the expressions of the Wind Lightning Pavilion would be quite interesting after hearing the news. A Tier 8 alchemist guru was not someone one could offend. This is Taijian Zunja. He is also a helper that I have found. Ugh, some of our friends in the past withdrew after hearing that we are planning to oppose the Hall of Souls. I am also unable to use any force. These people have their own factions behind them. They are afraid they might anger the Hall of Souls and that they would retaliate by washing their factions in blood. Feng Zunja sighed. After which, he pointed at Taijian Zunja by his side and said, this Taijian Zunja is alone and does not have any relations. Back then, he also owed a great favor to Yao Chen. Otherwise, he would not have been able to avenge his blood feud. He had taken the initiative to follow me when he heard that I was going to rescue Yao Chen. Xiao Yan quietly nodded when he heard this. It seemed that Feng Zunja had been quite active during this period of time. However, the Hall of Souls was too strong. Even Dozun class experts would not dare to offend them. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan's heart felt some admiration for this Taijian Zunja since he was able to step forward and lend his hand. Making a perfect situation more perfect might be unfortunate, but delivering help when it was needed was truly considered a treasure. Xiao Yan shall represent teacher while thanking Taijian Zunja for his righteousness. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he faced Taijian Zunja, cupped his hands together, and thanked him. The reason I managed to have my revenge was because of Yao Chen's aid. Now that I have taken my revenge, I do not have anything left to be worried about. As long as that old fellow can escape and allow me to return this big favor, barging into the Hall of Souls is nothing. I also wish to meet those fellows who are neither ghosts nor humans. Taijian Zunja's voice was somewhat hoarse as he spoke. Xiao Yan was silent when he heard the tone of this person, which appeared as though he had already tossed aside everything. The kind of people who could randomly toss themselves aside was the most terrifying. Fortunately, this person was standing on their side during this operation. Xian Kongzi has already informed us about the news relating to Yao Chen. I have been finding helpers during this period of time and did not notice that the Hall of Souls had already shifted Yao Chen's prison. Otherwise, we might have ended up alerting them if we charged to Ming City. Feng Zunjia fondled his beard and softly commented. However, I did not expect them to transfer him to the Death Soul Mountain range. The terrain there is complicated since the cold fog is so dense. If they made a mistake and let someone flee into the deep mountains covered in cold fog, it is likely that even the Hall of Souls would have difficulty finding him. It looks like they are worried that Yao Chen will be rescued by someone. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He said, we do not have sufficient time. Moreover, we do not know if the Hall of Souls will receive some news and quietly transfer teacher away. If that happens, all of our effort will be wasted. Ugh, we must indeed quickly resolve such a matter. Otherwise things may change if more time elapses. Feng Zunqi nodded in agreement. After which, he looked to Xiao Yan and asked, when do you plan to leave? We'll leave tomorrow. Xiao Yan replied in a deep voice. Currently, all the helpers had been gathered. Adding Feng Zunjia and Taijian Zunjia, their group already possessed 5 Dozuns. Adding Xiao Yan's explosive fighting strength, they would be able to fight against 6 Dozuns. This lineup was already quite strong within the Central Plains. As long as no unexpected changes occurred, Xiao Yan felt a 70% confidence that he would be able to rescue Yao Lao from the hands of the Hall of Souls. Feng Zunjia was slightly startled when he heard Xiao Yan's departure time. After which, he slowly nodded. He was similarly aware that this kind of thing should not be delayed for too long. Although leaving tomorrow might appear a little rushed, speed was important in a battle. They could catch the Hall of Souls off guard, snatch the person, and swiftly leave. By the time the experts from the Hall of Souls hurried over, they would only be able to stare at the situation. In that case, we will do as you say and leave tomorrow. Shen Kongzi was also startled as he looked at Xiao Yan and Feng Zunjia, who had swiftly decided the time they would act. He helplessly nodded as he stood up and said, since all of you have already decided, the old me shall wish all of you a successful operation. We'll receive old Xian's auspicious words. Xiao Yan laughed. A stern glint suddenly surged into his dark black eyes. He had worked so hard for so many years for this day. Now, it was finally time for him to act. Teacher, wait for disciple. This time around, I will definitely rescue you from the hands of the Hall of Souls. When the first ray of sunlight cut through the darkness and landed on the ground the next day, a couple of figures quietly rushed out of the pill tower without attracting anyone's attention. They disappeared into the sky within a couple of flashes. Wind sounded on the top of a mountain outside of Holy Pill City. A couple of figures appeared from empty space before landing on the mountain peak. Let's go. Xiao Yan counted them. His expression was instantly covered with stern seriousness. With a low cry, his body was the first to turn into a blurry black line that shot into the distant sky in a lightning-like fashion. After which, Feng Zunjia, the little fairy doctor, and the rest closely followed. The rescue mission had finally begun at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1218, Stone Swallowing Demon Ant. Chapter 1218, Stone Swallowing Demon Ant. The Death Soul Mountain Range was located at the northwestern region of the Central Plains. This place could also be considered one of the more dangerous places within the Central Plains. It was rumored that many big battles had erupted in this place a long time ago. An unknown number of skeletons were buried under the soil of the mountain range. Moreover, due to this place having an extremely dense natural cold chi, it had resulted in this mountain range being covered by a cold fog all year round. One's spiritual strength would even be affected deep within this kind of cold fog. A reckless person might even be trapped to death within this mountain range. The Death Soul Mountain Range was not very far from the Pill region. With the speed of Xiao Yan's group, they were able to reach it in around 5 days' time. After having began their journey, Xiao Yan's group did not have many stops along the way. They basically continued traveling through the night and day. Under this craziness, the group had already sensed the surrounding temperature beginning to swiftly fall on the afternoon of the 4th day. Are we about to arrive? Xiao Yan raised his head. His eyes looked into the distance. There was the outline of a mountain range there. However, the exterior of the mountain range was covered by a layer of icy cold fog. Xiao Yan's tensed face relaxed a little as he looked at the mountain range, which appeared a little sinister under the cover of the cold fog. They had finally reached the Death Soul Mountain Range. With their target within close proximity, Xiao Yan waved his hand and slowly landed towards a mountain top within a mountain range. We have arrived at the Death Soul Mountain Range. However, everyone should recuperate a little first. The traveling during this period of time has not been easy. Xiao Yan landed on the mountaintop. He looked at little fairy doctor and the rest, who had closely followed behind, and smilingly said, Yan immediately sat down on the grass below upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Her pretty face was filled with bitterness. The traveling these few days was really about to take her little life. Is this the Death Soul mountain range? Little fairy doctor lifted her eyes and looked at the mountain range in the distance that was covered by a cold fog. She softly asked, "Can we directly fly into it?" "No. The cold fog outside is still alright. However, the further one ventured into it, the denser it would be. If we end up losing our direction at that time, we will end up losing our way inside. Moreover, those cold fog possess quite a number of mysterious magical beasts. It will be very easy for us to be ambushed." Feng looked into the distance and replied. "Moreover, this Death Soul mountain range has a branch hall of the Hall of Souls. No one can guarantee that they do not have some defensive precautions here. It is extremely easy to be discovered if we charge in from the sky." In terms of the familiarity of the Central Plains, it was likely that no one else present could be compared with Feng Zunjie. Moreover, he was also extremely experienced and was far better than Xiao Yan and the rest in this aspect. Hence, no one doubted his words. All of them nodded instead. This current season can be considered to be the time when the cold fog of the Death Soul mountain range is at its densest. However, we do not have the time to wait until the cold fog becomes thinner. Therefore, we can only enter with this fog. Feng Zunjie narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze swept over the Death Soul mountain range as he said, "There are some smaller sects and factions around the Death Soul mountain range. From what I know, most of these factions are controlled by the Hall of Souls. Therefore, we must not allow anyone to discover our trail when we enter. If someone unfortunately sees us, leave it to me." Taijian Zunjie by the side spoke in a hoarse voice. Feng Zunjie nodded quietly. This operation of theirs was really too important. Anyone who ended up knocking into them could only blame himself for being unlucky. Everyone recuperated for around half an hour on the mountain top. After which, they stood up in Yuzhen. They looked at each other and could see a seriousness within the other party's eyes. The strength of the Hall of Souls was something that everyone present were clearly aware of. It was not an easy matter to rescue someone from their hands. If this operation fails, it is likely that we will no longer have such an opportunity in the future. Therefore, no matter what, we must rescue Yao Chen this time around. Feng Zunjie had a grave face as he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone nodded gently upon hearing this. Everyone should remain close after entering the mountain range. Be careful. Let's go. After saying these words, Feng Zunjie took the lead to move. He became just like a large bird that glided down from the mountaintop. After which, he rushed into the vast forest covered by a cold fog. Xiao Yan and the others followed closely behind. White fog covered the entirety of one site within the forest that was permeated by a cold fog. Visibility was extremely low in this kind of environment. Even if one used one's spiritual perception, one could only sense the area within 100 meters or so around. It was impossible to extend any further. Swoosh swoosh. The waves of low and deep monster roar that occasionally sounded within the forest that was covered with white fog suddenly had some slight rushing wind sound appearing. Immediately, a couple of agile monkey-like figures broke through the cold fog. They rushed forward and swiftly headed towards the deep regions of the mountain range. As they entered deeper into the mountain range, Xiao Yan and the others also gradually met with some trouble. The size of the Death Soul mountain range was extremely large. Additionally, cold fog permeated the place. It was not easy to find the location of the Hall of Souls from within it. The map that Xian Kongzi had given them was of some use initially. However, as they ventured deeper into the mountain range, the use of it became increasingly less. At the end, Xiao Yan's group could only rely on their own ability to gradually search this place. By advancing and searching in this manner, their speed was naturally reduced. Moreover, the thing that really caused one to feel depressed was that the effect obtained was not great. This season was when the cold fog of the Death Soul mountain range was at its peak. Some of the indicators on the map were also destroyed by this cold fog. It was likely that Xian Kongzi and the others had not expected this. After advancing and searching for a period of time, Feng Zunjie noticed the cold fog around them gradually becoming dark. He involuntarily frowned slightly and softly said, "Night will arrive soon. We cannot continue traveling. The magical beasts within the Death Soul mountain range are extremely fierce at night. Moreover, they are just like the maggots in one's bones and are extremely difficult to shake of. If any unusual movement was created, it would not only disturb the other magical beast but it would likely also attract the attention of the experts from the Hall of Souls." Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but he could only nod his head. Feng Zunjie's experience was far from what he could compare with. It was definitely right to listen to him. Feng Zunja made a hand signal to Taijian Zunja when he saw that no one had any objections. The latter nodded and swung his hand. Some black stuff rushed out from it and flew into the distance. These are the stool of some high-rank magical beast. It is able to stop some magical beast from disturbing us. Everyone should rest for tonight. We will continue searching tomorrow. The branch hall of the Hall of Souls will definitely be quite big. Although this mountain range is very large, it is only a matter of time before we find it. Feng Zunja softly comforted. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. His heart felt a little depressed. Currently, they were fully prepared but they were unable to find their way after arriving at the site. This was really a little comical. Although Xiao Yan felt depressed in his heart, he did not say anything. He sat down on a tree branch and slowly shut his eyes. The other people, who had traveled for so long, also shut their eyes and rested a little. The night of the Death Soul mountain range was exceptionally dark and cool. Various howls resounded within the mountains. This caused one to feel one's pores stand. Beast roars resounded for over half a night within the mountain range before gradually disappearing. Just when everyone were about to sigh in relief, they suddenly heard some shuffling sound being transmitted from the distance. Feng Zunja, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them when these sound appeared. His eyes swept over the distant white fog. After which, his face changed a little as he exclaimed, "This is bad. It's the stone-swallowing ant colony?" Upon hearing the exclamation from Feng Zunja, the expressions of Xiao Yan, Taijian and the rest also changed slightly. Stone-swallowing ant colony. It was a kind of extremely frightening magical beast within the Death Soul mountain range. This was not due to their strength but because they possessed terrifying numbers that could amount to tens of millions. The fierce reputation of the Death Soul mountain range was partially as a result of the cold fog. However, most of it was because this Death Soul mountain range had a kind of magical beast. This type of magical beast was the stone-swallowing demon ant. This stone-swallowing demon ant was not of a high rank. They were merely rank 3 or 4. However, the frightening aspect of them was their numbers. This kind of terrifying ant tide that numbered to the tens of millions would swarm over from all directions. Even a rank 8 magical beast could only temporarily hide. Moreover, this kind of stone-swallowing demon ant could swallow any flesh and blood that blocked them. Anywhere within the Death Soul mountain range where the stone-swallowing demon ant tide passed would be covered with densely white bones. It was not possible to find even a trace of blood. Any expert who had accidentally entered the mountain range and meet this kind of ant colony would be no different from meeting certain death. If it was not because these stone-swallowing demon ant could only exist within the cold fog, it was likely that no one would dare to even live outside of this mountain range. The reason that the fierce reputation of the Death Soul mountain range would gradually spread over these years was largely credited to these terrifying ant colony. Xiao Yan's group had never expected that they would be so unlucky. They had met this kind of troublesome thing just after having entered the Death Soul mountain range. Prepare to withdraw. Do not engage in a head-on collision with these damn things. Feng Zunja quickly got up and spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yan and the rest did not dare dislike the situation upon seeing the solemn expression of Feng Zunja. They hurriedly got up and were preparing to withdraw when a lovely little figure suddenly rushed down from the tree. After which, she charged into the forest that was covered by a cold fog. Feng Zunja's expression changed drastically upon seeing this action of Zi Yan. He involuntarily cried out furiously, "What is this girl doing? Is she seeking death? All of you should leave first. I will rescue her." Wait, the voices of the ants had come to a halt. Little fairy doctor's eyebrows were vertical as she suddenly said. Feng Zunja and the rest were also startled when they heard this. They listened carefully and did indeed realize that the shuffling sound, which left one's heart cold, had already completely disappeared. Just when Feng Zunja and the rest had a stunned expression, a lovely little figure rushed out from the cold fog without being hurt. After which, the one who appeared on a tree was Zi Yan, who had just ran out by herself earlier. At this moment, a half-a-foot large golden-colored 8-winged large ant was on her shoulder. Stone-swallowing ant queen? Feng Zunja's and Taijian Zunja's expressions immediately changed slightly when they saw that gold-colored 8-winged large ant. Zi Yan merely laughed in face of the drastic change of the expressions of Feng Zunja's group. Let's go. This big fellow knows where the Hall of Souls is located. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1219, Giant Hall. Chapter 1219, Giant Hall. Feng Zunja and the rest were immediately stunned upon hearing Zi Yan's words. They saw the docile manner of the stone-swallowing ant queen that was rumored to be incomparably fierce, and their hearts seemed to have understood something. Their eyes looked at Zi Yan in a strange manner before softly speaking, "The old me really has terrible eyesight. It is unexpected that this little girl is also someone who hides her skills." Xiao Yan smiled. He was much better as compared to the shock that Feng Zunjie and the others face. Zi Yan's identity was something that he was already clearly aware of. The ancient void dragon was known to reign supreme amongst all beasts. The pressure that originated from the bloodlines did indeed possess a kind of unknown deterrence towards these low-rank magical beasts. Due to Zi Yan, the originally tensed atmosphere had suddenly become relaxed. Xiao Yan's body moved and he appeared a short distance from Zi Yan. His eyes curiously observed the so-called stone-swallowing ant queen. The ant queen was dark golden colored. There were 8 onion skin-like wings on its back. Its enormous mouth had serrated sharp teeth that caused one to feel a chillness in one's heart. If one was bitten by this thing, it was likely that he would end up with quite a miserable fate. While Xiao Yan was observing this stone-swallowing ant queen, the latter also appeared to have sensed him. Its 8 wings were flapped slightly as it revealed its ferocious large mouth that was covered with sharp teeth toward Xiao Yan. "There is no need to be afraid, no need to be afraid," Zi Yan's small hand patted the ant queen. Only then did the latter felt a little more secured. However, those eyes of it still contained a fierce glint when looking toward Xiao Yan. This kind of magical beast was extremely fierce and brutal. If it was not because it was suppressed by Zi Yan's dragon might, it was likely that it would have become violent and injure someone. "This thing knows where the Hall of Souls is located?" Feng Zunjie also floated over. He spoke with some joy after glancing at the ant queen. "Yes." Zi Yan nodded. After which, she glanced at Xiao Yan and said, "Should we get moving now?" Xiao Yan mused for a moment. He exchanged glances with Feng Zunjie before nodding. Speed was valued in battle. They had already roamed this forest for a period of time. If they continued to stop, they would sooner or later be discovered by those from the Hall of Souls. "Follow me." Zi Yan began moving after seeing this situation. She took the lead in rushing towards the mountain range that was permeated by cold fog. Xiao Yan and the others hurriedly followed from behind. This time around, the speed of Xiao Yan's group had clearly been raised significantly with the ant queen leading them. Moreover, their attention need not be diverted to find their path. Hence, after less than half an hour, they had ventured deep into the mountain belly. "Hush!" Zi Yan, who was leading the way through the forest that was covered by cold fog in front, suddenly stopped. She indicated for Xiao Yan's group not to make any noise. Although Xiao Yan's group felt some uncertainty when they saw this, they still remained quiet as they were told. Their eyes cautiously swept around them. After everyone became quiet, the ant queen on Zi Yan's back suddenly emitted a slight strange sonic wave. After which, this sonic wave spread like a ripple. Bam bam bam, dot. A few seconds after the sonic wave was emitted, Xiao Yan's group discovered numerous black figures falling down from the surrounding cold fog. After which, they landed on the shriveled yellow grass. Their bodies were covered with fist-sized black-colored ants. These ants firmly bite on their throats, completely blocking their voices. The eyes of the entire group looked over, only to be surprised to discover that these black figures were actually palm-sized small black birds. The size of these birds were very small and they were hidden within the cold fog. Even with Xiao Yan's perception, he had never discovered them. These are the eyes of the Hall of Souls. As long as there is any activity, they will use sound waves to transmit informations. If we do not completely eliminate them, our trail will be captured by the Hall of Souls. Zi Yan explained to Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan and the rest involuntarily emitted some cold sweat when they heard this. This Hall of Souls was indeed strange. They had actually groomed these small things to be their eyes. How can an ordinary person expect this? If it was not because of the Ant Queen leading them this time around, it was likely that the Hall of Souls would have already set a trap for them to jump into by the time they reached the branch hall. The communication birds nearby has already been quietly removed by the stone-swallowing demon ants. There is no need to be worried. Additionally, the Hall of Souls is a short distance away. All of you should be careful, Zi Yan spoke softly. The hearts of Xiao Yan's group tensed upon hearing her words. Dou Qi began to quietly circulate within their bodies as they prepared to handle all sudden situations anytime. After finishing off these hidden eyes of the Hall of Souls, Zi Yan once again led the way. They continued to transverse through the mountain range in this manner for around 10 minutes or so before she finally came to a stop. After which, she sighed softly and whispered, "We have arrived." Xiao Yan's footsteps suddenly became faster when he heard this. Only then did he discover that the fog here had actually become much thinner for some unknown reason. The spot where they were currently located was an extremely tall and steep slope. At the end of this slope was a large valley with its 4 sides facing the mountains. The interior of the valley was a 1,000 feet large black hall. It was just like a prostrating prehistoric fierce beast that was spreading a terrifying aura that chilled one's heart within the darkness. This is the Hall of Souls, huh? Xiao Yan involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air as he looked at the incomparably large building within the valley. This Hall of Souls was actually able to create such a big thing within this deep secluded mountain forest. They were indeed quite powerful. Feng Zunjia and the rest also walked over from behind Xiao Yan. They glanced at the large black hall within the valley and an excitement surged into their eyes. At the same time, some seriousness also appeared in them. Next, it would be the time where they truly battle it out. Wait, a spatial barrier has been placed in this place. Xiao Yan gradually recovered his calmness. Suddenly he discovered that the sky above the valley a short distance away had some distortion. He immediately frowned and softly said, "Leave the spatial barrier to me. I am able to tear it open without alerting those inside," Yan said. "Old phone, can you sense just how many elite Dozuns are present inside this large hall?" Xiao Yan nodded slightly before turning his head and asking Feng Zunjia. Feng Zunjia shut his eyes. A moment later, he opened them and softly said, "The information is right. I sense 5 hidden auras. Clearly, they are all Dozun class experts. I have also sensed more than 10 Dozones. There are also quite a number of even weaker auras. Xiao Yan's heart quietly sighed in relief upon hearing this. 5 Dozuns. This lineup might be extremely powerful, but they were at the very least able to deal with it. When the spatial barrier is opened, we will first release some stone-swallowing demon ant into it and bite all those fellows to death." The excited manner of Yan by the side caused Xiao Yan and the rest to become speechless. She was really a little monster. 5 Dozuns. The 4 of us can barely block them. Xiao Yan shall take the opportunity to enter the Hall of Souls and find Yao Chen. Take him away immediately after you find him. We cannot stay for long. No one can guarantee whether the Hall of Souls will have any swift reinforcements. Feng Zunjia spoke in a deep voice. You will not be only able to barely block them once you include this. Xiao Yan smiled. He flicked his finger and the sky demon puppet appeared beside him. Its dark golden body was not easily discovered under the cover of the fog. This is a Dozun class puppet? Feng Zunjia and Taijian Zunjia had a change in their expressions when they saw the sky demon puppet. Their hearts were greatly shaken. It was difficult to imagine that the strength around Xiao Yan had actually become this great during this 1 year plus time. Alright, with this puppet, we will be able to completely delay the 5 Dozuns from the Hall of Souls. The matter of finding Yao Chen will be left to you. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he nodded. After which, he lifted his chin towards Yan. The latter nodded knowingly. She took 2 steps forward. A purple light lingered over her finger as she gently pressed it on the distorted space, cutting a 10 feet large spacious door. She pushed with her hand and the space quietly turned into nothingness. An invisible spatial door appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group eyes. Go. The ant queen on Yan's shoulders once again emitted a strange sonic wave after the spatial door was opened. Immediately, Xiao Yan's group heard the shuffling sound being transmitted over. After which, the skin on their heads became numb as they saw densely packed black ants swarm over from the forest like floodwaters. Finally, they surged past Xiao Yan's group and rushed into the spatial door. Under the cover of the faint cold fog, this wave of black ants followed the slope and quickly rushed towards the large black hall within the valley. Attack! Regardless of how frightening the Hall of Souls is, we will enact a good show of snatching food from a tiger's mouth this time around. Xiao Yan laughed when he saw the ant tide surging into the valley. He suddenly stood up. A sharp aura slowly spread from within his body. After which, he took the lead to stride into the spatial barrier. The rescue operation that he had prepared for so many years had finally truly begun at this moment. There was an enormous square deep within the large black hall. 1,000 feet large black stone pillars stood on the square while appearing to support the sky. The stone pillar was covered with countless number of strange symbols. Numerous dark black chains were extended from the stone pillars. They crossed and outlined the midair of the square. The end of these metal chains had numerous weak light clusters suspended over them. Within them were surprisingly some illusory spiritual bodies with painful expressions. The middle territory of this square was a platform that was around 100 feet from the ground. The surroundings of the platform had 4 enormous stone pillars. 4 tight thick black chains meandered like pythons. The end of the 4 chains was an extremely intense light cluster. There was an elderly soul who was seated with his eyes shut within the light cluster. From the looks of it, he was surprisingly Yao Lao, who had fallen into the hands of the Hall of Souls. At this moment, 4 strange black chains lingered over the limbs of Yao Lao like a vine. It caused him to be unable to move even a little. A deathly silence and strangeness covered this entire square. This place was completely filled with a dark denseness and deathly scent. This silence continued for a period of time before Yao Lao on the platform suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. At this moment, a trace of extremely familiar aura had appeared within his senses. The appearance of this aura directly caused Yao Lao to be stunned. A moment later, he inhaled a deep breath of air and slowly raised his head. Those pair of eyes that had been dry for a long time had some moisture surging at this moment. When he had left back then, this aura was still that of a tender young man who required his protection. Now, however, this aura had already grown to such an extent. The young eagle back then had finally soared to the sky at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1220, Big Battle. Chapter 1220, Big Battle. A slight quiet shuffling sound appeared within the quiet mountain valley. A black torrent rolled down the slope. The speed of the flow was extremely rapid. Within less than half a minute, it had already approached the surroundings of the enormous hall that sat within the mountain valley. One could vaguely see some seated black figures on some stone pillars around the large black hall. These figures lingered within the black fog. A dense dark aura spread as it swallowed and spat. Ha! As the torrent swiftly approached, a human figure that was completely wrapped within a black fog suddenly let out a shocked exclamation. The black fog rippled and revealed a somewhat pale face. He frowned and looked at the dark black things which were spreading like black water a short distance away. He was initially startled before a horror surged into his eyes. He hurriedly stood up and cried out sternly, "Be careful! It's the stone-swallowing demon ants! How did these things get in here?" The stern cry that suddenly sounded directly broke the silence of the valley. Over a dozen black fog figures hurriedly got up. Their expressions were stunned as they looked at the black ant tide that swiftly surged over. "Sound the warning!" A black figure cried out in a deep voice. Soon after, a sharp sonic wave was emitted from his mouth. After which, it was swiftly transmitted into the large hall that appeared like a giant prehistoric beast. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. This warning that had just been emitted when quite a number of black figures continuously rushed out from the huge hall. Their expressions changed when they saw the ant tide that came from all directions. "Everyone, we'll attack together and eliminate all of these things. Do not interrupt the rest of the honorable elders." A black-clothed person, who appeared to have quite a high position, frowned and looked at the ant tide below. After which, he cried out in a deep voice. "Understood, Protector Lu." The 100 black figures that had gathered below responded in unison after hearing this. Immediately, numerous strange black fog surged out from their bodies. After which, they swiftly spread towards the ant tide. Chi chi. A white fog erupted from the body of many stone-swallowing demon ants when they made contact. Immediately, it was swiftly eroded by the black fog. However, the numbers in the ant tide was really too terrifying. Even though the black fog was dense, it was still difficult to block the ants' attacking momentum. The frown of the black-clothed person in the sky, who was called Protector Lu, became even tightly. This valley had the spatial barrier placed by the honorable elders. How could these things barge in? What happened? Why is there such a great activity? While Protector Lu was frowning, a couple of black figures came rushing out from within the large hall. They had just posed the question when they saw the stone-swallowing demon ants surging over from all directions. Their expressions immediately changed. Stone-swallowing demon ants? How did they barge in? A dark and solemn-looking man knitted his brows. His eyes suddenly swept over this valley and an uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart. He cried in a deep voice, "Something's wrong, everyone be." Bang! He had yet to finish speaking when the space around him suddenly became distorted. Immediately, a ruthlessly flame formed an invisible handprint that forcefully crushed him into a cluster of meat. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Within an instant, a person had turned into a cluster of blurry pile of meat. Those couple of Hall of Souls protectors recovered only a moment later from such a sudden change. A shocked expression immediately surged onto their faces. Sharp scream resounded within the valley. Chi chi! A screech had just sounded when a sharp sword aura suddenly rushed down from the sky. After which, they shot through the two Hall of Souls protectors with lightning-like speed and brought about a sharp scream. The sword aura also slashed through some stone pillars outside of the large hall. Bang! The sharp sword aura had just fell when the space became slightly distorted. Immediately, a couple of figures slowly surfaced in front of the many experts from the Hall of Souls. After which, a vast and mighty aura erupted without being held back at this moment. Bang! 4 Dou Qi experts erupted at the same time. The aura directly caused sand and stone to fly within the valley. A powerful pressure spread from the sky and caused the expressions of some experts from the Hall of Souls to change drastically. Haha, you bastards from the Hall of Souls. It is time you pay your debt today. A loud laughter sounded in the sky. Immediately, a couple of vast and mighty wind rushed down from the sky. After which, it forcefully slammed over a dozen experts from the Hall of Souls into the soil. The terrifying force had destroyed all of them at that instant until they scattered to the winds. Haha, charge! A couple of figures rushed down from the sky. They were just like tigers entering a sheep herd. Even those protectors, who usually acted high and mighty, could only hurriedly withdraw in shock in the face of this wolf and tiger-like fierce group. They had never expected that there would actually be someone bold enough to take the initiative in attacking their Hall of Souls. You dare cause trouble in my Hall of Souls? Are you seeking death? The continuously screech that resounded over the valley had finally attracted the attention of the honorable elders within the hall. Immediately, a furious roar sounded. Soon after, 5 figures, who were covered with killing aura, rushed out from within the large hall. Their eyes swept over the place before finally pausing on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan? You haven't died? Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his head upon hearing this familiar voice. He looked at the 5 figures in the sky. Purple-brown flames surged out from his hand and he grabbed an expert from the Hall of Souls before burning him into nothingness. After which, he laughed faintly, "Old demon Mugu, it is unexpected that you are also here. You have come for Yao Chun, right? It must be said that the courage of your group is really boundaryless. You actually dare to snatch someone from my Hall of Souls? This is the first time the old me has met with such a thing after becoming an honorable elder." A black-clothed person lifted the doping above his head and spoke in a dark voice. From the looks of his appearance, he was old Mugu. TSLTSK, it is unexpected that there is a familiar person. Feng Zunja, you have really not given up, a black-clothed Dou Zun suddenly laughed in a dark and cold manner beside old Mugu. Feng Zunja laughed faintly upon hearing this. He glanced at the anti-tide that had already surged into the large hall before turning his head to Xiao Yan and said, "Go in and find Yao Chen. We will delay them." Yes. Xiao Yan nodded. His body moved and he rushed into the large hall. You actually dare randomly charge around my Hall of Souls? You are seeking death. The 5 Dou Zuns from the Hall of Souls in the sky immediately cried out coldly upon seeing this. A Dou Zun directly tossed out a vast and mighty black fog. This fog was just like a black snake that whizzed through the sky and rushed towards Xiao Yan. Go. Feng Zunja's figure surfaced beside Xiao Yan. He clenched his hand and a wild wind suddenly appeared. After which, it forcefully shattered the majestic black fog. He cried out in a deep voice. Today, the few of us shall see whether your group has this qualification. The couple of Dou Zuns laughed angrily. After which, they rushed down swiftly. One of them was separated from the others and he collided with Feng Zunja while carrying a sharp killing aura all over his body. Both parties immediately erupted into a fiery hot battle. Xiao Yan's body moved upon seeing this. After which, he rushed down the midair. His body transformed into a black line that swiftly rushed towards the large hall. Just when it was about to enter the large door, the space in front of them wiggled and an old man in pale purple-colored robes appeared in front of them without any expression. You are Xiao Yan? Do you still remember this venerable self? The purple-clothed old man looked at Xiao Yan in an expressionless manner and asked. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He could sense a familiar feeling from the other party. You are that old bastard who had destroyed by spiritual strength twice? Xiao Yan smiled as he finally remembered. When his spiritual strength had twice arrived at the Hall of Souls after having broken through his class, he was discovered by this old fellow and was expelled from the hall by the latter. The old me has underestimated you. Within a short couple of years you have actually trained until the 9-star Dou Zone level. Unfortunately, however, you have come to the Hall of Soul to snatch someone. It is fated that you will be forever buried here. The expression of the purple-clothed old man turned dark and cold. His voice had just sounded when his sleeves suddenly fluttered. His footsteps quickly took 2 steps back and purple-brown flame surged out from his palm. The Dou Qi within his body was suddenly spluttered out without being held back at this moment. Bang! Xiao Yan did not directly withdraw this time around. Sharp palm wind that was accompanied by the purple-brown 3000 lotus heart flame ruthlessly collided with that palm from the purple-clothed Dou Zian. Frightening wind swept out as the two collided. It shook the surrounding few Hall of Souls guards nearby until they turned into nothingness. That enormous stone pillar also had numerous cracked lines over it. Clatter clatter. Although Xiao Yan had circulated the Dou Qi within his body to the maximum and he even had the 3000 Lotus Heart Flame, he still ended up taking over 10 steps back before stabilizing his body. His brows were knitted. An elite Dou Zun was indeed strong. Compared with the frown of Xiao Yan, the expression of the purple-clothed Dou Zun was especially ugly. There was a faint shock within his eyes. When Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had secretly sneaked into the Hall of Souls for the first time back then, all this Dou Zun needed to do was to think about it and his spiritual strength had been scattered. On the second time, he needed to reveal himself and attack in order to destroy that spiritual strength. However, on this third time, Xiao Yan was actually able to rely on his own Dou Zong strength to fight his poem head-on without being injured. This kind of soaring-like transformation caused a faint chillness to involuntarily surge in his heart. No matter how great you are, this place will be the place you die today. Murderous intent surged within the eyes of the purple-clothed Dou Zun as he inhaled a deep breath of air. Xiao Yan was able to receive one attack by him, but he did not believe that the former would really be able to escape from his hands. This thought flashed across the heart of the purple-clothed Dou Zun as his body moved. After which, he transformed into a lightning that once again rushed towards Xiao Yan. Just when his body had just moved, a dark golden figure descended from the sky like a metal tower. It landed in front of Xiao Yan and blocked this attack of the purple-clothed Dou Zun. Your opponent is not me. It's it. Xiao Yan faced the purple-clothed Dou Zun and smiled. Silver glow flashed under his feet as he directly took the opportunity to sneak into the interior of the large hall. The purple-clothed Dou Zun wanted to block him, but the sky demon puppet in front of him caused him to be afraid of being distracted. Immediately, he cried out furiously. Protectors of the Hall of Souls, stop that brat! I don't care if he's dead or alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1221, Killing. Chapter 1221, Killing. Xiao Yan appeared as though he did not hear the furious roar of the purple-clothed Dou Zun. His body transformed into a blurry black line that rushed towards the large hall in a lightning-like manner. Within a couple of flashes, he had charged into the main door and disappeared within the corridor. The face of the purple-clothed Dou Zun twitched upon seeing this. He was just about to let out a furious cry when the fierce fist wind that head his way forced him to change his expression and hurriedly receive it. Even he felt a kind of pressure in the face of this dark gold puppet. If he was careless, it was likely that he would be in some danger today. This thought flashed across the heart of the purple-clothed Dou Zun as the vast and mighty Dou Qi surged within him. Dark black metal chains rolled out from his sleeves. After which, it whizzed and tore through the sky before ruthlessly struck towards the sky demon puppet. While a soul-stirring big battle had erupted outside of the Hall of Souls, Xiao Yan became just like a breeze as he charged into the interior of the hall. Before the experts from the Hall of Souls along the way could attack, they were already shaken by the powerful force until they spit out blood and withdraw. In an instant, no one actually dared to intervene and stop him. Brat, you dare to barge around my Hall of Souls? Are you seeking death? Although this place was only a branch hall of the Hall of Souls, its defensive strength was still not any weaker than some top-tier factions. Xiao Yan's rampage did not last for long before a furious cry resounded. Immediately, 4 figures rushed over from 4 different corners. After which, they stood on the path that Xiao Yan must pass like some metal towers. Black fog permeated the place and traces of unusually vast and powerful aura was present. From the looks of these auras, their 4 people were actually all expert Dou Zones that had actually reached the level of 6 or 7 stars. Bastard, this protector demands that you halt. A black fog surged from one of the 4 people after they appeared, revealing a sinister elderly face. His eyes stared at the black line rushing over in a dark and dense manner as he cried out in a cold voice. The 4 people did not say any additional useless words after the cry sounded. They let out an orderly furious roar. Majestic black fog surged out from within their bodies. After which, the black fog gathered together and directly transformed into an enormous black python that was hundreds of feet in size. It roared towards the sky and swung its huge tail, carrying a powerful wind pressure that violently struck towards Xiao Yan. Powerful wind pressure shook the hard ground into powder wherever the black giant python passed. Numerous crack lines rushed past that spot as they spread in a lightning-like fashion. Just 4 protectors alone actually dares to stop me? A cold smile flashed across Xiao Yan's face when he was faced with 4 Hall of Souls protectors who were quite powerful, stopping him. His forward-charging body did not even pause a little. Purple-brown flames swiftly surged out from within his body. After which, it transformed into an enormous purple-brown fire dragon. The tail of the dragon was swung and Xiao Yan's forward-charging speed suddenly increased. After which, it became just like colliding meteorite and ruthlessly collided with the black giant python. Get lost! Bang! This powerful collision instantly erupted into a soul-shocking explosion. Energy ripples swept out from the point of collision like a storm. Some of the large stone pillars around suddenly cracked apart amidst a cracking sound. Those Hall of Souls guards nearby were also being affected by this frightening energy ripple. After which, their bodies flew backwards like kite with their string broken amidst a miserable screech. Finally, they heavily smashed onto the dark black walls. They were directly shaken into a cluster of blurry and bloody minced meat amidst a wave of cracking sound. The energy ripple spread and the expressions of the 4 Hall of Souls protector changed. He did not even have the time to withdraw when the energy ripple whizzed over. After which, it violently collided onto their bodies. Boom! The dense black fog over the 4 of them immediately became thin after suffering this kind of heavy blow. After which, their bodies flew backwards. Their bodies only slowly stabilized after having rubbed over the ground for nearly 100 meters. However, they no longer possessed the strength to even stand. Mantis trying to block a car. The fierce attack forced back the 4 Dou zones. After which, Xiao Yan let out a cold laughter. Some fierce glow immediately flashed across his eyes. His finger was flicked and 4 purple-brown flames surged out. Next, it violently smashed onto the 4 Hall of Soul protectors, who were seriously injured. The terrifying temperature of the 3000 lotus heart flame caused a miserable cry to be emitted from the 4 of them. Finally, the black fog scattered amidst the earth-shaking miserable screech, revealing 4 somewhat illusory spiritual bodies. You are also spiritual bodies, yet you aid in the harm of your fellow kins. You ought to die. Xiao Yan's tone suddenly became dense as he faced the 4 souls that had terrified faces. He clenched his hand. Vast and mighty spiritual strength surged out from between his brows. 3 spiritual bodies in the midair immediately emitted a bang and was shattered into nothingness. Xiao Yan sucked with his hand after using a thunderbolt-like tactic to kill the 3 Hall of Souls protectors. The soul of the final Hall of Soul protector was sucked into his palm. After which, he spoke in a sinister tone, "Where is the place where the souls are imprisoned? You only have one chance. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as those 3 earlier." The horror on the face of the Hall of Soul protector grew even denser when he saw the sinister expression that covered Xiao Yan's face. He quietly let out a bitter cry in his heart. Why did he step forward and intercept this fiend? Speak! Xiao Yan's expression vaguely contained a savageness. Fengzunjia and the others were buying time for him outside. He did not have much spare time to waste. In the Lock Soul Hall, that Hall of Souls protector spoke in a terrified manner. Currently, he did not dare to hide anything. Those 3 companions of his earlier had been vaporized by Xiao Yan into nothingness in front of his eyes. That was a true vanquishment. It was impossible to revive them no matter what one did. Tell me the way. Otherwise, die. Xiao Yan's eyes were icy as he spoke. Turn left in front, the Hall of Souls protector hurried replied upon hearing this. Xiao Yan's feet stomped onto the ground after listening to these words. He once again transformed into a black shadow that rushed towards the deep regions of the large hall in a lightning-like fashion. With this Hall of Souls protector telling him the way, the subsequent journey was a little more relaxing. However, he was still hindered by many Hall of Souls experts along the way. There were quite a number of Dou Zone class experts along the way. However, with Xiao Yan's current strength, it was basically impossible for him to find an opponent under the Dou Zone class. Although these people were great in numbers, they were defeated relatively quickly under the incomparably ferocious 3000 Lotus Heart Flame of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could be considered to have experienced many bloody battles along the way. Based on his rough estimate, it was likely that the number of Hall of Souls protectors who had died in his hands along this route at least numbered to 10. It was difficult for him to tabulate those who were even weaker. In any case, all it took was a slap and those weaker Hall of Souls guards were directly swallowed by the 3000 Lotus Heart Flame until not even dregs were left. However, the strength of these protectors were not very strong. The strongest was only around that of a 7-star Dou Zone or so. Those stronger were quick to escape. Xiao Yan could kill them if he gave chase, but his main aim was currently to search for Yao Lao. He could not afford to waste time on this. Wherever Xiao Yan passed as he charged forward became a complete mess. Corpse cover the floor. At this moment, Xiao Yan was just like a killing god. A terrifying killing aura spread all over his body. Each time the purple-brown flame surged, it would be accompanied by countless of sharp miserable screams. At this moment, the new heavenly flame that was born after having swallowed the 3000 burning flame had also displayed its terrifying strength. Almost no one could stop Qi footsteps along the way. Bang! On a spacious corridor, Xiao Yan was expressionlessly inserting a hand covered by the purple-brown flame into the chest of a Hall of Soul protector. He looked at the latter's body, which was slowly vaporizing. After which, he randomly tossed the body aside as though he was throwing garbage. He glanced at the soul of the protector, which he was grabbing on his left hand, and spoke in an icy voice, "How much further?" "The locked soul hall is at the end of the corridor," the Hall of Souls protector spoke with a frightened heart. The killing by Xiao Yan along the way had caused a chillness to spread deep within his soul. This terrifying fellow was likely someone that only an honorable elder could deal with. However, all of the honorable elders in the hall were currently being delayed outside. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His expression became even darker and colder. The heart of the protector from the Hall of Soul felt cold after sensing the change in Xiao Yan's expression. His body suddenly shook and escaped from Xiao Yan's hand. However, before he could even flee for some distance, a hot wind had rushed over from behind him before swallowing him. After doing all these, Xiao Yan finally patted his hand with a cold expression. He had deep hatred towards the members of the Hall of Souls. As long as he thought of those spiritual bodies that these fellows had captured, he would not feel any burden in his heart when he killed these people. Xiao Yan's eyes looked towards the end of the corridor after finishing off this person. There was a dark black metal door at that spot. This door was currently tightly shut. Xiao Yan could vaguely sense the strange aura that was spreading out from behind it. Dou Qi was quietly circulated around Xiao Yan's body as he hastened his footsteps a little. After which, he arrived outside of the black door. A chillness surged within his eyes as he waved his sleeves. Purple-brown flame surged out from his sleeves. After which, it heavily collided onto the metal door. Bang! Regardless of how hard the metal door was, it could only directly burst apart under this fierce attack. After which, the scene behind the metal door appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. It was an extremely spacious square. 1,000-feet stone pillars stood on the square, supporting the sky. Black chains spread like a spiderweb. Countless light clusters were suspended at the end of these chains. The interior of the light clusters were filled with illusory spiritual bodies. Although Xiao Yan had already seen this kind of situation twice, he involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of cool air when he truly observed it from his actual body's point of view. Xiao Yan slowly walked into this square that was permeated with a strange deathly aura. He paused on a towering stone stage deep within the square. There was an exceptionally bright light cluster at that spot. An aura that caused Xiao Yan's entire body to tremble quietly spread from that spot. Xiao Yan's body was just like an arrow that left its bow as his feet pressed gently onto the ground. It rushed over the square in a lightning-like fashion. After a couple of breaths, it had appeared on a flat platform. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the interior of the light cluster. An old man with large chains lingering over his limbs was seated there. Xiao Yan's eyes became red. His knees were bent before he heavily knelt onto the stone stage. His voice contained a hoarseness that caused one to grieve. "Teacher, this disciple is here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1222, Old Ghost Jai Xing. Chapter 1222, Old Ghost Jai Xing. This was the first time that Xiao Yan had personally seen Yao Lao ever since the latter was captured back then. That white-haired elderly form no longer had the calmness of back then. All it had was a weakness of an extremely old man. All of these was the source of Xiao Yan's heartache. Yao Lao's life might not be harmed during these years that he had landed in the hands of the Hall of Souls. However, it was clear that he did not live well. When Xiao Yan knelt down on the ground, the eyes of Yao Lao, who was within the light cluster, trembled slightly. After which, he slowly opened them. Turbid eyes looked at the reddened eyes of the young man in front of him. He was startled for a moment before a weak pleased smile slowly surfaced on his face. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Little fellow has finally grown up." Xiao Yan could be said to merely be a youth with a soaring zeal and sharp edges when they parted back then. However, within these couple of years, the youth back then had already grown until such an extent. This short sentence caused the heartache Xiao Yan felt to reach its peak. He rubbed his eyes and swiftly adjusted his mood. Currently, he was in an extremely dangerous place and did not have much time to catch up. Everything could be discussed after he successfully leave the Death Soul Mountain range. Xiao Yan slowly stood up. His eyes swept around the light cluster. After which, he extended his hand and placed it onto the light cluster. Vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows like floodwaters. An invisible ripple appeared on the light cluster. The ripple spread out from the spot in contact with Xiao Yan's palm before covering the entire light cluster. This spiritual strength possessed some scent of the soul state. Although Yao Lao was currently extremely weak, he still possessed his experience. The moment Xiao Yan displayed his spiritual strength, Yao Lao immediately sensed a familiar feeling from within it. A surprise quickly flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he felt even more pleased. The achievement Xiao Yan currently had far exceeded his expectations. After he was captured back then, the only thing that he was worried was that Xiao Yan would have no one to instruct him, resulting in his state being unable to advance. From the looks of it now, it seemed that it underestimated Xiao Yan's potential. Break! Xiao Yan cried out in a deep voice. A cold glint flashed over Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the increasingly dense invisible ripples on the light cluster. Boom! After his voice sounded, the light cluster immediately trembled and emitted a bang and cracked apart amidst a slight sound. Teacher, are you alright? Xiao Yan hurriedly helped Yao Lao up from the ground after breaking the light cluster. His eyes immediately looked at the 4 enormous python-like black chains. His fist involuntarily tightened. These bastards from the Hall of Souls. These are the lock soul chains. They are specially used to restrain souls. This thing is extremely hard. It is not easy to destroy it. Yao Lao looked at the chains that lingered over his limbs and involuntarily laughed. He said, however, these fellows really think very highly of the old me. They actually used such a large one. Xiao Yan knitted his brows slightly. His hand rubbed over the metal chain and a kind of dark and dense chillness erupted along his palm. However, these dark and dense aura had just entered his body when it was refined into nothingness by the 3000 lotus heart flame. Sizzle! Xiao Yan's palm grabbed the chain. Purple-brown flame immediately erupted from his palm. After which, it burned the dark black metal chain until the latter emitted waves of white smoke. Yao Lao was startled when he saw the purple-brown flame on Xiao Yan's palm. Immediately, he understood something. A joy surged within his eyes as he softly asked, "You have swallowed another heavenly flame?" "Yes, it's the 3000 burning flame." Xiao Yan laughed. "Looks like your encounters during these years are also extraordinary," Yao Lao sighed emotionally. An ordinary alchemist might not even find a single heavenly flame in their entire lifetime. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan was able to find it time and time again. Xiao Yan smiled. The purple-brown flame on his hand was suddenly strengthened. Terrifying high temperature directly burned and scattered the black color on the metal chain. Moreover, those strange symbols on the metal chain were also scattered at this moment. Crack! Xiao Yan clenched his hand violently after the symbols disappeared. The metal chain was forcefully cracked apart. Xiao Yan felt a slight joy when he saw that the 3000 lotus heart flame had such strength. He hurriedly continued in this manner and the 3 others' large python-like chains were also burned and broken. Xiao Yan removed the burned chains from Yao Lao. Having lost these strange things, the weak expression between Yao Lao's brows was slightly reduced. Although his body was still weary, he was much better as compared to before. Yao Lao gently exercised his wrist. He looked at the strange chains that had finally been removed from his body. He lamented a little at that moment. It was unexpected that he, Yao Chun, would actually really have a chance to escape. Let's go. This Hall of Soul is extremely strange and unpredictable. It is best to leave first. Yao Lao looked around him. This locked soul hall was still filled with a dense sinister aura. It also emitted a rich scent of death. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes suddenly glanced at the light clusters that filled the huge hall. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Since I am here, I should also destroy this place and allow these souls to escape. This will also create some chaos for the Hall of Soul." Xiao Yan clenched his hand after uttering these words. The purple-brown flame was extended, transforming into a fire whip. The whip shook and it drew an arc across the midair before violently being swung at those black chains in the midair of the large hall. However, these fire whips were about to make contact with the black chains in the midair when the space suddenly solidified. The fire whip appeared to have stuck onto a spatial wall, emitted a clear sound before it rebounded. There are still experts from the Hall of Souls. Quick, leave. Yao Lao spoke in a deep voice. His expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. Xiao Yan recovered almost instantly the moment that invisible spatial wall had appeared. There was no need for Yao Lao's reminder. He grabbed Yao Lao and his body transformed into a thunderbolt that rushed towards the exterior of the large hall. Haha, Yao Chun, you have found a good disciple. He actually really dares to come to my Hall of Souls to snatch a person. Even the old me has to praise this boldness. Xiao Yan's figure withdrew explosively while a laughter suddenly resounded over the interior of the large hall. Immediately, the space where Xiao Yan was withdrawing towards suddenly became distorted and turned into an invisible barrier. Chie! Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly upon sensing the barrier that was formed behind him. His foot stomped on the ground and he forcefully stabilized his body. After which, he raised his head, only to see a grayish-white clothed old man in the midair that was covered with black chains. The latter's feet were stepping on a chain as he smilingly looked towards them. This person is actually also a Dozun? Xiao Yan glanced over and his heart immediately sunk. The thing that he was most worried about had still occurred. The experts from the Hall of Souls guarding this place did not only comprise of the 5 Dozuns from the intelligence that they had gathered. Old Ghost Jiaxing? You are actually also here? Yao Lao looked at this old man. His expression changed slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. Haha, the Hall Chief values you greatly. Therefore, he has also dispatched me here. It is just that you did not discover me. The old man who was called Old Ghost Jiaxing smiled slightly. After which, he looked toward Xiao Yan and said, moreover, the old me was planning to fish for a big one. You knew that I would come? Xiao Yan asked with a cold smile. It is something that will happen sooner or later, Old Ghost Jiaxing laughed and replied, you are the big fish. The Hall Chief's interest in you is even greater than Yao Chun. Of course, I am referring to that key of the Xiao clan. That thing should be with you. Although your father refused to say anything even if he is beaten to death, the most outstanding person in the current Xiao clan is you. It will be safest if the key is placed with you. Father? Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly. A dense killing intent surged within his eyes. These bastards from the Hall of Soul. It seemed that they had hurt all of his kins. Do not fight with him. Leave first. You are no match for him. Yao Lao spoke in a deep voice when he saw that dense expression of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and nodded. This old ghost Jiaxing always had a smiling manner. However, Xiao Yan could sense that this person was even more terrifying than old Mugu. Today, he could be considered to have fallen into a truly dangerous environment. If he did not go all out, forget about bringing Yao Lao away, even he himself would end up falling at this place. Since the old me has already revealed myself, how can I allow you to leave safely? Old Ghost Jiaxing laughed. His old white hand was extended from under his sleeves. Vast and mighty black fog surged and instantly agglomerated into 100 feet large black fog handprint. A palm was slammed violently onto Xiao Yan. Hoot hoot. Xiao Yan's expression changed a little upon hearing the frightening rushing wind sound that was transmitted over. His hand seal also began to hurriedly change. Skyfire 3 mysterious change. First change. Second change. Third change. A cold cry hurriedly sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. His aura also soared abruptly at this moment. Purple-brown flame spluttered out from his palm and transformed into a fire dragon. It let out a roar and violently collided with that palm. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded within the interior of the large hall. Frightening airwave forcefully broke some of the black chains nearby. Some light clusters were also sent flying. When the light clusters cracked apart, they revealed some spiritual bodies, which faces still had some pain and loss remaining on them. The airwave spread. Xiao Yan also steadily took over a dozen steps back. Blood churned within his body as a solemn expression flashed over his eyes. The strength of this old ghost Jiaxing was really terrifying. Based on his guess, it had at least reached the level of 5 stars. In other words, this old fellow should be the so-called Tianzuan from the Hall of Soul. This old ghost has the strength of a peak 5-star Dozun. Do not fight him head-on. Yao Lao swiftly said after seeing Xiao Yan being forced back. Teacher, enter the ring. Leave the rest to me. Xiao Yan said in a deep voice. Yao Chen was startled when he heard this. He immediately nodded. After which, his body moved and transformed into a light that rushed into the dark black ring on Xiao Yan's finger. If he was at his peak, it would naturally not be difficult to defeat this old ghost Jiaxing. However, his current condition was extremely weak and he was unable to aid Xiao Yan. All he would do was to become the latter's burden. A fierce glint was revealed in Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw Yao Lao enter the ring. No matter who it was that stopped him today, he would definitely bring Yao Lao away from this terrible place. He would kill anyone who stopped him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1223, Fooled. Chapter 1223, Fooled. Coco, are you finally about to go all out and stake your life? The old me really wished to see just whether anyone within the current Xiao clan still possessed the domineering aura from when Xiao Xian was still alive. Old ghost Jiaxing involuntarily laughed after seeing Xiao Yan kept Yao Lao into his ring. Xiao Yan's expression was cold and indifferent. The vast and mighty Dou Qi within his veins were roaring wildly, appearing like numerous fire dragons. The current him was undoubtedly at a state where he had unleashed his strength to its peak after having swallowed the 3,000 burning flame. Of course, he also understood that if he did not unleash all his strength in the face of old Ghost Jai Xing's peak 5-star Dou Qi strength, it was likely that he would not even possess the opportunity to attack. Hand the key from the Xiao clan to the old me and the old me can spare your life. Old Ghost Jai Xing smiled leisurely and spoke with a faint voice in the face of the increasingly mighty Dou Qi from Xiao Yan. With his peak 5-star Dou Qi strength, there was no need for him to even be a little afraid of Xiao Yan. That enormous gap between their class was sufficient for him to view Xiao Yan as an ant. Xiao Yan let out a cold laughter within his heart in the face of old Ghost Jai Xing's words. He completely ignored it. His eyes were rotated all around as he searched for a way to break through. Ugh, in the case, the old me shall do it myself, old Ghost Jai Xing sighed when he saw this. His hand was spread and his 5 fingers faced Xiao Yan. Immediately, his fingers shook and 5 vicious black fog shot out from the tip of his fingers. After which, it agglomerated into a strange black chain amidst some crashing sound. The chain wrapped around in the midair before emitting a chi sound and directly penetrated into the empty space. Within a blink of an eye, it had appeared above Xiao Yan's head. This sudden thunderbolt-like attack also caused Xiao Yan's expression to change. Silver glow flickered under his feet and he swiftly took a couple of hurried steps back in a manner that was not sufficiently fast. Chi! The chain violently pierced downwards from the midair. After which, it adhered to the front of Xiao Yan and rushed past. Finally, it was ruthlessly inserted into the hard black rocks. It shook slightly and the rocks around immediately cracked, forming numerous crack lines. Your reaction is not bad. Old Ghost Jai Xing laughed faintly. He flicked his finger and the chain rose in a lightning-like fashion. It became just like a poisonous snake as it carried a sharp wind that swept towards all the lethal spots around Xiao Yan's body. The chain attacks possessed an extremely frightening speed. Numerous afterimages remained in the sky, causing one to have difficulty defending against them. Clang clang clang. Xiao Yan clenched his hand in the face of this attack by old Ghost Jai Xing. The heavy Xian ruler appeared with a flash. The body of the ruler moved, forming some densely packed ruler shadow defense that received all the chain attacks. Clang. The chains heavily pressed onto the heavy ruler. Those waves of frightening force directly caused Xiao Yan's legs to rub onto the ground and form a deep scar. Only that did it gradually stabilized. His hand even vaguely felt a little numb. An expert at the peak of the 5-star Dou Qi class is really terrifying. After a brief exchange, Xiao Yan also clearly understood the strength of this old Ghost Jai Xing. A solemnness immediately surged within his heart. It would likely not be as easy as he imagined if he wished to successfully free himself today. By being able to receive an attack from the old me with the strength of a 9-star Dou Qi. It must be said that you are unique, old Ghost Jai Xing looked at Xiao Yan with a solemn face. He smiled and his body suddenly inclined forward slowly. He was just like a wild beast that was about to eat. However, the old me does not have the time to waste with you. After finishing you off, the old me still needs to finish off those troublesome fellows outside, old Ghost Jai Xing laughed. His foot took a gentle step forward. After which, the space wiggled and his body disappeared almost instantly. Xiao Yan sensed a shriveled hand gently being extended from the empty space beside him the moment that old Ghost Jai Xing disappeared. After which, it grabbed at his throat. This dry folded hand might not be covered by any Dou Qi, but a dark black spatial scar was being directly formed wherever it passed. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. His footsteps were hurriedly withdrawn and the heavy ruler in his hand was violently hacked downwards in an instant. Flame-splitting tsunami! Xiao Yan cried out furiously in his heart. A ruler glow that was hundreds of feet wide immediately rushed out from the tip of his ruler. After which, it hacked heavily onto the shriveled hand. However, this seemingly fierce wind merely caused the latter to shake a little. Soon after, the hand increased its speed. In a flash, it had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan and was gently slamming towards his chest. This palm was extremely swift. Even with Xiao Yan's speed, he did not possess the ability to dodge it. At this critical moment, his heavy ruler was placed vertically in front of his body. Clang, dot. The shriveled hand gently landed on the heavy ruler and a clear sound immediately appeared. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically when the two collided. That seemingly skinny firewood-like bone appeared like a mountain. It was incomparably heavy. At the moment of contact, Xiao Yan's hand emitted a slight sound of bone being pressed. Bang! Xiao Yan's legs were deeply embedded into the rock under the frightening force. At this moment, that hard rock was just like being curd, appearing extremely fragile. Xiao Yan forcefully received this palm from old Ghost Jai Xing. The blood within Xiao Yan's body churned even more furiously. His heavy ruler was hurriedly flipped and his feet stepped on the ground. Xiao Yan's body adhered to the ground as he rushed backwards. After which, he stomped on the ground and straightened his body. He looked at the heavy Xian ruler, only to be surprised to discover that a shallow palm imprint was actually being left behind. Although the palm imprint was not deep, it was still quite shocking to Xiao Yan. The heavy Xian ruler had been his weapon all these while. He could not be more certain of the hardness of the latter. However, this old ghost Jai Xing was the first one who was able to leave a palm imprint on it. What a tough fellow. The space a couple of dozens of feet in front of Xiao Yan became distorted. Old ghost Jai Xing's figure slowly appeared. He glanced at the heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand and smiled faintly. Xiao Yan's eyes cautiously looked at this old fellow. At this moment, he must first leave this locked soul hall. Things might be much easier once he reached the outside and obtained the help from little fairy doctor and the rest. If he continued to be entangled in this place, he would sooner or later be exhausted to death by this old fellow. Even Xiao Yan, who had activated the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, would not be able to block an attack of that level many times. Cuckoo, do not play any tricks. Those are useless in front of absolute strength. Old ghost Jai Xing laughed, appearing to be aware of what Xiao Yan was thinking. After which, his toes pressed on the ground and he charged towards Xiao Yan like an arrow that had left its bow. This time around, the smile on his face had clearly become much denser. Clearly, he did not intend to continue dragging it out with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also sensed the change of old ghost Jai Xing's silver glow flashed under his feet and his body rushed backwards. When he was pulling back, a purple-brown flame swiftly gathered onto his palm. After which, it rapidly transformed into an exquisite fire lotus. A wave of extremely wild and violent energy spread out from the fire lotus. After his spiritual strength broke through to the soul state, the rate at which Xiao Yan agglomerated the fire lotus flame also became increasingly smooth. The fire lotus could be formed with just a thought. Xiao Yan ruthlessly tossed the purple-brown fire lotus towards old ghost Jai Xing after it appeared. After which, his swiftly withdrawing figure became even faster. Bang! The fire lotus suddenly exploded like a thunder when it was only 5 feet away from old ghost Jai Xing. It resounded over the sky and a terrifying fire wave swept out. It shook some of the sky-supporting pillars in this large hall until numerous crack lines that were visible to the naked eye appeared. The entire square was destroyed until it was a mess. Xiao Yan did not relax even a little after the fire lotus exploded. He was aware that by just relying on this kind of angry Buddha lotus flame, it would not be possible to truly kill old ghost Jai Xing. His expectations was not wrong. Soon after the fire lotus explosion occurred, an elder figure slowly walked out from the fire wave. Xiao Yan glanced and found that it was old ghost Jai Xing. However, the latter's clothes had been torn at this moment. At a glance, he appeared a little miserable. Clearly, the might of the fire lotus had exceeded his expectations. You are indeed worthy of being someone from the Xiao clan. With just the strength of a 9-star dozong, you were able to display such a powerful attack. Old ghost Jai Xing started at Xiao Yan. A dense expression flashed over his face. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. A glow flashed over his eyes as his foot suddenly stomped onto the ground. His body rose and numerous purple-brown fire glow surged out from within his body and shot out explosively. Clang clang. The fire glow shot out and ruthlessly hacked onto the dense chains that were hanging in the midair within the large hall. These chains were not as troublesome as the chains that had trapped Yao Lao. All of them cracked with the flame hacking over them, after which, the countless number of light clusters within the large hall quietly broke apart. Numerous painful and lost-looking souls slowly opened their eyes. These souls were stunned for a moment after they opened their eyes. After which, he suddenly understood something. Immediately, a screech resounded over the place and all of them fled out of the large hall in a chaotic fashion. You are seeking death. Old ghost Jai Xing had a change in expression when he saw that Xiao Yan actually dared to release so many souls. His body moved and transformed into a ray of light that rushed towards the latter. Humph! Xiao Yan let out a cold snort as he watched old ghost Jai Xing rushing over with a killing aura all over his body. He clenched his hand and 3 purple-black beads appeared within it. Surprisingly, it was the fire lightning bead that Xiao Yan had refined using those 3,000 burning flame within the star region. Swoosh swoosh! Xiao Yan swung his arm. 3 fire lightning beads formed a triangular shape as they rushed over towards old ghost Jai Xing. After which, they suddenly exploded when they were around 10 feet from the ladder. Bang! A frightening airwave was suddenly blasted apart in the midair. Quite a number of those surrounding black chains were broken. Immediately, souls began to dance within the entire large hall. After which, they swarmed and fled out of the hall. Old ghost Jai Xing rushed out forcefully from within the frightening airwave. At this moment, there was vaguely some dense fury on his face. These strange tactics of Xiao Yan caused even him to suffer some loss. Bastard! These souls have all fled. In that case, I will take you as compensation. Star-plucking hand. There was a black vapor lingering over old ghost Jiaxing's face. His right hand had suddenly swelled at this moment. After which, his body moved and he appeared in front of Xiao Yan in a ghost-like fashion. His large hand suddenly grabbed and the surrounding space around Xiao Yan solidified. Immediately, the latter could only just watch this large hand being swiftly magnified in front of him. Little fellow Xiao Yan, it's over. Old ghost Jiaxing revealed a ferocious smile on his face. Immediately, he clenched his hand abruptly. The space around Xiao Yan collapsed almost instantly. When the space collapsed, the blurry blood and flesh that old ghost Jiaxing expected did not appear. That body of Xiao Yan emitted a bang in his eyes and turned into nothingness. This scene caused old ghost Jiaxing to be stunned. Since when did the strength of the star-plucking hand become this terrifying? No, this is a fake. However, this old ghost Jiaxing was also an extremely old and experienced person. He abruptly recovered after being startled for a moment in his head. His eyes hurriedly turned towards the exit of the locked soul hall. A figure had already fled from that spot like an agile monkey. From the appearance of the back, who else could it be but Xiao Yan? The expression of old ghost Jiaxing was so gloomy that it was frightening after he saw Xiao Yan's figure disappearing. He did not expect that he would actually be fooled by a younger generation in such a manner today. Xiao Yan, the old me shall see just where you can run to today. A low and deep furious roar instantly resounded within the interior of the large hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1224, Situation. Chapter 1224, Situation. Xiao Yan's body did not pause even a little despite hearing the furious roar that was transmitted over from a great distance. Purple-brown flame lingered over his body, causing him to appear like a fire beast on a rampage. Those remaining guards within the Hall of Soul hurriedly dodged when they saw this fiend charging out. Those protectors that had been killed in Xiao Yan's hands earlier had caused them to be completely frightened. Who would dare to step forward and stop him now? Without anyone stopping him, Xiao Yan's speed was also raised to its peak. He could sense that old ghost Jiaxing was swiftly giving chase. Clearly, that old fellow had been truly infuriated after being fooled by his 3000 lightning illusionary body. This old bastard. Xiao Yan cursed quietly within his heart. If it was not because of this old ghost Jiaxing, this trip would have progressed extremely smoothly. Unfortunately, the peak of a 5-class Dou Qi strength was sufficient to cause a reversal in the strength of the lineup from both parties this time around. Xiao Yan cursed a little in his heart. After which, he raised his head and looked at the exit a short distance away. His feet suddenly stomped onto the ground and his body turned into a purple-brown light that shot out with a swoosh sound. A couple of extremely fierce and violent force in the sky was violently smashed down as Xiao Yan rushed out of the Hall of Souls. This shocked Xiao Yan while he hurriedly dodged them. His body moved and he quickly rushed to the midair. Only then did he have the free time to watch the situation outside of the Hall of Soul. Currently, the valley was a complete mess. Enormous cracklines like huge savage mouths covered the entire valley. Some of the cracklines even climbed up the mountain slope. Large rocks continuously rolled down from the surrounding cliffs, smashing the valley until it shook continuously, appearing as though an earthquake had occurred. Human figures crossed each other in the midair of the valley. Vast and mighty Dou Qi permeated the sky. 10 powerful and frightening auras fluctuated in the sky. In the face of this unprecedented intense battle, the space of this place had become unusually unstable. Numerous cracklines surfaced like large pythons, causing those Hall of Souls protectors to feel a palpitation within their hearts. They did not dare to intervene in a battle at this level. Other than the 5 extremely intense battles in the sky, there was another battleground that had attracted Xiao Yan's attention. It was the spot where Ziyan was located. No elite Dou Qi went to disturb this little girl. Hence, she could only go and find some Hall of Souls protectors to vent her anger. The strength of this little girl had undoubtedly soared greatly after being missing for a period of time. However, the strange thing was that Xiao Yan was actually unable to tell Ziyan's actual strength with his spiritual perception. That manner was as though there was something that had completely hid this girl's strength. Although Xiao Yan usually unable to sense it, from the way Ziyan used a palm to strike a protector that had reached the strength of a 6-star Dozong until he spat out blood and flew backwards, the strength of this girl should be quite strong. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly swept over the situation in this area. He let out a sigh. From this manner, it seemed that Xiao Yan's group had not fallen into a disadvantage. The 5 Dou Qi on the Hall of Souls side had the strength of 3 stars or so. Hence, other than Taijian Zunjia, who was barely able to hang on, the remaining 4 all firmly took the upper hand. The person has been rescued. Scatter! In this situation, Xiao Yan no longer had the time to explain anything. He let out a loud cry after discerning the situation. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's cry in the sky, a joy surged up the face of Fengzunjia and the others. However, their opponents had unleashed a wild attacks at this moment, firmly pestering them and causing them to be unable to escape. Xiao Yan frowned tightly as he watched the extremely chaotic battlegrounds in the sky. This kind of situation was far more complicated than what he had expected. Qi. Xiao Yan had naturally attracted the attention of some Hall of Soul experts around when he appeared. They might not possess the qualification to participate in the fight above, but they thought that it was possible to use their numbers to delay Xiao Yan. Hence, 3 figures rushed over. The black chains in their hands were like straight sharp spears which pierced explosively towards Xiao Yan's head. Get lost. Xiao Yan's expression turned cold as he sensed the attacks of these 3 Hall of Souls protectors. His hand was suddenly extended and he directly grabbed the 3 chains. His hand shook and purple-brown fire dragons roared from his sleeves. After which, they rushed through the chain and heavily struck onto the chest of the 3 Hall of Souls protectors. The bodies of the 3 protectors immediately flew backwards after suffering such heavy blow. Finally, they violently collided onto a stone pillar by the side. The black fog that lingered over their bodies became much thinner in an instant. Those experts from the Hall of Souls around Xiao Yan also had faces filled with shock when they saw the latter randomly defeating the 3 protectors. Their forward-charging bodies hurriedly halted and they no longer dared to easily charge forward. Since you have come, you can forget about leaving. Xiao Yan had just stepped back after forcing away the 3 protectors when the roof of the enormous hall suddenly burst apart. A figure rose to the sky as a dense cold laughter resounded over the place. This is bad. That old ghost has come chasing. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed upon hearing this cold laughter. Spatial barrier. Seal. Old Ghost Jai Xing swept his dark dense eyes over those battlegrounds from the sky. After which, they paused on Xiao Yan's body. The denseness of his face became even riches. Both of his hands swiftly formed some strange seals as he cried out in a deep voice. After Old Ghost Jai Xing's cry sounded, the space of the valley suddenly began to fluctuate intensely. After which, circular folds spread. They became like clothes stacked onto each other as they were suspended in the empty sky. Old Ghost Jai Xing? Fengzunjia, who was being entangled with his opponent, also discovered Old Ghost Jai Xing. His face changed drastically as he involuntarily cried out. Fengxian, you really won't give up. This time around, you have even barged into my Hall of Soul. Old Ghost Jai Xing's eyes were sinister as he glanced at Fengzunjia and said. Fengzunjia's expression was gloomy. His palm violently struck onto the honorable elder of the Hall of Soul in front of him, who had reached the strength of a 3-star Dozun, and forced the latter to take a step back. The current situation had somewhat exceeded their control. The appearance of this Old Ghost Jai Xing could have considered to have turned the situation of this place around. If something went wrong, it was likely that quite a lot of deaths would occur in this group of theirs today. Once the old me has finished off this little fellow, I will let all of you know that my Hall of Soul is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Old Ghost Jai Xing laughed coldly. Immediately, his dark and dense eyes were turned towards Xiao Yan below. His voice was dense as he spoke. You dare to fool the old me with just the strength of a Dozone. This is the first time that the old me has met with such a thing, but... Old Ghost Jai Xing stepped gently onto the empty air after his words sounded and walked towards Xiao Yan. Black fog surged out from within his body in all directions. That might cause one to feel shock. The strength of a 5-star Dozun was indeed unusually frightening. Xiao Yan's expression also changed slightly as he looked at Old Ghost Jai Xing, who was stepping over the black fog that permeated the sky and arrived with great killing intent. This old fellow was obviously planning to personally kill him. However, with Xiao Yan's current strength, it was impossible for him to truly be a match for Old Ghost Jai Xing even if he used the Skyfire 3 mysterious change. Of course, this did not mean that Xiao Yan was completely just a pile of meat on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. The current him had already completely subdued the 3000 burning flame. He could be considered to be in possession of 4 types of heavenly flame. If he used 4 types of heavenly flames to merge into an angry Buddha lotus flame, that might would definitely be far from what the annihilation lotus flame that was created from the life-transforming flame could compare with. However, Xiao Yan required sufficient time to use this thing. With the strength of Old Ghost Jai Xing, he would definitely not provide Xiao Yan with sufficient time to prepare that kind of great killing weapon. Currently, the elite Dozuns on their side had already been held back by the honorable elders from the Hall of Souls. The only one who was still free to act was Ziyan. This girl's strength might have currently soared in that her actual form was an ancient void dragon, but she was still young. It was impossible for her to be a match for Old Ghost Jai Xing. Let me help you hold him back. While Xiao Yan's eyes were flickering, Zi Yan, who was a short distance away, appeared to have sensed his thoughts. Her delicate small body leaped over the midair and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Her small face was filled with seriousness as she spoke. Can you do it? Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before asking in a worried manner. Can you still find someone else now? Zi Yan replied without even turning her head. Xiao Yan was speechless. He could only clench his teeth and speak in a deep voice, help me buy some time. Be careful. Pull back if you are really unable to do it. Zi Yan nodded her small head slightly. Her little hands suddenly formed a couple of strange seals. Immediately, an intense purple light surged out from within her body. Under this purple light, Zi Yan's lovely little body suddenly grew rapidly. Within a short couple of breaths, she had turned from a little girl into a tall purple-haired great beauty who appeared extremely sexy. That alluring manner was actually the same as the one that Xiao Yan had seen in the small valley back then. Zi Yan pulled a thread of purple hair behind her ear after transforming into this appearance. She turned her head, only to see Xiao Yan's stunned manner. Her pretty face reddened and she immediately glared viciously at him. However, she had forgotten that she was no longer that little girl from earlier. By performing such an expression, she had instead appear extremely bewitching, causing one's heart to pound. You have really undergone a big change. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly and shook his head. He immediately inhaled a deep breath of air and swiftly pulled back. His voice was deep as he said, I'll leave him to you. Be careful. Xiao Yan pulled his hands back while he withdrew. The purple-brown flame appeared. After which, they separated, turning into 3 clusters of different colored heavenly flames that suspended in front of him. While Xiao Yan had moved his hand and prepared a great killing weapon, Zi Yan's pretty eyes had also become unusually grave. She firmly stared at old ghost Jai Xing a short distance away. It was possible for her to sense a truly dangerous aura on the latter's body. This time around, it was no longer just a game. In this current situation, Zi Yan was also clearly aware that this old ghost Jai Xing was the greatest variable. Little Fairy Doctor and the rest were current unable to free themselves. If he was allowed to charge into those battlegrounds, Little Fairy Doctor and the rest would definitely be swiftly defeated. At that time, everything would truly be over. Therefore, no matter what happened, she must hold this old fellow back. She needed to delay him until Xiao Yan successfully unleashed that great killing weapon. Only then would they be able to safely withdraw from this rescue operation today. Otherwise, their group would truly suffer heavy casualties. All the hope was on whether she could buy sufficient time for Xiao Yan, but... If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1225, Delay. Chapter 1225, Delay. Old Ghost Jai Xing frowned slightly as he looked at Zi Yan, who was blocking in front. His eyes rotated twice over the latter. For some unknown reason, he discovered that he was actually unable to see through Zi Yan's actual strength. While he could not see through it, he could still sense that Zi Yan was unable to pose much of a threat to him. Perhaps it is some unique items that can shield one's aura. Old Ghost Jai Xing muttered to himself within his heart. Immediately, his eyes turned towards Xiao Yan behind. At this moment, the latter shook the ring on his finger after summoning 3 types of heavenly flames. A wisp of dense white flame slowly rose from it. For types of heavenly flames, ... Seeing the scene, old Ghost Jai Xing could not help but shrink his eyes slightly despite his calmness. His expression also changed a little. The might of something like the heavenly flame was extremely great. However, it was incredibly rare. One would be considered to be greatly blessed to obtain one of them. However, Xiao Yan's hands had 4 types of heavenly flames. How could this not cause old Ghost Jai Xing's heart to tremble? This brat is indeed a little mysterious. From the looks of it, he seemed to be preparing to unleash some extremely powerful attack. Old Ghost Jai Xing guessed Xiao Yan's intention after seeing the latter's solemn expression. Although he was uncertain about just how powerful the Dou skill that Xiao Yan had prepared was, his usually cautious character would not allow Xiao Yan to successfully display it. This was the case even if he did not think that Xiao Yan could turn the situation around. Brat, do not continue to act recalcitrant. This will only cause your fate to be increasingly painful. Old Ghost Jai Xing laughed in a dark and cold manner while this thought flashed within his heart. His feet stepped on the empty space and he slowly walked towards Zi Yan. Vast and mighty black fog lingered behind him and a pressure spread. This had caused the aura of quite a number of Hall of Souls experts to become a little sluggish. Faced with old Ghost Jai Xing slowly walking over, Zi Yan's pretty face also became increasingly solemn. A rich purple light surged out from within her body and her hand was also tightly clenched. Are you going to step aside yourself or do you wish for the old me to attack? The old me does not know how to go easy on a beauty like those young people. Old Ghost Jiaxing slowly extended his hand after stopping a couple of dozen feet in front of Ziyan. He aimed it at Ziyan from a distance and spoke in a faint voice. "Qi, just attack if you want to. Why do you have to say so much nonsense?" Ziyan merely curled her lips and laughed in the face of the enormous pressure from Old Ghost Jiaxing. "You are indeed the same type as that brat. Even your tone is this dislikable." Old Ghost Jiaxing's face became a little gloomy. A chillness suddenly surged over his eyes. Immediately, he clenched his hand that was aiming at Ziyan. After Old Ghost Jiaxing clenched his hand, an invisible ripple immediately spread in a lightning-like fashion. Soon after, the space around Ziyan appeared to have been pinched by an enormous invisible hand. It suddenly sunk amidst a wave of cracking sound. The space around Ziyan ruthlessly compressed towards her. If one was to firmly press onto that majestic force, even the flesh of an expert at the peak of the Dou Zone class would immediately burst apart. However, when the compressing space was about to touch Ziyan's body, that purple glow lingering around her suddenly fluctuated. Immediately, it spread. When it did so, the sinking space that was violently compressing inward solidified. After which, it slowly disappeared into nothingness. "You are still too tender to be playing spatial force in front of this grand ant." Ziyan randomly resolved this spatial compression. After which, she curled her little mouth and spoke in an elderly manner. "Interesting." A surprise flashed across Old Ghost Jiaxing's eyes when he saw that Ziyan had easily resolved this spatial pressure that even someone at the peak of the Dou Zone class would be helpless against. He immediately laughed coldly and clenched his hand. After which, a punch was thrown without any fancy move. Bang! This punch from Old Ghost Jiaxing had just been thrown when the majestic black fog immediately fluctuated in a monstrous manner. While it wiggled intensely, it transformed into a 1,000 feet large enormous black giant python. It subsequently roared towards the sky. With a swing of its huge tail, it emitted a ripping sound and tore through the empty space. At the same time, it carried an incomparable wind and rushed over towards Ziyan. The black large python rushed through the sky. That powerful wind pressure that was created directly caused a couple of 100-feet-long gully on the ground of the valley even though it was thousands of feet away. Some large rocks burst apart on the spot. Ziyan's face also changed slightly in the face of this ferocious attack by Old Ghost Jiaxing. A rich purple light surged out from within his body. His hand was also clenched tightly. Purple light vaguely agglomerated into a blurry dragon head on his fist. Ancient Void Fist. Ziyan let out a delicate cry. Purple glow suddenly erupted from her hand like a volcano. Immediately, a purple light large dragon that was a couple of 100 feet large left his hand while carrying a sharp palm wind and a dense dragon's might. It roared towards the sky and violently collided with the large black python. Bang! A soul-stirring sound immediately erupted when the two collided. Terrifying airwaves swept apart in the sky like a windstorm. The cliffs around the valley and the southern square collapsed on the spot. Enormous stones rolled down. Finally, they heavily landed onto the bottom of the valley, emitting a loud sound as they did so. Groan. Ziyan's delicate body continuously pulled back as the frightening airwave surged over. A low moan was emitted from her throat. Fortunately, she did not suffer any injuries. The airwave raged in the sky for a moment before finally scattering. Those gazes that Old Ghost Jiaxing used to look towards Ziyan also became increasingly strange. Although the punch from Ziyan earlier was strong, it was impossible to completely receive his palm attack. From his senses, that purple dragon light had cut open a spatial crack line when the two collided and sent the majority of the attack by the black python into the empty space. This mysterious fist technique was something that Old Ghost Jiaxing had never even heard of. What a strange fist technique! Old Ghost Jiaxing laughed in a strange manner. Immediately, his eyes glanced at Xiao Yan's direction. This glance caused his entire body to be filled with cold sweat. This was because Xiao Yan was already forcefully kneading the four types of heavenly flames together. Looking from a distance, it appeared just like an extremely wild and violent fireball. A terrifying temperature spread from that spot. Old Ghost Jiaxing could clearly sense that the moisture in this entire place was swiftly being vaporized. Those green grass in the valley was swiftly withering at a speed visible to the naked eyes. This brat is a little strange. I cannot delay any longer. This strange scene finally caused Old Ghost Jiaxing to feel a little uneasy. He was naturally clearly aware of the might of the heavenly flame. Moreover, the strength of the four types of heavenly flame being stacked on each other, even he would likely feel terrible should he be struck by it. This thought flashed across Old Ghost Jiaxing's heart. His expression swiftly became dark and dense. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Ziyan in a ghost-like fashion. He slammed with his large hand, and a vast and mighty force slammed towards Zi Yan's chest in a lightning-like fashion while carrying a frightening shape-shattering strength. Faced with old ghost Jai Xing, who had suddenly used lethal attacks, there was a slight change in the expression on Zi Yan's pretty face. She could not pull back at this moment. Otherwise, should she end up giving the former an opportunity, he might interrupt Xiao Yan's heavenly flame merger. Hence, she could only step forward. Purple light lingered over her as her hand directly collided head-on with old ghost Jai Xing. Bang bang bang! Two figures followed each other like shadows in the sky. Each time the purple light and the black fog collided, it would bring about a thunder-like explosion. At the same time, numerous muffled groans would continuously appear. Bang! Another fierce collision occurred in the sky. The purple-colored figure was finally unable to hold out any longer. A mouthful of bright red blood was involuntarily spat out from her mouth. Her body was also shaken until she continuously pulled back. It was a moment later before she stabilized her body. That pretty face of hers was filled with a paleness. She was no match for old ghost Jai Xing when it came to this kind of head-on clash. Was it not because Zi Yan had a strong constitution and that she was born with great strength? It was likely that the veins in her body would have been forcefully shattered during these dozen over-palm collision. After all, an expert at the peak of a 5-star Dou Zun was really too strong. However, compared with the pale pretty face of Zi Yan, a great storm was brewed within old ghost Jai Xing's heart. After exchanging blows, he clearly understood that the former's strength was merely that of a dozone. However, this seemingly gentle and weak girl was even more terrifying than Xiao Yan. Not only did she forcefully receive over a dozen punches from him, but that terrifying strength that was vaguely reflected had actually caused his hand to become a little numb. This girl, just what kind of monster is she? The corner of old ghost Jai Xing's mouth twitched and a killing intent suddenly surged within his eyes. These people were not ordinary people. They must never be left alive to cause future troubles. Otherwise, the next time they meet, the one who was unlucky might be him instead. Star-plucking hand. The expression of old ghost Jai Xing finally became completely dark and solemn as killing intent surged within his heart. He densely looked at Zi Yan, who was watching him with caution. After which, he let out a cold laugher. Black fog surged over his hand before he suddenly grabbed it. This grab was extremely strange. This was because old ghost Jai Xing's hand had strangely disappeared when he did so. Only his arm was still left outside that space. A rich sense of danger surged within Zi Yan's heart when she saw this strange scene. Her body hurriedly withdrew. However, she suddenly sensed a chill on her neck when he was pulling back. Immediately, a great force was transmitted over and firmly grabbed her neck. Die! You are the one who will damn well die. A killing intent surged within the eyes of old ghost Jai Xing when his hand grabbed Zi Yan's neck. He was just about to kill her when a spatial crack line was suddenly formed a short distance away. Immediately, a strong tower-like figure rushed out from it. His fist violently smashed towards old ghost Jai Xing's head. That manner was such that old ghost Jai Xing's head would burst apart with a bang should he be struck by it even with his strength. This sudden unexpected change caused old ghost Jai Xing to be shocked. It was definitely impossible to adopt a life-for-a-life method. Hence, he released Zi Yan in a lightning-like fashion and his palm collided with the metal fist that was fiercely charging over. Bang! A terrifying storm erupted. Old ghost Jai Xing took 2 continuous steps back. That strong body of his flew backwards. After which, it landed beside Zi Yan in a somewhat staggering manner. Cough, big fellow, didn't you go and roam the continent? Zi Yan held her throat and coughed. After which, she looked at the large man beside her and gasped with surprise. The big man was naturally Xiongzhan, whom Zi Yan had brought out from the pill realm. At this moment, he also let out a dry laughter. After which, he carefully looked at the spatial crack line that had been torn earlier. He mumbled, "Damn it, it is not that the old me wished to come but I was thrown over." Old ghost Jai Xing had a gloomy expression as he looked at Xiongzhan from a short distance away. After sensing that the latter was also a Dou Zun, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. His expression changed abruptly before he could speak. After which, his eyes hurriedly turned towards the direction that Xiao Yan was located, only to see an exquisitely beautiful fire lotus formed by 4 colors slowly being suspended in Xiao Yan's palm. An annihilation-like strength that caused his heart to feel a little chilled quietly spread. Through the delay caused by Zi Yan, Xiao Yan had finally managed to merge and form an annihilation fire lotus that was created from 4 types of heavenly flames. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1226, Both Sides Suffering Losses. Chapter 1226, Both Sides Suffering Losses. The fire lotus was merely the size of a palm and was suspended over Xiao Yan's palm. The core of the lotus was made up of 4 colors. At a glance, it appeared incomparably beautiful. However, under this beautiful surface hid an annihilation like terrifying strength. Xiao Yan's expression had become quite pale at this moment. A heavenly flame that was merged from 4 types of heavenly flames was not as easy to create as he had thought. Although he had the experience from merging the annihilation fire lotus in the past, the life-transforming flame was not a true heavenly flame. There was naturally less trouble when merging it. This time around, however, he had used 4 types of genuine heavenly flames. The difficulty of merger was exposed almost immediately. If it was not because Xiao Yan's strength could be considered to have soared and that his soul had advanced to the so-called soul state, it was likely that he would not be able to truly successfully merge the annihilation fire lotus even if he possessed 4 types of heavenly flames. Moreover, the fire lotus at this moment was not a complete success. The destructive energy within it was far too terrifying. Even Xiao Yan could only carefully mediate it until an equilibrium. Only then did he dare to use it to deal with an enemy. Cold sweat continuously appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead. After which, it followed his face and fell like flowing water. His eyes were staring intently at the fire lotus slowly rotating on his palm. Vast and mighty spiritual strength was continuously poured into it. What a terrifying destructive strength! Old Ghost Jai Xing in the sky a short distance away also had a drastic change in expression because of this scene. The destructive force that was spreading from within the fire lotus even caused an uneasiness to surge into his heart. How is it possible for this brat to display such a frightening attack with his 9-star Dou Zone strength? The corner of Old Ghost Jai Xing twitched slightly. Immediately, murderous desire surged in his eyes. This person must not be allowed to live. With this thought that was filled with murderous intent flashing over his heart, the expression of Old Ghost Jai Xing had instantly become ferocious. His body moved and he transformed into an afterimage while rushing towards the location where Xiao Yan was located. He could sense that the attack of Xiao Yan had yet to be fully completed. If he interrupted it at this moment, he would definitely cause Xiao Yan to suffer a backlash. At that time, he would not only be able to destroy this terrifying attack but he would also be able to finish off Xiao Yan while doing so. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The figure of Old Ghost Jai Xing had just moved when it was discovered by Ziyan. She hurriedly cried, "Big fellow! Quick! Stop him!" Xiongzhan by the side laughed bitterly upon hearing this. All he could do was to nod his head. His feet stomped onto the empty air and his body rushed out like a cannonball. He caught up with Old Ghost Jai Xing after accelerating for a couple of times. With a furious cry, he raised his metallic fist and violently smashed towards the latter's back. Zoom! Xiongzhan's actual body was an ancient dragon bear. The strength of his physical body was extremely frightening. When this punch was thrown, even the space itself was bent a little. The invisible air formed a circular concave arc on the surface of his fist. A deafening rushing wind sound continued to resound over the place. A fierce glint also flashed across Old Ghost Jai Xing's eyes when he sensed that ferocious punch of Xiongzhan behind him. He glanced at Xiao Yan a short distance away, after which, he clenched his teeth. His body was twisted in a strange manner but he actually did not turn around to fight. Xiongzhan was also stunned when Old Ghost Jai Xing did not turn around. However, he could not be bothered with this. Since you did not turn around, you will just receive my beating. Bang! The punch that was mixed with a fierce force finally tore through the air and violently landed on the shoulder on Old Ghost Jai Xing. A low and deep meat collision sound suddenly appeared. When Xiongzhan's fist landed on Old Ghost Jai Xing's shoulder, some dense black fog immediately appeared. The black fog was just like cotton and reduced the force on the punch significantly. However, there was still some force penetrating through it and heavily collided onto Jai Xing's shoulders. Humph! This heavy attack directly caused a paleness to surge up Old Ghost Jai Xing's face. A slight bone cracking sound was also quietly emitted. Clearly, this punch by Xiongzhan had directly broke a couple of his bones. A ferocious smile surfaced in Old Ghost Jai Xing's eyes despite having forcefully received a punch from Xiongzhan. By borrowing the push force from the latter's fist wind, his speed had suddenly soared. Within a flash, he had appeared above Xiao Yan's head. A ferocious and deep laughter was emitted from his throat. You fool! Ziyan's originally pale face no longer had even a trace of blood when she saw this scene. She stomped her foot and chided Xiongzhan angrily. Xiongzhan had a face containing a bitter smile when he saw that Old Ghost Jai Xing had went all out to endure a punch just so that he could kill Xiao Yan. Immediately, Xiongzhan gritted his teeth and charged forward in a stifled manner. He wanted to send Old Ghost Jai Xing flying at this last moment. However, it was obviously too late for him to move now. The moment Old Ghost Jai Xing appeared above Xiao Yan's forehead, the seal formed by his hand changed abruptly. Black fog surged out in all directions. In an instant, it had formed a 5 feet large dark black ghost claw in front of him. The ghost claw had a dark and deep color that was terrifying. It was sinister, appearing just like the hand of a death god climbing out from hell. At a glance, it caused one to feel a chill over one's entire body. 9 Imprisoning Ghost Hand. The expression of old ghost Jai Xing became increasingly ferocious after dark black ghost claw was formed. He cried out coldly towards Xiao Yan. Immediately, the ghost claw was swung downwards without mercy. It violently slammed towards Xiao Yan's chest. This attack by old ghost Jai Xing had basically used all the Dou Qi within his body. That ghost claw might not be large, but space crumbled wherever it passed, revealing a dark black hole in the process. That ghost claw appeared even more sinister and frightening when mixing with this hollow space. The speed of the ghost claw was extremely swift. Within a flash, it had penetrated through the empty air and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. That dense wind, which was contained on the ghost claw, caused Xiao Yan to feel a kind of extremely dangerous aura. At this kind of extremely critical moment, there was no longer anyone who could rescue Xiao Yan in time. Xiao Yan also appeared to be aware of the current situation he was in. He looked at the savage face of old ghost Jai Xing and a crazy expression suddenly surged into his dark black eyes. If you wish to kill me, you will also accompany me to death. When the crazy expression surged within his eyes, Xiao Yan ceased bothering about the energy within the annihilation fire lotus that had yet to stabilize. His hand shook and the fire lotus left it. The fire lotus transformed into a fire glow that rushed towards old ghost Jai Xing, who was within close proximity. Bang! An earth-shaking loud sound suddenly resounded over the place when the fire lotus left Xiao Yan's hand. At this moment, an annihilation-like strength swept out like a storm in the sky. The entire mountain range trembled like an earthquake at this moment. Numerous enormous crack lines spread in all directions with the valley at its center. That large hall also began to sway unsteadily under this trembling. Numerous experts from the Hall of Souls were so shocked that they covered their heads and fled like mice. The annihilation storm that suddenly arrived also stirred the attention of the Dou Zuns from both parties in the sky. They glanced sideways and astonishment surfaced within their eyes. After which, they ceased pestering their opponents as they hurriedly withdrew. All of them were afraid of being implicated by the destructive force. Boom! The dark and dense ghost claw had finally rushed over the moment this destructive force spread. After which, it heavily slammed onto Xiao Yan's chest. That majestic dark and dense force suddenly erupted like a volcano. Grug! Xiao Yan's expression instantly paled upon suffering this lethal attack. A mouthful of blood fog was spat out. There was even a clear bone-breaking sound being transmitted from his chest. His body was also shaken by that terrifying force until it flew out like a cannonball. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a dense arc the moment his body was sent flying. This was because he saw the face of old ghost Jai Xing, which was covered with horror at this moment. The annihilation fire lotus had exploded. Bang! The firestorm that was 1,000 feet large instantly erupted. If one looked up from below, the storm appeared as though it connected the sky and earth, appearing just like a miracle. The firestorm was rampant as a destructive ripple spread like a wave. That incomparably firm large black hole within the valley had finally collapsed at this moment. Many experts from the Hall of Souls emitted a puff sound upon being struck by the ripple of destruction and turned into a cluster of dark black ash. The destructive ripple continued to spread for nearly 1,000 meters. Everything was red within a 1,000-meter radius. The dense forest was also destroyed at this moment. The Dou Zuns from both parties in the distant sky watched the valley that had basically vanished within an instant. A shock surged into their eyes immediately. After which, they inhaled a deep breath of air. Such a terrifying destructive strength was something that even some of the Tianzuan within the Hall of Souls had difficulty achieving. Boom! Xiao Yan's body, which was flying backwards, heavily shot onto a mountain wall. Large rocks rolled and buried him inside. Soon after, a lovely figure hurried over. She waved her hand and shattered the large rock. After which, she grabbed Xiao Yan from inside and swiftly rose into the sky, dodging the spreading destructive ripple. How is he? Xiongzhan flashed and appeared beside Ziyan. He hurried asked as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was covered with fresh blood. The latter's chest had even sunk inward. Ziyan's face was so dark and solemn that it was frightening. This was the first time that she had seen Xiao Yan suffer such a serious injury. A full-force attack by a 5-star Dou Zun was something that no one present could receive. Even less needed to be said for Xiao Yan. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of rushing wind resounded over the sky. Feng Zunjia, little fairy doctor and the rest hurriedly came over in a flash. Their expressions changed when they saw Xiao Yan was covered with fresh blood. Just as little fairy doctor and the rest had a drastic change in expression because of Xiao Yan's injury, an intense spatial fluctuation was suddenly emitted from within the enormous firestorm. Immediately, two vast and mighty aura that was even more powerful than old ghost Jiaxing slowly appeared. The hearts of Feng Zunjia's group immediately sunk when he sensed these two vast and mighty aura. This aura was that of someone from the Hall of Souls. The firestorm swept over the entire place while those two majestic auras quickly became clear. A moment later, the firestorm suddenly paused. After which, a vast and mighty strength surged out from within the storm. It forcefully reversed the storm, shaking it until it slowly disappeared. Old Mugu sighed in relief within his heart when he saw the firestorm that gradually disappeared. If the firestorm was allowed to continue run rampant, it was likely that the other people from the Hall of Souls would really be completely buried under it. Following the slow disappearance of the firestorm, two elderly figures also slowly appeared in everyone's sight. That majestic aura had suddenly soared to the peak at this moment. An enormous pressure descended from the sky, causing the hearts of everyone present to feel tensed. In so many years, someone who dares to destroy my Hall of Soul. Xiao Yan, you are the first. An unfamiliar icy cold elder voice slowly resounded over the sky as these two figures appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1227, Mysterious Person. Chapter 1227, Mysterious Person. The expressions of Feng Zunjia and the rest changed slightly upon hearing the icy cold voice that resounded over the sky. Immediately, their eyes focused intently on the spot where the firestorm had disappeared. There, three figures had appeared within their line of sight. Two of the three who had appeared were unknown old men. They were dressed in black and white robes respectively. The clear color made it easy for others to identify them. At this moment, the expressions of these two were covered with a shady expression. A branch hall was destroyed. If one looked into the matter, it was likely that all the members of the Hall of Soul present would not be able to escape responsibility. After everyone's eyes swept over these two people, their gazes paused onto the figure, who was between the two of them. In an instant, their expressions became a little interesting. The condition of that figure was currently not much better than Xiao Yan. He was similarly covered with fresh blood. The skin that was revealed outside of his robes had revealed a large amount of blood and flesh. His sleeves had already been completely blown off. Moreover, fresh blood continuously dripped from his sleeves. One of his arm had actually disappeared. Seeing this miserable manner of old ghost Jiaxing, regardless of whether it was Feng Zunjia or old Mugu, all of them were completely stunned. Immediately, his heart violently inhaled a deep breath of cool air. Finally, numerous shocked eyes turned toward Xiao Yan, who was in Ziyan's embrace. This fellow, he actually relied on his 9-star Dozone strength to turn an expert at the peak of a 5-star Dozone into such a miserable manner. Gulp! Old Mugu swallowed a mouthful of saliva while his face was covered with perspiration. Those eyes which he used to look at Xiao Yan had an additional fear and joy. He rejoiced that Xiao Yan did not use such a frightening fire lotus against him back then. His strength was far inferior to old ghost Jiaxing. If he was to suffer such a blow, he would definitely perish on the spot. Cough. Old ghost Jiaxing coughed intensely. Mouthfuls of fresh blood was continuously being vomited. One could even see some internal organ fragments within the fresh blood. Clearly, old ghost Jiaxing had not only lost an arm this time around, but his internal injury was also unprecedentedly serious. It was normal for him to even die. Everyone looked at each other upon seeing this scene. Their hearts quietly sighed for this old man. Even if he could survive from such serious injuries, it was likely that some sequelae would remain. It was not impossible for him to have difficulty advancing his strength any further in the future. Kill that brat. I want to tear him into tens of thousands of pieces. Blood foam continued to seep out from the corner of old ghost Jiaxing's mouth. However, his eyes were still viciously staring at Xiao Yan. The hatred he felt towards the latter was monstrous at this moment. With his peak of the 5-star Dozone strength, he would actually end up suffering such a terrible loss in the hands of a 9-star Dozone brat. How could he calm the fury within his heart? The two black and white robed old men by the side looked at this manner of old ghost Jiaxing. Although their expressions were still icy cold, there was an astonishment surfacing in their eyes. They were clearly aware of the strength of this old ghost. He might not be comparable to the two of them, but his strength was not far away. It was unexpected that he would actually end up with such a fate today. You old ghost. You really can only blame yourself for this. If you used the spatial jade to summon the both of us once you discovered them, how would you end up in such a fate? That black-robed old man's tone contained some fury. Currently, the branch hall has been destroyed. If the hall chief pursues the manor, you will suffer for it. Forget it, it is pointless for you to tell him this now. Don't you know what kind of character this old ghost has? Capturing Xiao Yan is considered a deed with great merit. Earlier, he thought that victory was assured and would naturally not call the both of us over to divide the credit. I think that if it is not because he has been forced by the other party until such a manner, he would not use the spatial jade. The white-robed elder coldly laughed. Some fury also surged in the eyes of old ghost Jai Xing when he saw this faint mockery from these two. However, he currently did not possess the ability to display even the slightest anger. The intense pain that was continuously transmitted from within his body clearly told him that the injury that he had suffered this time around had already reached a fatal extent. If he was not careful, it was likely that he might not even be able to keep this life of his. Greetings to Black-White Tianzins. That old Mu Gu and the others also hurriedly flew over at this moment and respectfully greeted these two old men. All of you also have some responsibility for the destruction of the branch hall. White Tianzuan glanced at the couple of them and spoke in a faint voice. The expressions of old Mu Gu and the rest changed upon hearing this. However, they did not dare to say anything more. All they could do was to smile bitterly and admit it. Currently, the only way for all of you to use merit to make up for your mistake is to capture Xiao Yan. All of you should be aware of this point, Black Tianzuan coldly said. Old Mu Gu and the others hurriedly nodded. From the looks of Xiao Yan's condition, he had clearly fought with old ghost Jai Xing until they were both seriously injured. He should no longer be able to use another of that terrifying fire lotus attack. White Tianzuan patted old ghost Jai Xing gently. A gentle force entered the valley. There were still some members of the Hall of Souls who had managed to keep their little lives there. At this moment, they could only get them to look after this old fellow first. Don't delay any longer. Let's attack. Together. Black Tianzuan spoke in a deep voice. Currently the strength on their side held the absolute advantage. He would naturally not give up this kind of advantage. Currently, the most important thing was to grab Xiao Yan first. Otherwise, once the hall chief became furious, the people here would end up suffering. It is actually Black-White Tianzuan. Unexpectedly, even these two old demons have hurried over. Feng Zunjia looked at the distant white and black old men. Their expressions were somewhat dark and solemn as he slowly spoke. Today, it is likely not easy to escape. The strength of these two old demons are a little stronger than old ghost Jai Xing, adding the few remaining Dozuns. This lineup surpasses. Taijian Zunjia spoke in an indifferent manner. Although the current situation was dangerous, there was still not much of a change to his expression. It was as though he was not involved in his situation. Looks like we might have to go all out once. Ziyan, bring Xiao Yan and leave, little fairy doctor softly said. It was clearly already impossible for them to withdraw safely in this kind of situation. Someone must stay behind to delay these people. Little fairy doctor's voice had just sounded when her arm was suddenly grabbed. She turned her head, only to see that the one who had grabbed her was Xiao Yan, who was covered in fresh blood. She involuntarily felt a heartache upon seeing the latter's appearance. This was also the first time that she had saw Xiao Yan, who was usually laughing, appearing so miserable. Although his opponent was at the peak of the 5-star Dozun class. Do not leave some last words. It is not impossible to escape. Ziyan clenched her silver teeth. She appeared to have made some resolution as she spoke in a deep voice. All of you should quickly follow me in a while. Do not hesitate. Otherwise, even I will not have any solution. Ziyan did not give them any time for inquiries after her words sounded. She bit the tip of her tongue and a drop of dark golden blood suddenly flew out. Finally, it landed on the tip of her finger. Ziyan's expression became deathly white when this drop of golden blood appeared. Even her body began to sway unsteadily. Ziyan forcefully stabilized her body. Her hand seal changed. Immediately, that delicate finger of hers, which had touched the dark golden blood, suddenly cut across the empty space in front of her. A spatial crack line slowly appeared. Ziyan's hand seal changed once again when this spatial crack line appeared. The crack line was slowly opened like a tightly shut room door. Following the appearance of this spatial door, some dense cold sweat appeared on Ziyan's clear forehead. You wish to leave? The activity of this area had immediately been discovered by the Black-White Tianzins. Their expressions sunk as they let out a cold cry. They waved their sleeves and two mighty black fog pillars cut through space before rushing over towards Xiao Yan's group. Feng Zunjia and the rest had a slight change in expression when they saw the black fog pillar rushing over in an explosive manner. He was about to act when Ziyan spoke in a deep voice, "There is no time to fight. Whoever fights will not be able to leave." Everyone's body paused upon hearing this. Their expressions were a little complicated. An instant later, little fairy doctor looked at the black fog pillar that was rapidly arriving. She clenched her silver teeth and was just about to rush out when she was being forced back by a palm. Taijian Zunja immediately stepped forward. His voice was indifferent as he said, "All of you should leave. Yao Chen, you have done me a great favor back then. Today, I shall return it to you." Taijian Zunja laughed faintly. Before Feng Zunja could say anything, his body moved and rushed out explosively. The Dou Qi within his body surged and forcefully received those two black fog pillars. However, that frightening force shook him until he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. With his 2-star Dou Zun strength, how could he be a match for the black-white Tianzuan? Haha, I have taken my great revenge. All that I seek for is death. Being able to die in the hands of the Hall of Soul Tianzuan is really worthwhile. Taijian Zunja rubbed the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He laughed out loud towards the sky. Immediately, everyone was stunned to discover that the Dou Qi within the former's body had suddenly become wild and violent at this moment. Be careful. This fellow is about to self-destruct. The faces of the black-white Tianzans changed slightly upon seeing this. They quietly cursed crazy within his heart. This fellow was really intending to seek death. While Taijian Zunja was blocking the Dou Zuns from the Hall of Soul, the spatial door was finally slowly opened. Immediately, a rich silver light surged out from within and wrapped around Xiao Yan's group. The light had just wrapped around them when the spatial door suddenly trembled intensely. Ziyan's face also changed slightly. With her current strength, she had strained herself too much by forcefully attempting to open a spatial door and shuttle through the emptiness. Moreover, the most important issue was that she was bringing a group of people with her now. Just when the spatial door shook with greater intensity and a despair involuntarily rose within Ziyan's heart, the trembling spatial door suddenly began to strangely solidify. Light once again burst out. This time around, the light was actually unprecedentedly strong. The spatial fluctuation was also extremely stable. Ziyan was startled when she saw this kind of change. Immediately, she appeared to have understood something. A gratitude flashed across her eyes. Her hand seal suddenly changed and the light from within the spatial door burst out. Soon after, a frightening suction force surged from it and forcefully dragged Xiao Yan's group into the spatial door. After everyone entered it, the spatial door shook and disappeared. Ugh! A helpless sigh finally sounded after Xiao Yan's group had successfully entered the spatial door. A dark black spatial crackline suddenly appeared behind Taijian Zunja, who was about to self-destruct, and swallowed him inside. This sudden unexpected change directly caused the black-white Tianzans to be stunned for a moment. A long while later, their eyes suddenly turned towards the location where Xiao Yan's group was at. However, the place was completely empty. Their expressions immediately turned green. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1228, Serious Injury. Chapter 1228, Serious Injury. This was an extremely vast and endless desolated plains. One could still see some green grass patches on the plains. However, most of it was a desolated bright yellow color. Occasionally, some eagles would fly in the sky above while being accompanied by a couple of sharp eagle cry. Desolation covered this entire plain. At a certain moment, the space of this place rippled. Immediately, a dark black hole was split open in this empty space. A couple of human figures exited from it in a somewhat miserable manner. After which, they landed on the ground. Ziyan, are you alright? Little fairy doctor hurriedly asked when she landed and saw Ziyan's pale white face. Ziyan shook her head. Purple light flashed on the body. Immediately, she began to slowly shrunk. Within the blink of an eye, she had turned back into the little girl from before. She panted a little before wiping off the cold sweat on her forehead and said, "It's nothing. I will be fine after resting a little. You should take a look at Xiao Yan's condition first." Feng Zunja by the side held Xiao Yan's pulse the moment he appeared. His expression became increasingly ugly after a deep probe. Everyone's heart sunk when they saw this manner of his. While everyone were completely silent, the dark black ring on Xiao Yan's finger shook. Yao Lao's illusory body flashed and appeared. He grabbed Xiao Yan's pulse. A moment later, a murderous intent suddenly surged within his eyes. He coldly said, "Old ghost Jai Xing, what a vicious tactic. Old fellow." Feng Zunja felt a lament when he saw his old friend at this moment. However, now was not the time to catch up on old times. The most important thing now was Xiao Yan's injuries. "Mr. Yao Lao, how is Xiao Yan's injury?" Little fairy doctor's pretty face was a little pale as she softly asked. The veins in his body are all shattered and 70% of his bones are broken. That palm of old ghost Jai Xing had contained all of his strength. Yao Lao's voice was low and deep as he spoke. That usual smiling face of his currently contained a ferociousness no matter how one saw it. Hall of Soul, from today onwards, we will not rest until one of us die. Yao Chen's savage voice caused Feng Zunjie by the side to sigh softly. It was the first time that he saw the calm and indifferent Yao Lao show such an emotion in so many years. Even when Han Feng had betrayed Yao Lao back then, the latter did not show such a surge in emotion. It seemed that the importance of Xiao Yan in his heart was quite great. Little fairy doctor's already pale face became even whiter when she heard Yao Chen's words. Her delicate body swayed unsteadily. Zi Yan by the side hurriedly supported her upon seeing this. Such a serious injury. Tianhua Zunjie and Xiongzhan exchanged looks with one another before sighing softly. Forcefully receiving a full force palm from an expert at the peak of the 5-star Dozun class. Forget about Xiao Yan, even the two of them would likely end up losing their lives on the spot. It was already not easy for Xiao Yan to still have a breath left at this moment. There should still be some method, right? Aren't you known for being able to save someone as long as that person still has a breath left? Feng Zunjie hurriedly opened his mouth to speak after seeing that everyone had dark hazy faces. However, he smiled bitterly when he spoke. He had forgotten about Yao Lao's current condition. Not only did the latter not possess a body, but he had been turned quite weak by the Hall of Soul. How would he possess the kind of strength that he had when he was at his peak? Yao Lao's expression was gloomy. He sat beside Xiao Yan and looked at the latter's face, which was covered with fresh blood. The killing intent within his heart once again surged without control. It was the first time that he had such a rich desire to kill in his heart in these many years. He was aware that if it was not because Xiao Yan had come to rescue him, the latter would definitely not allow himself to fall into such a dangerous situation, given his shrewdness. Calm down first. Xiao Yan had rescued you after much difficulty. Aren't you delivering yourself to be captured if you head to the Hall of Soul now? How could Feng Zunjie, who had been acquainted with Yao Lao for so many years, not know what the latter was thinking after seeing his expression? Immediately, he patted Yao Lao's shoulder and softly spoke. The most important thing now is not to seek revenge but to rescue Xiao Yan. Yao Chen also inhaled a deep breath of air after hearing this. He was aware that Feng Zunjie was right. At this moment, he must definitely not create trouble. You should think properly about what should be done. With your alchemist skills, you should have some solution, Feng Zunjie said. Yao Lao inclined his head slightly. The ferocious expression on his face was withdrawn. His hand rubbed over Xiao Yan's pulse and carefully probed deeply into the condition within the latter's body. When he focused and probed deeply, the familiar Yao Zunjie aura on his body also gradually seeped out. Back then, he had shook the entire continent. Who was not aware of the name Yao Zunjie? Many super-strong individuals wished to befriend him but was unable to find a way to do so. Although he had currently fell into a low point, it was not difficult for him to recover to his peak with his ability. However, these were not the things that he currently needed to consider. If any accident was to occur to Xiao Yan, it was likely that Yao Lao's remaining life would be lived with a crazy vengeance. Seeing Yao Lao focusing his mind and engaging in a deep examination, the few people beside him also did not dare to make any noise and disturb him. Xiongzhan and Tianhua Zunjie separated and guarded against any sudden and unexpected situations. A quiet and tensed atmosphere lingered over this entire area. It was a long while later before Yao Chen, who had his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. He softly said, "The situation is a little better than I had imagined." Little fairy doctor and the rest let out a soft sigh of relief upon hearing this. Currently, they were unable to endure even more blows. There is a way to save him? Feng Zunjie also asked while feeling rejoice. The constitution of this little fellow is extremely strong. That palm from old ghost Jai Xing should have severed all of his life force. However, he had managed to forcefully endure through it. Moreover, there is the heavenly flame guarding his heart. Hence, it is not truly fatal, Yao Lao fondled his beard and slowly said. Moreover, the interior of his body currently has a heavenly flame helping him repair his injured body. You mean, the 3,000 burning flame? Little fairy doctor asked softly. Yes, the 3,000 burning flame is known as the undying flame. Little fellow, who has swallowed and refined it, also possessed this kind of special characteristic. As long as the 3,000 burning flame is not extinguished, it is possible for any injury in his body, regardless of how severe it was, to be healed, Yao Lao nodded and said. However, he is currently already unconscious. The recovery by the 3,000 burning flame is automatically activated. This kind of heavenly flame need to absorb the strength of the stars. Hence, We must find a place where the strength of the stars is extremely great. Only then is it possible to increase the recovery rate. Strength of the stars? Feng Zunjie was involuntarily startled when he heard this. He immediately laughed. Let's go to the Falling Star Pavilion then. You have forgotten that the place where the Falling Star Pavilion was built at is originally a meteorite from space. Even after countless number of years, the strength of the stars within it is still gathered there without scattering. It is the most suitable place for Xiao Yan to recuperate. A joy flashed past Yao Lao's eyes when he heard these words. He had really nearly forgotten about that good place. With the help of that meteorite, this little fellow's life can be considered to be saved, Yao Lao softly laughed. Additionally, it is not that I wish to say words that will give others a blow, but even though Xiao Yan's life is saved, such a serious injury will definitely affect his training. If in the future he discovers that his strength has halted and is unable to advance, with Xiao Yan's character, it is likely very difficult for him to accept it. Feng Zunjie appeared to have thought of something. He hesitated for a moment before softly speaking with a bitter smile. The heart of little fairy doctor by the side, which had just been relaxed, immediately became tensed. She understood Xiao Yan very well. If the latter discovered that his strength would no longer be able to advance even an inch in the future, it was likely that he would feel worse than having been killed. Kuko, there is no need to be worried about this. Currently, Xiao Yan's body had already become so broken that it cannot be more so. This is an opportunity for him to break through his current shell and obtain a new self. You should come and sense the interior of his body. See if you can find something familiar. Yao Lao merely shook his head and laughed when he heard the concern. Feng Zunjie was startled. He extended his hand as he was told and probed deep into Xiao Yan's body. A moment later, he did indeed sense an extremely familiar mysterious energy. His eyes were suddenly opened as he exclaimed in shock, This is the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill? Yao Lao smiled and nodded. He sighed, fortunately, we have gotten one yin-yang mysterious dragon pill from Han Feng back then. Otherwise, it will really be troublesome today. That's right, that's Ring. Now, the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill is most suitable for him. The injuries within his body is even more severe than those of mine back then. He would definitely be able to completely activate all of medicinal strength within the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill. Feng Zunjie was a little excited. He immediately laughed. It is indeed a great blessing. This time around, this little fellow might even get a blessing in disguise and breakthrough to the Dou Qi class, but this will depend on his luck. Yao Lao smiled and nodded. His mood had also relaxed a little. With the presence of the 3000 burning flame and the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to die this time around even if he wanted to. Little fairy doctor and Ziyan by the side also sighed in relief and appeared to have been relieved of a great burden after hearing the conversation of those two. Now, we should hurry back to the Falling Star Pavilion. With the help of the meteorite strength there, Xiao Yan's injury will be healed a little faster. The tensed atmosphere of this place immediately relaxed after Xiao Yan's problem was resolved. Feng Zunjie stood up. His eyes swept around him, mused for a moment and said, This should be the northern desolated plains that is tens of thousands of kilometers from the Death Soul Mountain range. There is still some distance to the Falling Star Pavilion. Therefore, we cannot delay any longer, but yes, the branch hall is destroyed and the Hall of Soul will most likely not allow this matter to rest. The terrain of the Falling Star Pavilion is unique and it is well hidden. It is an extremely good hiding spot. Yao Chen nodded. Currently, they must allow Xiao Yan to recover as soon as possible. There will be opportunities to settle the scores with the Hall of Soul in the future. Naturally, no one had any objections to Yao Lao's words. That big fellow Xiong Zhan came over and carried Xiao Yan on his back. Being large and tough, he was the best person to be entrusted with this task. However, little fairy doctor was worried about his rugged manner. Therefore, she continued to follow behind him. She was afraid that a bump might shake the currently extremely weak Xiao Yan until something happened. The entire group was all ready to get going after it had a target. After packing up briefly, they rose into the air and swiftly rushed towards the area where the Falling Star Pavilion was located. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1229, Falling Star Pavilion. Chapter 1229, Falling Star Pavilion. The Falling Star Pavilion was situated at the southern region of the Central Plains. Amongst the so-called four pavilions, the Falling Star Pavilion had the least number of disciples. Of course, their numbers might not make it, but it was fortunate that the Falling Star Pavilion could pass in terms of quality. One must not underestimate a disciple from the Falling Star Pavilion due to the latter's young age should one end up meeting him. This was because the Falling Star Pavilion never recruit mediocre people. The Falling Star Pavilion did not only possess the least number of disciples amongst the 4 pavilions, but it was also the most mysterious one. The other 3 pavilions built their headquarters in an extremely grand manner, causing one to be able to sense the great strength of this sect from a glance. However, the Falling Star Pavilion was different. Unless it was someone who had a great understanding of the Falling Star Pavilion, otherwise, it was likely that one would have difficulty even finding the location of the sect. This caused the Falling Star Pavilion to possess an additional mysterious feel to it from other people's perspective. The Pill region was at a greatest distance from the southern region. Even with the speed of Yao Lao's group, they had spent nearly half a month before truly entering the boundary of the southern region. After which, they spent another 7 to 8 days before coming to a stop after reaching the exterior area of the Sky Star Mountain Range in the southern region. The Falling Star Pavilion is located within the Sky Star Mountain Range. Haha, the place is a little unique. If one did not possess a special entry method, even an elite Dou Zun would not be able to enter it. Feng Zunjia also sighed in relief as he watched the familiar lush green mountain range. He turned his head and smilingly spoke to the weary little fairy doctors group. Sky Star Mountain Range, it has been many years that I haven't visited this place. Yao Lao looked at the continuous mountain range and sighed. The Falling Star Pavilion was established by the 2 of us back then. However, you end up being an absent leader. Everything was done by me. It had caused me to end in a terrible state back then. Feng Zunjia shook his head and said. Ha ha. Yao Lao laughed. I do not like these things. Back then, I have established this Falling Star Pavilion because I was a little interested. Feng Zunjia could only shake his head helplessly when he heard this. After which, he turned around and waved towards everyone. Next, he rushed hurriedly towards the mountain range. Little Fairy Doctor and the rest followed closely behind. The group flew for over 10 minutes within this vast mountain range before Feng Zunjia at the front finally came to a slow halt. Little Fairy Doctor and the others behind were startled. Their eyes swept in all directions, but they only end up discovering that this place was still a lush green forest. Their surroundings did not possess any buildings, nor was there any mountains. It was completely just an ordinary sea of trees. Coco, this is the Great Falling Star Formation of the Falling Star Pavilion. This great formation is not man-made. Instead, it is naturally formed. Feng Zunjia smiled slightly. An old jade appeared in his hand. After which, he flew out and a thread of strange starlight spread out from within it. Light spread in the space in front actually became gradually distorted. Finally, it formed a large spatial door in front of the stunned gazes of Little Fairy Doctor's group. Let's go. Inside this place is the true headquarters of the Falling Star Pavilion. Feng Zunjia smiled and took the lead to step into that large spatial door. Little Fairy Doctor and the rest behind hesitated for a moment before following him. After everyone entered, that large spatial door was finally turned invisible again. Little Fairy Doctor and the others sensed that the area in front of them became blurry for a moment after entering the large spatial door. The world in front of them appeared to have traveled through time as it suddenly changed. The originally endless sea of trees currently had a tall mountain appearing. There were some buildings that could be seen on the top of the mountain. One could even vaguely hear the cries from sparing. This is strictly speaking a realm that is created from the star strength of the meteorite. Coco, of course, it cannot be compared with those large realms created by those elite Doshangs. The size of this place is merely similar to that of a city, Feng Zunjia laughed. However, due to this place being naturally formed, its ability to hide is extremely great. Even an elite Dou Zun would have difficulty sensing the profoundness of this place should they fly past it. Little Fairy Doctor and the rest were also amazed when they heard this. Only Xi Yan curled her little lips. She already knew that this place had some mysteriousness to it when she looked over from outside earlier. Of course, she was the only one in this group who possessed such an ability. Siege. Soon after everyone had appeared in this realm, over a dozen large white cranes suddenly flew over from the distant mountaintop. There were some human figures standing on those cranes. A green figure, who led them, rushed over. After which, the figure appeared in front of everyone. It was surprisingly Mu Qingluan, whom Xiao Yan had met once. Teacher. Mu Qingluan sighed in relief when she saw that the person who had come was Feng Zunjia. She waved her hand and asked those white crane lingering in the midair to withdraw. Yes. Feng Zunjia smilingly nodded. After which, he pointed towards Yao Lao beside him and said, "Quick, come and greet the pavilion chief of our Falling Star Pavilion." Mu Qingluan was startled when she heard this. She glanced at Yao Lao and suddenly discovered that the latter looked exactly the same as the drawing of the founder within the sect. Immediately, she understood that Feng Zunjia was not joking and hurriedly spoke in a respectful manner. "Qingluan greets, Hall Chief." Yao Lao helplessly shook his head and spoke in fashion where he could neither laugh nor cry. You old fellow, you are purposefully trying to embarrass me. You are originally the hall chief of the Falling Star Pavilion, how could it embarrass you? Feng Zunjia smiled. He turned his head towards Mu Qingluan and said, with Yao Zunjia here in the future, all of you people are going to be blessed. Yao Zunjia? Mu Qingluan's heart was quite shaken when she heard these words. Yao Lao's name back then was basically known by everyone within the Central Plains. She had occasionally heard Feng Zunjia mention about him. However, she did not expect that she was actually able to meet him in person today. Forget it, don't listen to this old fellow talk nonsense. Let's settle Xiao Yan down first, Yao Lao waved his hand and said. Mu Qingluan's eyes moved when she heard this and saw Xiao Yan on the back of Xiongzhan. She was involuntarily shocked when she saw the latter covered in fresh blood with only a breath left. Although she could not be said to have an extremely good understanding of Xiao Yan, she also understood that this fellow was not an ordinary person. Who could turn such a shrewd fellow into this manner? Let's go. This little fellow engaged in a head-on clash with a 5-star Dou Zun. Although he broke one of the other party's arm, he had also been beaten until he is seriously injured. Feng Zunjia sighed and explained. Buzz. The head of Mu Qingluan by the side began to buzz when Feng Zunjia's sigh fell. She stared at Xiao Yan in a stunned manner. This fellow actually dared to exchange blow with an elite Dou Zun. Moreover, it was someone who had reached the level of a 5-star Dou Zun. This strength was something that even her teacher, Feng Zunjia, had never reached. Moreover, the thing that really caused the corner of her mouth to twitch was that this fellow had actually even broken one of the other party's arm. Mu Qingluan wiped off some cold sweat. A moment later, she finally recovered gradually. A bitter laughter appeared in his heart. Just what did this fellow do during this 1 year? Back then, just in Northern Pavilion, chief of the Wind Lightning Pavilion had already managed to chase after him until he fled in all directions like a dog which had lost its home. Yet, within this short 1 year, his opponent had already directly leaped from the Dou Zone class to the Dou Zun class. Mu Qingluan turned her body around while her head was still a little dazzled. She led the group to head up to the mountain top. After which, she obeyed Feng Zunjia's instruction and arranged for Little Fairy Doctor and the others to settle down. After doing all these, she finally recovered from the shock that Feng Zunjia's words brought. A strange thought suddenly rose within her heart. If that Feng Er was to meet Xiao Yan now, I wonder just what kind of interesting expression she will have. After settling the weary Little Fairy Doctor's group down, Yao Lao and Feng Zunjia carried Xiao Yan and directly rushed to the back mountain. A moment later, a dark black stone tower appeared in their sight. This stone tower was built in an extremely crude manner. It was described as a stone tower, but it looked more like an ugly black stone pillar. Although its exterior appearance was ugly, this rock pillar was the place with the strongest star strength within this area. This was because this was coincidentally the point where that meteorite from space gathered the star strength. Feng Zunjia carried Xiao Yan and leaped onto the top of the stone tower. This top level was around 30 to 40 feet wide. There was a black stone tower within it. The top of the stone stage was only 5 feet wide. If one looked through the space, one would coincidentally be able to see that clear sky. This meteorite not only gathered star strength, but it was also able to absorb the star strength from space. This stone stage was the gathering spot for these two strength that were absorbed. Feng Zunjia carefully placed Xiao Yan on the stone stage. At this moment, the latter had both of his eyes shut tightly. There was barely any breath left. Even the sound of his breathing was unusually weak. His entire person was no different from that of a dying person. Xiao Yan's body had just lied on the stone stage when a wave of dense star strength permeated out from the stone platform. After which, it continued to gather into his body. Purple-brown flame curled and rose at this moment. It transformed into a circular fire barrier that covered the entire of Xiao Yan's body. Feng Zunjia and Yao Lao rejoiced instead of being shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, the 3,000 burning flame was increasing dense. Xiao Yan's injuries would thus recover increasingly quickly. This falling star stage is indeed not bad, Yao Lao sighed in his heart and softly said. Cuckoo, there is no need to be worried. As long as there is sufficient star strength to support it, the 3,000 burning flame will never be extinguished. Xiao Yan would also make a complete recovery from his injuries, Feng Zunjia laughed. Yao Lao nodded gently. Let's go. Allow him to stay here alone quietly and recuperate. This recuperation period will likely be long. We can only wait. Yao Lao smiled and nodded. It did not matter how long or short it would take. As long as Xiao Yan was able to recover the injuries within his body, the length of time needed did not matter. Little fellow, take care. Teacher is still waiting for you to help me refine a body. Yao Lao smiled slightly as he watched the pain on Xiao Yan's face reduce a little when the flame rose. Only then did he wear a tired expression between his brows and quietly withdraw from this stone tower with Feng Zunjie. This place became completely silent after these two people withdrew. Only that purple-brown flame burned fiercely in a tireless manner. Xiao Yan, who was within the flame, was just like a phoenix bath in a flame, waiting for the moment that he would be reborn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1230, Time Flies. Chapter 1230, Time Flies. The arrival of Yao Lao's group had undoubtedly caused the Falling Star Pavilion to become unusually lively. The disciples within the Falling Star Pavilion and even some elders were extremely curious about this pavilion chief that only existed in legend. The Falling Star Pavilion was basically developed by Feng Zunjie alone during these years. Even though this was the case, Feng Zunjie had also been leaving the spot of the pavilion chief empty. He did not have any intention of sitting on it. This was because he ultimately believed that Yao Lao would sooner or later return to the Falling Star Pavilion. This position was something that he had reserved for Yao Lao. This day had also ultimately arrived like he had anticipated. Hence, after settling the matter of Xiao Yan, he had gathered all the disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion the next day and announced the matter of returning the pavilion chief position. This kind of matter was undoubtedly extremely shocking to the Falling Star Pavilion. In the past, the Falling Star Pavilion had been treating Feng Zunjie as the leader. Currently, their true leader was going to change. The disciples below were naturally not very used to it. Fortunately, this unaccustomed manner did not last for very long before it was broken by another excitement. Even these fledgling younger generation did not feel unfamiliar with the name Yao Zunjie. Some of the older elders were even filled with wild joy within their hearts. They were extremely experienced and were clearly aware just what kind of position and reputation Yao Lao from back then had in the Central Plains. If one was to really discuss about his reputation and status, it was likely that even the three great heads from the Pill Tower would be slightly inferior. With such a person being the pavilion chief, why would the Falling Star be worried of not being strong? Yao Lao could only smile bitterly in the face of such a situation. However, he did not reject anything this time around. After having experienced the matters that had happened during these years, he also understood that unless one's strength was so great to the point that no one was able to resist one, there would ultimately be quite a big gap between a person and a faction. Back then, he was at a disadvantage in being too free and unfettered. Hence, he ended up being viciously attacked by the Hall of Soul after the latter found an opportunity. Since he possessed the chance to do everything again, he would naturally be unwilling to see this matter repeating itself. Additionally, Xiao Yan would definitely come to a true face-off with the Hall of Soul if he wished to rescue his father. At that time, Xiao Yan would require some faction supporting him from behind. This time around, Xiao Yan had risked death to rescue him. This had caused Yao Lao to place all of his thoughts on this disciple. Currently, he could be considered to be making some prior plans for Xiao Yan. Feng Zunjie sighed in relief within his heart when he saw that Yao Lao did not find any excuse to reject the post this time around. He had always thought that the Falling Star Pavilion belonged to Yao Lao in his heart. During these years, he was merely helping the latter manage it. Now that Yao Lao had returned, he would naturally need to return it back. The relationship between him and Yao Lao could be considered to be friends who had undergone life and death together. Feng Zunjie was able to search around bitterly for so many years because of Yao Lao. What did a mere pavilion chief position matter? Moreover, he was also extremely clear about Yao Lao's character. He did not specialize in management. At that time, he would still be the one to have a headache over these matters. After settling Xiao Yan down, Feng Zunjie and Yao Lao decided to shut the mountain door first because they were afraid of the revenge by the Hall of Soul that could interrupt Xiao Yan's recuperation. With the protection of the Great Falling Star Formation, it was likely that the Hall of Soul would not be able to extend its limbs over. Everything would be discussed after Xiao Yan wakes up. No one objected to the matter of shutting the mountain entrance. Although this realm could not be compared with the Pill Realm, its size was also quite large. There would not be much of a problem staying here for years. Moreover, the energy in this place was dense. The effect of one's training would be many times better than the outside world. Little Fairy Doctor's group naturally chose to remain behind with the mountain entrance shut. Xiao Yan had yet to awaken. How could she leave first? There was similarly no objections to Little Fairy Doctor's group remaining behind. The strength of these people could be considered top level even in the Central Plains. If they could remain in the Falling Star Pavilion, they would undoubtedly greatly strengthen the defense of this place. After the mountain entrance was shut, time also began to quietly flow by amidst this beautiful greenery. 2 months passed within the blink of an eye. Everything was extremely quiet during these 2 months. The expected Hall of Soul revenge did not occur. During this period of time, Feng Zunjia had also dispatched people to investigate. The Central Plains was still as lively as before. However, there was no news of any big activity from the Hall of Soul. Not even a little news of the branch hall being destroyed was released. Clearly, the Hall of Soul has locked the news. Yao Lao and Feng Zunjia were surprised at this situation. Given the character of the Hall of Soul, it was impossible for them to endure for so long without taking action. It seemed that there should be something restraining the limbs of the Hall of Soul, causing them to only be able to temporarily place this matter aside. However, the Hall of Soul, not seeking any trouble, also allowed Yao Lao and Feng Zunjia to sigh in relief. The current Falling Star Pavilion was no match for the Hall of Soul. If they were to begin a war now, the Falling Star Pavilion would end up suffering a serious blow. It would also not be impossible for the Falling Star Pavilion to be unable to recover from it. The Hall of Soul had given them an opportunity to recuperate. Naturally, Yao Lao and the rest did not waste the time. After having recovered some life force, he began to continuously find some of the methods to cause the strength of the Falling Star Pavilion to be strengthened. Time flowed by. Within the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Xiao Yan, who was within the stone tower, still did not show any trace of awakening. However, the originally pale and bloodless face of Xiao Yan had currently gradually become sleek red. His breathing also became normal. He was no longer like a person that was about to die like in the past. All of these indicated that the injuries within Xiao Yan's body was currently gradually recovering. His awakening was only a matter of time. During this 1 month, Little Fairy Doctors Group also took a position of elders within the Falling Star Pavilion after Feng Zunjia invited them with great effort. Although they were only guest elders, they were at the very least being pulled to the side of the Falling Star Pavilion. Little Fairy Doctor was non-committal towards Feng Zunjia's attempt to draw her oath. Yao Lao was Xiao Yan's teacher. Currently, the former was also the chief of the Falling Star Pavilion. In the future, Xiao Yan might also end up being the pavilion chief of this Falling Star Pavilion. In that case, it did not matter for her to become a nominal elder. Tianhua Zunjia also agreed to Feng Zunjia's invitation after hesitating for a period of time. In any case, there was currently nowhere for him to go. It was also good for him to find a place to settle down. Ziyan was playful in nature. Her agreement with Feng Zunjia was completely based on her whim. Moreover, with her joining, that Xiongzhan could only nod his head with her coercing him. Feng Zunjia and the elders of the Falling Star Pavilion smiled happily in the face of this powerful group joining them. 3 Dozun class experts joining them together. This weight was quite a great one. Just this alone would likely cause the Falling Star Pavilion to leap and truly become the top of the 4 pavilions. However, all of them forgotten that should Yao Lao completely recover his peak strength in the future, just his ability to gather people alone would likely cause the Falling Star Pavilion to become quite a strong faction within the entire Central Plains. There was no need to even discuss about the 4 pavilions. Time flowed like water. Spring passed and autumn arrived. A greenish-yellow color was added onto the lush green mountain forest. Half a year's time flowed by without one realizing it. However, Xiao Yan had still yet to wake. Although everyone could sense that the condition within his body was becoming increasingly good, he still did not show any signs of awakening. Even Yao Lao felt somewhat helpless in the face of this scene. The only one who could be relied on regarding this matter was Xiao Yan himself. During this period of time, the back mountain had been labeled as the forbidden ground of the Falling Star Pavilion. Other than Feng Zunjia's group, even the Falling Star Pavilion's elders were forbidden from entering. This situation naturally attracted the curiosity of all the Falling Star Pavilion disciples. However, after much inquiry, they were only aware that there was a young man called Xiao Yan in the stone tower, who recuperating while undertaking a retreat. Dou Qi Continent Northwestern Region, Jiama Empire, Jiama Sacred City. Any citizen of the Jiama Empire were aware that the true ruler of this empire was no longer the Jiama imperial family. Instead, it was an alliance. This alliance was called the Yan Alliance. Yan, the Yan from Xiao Yan. Every person within the Jiama Empire were aware that the founder of this absolute overlord within the current Jiama Empire was a person called Xiao Yan. He had personally ended a Misty Cloud sect era within the Jiama Empire and began another Yan Alliance era. In the hearts of all the younger generation within the Jiama Empire, this name represented a kind of honor and hard work. This was because everyone were clearly aware that the person who had created this miracle was called a trash back then. There was a grand and towering large hall in the middle of the Jiama Sacred City. The large hall was extremely tall. Its top overlooked the entire city. This place was currently the place with the greatest authority within the Jiama Empire. At this moment, the top of this heavily guarded large hall was a lady wearing a brilliant robe. She stood with her hands behind her. The figure of this lady was extremely bewitching. Even with the somewhat loose robe, it was still difficult to hide her demon-like curves that would cause one to be attracted. A faint moonlight scattered down from the sky, shining on her beautiful face that would cause one to involuntarily cease breathing. The first impression that this beautiful appearance gave one was a kind of demonic-like bewitching feeling. Her red lips were curled slightly. This arc enchanted everyone. However, there was a kind of pressure from a person of great authority between those narrow brows. An enchanting and majestic feeling coexisted. This caused the charm of hers to instantly reach the peak. At this moment, this lady, who possessed an bewitching appearance that could enchant everyone, was frowning slightly. She raised her head and looked at the bright moon. A skinny figure lingered continuously in her eyes. It has likely been 5 to 6 years. Xiao Yan, you have promised this queen that you will return. If you eat your words, I will tear your corpse into tens of thousands of pieces even if you die. The bewitching lady clenched her hand slightly. A complicated expression flashed over those pretty eyes that were filled with allure. Mother! An unusually tender voice that carried the tone of a baby suddenly sounded from behind this alluring lady while she was softly muttering to herself. The icy cold expression on the face of this bewitching lady immediately disappeared upon hearing this voice. A kind of beautiful smile that even Xiao Yan had never seen before surfaced. After which, she swiftly turned around and looked in the direction that the voice had arrived from. The place where the voice originated from was a flight of stone stairs. At this moment, there was a 2-year-old or so child on her bare little legs. The thing that caused one to feel surprise was that this little child was suspended half an inch from the ground without borrowing any support. Standing in empty air. This was something that only an elite Dou zone could achieve. That jade carving-like face of the little girl made her appear like an exquisite porcelain doll. It caused only to like her so much to the point of being unable to let her go. A pair of dark black intelligent eyes appeared exceptionally sly under the moonlight. When the lady looked over, the clothes of the little child wiggled and a 7-colored small snake came out from under her clothes. After which, it laid on the white tender small arm of the child. It hissed and extended its snake's tongue. From this appearance of it, it was surprisingly exactly the same as the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python from back then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1231, Advancement, Dou Zun. Chapter 1231, Advancement, Dou Zun. A black stone tower stood on the top of a mountain in a lonely manner. Wild grass grew on surroundings of the stone tower. These grass represented the change of time. The top of the stone tower was still that same scene that had not changed for a millennium. A young man sat on the stone platform with his eyes tightly shut. A kind of purple-brown flame lingered around his body. The flame burned fiercely and it actually vaguely emitted a kind of great life force. Little fairy doctor's eyes were startled as she looked at the young man in the flame from the side of the stone platform. It was a long while later before she sighed in a quiet manner. It has been a year, have you not awoken? Little fairy doctor softly muttered to herself. An entire year had passed ever since Xiao Yan was shifted over to this place back then. The Falling Star Pavilion had suddenly strengthened rapidly during this 1 year. However, Xiao Yan, whom little fairy doctor was most concerned about, did not wake from his unconscious recuperating state. Initially, Yao Lao and the rest merely thought that it was because Xiao Yan's injuries was too serious. However, this kind of thinking was finally abandoned after Xiao Yan remained unconscious for over half a year. This was because they could sense that the injuries within Xiao Yan's body had currently completely recovered. The situation within his body was even better than his previous peak. Even Yao Lao was unable to understand why Xiao Yan continued to remain unconscious despite having been fully healed. Although their hearts were anxious in the face of such a situation, they were unable to do anything about it. Fortunately, none of them were reckless people. Hence, no one had the impulse of forcefully pulling Xiao Yan from his unconscious state. 1 year quietly flew by like the sand between one's fingers while everyone waited helplessly. Ugh! Little fairy doctor looked at the human figure, who had appeared to have turned into a stone, within the stone tower. An expression of grief flashed across her eyes. She gently shook her head and softly said, "Even if it is for Xun Er and the child in Kai Lin's womb, you must not continue to sleep like this." These words did not obtain any immediate effect. Little fairy doctor could only sigh in disappointment. She was just about to turn around when her lovely body suddenly stiffened. At that instant earlier, she had clearly saw Xiao Yan's fingers shook a little. This kind of shaking might be extremely slight, but little fairy doctor would definitely not be mistaken, given her eyesight. Quite a number of Falling Star Pavilion's disciples were gathered at a training ground near the back mountain for their daily training. A green figure was standing with her hands behind her back at the middle. Her face was somewhat stern and beautiful. The current Mu Qingluan had some awe to her when compared to the past. Mu Qingluan's pretty eyes took one look around. She only nodded slightly when she saw that no one was not putting in effort. Immediately, her eyes turned towards the back mountain. She was clearly able to see the black stone tower there. Mu Qingluan was a little absent-minded as her eyes looked at the stone tower. 1 year ago, Xiao Yan had exchanged blows with a 5-star Dou Qi and had broken an arm of the other party. This battle result still caused her to feel some shock even when she recalled about it now. However, the price of such a shocking battle result was also quite great. It had even reached a height that an ordinary person was unable to accept. The back mountain had already been shut for a year. Big Senior, do you know when it will open again? Mu Qingluan recovered when she heard the soft voice that appeared behind her. She turned her head around and took a look. It was actually a couple of young disciples who possessed quite a great reputation within the Falling Star Pavilion. She smiled immediately, shook her head and replied, "It is likely that even teacher is unaware of this matter. I heard that a senior called Xiao Yan is training in the stone tower. It is rumored that he is the direct disciple of the pavilion chief," a female disciple asked in a somewhat curious soft voice. "However, this training period is a little too long. It has been a year but we have never heard even the slightest activity within the stone tower. Could it be?" a person spoke hesitatingly. "Alright, let's not discuss about such matters." Mu Qingluan knitted her brows slightly and said. Everyone hurriedly ceased their discussions after seeing Mu Qingluan frowning. It appeared that the latter possessed quite a high prestige and authority within this Falling Star Pavilion. Recently, quite a number of elders has left because of some matters. All of you should not take this opportunity to be lazy. If you fail to pass the year-end test, you will suffer for it, Mu Qingluan reprimanded. Big Senior Sister, you can be rest assured. Additionally, I recently heard that there seems to be some ancient remains appearing in the 10,000 Great Mountains at the southern region's borders of the Central Plains. Could it be that the elders has left because of this matter? A young man, who appeared quite intelligent, curiously inquired. It is a little related. This ancient remains is not an ordinary one. Those factions with some ability in the Central Plains intend to encroach onto it. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains is within the Beast region. That is the territory of the magical beast tribes. Those old shrewd fellows will definitely be unhappy to share this ancient remains with others. Therefore, quite a number of battles will occur when the time comes. Mu Qingluan spoke without hiding anything since they were all core disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion. Ancient remains, it is rumored that a Tian class Dou skill has even surfaced. Whoever could obtain it, TSK. Tian class? I have never seen a Dou skill of this level in all my life. Don't daydream. Such a treasure will be a hot potato in the hands of anyone. If one does not possess some ability, one will not only be unable to keep the treasure but will end up attracting trouble. Mu Qingluan rolled her eyes and said. Everyone laughed when they heard these words of Mu Qingluan. After chatting idly for a while, all of them were preparing to sit down and train when the entire mountain suddenly trembled. The footsteps of quite a number of people staggered a little and they nearly fell. Why? What had happened? This sudden trembling immediately stirred quite a great commotion. All the Falling Star Pavilion's disciples, who were training, hurriedly got up. In an instant, the great chaos and private conversations continued to spread. Mu Qingluan was also shocked for a moment because of this unexpected change. She immediately cried in a deep voice, "All of you be quiet. There is the pavilion chief and the various elders guarding this place. What can happen?" The chaos finally gradually calmed down after hearing Mu Qingluan's cry. Everyone faced each other and felt that those words were logical. Currently, the Falling Star Pavilion had many experts. Even if this mountain was about to collapse, they would be able to directly reconnect it. Bang, dot. While everyone gradually calmed down, the mountain top suddenly shook again. This time around, everyone, who had calmed down, immediately discovered the source of the ripple. Hence, numerous gazes were suddenly turned towards the stone tower at the back mountain. It is a ripple that was emitted from that place. Mu Qingluan looked at the stone tower at the back mountain. Her heart involuntarily leaped. This was the first activity that the stone tower had emitted during this 1 year. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The trembling also attracted the attention of the many experts within the Falling Star Pavilion. Immediately, numerous figures rushed out from various spots. Finally, they were suspended in the midair. Their eyes were shocked and uncertain as they looked towards the back mountain. They could vaguely sense an extremely terrifying aura. It was just like that of a huge slumbering dragon slowly awakening. Che. Two elderly figures also swiftly surfaced in the midair. Their eyes looked at the commotion of the stone tower on the back mountain. Immediately, a wild joy that could not be hidden flashed across their eyes after they sensed the frightening aura. This aura, it's Xiao Yan. This fellow has finally awakened, huh? While the entire Falling Star Pavilion had turned into an uproar because of the activity, an unusual change also gradually appeared within the stone tower. Little Fairy Doctor's eyes were filled with joy and surprise as she looked at the stone platform in front of her from within the stone tower. At this moment, a vast and mighty star strength was continuously seeping out from Xiao Yan's body, which was on the stone platform, in a torrent-like manner. She could sense a familiar aura slowly awakening while these star strength spread. Is he finally going to wake up? An excited and joyful expression surfaced on Little Fairy Doctor's face when she sensed this activity. It had been a year. Finally, there was some activity. While Little Fairy Doctor was filled with a wild joy, the purple-brown flame that covered Xiao Yan's body suddenly swelled at this moment. It spread over the entire stone tower. Seeing this scene, Little Fairy Doctor hesitated for a moment before she moved and rushed out from the stone tower. The strength of the 3000 Lotus Heart Flame was extremely strong. Even she was unable to endure for too long. While Little Fairy Doctor was withdrawing from the stone tower, the purple-brown flame that permeated the stone tower suddenly erupted like a volcano. It burst out from the top of the tower. After which, they agglomerated from all directions. Finally, they formed a 1,000 feet large purple-brown dragon. The large dragon meandered and forcefully occupied the place. Its enormous body covered the entire stone tower. A rich dragon's might spread, causing the legs of quite a number of people to weaken. Roar! The enormous dragon was formed. It suddenly roared towards the sky. The sound of the dragon roar spread in a vast and mighty manner. Immediately, everyone saw that the sky became distorted. A starlight pillar that was nearly 1,000 feet large gathered from the night sky in the outside world. After which, it penetrated through the spatial barrier and heavily landed on the body of the meandering large dragon. This vast and mighty star strength completely landed on the body of the enormous dragon. It caused the latter's large body to suddenly emit a wave of bright intense light. Soon after, a vast and mighty aura spread out like floodwaters. Light shot in all directions, causing the eyes of quite a number of people to be shut. A moment later, they finally opened their eyes. After which, they saw a skinny figure slowly appearing at the head of the meandering large dragon. A vast and mighty aura seeped out from within the body of this person. This aura, it's Dou Qi. Mu Qingluan's expression instantly became stunned as she sensed the strength of this vast and mighty aura. A moment later, she inhaled a deep breath of air. Her voice trembled a little as she muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1232, Awakening. Chapter 1232, Awakening. The enormous dragon lingered over the sky. Its vast and mighty dragon might spread over this entire place. Under this intense dragon pressure, even the expressions of some Falling Star Pavilion elders changed slightly. The figures that were suspended in the sky could not help but descend significantly. Is this the senior training within the stone tower? What terrifying strength, this kind of aura. None of the elders within the pavilion could compare with him. This aura should have reached the Dou Qi class. Hiss, how unbelievable. This senior is around the same age as us. Yet, he has unexpectedly reached this stage. Waves after waves of private conversations sounded on the mountain after sensing the vast and mighty aura that permeated over the sky. One could still hear a shocked note in these voices. Clearly, it was the first time that they had met such a young elite Dou Qi. These people were in possession of quite a great talent in order to become the disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion. Their bones possessed some pride. However, such pride appeared to be worthless in front of this senior named Xiao Yan. This fellow, he's really a little too frightening. He had actually directly broke through to the Dou Qi class. The shock on Mu Qingluan's face continued for a moment before she gradually recovered her calmness. A bitter laughter was emitted. Her heart was also quite complicated. When she had first met Xiao Yan, the latter's level was a little lower than hers. However, within a short 2 to 3 years, the latter adopted a terrifying soaring pace and directly advanced to the Dou Qi class. This caused her to feel some doubt about her training talent for the first time. How could she be considered a genius in the face of such an abnormal existence? It is indeed Xiao Yan. Feng Zunjia and Yao Lao stood in the empty air in the sky. Their eyes were fiery hot as they looked at the human figure on the head of the enormous dragon. The former involuntarily cried out joyfully as he did so. Yao Lao smiled and nodded. An excitement also flashed through his eyes. 1 year. This little fellow had finally awakened. Moreover, it seemed that his awakening this time around had brought him quite a great benefit. Coco, little fellow is indeed quite blessed. Not only has he truly activated the medicinal strength of the Yin Yang mysterious dragon pill, but he had even taken the opportunity to break through to the Dou Zone class. If I guess correctly, he should have accumulated energy during this year and prepared to break through in one attempt. Feng Zunjia laughed. Yes. The amount of energy needed to break through to the Dou Zone class is too great. If it is not because he had the help of the space meteorite, it is likely that this fellow's breakthrough will be delayed by at least 2 years. Yao Lao smiled. His face contained a pleased expression. Xiao Yan was usually good at grasping opportunities. Currently, he did not give up this great opportunity, choosing to be silent for a year to do so. Finally, at this very moment, he had completely erupted in a shocking manner. While everyone were sighing in surprise within their hearts, the meandering large dragon in the sky continued to remain for over 10 minutes before gradually disappearing. With the scattering of the large dragon, the dragon's might that permeated the place also swiftly weakened. With the complete disappearance of the enormous dragon, that figure in the sky also gradually became clear. At the end, it finally completely appeared in front of everyone's sight. The young human figure in the sky stretched his lazy waist. The skin on his body immediately wiggled at this moment. Those bones in his body emitted numerous bone cracking and rubbing sound, which appeared just like the starting of a complicated mechanical equipment. Who? While Xiao Yan sensed the comfortable feeling that spread within his body, a breath of somewhat hot air followed his throat before being spat out from his mouth. Is this the strength of an elite Dou Zun? Xiao Yan clenched his hand slightly. He sensed the vast ocean like Dou Qi within his body and involuntarily became absent-minded. This kind of strength possessed an allure that could cause one to become crazy. Countless number of people had spent all their life trying to obtain such strength. Xiao Yan stretched his hand before suddenly clenching it. The space in front of him was actually suddenly distorted into a strange depression. If this clenching occurred on a person's body, even an expert Dou Zon's body would end up crumbling into a pile of blood and flesh. A smile slowly surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he sensed this vast and mighty strength that could distort space by just raising one's hand. This stage was so distant and unreachable when he looked at it back then. Now, however, he had truly reached it. If the current Xiao Yan was to meet old Ghost Jai Xing again, he might not dare to say that he could kill the latter without unleashing the Annihilation Lotus Flame, but with his strength, that old Ghost Jai Xing would not be able to do anything to him. This was the gap between a Dou Zun and a Dou Zone. When Xiao Yan was at the 9-star Dou Zone, he only had the choice to flee when meeting an expert like old Ghost Jai Xing. Even if he unleashed the Annihilation Lotus Flame, he would at the very most be able to fight until the both of them were seriously injured. However, once he broke through the Dou Zone class and entered the level of a Dou Zun, everything would undergo a drastic change. The current Xiao Yan might not be able to defeat old Ghost Jai Xing in an ordinary battle. Similarly, however, he would no longer need much effort to escape from the hands of old Ghost Jai Xing. Old Ghost Jai Xing, this debt, there will be a time when you have to repay. Xiao Yan's dark black eyes, which had been quiet for a long time, had a faint chillness flashing over it. He must not easily let this old ghost off even if he ended up benefiting from this disaster of being seriously injured. Xie. A rushing wind sound was swiftly transmitted over while a desire to kill surged within Xiao Yan's heart. Immediately, a couple of figures flashed and appeared beside Xiao Yan. You are finally willing to wake up. Feng Zunjia patted heavily on Xiao Yan's shoulders. During this 1 year's time, they had been miserably tortured because of Xiao Yan. Haha, thank you old Feng. Xiao Yan smiled and respectfully cupped his hands together towards Feng Zunjia. You should thank your teacher. He has likely not have many good sleeps during this 1 year. Feng Zunjia waved his hand and said. Xiao Yan's eyes turned towards the smiling Yao Lao by the side when he heard this. He looked at the familiar smile that he had not seen for many years and something surged in his heart. For an instant, he was actually unaware of just what he ought to say. Don't listen to this fellow's nonsense. It's good that you have awakened. It's good that you have awakened. Even with Yao Lao's calmness, his heart involuntarily became emotional as he spoke when he watched the face that appeared much more matured compared to back then. Xiao Yan's eyes were a little red as he looked at the laughing Yao Lao. All of his ability were taught by Yao Lao with great effort. If it was not because of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan at the very most become just an expert within the Jiama Empire even if his training talent did not disappear. This continent had never lacked any geniuses. It did not matter if he was included or not. It was because of the experience in his youth that had honed Xiao Yan's character. Hence, Yao Lao was an important part that could not be missing for him to be able to possess his achievements today. However, despite Yao Lao putting in a great amount of effort to groom him, he could only merely watch Yao Lao being captured by the Hall of Soul back then without being able to do anything. This kind of helpless feeling was the most torturing form of torture. Alright, little fellow, there is no need to think about the matters of the past. The speed of your growth has exceeded my expectations. Looks like the Hall of Soul's act of capturing me had ended up helping you. Yao Lao softly patted Xiao Yan and laughed. Xiao Yan also smiled when he heard this. Although these words were somewhat of a joke, there was indeed some truth to it. Ever since Yao Lao was captured by the Hall of Soul, the motivation for Xiao Yan to train had become incomparably strong. It was also because of this kind of training motivation that enabled Xiao Yan's strength to soar within a short couple of years. Teacher, I have currently already swallowed 3 types of heavenly flames and already possess sufficient ability to help you refine a body. Xiao Yan swiftly settled down the emotions within his heart. He glanced at Yao Lao's somewhat illusory body before speaking anxiously. Yao Lao's heart was filled with a warm and pleased feeling when he saw the anxious desire on Xiao Yan's face. The heavens had caused him to be blind once. Fortunately, she did not allow him to be blind a second time. The matter of refining a body is not urgent. Although Yao Chen's life was not in danger when he fell into the hands of the Hall of Soul this time around, he had lost quite a lot of essence spiritual qi. Before refining a body, we must first replenish the lost essence spiritual qi. Otherwise, even if he obtained a physical body, his strength will not advance. Feng Zunjie by the side shook his head and said upon hearing this. Essence spiritual qi? Xiao Yan was startled. There is another term for the essence spiritual qi. It is also called essence spiritual strength. The Hall of Soul had captured those spirits because they wished to remove these essence spiritual qi from their bodies. This kind of spiritual qi is the life of a soul. Once the spiritual qi is lost, it would end up causing a great harm to the soul. Feng Zunjie explained. Xiao Yan's expression immediately sunk upon hearing this. He recalled those chains that lingered over all the souls. This thing was actually used to absorb the spiritual qi. How can we replenish the spiritual qi? Xiao Yan asked. Currently, everything was already prepared. He must fulfill Yao Lao's only wish at all cost. The spiritual qi is the foundation of a soul. It is extremely difficult to be altered by external force. Feng Zunjie mused for a moment and replied. However, there are 2 unique things in this world that possess the mysterious effect of repairing spiritual qi. Which 2? Xiao Yan swiftly inquired. The soul baby fruit and the spiritual dragon heavenly fungus. Feng Zunjie slowly replied. As long as we can obtain one of these 2, we will be able to replenish the spiritual qi that Yao Chen had lost. Unfortunately, the rarity of these 2 types of mysterious items are superior in every way when compared to the heavenly flames. I have only read about them on some ancient books. During this 1 year that you have been unconscious, I have already dispatched the experts from the Falling Star Pavilion to search for information on these 2 types of mysterious things. However, Feng Zunjie shook his head and sighed softly when he spoke until this point. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sunk upon hearing this. It was unexpected that some unexpected incident had occurred now that they were already fully prepared. This damn Hall of Soul. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth. If Yao Lao was unable to replenish the spiritual qi, would that not mean that he will always be unable to possess a body? Is there really no other solutions? Xiao Yan spoke somewhat unwillingly. Feng Zunjie was silent. Xiao Yan's fist was involuntarily clenched tightly when he saw this matter of Feng Zunjie. While the few of them were quiet, an elder at the side hesitated for a moment before suddenly speaking softly. Pavilion Chief Feng, the soul baby fruit, one of the 2 mysterious items that you have mentioned, it is rumored that it is in the ancient remains that had caused an uproar recently. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1233, Ancient Remains. Chapter 1233, Ancient Remains. Ancient Remains? Xiao Yan was initially startled when he heard this. Immediately, his eyes turned abruptly towards the elder who had spoken and hurriedly said, Is there news of the soul baby fruit? Where did you obtain this news from? Feng Zunjie was also a little stunned as he looked at that elder. From the looks of this manner of his, it seemed that he was unaware of this matter. That elder smiled and explained, Pavilion Chief Feng, I have been responsible for the matter regarding the ancient remains recently. Based on the information that had been sent back, there are some magical beast tribes that had attempted to barge into the ancient remains but end up miserably pulling back. However, from what those who had fled said, that remains possess a kind of mysterious thing that is extremely similar to the appearance of the soul baby fruit. I guess that thing should likely be the soul baby fruit. The soul baby fruit is indeed something from the ancient times. It is not too surprising for it to appear in the ancient remains. Feng Zunjie was a little excited. He rubbed his hands together and said, Xiao Yan, you are really a lucky star. We have no result despite searching for a year. Yet, such a good news has been delivered to us the moment you have come out. Don't be happy too early. Yao Lao was not as optimistic as Feng Zunjie. He voiced his thoughts. Currently, this ancient remains has attracted quite a number of experts and factions from the continent. Moreover, that place is within the beast region. It is not an easy matter to take out such a treasure from within it. Back then, the last ancient remains had ended up being flooded with blood. No one knew just how many Dozons or Dozun's experts had died there. Feng Zunjie's expression became a little solemn when he heard this. He had experienced the ancient remains battle back then and naturally knew just how intense and cruel that kind of battle was. Just what is the matter regarding this ancient remains? Xiao Yan saw the two people frowning in deep thought and could not resist asking. Let's get down before we talk about it. Quite a number of things had occurred in the Central Plains during this 1 year that you were unconscious. Feng Zunjie's eyes looked around him. After which, he exchanged glances with Yao Lao. He beckoned his hands towards Xiao Yan and the group rushed down from the tall sky in front of the countless number of eyes before entering the large hall of the Falling Star Pavilion. The group separated and took their seats after having entered the large hall. Xiao Yan smiled towards little fairy doctor, who had closely followed behind him. After which, his eyes turned towards Feng Zunjie. The latter also smiled upon seeing this. After sipping some fragrant tea, he arranged his thoughts before slowly speaking. The ancient remains, as the name suggests, is naturally the things that had been passed down from the ancient times. Those that could still leave some remains after so many years meant that the owner of the remains was not an ordinary person. From how the remains that had appeared in the breast region looks complete, its owner might be a Dou Qi class peak expert. A seriousness flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard this. Dou Qi, this was basically an existence that was near the peak of this world. Now that they had broken through to the Dou Zun, he could increasingly sense how terrifying this level was. The things left behind by an expert Dou Qi undoubtedly possessed an allure that could not be resisted. The ancient times is a completely different era from now. There would naturally be many remains left behind during the countless number of years. Some remains might have been buried or disappeared in time. However, there would also be some which would suddenly be revealed like the ancient remains that is discovered this time around. Each time the ancient remains appears, it would bring about a bloody storm. You should be aware of just how attractive the things that are left behind by an elite Dou Qi are. It is sufficient to cause one to become crazy over it. Feng Zunjie smiled and said, the flame mantra that you practice is something that Yao Chun and I had underwent a bloody battle back then in order to successfully bring out from the remains that had appeared back then. Xiao Yan quietly nodded. He had heard Yao Lao mention that the process of obtaining the flame mantra was quite difficult. The ancient remains this time around is likely even more troublesome than the last one that we had participated in. This is because it had appeared within the beast region. That is the territory of the magical beast tribes. Beast region. Xiao Yan knitted his brows slightly. He had heard a little of this area. That place was completely the territories of the magical beasts tribes. Although there were also humans roaming around there, those magical beasts that had formed a tribe usually possessed extremely xenophobic thoughts. This time around, the ancient remains had appeared on their territory. Given their characters, they would definitely be unhappy for the human experts to come and take a share. It is indeed quite troublesome. Xiao Yan gently nodded. Those magical beast tribes were extremely troublesome to deal with. It was to the point of causing many experts to feel a headache. Ugh, we have dispatched the experts from the Falling Star Pavilion to pay more attention the moment the ancient remains appear. Originally, we did not intend to get involved in this messy business. For us, who had experienced the competition from the last remains, we clearly understand just how cruel it will be. If the Falling Star Pavilion ends up getting involved in it, it will definitely bring about quite a great trouble, Feng Zunjie sighed and said. The current Falling Star Pavilion has basically already been included in the Hall of Souls blacklist. We must always be cautious of time. If we end up suffering a serious blow now, they will definitely beat us when we are down and eliminate us in passing. Now, Yao Chen has yet to recover his strength. Therefore, he is unable to leave. Without the help of this kind of expert, we will be unable to get entangled with the Hall of Soul. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. The Falling Star Pavilion might be one of the 4 great pavilions in name, but there was still too much of a gap between it and the Hall of Soul, an old faction that had existed for an extremely long time. However, they had found the soul baby fruit within that ancient remains. In this way, they had no choice but to get involved in this messy business. Feng Zunjie changed his tone and spoke in a deep voice. The soul baby fruit was exceptionally important. It was related to whether Yao Chen would be able to regain his peak strength. If they were really able to obtain it, the strength of the Falling Star Pavilion will undoubtedly soar immediately. At that time, with someone like Yao Chen present, even the Hall of Soul will not dare to easily do any random action. Therefore, regardless of how great of a risk it was, they must do their best to help Yao Chen recover to his peak. Currently, the Falling Star Pavilion is enemies with the Hall of Soul. This place is the headquarters of the Falling Star Pavilion and it must have experts present. Therefore Old Feng is unable to make this trip to the ancient remains. Xiao Yan's finger gently knocked onto the surface of the table and said, "As for teacher, this place possessed the great falling star formation. It will be very safe for you to remain here. Hence, as a precaution, you can only remain here. After counting in this manner, this ancient remains can only be left to me. I will try my best to bring the soul baby fruit back. Moreover, I am also quite interested in this ancient remains." Xiao Yan laughed softly. "It's too dangerous, you do not understand just how cruel the fight within this kind of ancient remains is. You still need to rescue your father. Nothing must go wrong with you." Yao Lao shook his head slowly and said, "Teacher, even if the current me ends up meeting an expert of the strength of old ghost Jai Xing, I will also be able to withdraw safely." "Relax, I am aware of my limits," Xiao Yan smiled. He did not wait for Yao Lao to continue speaking before turning his eyes towards Feng Zunjia and said, "Old Feng, please help me prepare a detailed map of the beast region. Leave the matter of the soul baby fruit to me." Feng Zunjia glanced at Yao Lao, who was frowning tightly by the side. He immediately nodded gently and said, "Although I am also very worried, you are indeed currently the best person for this. In order to allow Yao Chen to swiftly recover his peak strength, we can only trouble you this time around. I will settle the map for you as soon as possible. Additionally, bring Cheng Luan with you when you leave. Her clan is also within the beast region. They might be able to provide a little help when the time comes." Xiao Yan smilingly nodded. He did not reject this good intention of Feng Zunjia. Yao Lao widened his mouth when he saw these two people swiftly making a decision. Immediately, he could only sigh helplessly. He looked at Xiao Yan and softly said, "Since you insist, teacher shall also not try to advise you against it. You should be careful along the way. If you end up meeting with any dangerous situation, you should withdraw immediately. Remember, in my heart, recovering my strength is not as important as you. It is not easy to find a disciple like you." Xiao Yan rubbed his head and laughingly nodded. After subsequently confirming their route, Xiao Yan did not hurriedly set off. This matter was related to whether Yao Lao could completely recover his strength. Hence, nothing must go wrong with it. Therefore, the various intelligence must be complete. As the saying went, if one sharpened one's axe, one would need less effort which chopping would. If the information was complete, everything would be done extremely smoothly. During these few days, Xiao Yan was also given a Falling Star Pavilion Elder title. Currently, Yao Lao was the Pavilion Chief of the Falling Star Pavilion. Being his disciple, Xiao Yan could naturally also be considered a member of the Falling Star Pavilion. Some commotion was also stirred in the Falling Star Pavilion in the face of such a young elder. However, no one voiced any objections. The earth-shaking atmosphere that Xiao Yan had emitted when he broke out from the tower had already allowed everyone to understand that his strength, it was more than sufficient for him to seat on this elder's spot/equals. After this rest continued for 3 days or so, the information related to the ancient remains had also been fully gathered by Xiao Yan. He was aware that it was time to begin traveling to the beast region. When the sun surfaced in the sky on the morning of the 3rd day, the disciples from the Falling Star Pavilion undergoing morning training turned their eyes towards the sky. There were a couple of figures standing in the air there. A breeze blew over the place and the clothes of these people fluttered, causing them to appear to possess an extraordinary demeanor. "Xiao Yan, you should remember to be more careful on this trip. Quickly withdraw if you meet with any trouble." Feng Zunjia looked at the group that was ready to leave and spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His eyes turned towards Yao Chen beside Feng Zunjia and inhaled a deep breath. After which, he cupped his hands towards Yao Chen and said, "Teacher, take care. This disciple will definitely bring back the soul baby fruit for your elderly self." After uttering these words, Xiao Yan ceased hesitating any longer. He waved his hand and suddenly turned around. After which, his body moved and swiftly rushed towards the exit. In the blink of an eye, the entire group had disappeared from everyone's eyes. "Old fellow, you have found quite a good disciple," Feng Zunjia slowly commented as he looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had disappeared towards. Yao Lao nodded gently before laughing out loud. "There is no regret in my life by being able to obtain this disciple. My choice back then was ultimately a correct gamble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1234, Beast Region. Chapter 1234, Beast Region. The azure sky was clear within thousands of kilometers. The sky appeared to be just an enormous blue mirror that was incomparably clear. Ayo! A crane cry was suddenly transmitted from the quiet sky. Immediately, a white figure rushed over from the distant sky. It was accompanied by a wild wind that whistled past the sky. Only when one was close could one see that the white figure was a snow-white giant crane. A couple of figures were seated on its spacious back. It was surprisingly Xiao Yan's group, which had left the Falling Star Pavilion. This trip to the Beast Region would definitely not be a smooth one. There were too many experts being attracted by the ancient remains. It was not an easy matter if one wished to obtain the things one needed in this place. Hence, Xiao Yan had brought little fairy doctor, Ziyan, Tianhua Zunjia and Xiong Zhan with him on this trip. This lineup, along with Xiao Yan's current strength, was already very strong. Although it was unable to move unhindered within the Beast Region, it was not one that anyone would dare to come and offend. Ugh, what fun is there in the Beast Region? Why are we going there? Ziyan had some complaints over the destination of this trip. She continued to mutter in this manner all the way. However, Xiao Yan merely smiled in the face of this. He was aware that Ziyan had most likely head to the so-called Beast Region during this period where she was missing. That was the place where most magical beast tribe in the Dou Qi continent gathered. Although the ancient void dragon was extremely mysterious, it was likely that there would be some similar bloodline linking all of them, which possessed some bloodline connection. Therefore, Ziyan would follow this feeling of hers and head to the Beast Region. Little fairy doctor also smiled slightly when she heard Ziyan's muttering. Xiao Yan had successfully awakened and his injuries had completely healed. This caused her to become completely relaxed. Her usually tensed face had also become much more relaxed. Ugh, stop muttering. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He tossed a small jade bottle towards Ziyan. The latter received it and took a look. Only then did some joy appear at the tip of her brows. She poured the yaowan inside into her mouth as though they were beans before chewing for a long while. Only then did she laugh. That place is not as nice to muddle in as the Central Plains. Since the ancient remains has currently appeared in the Beast Region, you will need to make the preparations for a bloody battle if you intend to obtain anything from it. Qing Luan, tell us about the faction distribution within the Beast Region. It will allow us to be prepared beforehand and become aware of just who we can offend and who we should not. Xiao Yan ignored Ziyan. He turned his eyes towards Mu Qingluan, who was seated by the side, and smilingly asked. Mu Qingluan raised his eyes upon hearing this. Her eyes still contained a complicated expression as she looked at Xiao Yan. Who could have imagined that this fellow would actually directly break through to the Dou Zun class after experiencing a serious injury? This level was one that she had dreamed of. The Beast Region has gathered nearly 70% of the magical beast clan. That place is the world of the magical beast. It includes the 3 great tribes of the magical beast world, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, the 9 serene deep ground python and the ancient void dragon. Mu Qingluan stared at Xiao Yan when she mentioned the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. She softly said, you should be a little more careful. The Heaven Phoenix tribe is extremely sensitive to the Heaven Phoenix essence blood. You are able to hide from Feng Qing Air back then because she was not strong. However, if you meet the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe in the Beast Region, it will be very difficult to hide it. The Heaven Demon Phoenix is one of the 3 great tribes in the magical beast world. There are many experts within the tribe and it is extremely frightening. Even though you have currently already advanced to the Dou Zun class, you can only pull back in the face of such a frightening faction. Therefore, it is best that you think of a way to get rid of the Heaven Demon Phoenix essence on you before you enter the Beast Region. Mu Qingluan spoke seriously. Xiao Yan fondled his chin. There was no need to talk about the terrifying strength of the Heaven Demon Phoenix given that it was able to become one of the 3 great tribes of the magical beast world. If there was no special circumstances, Xiao Yan did not wish to be enemies with them. Qi, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is nothing. Xiao Yan, you need not be afraid. With me around, I will let them all be unable to return if they dare to come. Upon hearing this, Ziyan, who was chewing happily by the side, immediately curled her lips, patted her small chest and said. Mu Qingluan was stunned as she glanced at Ziyan. She was not certain about the latter's status. However, from the manner in which Feng Zunjia and the rest treated her, it seemed that the background of this little girl was strong. However, regardless of how strong her background was, these words were a little boastful. By being able to become one of the 3 great tribes of the magical beast world, there were hardly any person or faction who would dare utter such words to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Mu Qingluan did not think that this little girl in front of her possessed such an ability. Xiao Yan glanced at Ziyan and involuntarily shook her head. Although this girl was an ancient void dragon, she was still too young. She might be quite strong, but it was far from the point of being able to frighten the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe with just her name. Relax, I will think of a solution regarding the Demon Phoenix blood. Xiao Yan turned his eyes towards Qingluan and smilingly said. It is good that you have the confidence. You should be aware of the seriousness of this matter. Offending the Heaven Demon Phoenix in the Beast region is equivalent to offending a faction like the Pill Tower in the Central Plains. It will be extremely troublesome. Mu Qingluan nodded and softly said, the subsidiary relationship in the Beast region is extremely strong. A powerful tribe will possess many subsidiary tribes. These subsidiary tribes view the main tribe as the leader. There are many implications in these relationship. If one wished to discuss about it, it is even more complicated than the main sect and branch sect in the human world. The tribe that I come from is the Green Mythical Bird Tribe. Although we cannot be compared to the Heaven Demon Phoenix, we also possess some reputation within the Beast region. There are nearly 10 subsidiary tribes under my tribe. The combination of the experts from these tribes will be quite strong. There was some surprise in Xiao Yan's eyes. The uniqueness of this region had created a unique style. Although the human world also possessed this kind of subsidiary relationship, it was far from having developed into such an intertwined manner. A human heart was at times far more complicated than that of a beast. The one with the most subsidiary tribes within the Beast region is the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Their numbers is the largest amongst the 3 great tribes. Of course, the result of gaining in numbers was that the bloodline of the current 9 Serene Deep Ground Python is becoming increasingly impure. Mu Qingluan spread her hands and said, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe has an extremely harsh management of its bloodline. Even the dead Heaven Demon Phoenix must be buried within the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe forbidden ground. Any outsider who obtained the corpse or other parts of the Heaven Demon Phoenix only have 2 choices. One was to take the initiative to hand it over, while the second was to be chased after by them with killing intent. Mu Qingluan looked at Xiao Yan with a deeper meaning in her eyes when she spoke until this point. It appeared as though she was issuing him a reminder. As for the most mysterious ancient void dragon, I have not heard about them having any subsidiary tribes. Of course, this should likely be because they are not interested. Otherwise, there will be quite a number of powerful tribes willingly joining them. A faint respectful expression flashed across Mu Qingluan's face when mentioning the ancient void dragon. The ancient void dragon was different from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe or the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python, which had climbed up slowly. It originated from the ancient times and was worthy of being the ultimate being of all beasts. Since the ancient times, they had always been the top existence within the magical beast world. Ziyan widened her mouth and poured the final yaoan into her mouth. She chewed a couple of times before patting her little stomach in a satisfied manner. She casually said, the Heaven Demon Phoenix is not as strong as you have described. There are similarly some beasts that keeps an extremely low profile within the magical beast world. Moreover, all of them possess a bloodline from the ancient times. These tribes might not possess a large number, but they are also quite powerful. If their own ancestor was still around, they might still possess the qualification to say such words. Unfortunately, the true ancient Heaven Phoenix has already ceased to exist in this world. Moreover, it is not that the ancient void dragon does not have any subsidiary tribes, but it is just that you are unaware of them. Mu Qingluan widened her mouth slightly upon hearing these words of Ziyan. The ancient Heaven Phoenix. This name that originated from the ancient times was something that she had occasionally read about in the old books within the tribe. It is rumored that this Heaven Phoenix was a peak existence that could be compared with the strongest magical beast, the ancient void dragon, during the ancient times. However, she did not expect that this secret name from the ancient times would actually be spoken from the mouth of this little girl. My Green Mythical Bird Tribe is also a tribe that possess some reputation. If the ancient void dragon possessed some subsidiary tribes, how could I not know about such an important matter? Although she vaguely thought that Ziyan might be right, Mu Qingluan was still a little unwilling to be taught a lesson by a little girl. Hence, he immediately retorted. Green Mythical Bird Tribe? Ziyan raised her thin brows. Her eyes were a little strange as she looked at Mu Qingluan. After which, she let out a laughter and actually ceased to continue speaking. Mu Qingluan felt a little furious when she saw this manner of Ziyan. Xiao Yan by the side hurriedly stopped her. The appearance of the ancient remains this time around is located at the Beast Bone Mountain Range in the Beast region. That place can be considered the territory of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python. It is rumored that there is the existence of a Tian-class Dou skill there. It is likely that the experts from the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python will also intervene. At that time, the fight will definitely be extremely intense. All of you should try to be careful. We should swiftly leave once we have obtained the soul baby fruit. Mu Qinghuan gently inhaled a breath of air. She gritted her teeth and looked at the unconcerned face of Ziyan before speaking with some fury. After which, she directly sat down and shut her eyes. Clearly, she was greatly angered by Ziyan. Xiao Yan could only spread his hands helplessly in the face of this scene. After which, he glared ruthlessly at Ziyan. Yet, the latter directly ignored him. She stretched her lazy waist before using Xiongzhan beside her as a backrest and swiftly fell into a deep sleep, Due to the aggressive atmosphere between Mu Qinghuan and Ziyan, the remaining journey became quite oppressive. Fortunately, this kind of depressing feeling continued for around 4 days before it was broken by the vast mountain range that appeared at the edge of one's sight. That place was the Beast region. A unique area where the magical beast tribes ruled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1235, Bone Mountain Range. Chapter 1235, Bone Mountain Range. The size of the Beast region might not be comparable to the Central Plains, but it was not something that could be slight. That stacking mountain range that extended endlessly was sufficient to allow one to feel the different wild atmosphere of this Beast region. Although the Beast region is known for its 100,000 large mountains, this was merely a rough estimate. If one was to really count them, it would definitely far exceed this number. These mountains spread into the distance where a human strength could not reach. Following the flow of time, countless of treasures had also been left behind in this endless mountain range, waiting for someone with the affinity to open them. The ancient remains had appeared in the Bone Mountain range of the Beast region this time around. It was quite renowned within the Beast region. This was because this mountain range possessed a sea of bones that caused one to be stunned. Countless number of beast bones were thrown in this place. These beast bones would gradually unleash some of the unique beast strength within them following the flow of time. This kind of energy was of not much use to a human, but it was not a bad nourishment for a magical beast. Hence, it had resulted in this Bone Mountain range to become a spot where many magical beasts liked to gather. The Bone Mountain range was located at the southwestern part of the Beast region. Due to them being afraid that the soul baby fruit would be obtained by others first, Xiao Yan's group had hurried towards the Bone Mountain range without stopping once they entered the Beast region. The current Beast region had undoubtedly become lively because of the appearance of the ancient remains. During Xiao Yan's group journey towards the Bone Mountain range, they saw quite a number of experts, who obviously had the same destination as them. Amongst these experts were magical beasts that could take the human form, as well as some human experts who had hurried over from outside the Beast region after hearing the news. Clearly, word of the ancient remains appearing had already spread. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned upon seeing this scene. It was unexpected that the allure of the ancient remains would actually be this great. These lone experts were still alright. The only thing Xiao Yan was worried about was some large factions coming as a group. Things would be a little troublesome if that was the case. It is rumored that there is the existence of a Tian-class Dou technique in this ancient remains. It is likely that those large factions will be after that thing even if they come. Our target is only the soul baby fruit. If things are not right when the time comes, we will take the soul baby fruit and leave. It is not good to step onto this muddy water. Xiao Yan's face had an expression of deep thought while he looked at the mountain range that swiftly moved backwards from under him. This did not mean that he was uninterested in the Tian-class Dou technique. Honestly speaking, even he had never seen just what a Tian-class Dou technique looked like until now. It was a lie if he said he was not curious. However, he understood the importance of various matters. Currently, the most important thing was to help Yao Lao recover his peak strength. Otherwise, the gap between the Falling Star Pavilion and the Hall of Soul would be a little too big. If the Hall of Soul managed to completely grasp them and attack, the Falling Star Pavilion would be finished. Of course, if the situation did not exceed his expectations after having obtained the soul baby fruit, Xiao Yan could quietly think of doing something else. Tian-class Dou technique, this Dou technique that existed in the legends would likely possess a strength that was comparable to Xiao Yan's Annihilation Fire Lotus. After traveling for 2 continuous days in the continuous mountain range of the enormous Beast region, a glaring dense white color suddenly appeared in the distance. This wisp of dense white color appeared out of place within the lush green mountain range. However, an excitement surged into the eyes of Xiao Yan's group when they saw it. After nearly 10 days of traveling, they had finally reached their destination. The number of people flying across the surrounding sky increased when they arrived at this place. Occasionally, there would be a figure flying across like a storm. Finally, it would rush towards the distant dense white mountain range. We are arriving at the Bone Mountain range. There are 2 elders from the Falling Star Pavilion investigating here. We should meet up with them first and discuss the subsequent matters. What do you say? Mu Qingluan's expression had become much more solemn as she looked at the dense white mountain range in the distance. Even at such a great distance, she could still sense quite a number of unusually strong aura. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Currently, this Bone Mountain range was truly a chaotic place. Experts from various factions were gathered at this place. If they were to charge in without being aware of the situation, they might end up becoming the target of everyone. Mu Qingluan took out an old jade from her storage ring after seeing Xiao Yan nodding. After which, she gently shattered it. Soon after the old jade was shattered, a figure swiftly rushed over from the distant mountain range. After which, it headed towards Xiao Yan's group. A moment later, it had appeared above the large eagle. The figure clearly sighed in relief when he saw Xiao Yan's group. The one who had arrived was an old man in grey robes. He wore an elder badge of the Falling Star Pavilion on his chest. However, this old man appeared a little miserable looking at this moment. It was as though he had just exchanged blows with someone. Elder who, what happened? Where is Elder Qi? Mu Qingluan asked in a startled manner when she saw the appearance of this old man. Ugh, the old man who was called Elder who laughed bitterly and immediately spoke with some anger. Elder Qi and I have come to the Bone Mountain range to investigate its situation on the orders of the two pavilion chiefs. Currently, quite a number of powerful factions and experts had come to this Bone Mountain range. Everyone has found a spot to settle down within this mountain range and wait for the ancient remains to completely open. Elder Qi's and my luck are not bad. We found a mountain top that is near the ancient remains. That place could observe the activity of the remains in the quickest possible time. However, the two of us has just led some Falling Star Pavilion's disciples to build a camp there when we met the people from the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Wind Lightning Pavilion? Xiao Yan raised his brows slightly. It was indeed an old enemy. They actually dared to attack? Mu Qingluan's face sunk slightly. Some fury rose within her eyes. The current Wind Lightning Pavilion is becoming increasingly arrogant by relying on its good terms with the Heaven Phoenix tribe. Ugh, there is no choice. This time around, even Lei Zunjia from the Wind Lightning Pavilion has personally come. The two of us has yet to even reason it out with him when we were directly thrust aside. In his fury, Elder Qi also ended up being injured by the experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Currently, some disciples are taking care of him and he is unable to move. Therefore, only I can come and receive you. Elder Hu sighed. Although he spoke in this manner, his face had some dissatisfaction. Clearly, the overbearing manner of the Wind Lightning Pavilion had caused him to be quite furious. Mu Qingluan frowned tightly. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at Xiao Yan. She softly said, "Teacher has said that you will be in charge of everything in this trip." Elder Hu's eyes turned toward Xiao Yan upon hearing these words of Mu Qingluan. He cupped his hands together respectfully and said, "You must be the personal disciple of the pavilion chief, Junior Chief Xiao Yan, right?" Kuku, the old Mi Hufu, greets Junior Chief. Elder Hufu is too courteous. Just call me Xiao Yan. I am unworthy of the title Junior Chief. Xiao Yan smiled and waved his hand. He glanced at Mu Qingluan, who was staring intently at him from behind. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's go and see Elder Qi first. Kuku, I will lead the way." Elder Hu nodded, turned around and led the way. "Hey, Xiao Yan, what should we do about this? The Wind Lightning Pavilion has completely not give the Falling Star Pavilion any face. If we do not do anything, it is likely that we will end up being a joke of others." Mu Qingluan softly said as she looked at Elder Hu, who was leading them in front. Xiao Yan smiled faintly but did not say anything. However, upon seeing this smile of his, Mu Qingluan felt a little calm in her heart. Ever since she had become acquainted with Xiao Yan, she had never seen Xiao Yan suffer any loss. Even when he ended up suffering a serious injury and ended up unconscious for a year, Xiao Yan had also got a 5-star dozun to pay an arm as a price. Everyone followed Elder Hu to shuttle through the vast mountain range. Currently, this mountain range had already been occupied by a densely packed sea of people. It was noisy all day long, causing this originally quiet mountain range to become just like a marketplace. Various confusing noise surged over from all directions. This sea of people did not lack some powerful aura that caused even Xiao Yan to glance sideways. It seemed that the ancient remains this time around had indeed attracted quite a number of true experts. The group had shuttled through the mountain range for quite a while before finally coming to a stop at a remote small hill. At this moment, there were 20 over Falling Star Pavilion disciples guarding this hill. However, they currently appeared quite depressed and furious. Clearly, this was caused by the Wind Lightning Pavilion chasing them out from their camp without giving them any face. The return of Elder Wu caused everyone's attention to be braced. When they saw Mu Qingluan's group, all of their morale was finally lifted a little. Quite a number of eyes paused on Xiao Yan. They had long since heard of this personal disciple of the pavilion chief, who had undertaken a retreat in the stone tower for a year. Cough, Junior Chief, please forgive me for being unable to receive your arrival. A somewhat pale-looking red-clothed elder walked out from the tent with the support of 2 Falling Star Pavilion's disciples after Xiao Yan's group had landed. He cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan's group and spoke respectfully. Cough. This elder Qi could not resist coughing intensely after his voice had just sounded. Some traces of blood appeared on the corner of his mouth. Clearly, his internal organs were injured. Damn it, those bastards from the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Our main force of the Falling Star Pavilion did not come. Otherwise, they will not have any opportunity to be arrogant. The fury within the hearts of those surrounding Falling Star Pavilion's disciples rose when they saw this injury of Elder Qi. Xiao Yan slowly walked towards Elder Qi's side. He grabbed the latter's hand and briefly examined his injuries. After which, he nodded slightly and said, "Your injuries are quite serious. Who has attacked you?" "The Northern Pavilion Chief of the Wind Lightning Pavilion, Fei Tian." Elder Qi sighed. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He immediately laughed softly. He had not met this Northern Pavilion Chief Lei Tian for 2 to 3 years, yet the latter was still as overbearing as ever. Xiao Yan took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and handed it to Elder Qi. He stretched his lazy waist and said, "How many Dou Zuns does the Wind Lightning Pavilion have?" "Just Lei Zunju alone." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. After which, he slowly turned around in front of everyone's eyes. "Junior Chief, you are?" Elder who was startled upon seeing this. He hurriedly asked. "Let's go, it's time to destroy their place." The faint voice that was being transmitted over caused the blood within the bodies of those Falling Star Pavilion's disciples present to boil instantly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1236, Finding Trouble. Chapter 1236, Finding Trouble. The main aim of their trip this time around was the Soul Baby Fruit. If there was no special circumstances, Xiao Yan also did not wish to create problems that could complicate the matter. However, there are some things that was impossible to avoid even if one wished to do so. Following the increasingly good relationship between the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the current Wind Lightning Pavilion, the latter had become increasingly arrogant. It had vaguely really think of itself as the big boss of the 4 pavilions. This time around, they had forcefully snatched the campsite that the Falling Star Pavilion had found beforehand. This was undoubtedly giving the Falling Star Pavilion a slap. If the Falling Star Pavilion chose to ignore this manner, it would definitely end up being a joke of others. It was necessary to endure and give in occasionally when establishing a sect. However, one must not be weak when it came to things related to principles. Otherwise, it would not only be a great blow to one's reputation but it would also cause the morale of the disciples within the sect to decline. Currently, Yao Lao was already the pavilion chief of the Falling Star Pavilion. Although Xiao Yan felt a little helpless at the title of junior chief that had inexplicably fell onto him, he naturally needed to be responsible now that the title had fallen onto him. This time around, Yao Lao and Feng Zunjia had given him the authority to lead the group on this trip. This was a kind of trust and test for him. If they were facing the Hall of Soul, a great being that was far stronger than the Falling Star Pavilion, they might only be able to endure for now and wait for the opportunity to take revenge in the future. However, in Xiao Yan's heart, the Wind Lightning Pavilion did not possess the qualification that could cause him to withdraw. When he had just arrived at the Central Plains back then, he had dared to challenge the Wind Lightning Pavilion with just the strength of a Dou Huang. Even less needed to be said now. The strength of a mere Lei Zunjia was not even a match for Feng Zunjia. Forget about there being 2 people with the strength of a 3-star Dou Zuns beside Xiao Yan. Even if he was to act personally, this Lei Zunjia would not be in a position to gain any advantage. This action by Xiao Yan had undoubtedly immediately won the support of all the young disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion, who were present. By being able to become the disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion, they were clearly not some useless people. Yet, they had suffered such humiliation in the hands of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Based on the impulsive character of these young people, it was likely that they would forcefully charge forward even though they knew that they were no match for their opponents. They would let everyone know that their Falling Star Pavilion was not some softy. If it was not because of the stern scolding by the 2 elders today, it was likely that they would have long since exchanged blows with the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Originally, they thought that there was nowhere for them to vent this anger. Unexpectedly, this junior chief, whom they felt a little unfamiliar with in their hearts, was this fiery hot the moment he appeared. In an instant, the position of Xiao Yan in the hearts of these young disciples had directly rose. At times, gaining the support of others was such a simple task. The two elders were startled in the face of this action by Xiao Yan. They hesitated for a moment and saw the bright red faces of the young disciples around them. That hidden demonic flame within their hearts also rose at this moment. Damn it! The Wind Lightning Pavilion had gave the Falling Star Pavilion a slap in front of so many experts. If they did not get back at them, it was likely that they would really lose all of these old faces of theirs. Although they were uncertain about the strength of Xiao Yan, they clearly understood the strength of Little Fairy Doctor, Tianhua Zunjia and Xiongzhan behind. These three were genuine elite Dozuns. What was just a mere Lei Zunjia worth? We will listen to Junior Chief's orders. The two elders cupped their hands together in a grave manner. After which, they waved their hands and took the lead to fly out. A large group of Falling Star Pavilion disciples followed closely behind. That rising murderous aura-like manner attracted quite a number of surprised gazes. There were quite a number of mountain peaks standing near the middle area of the Bone Mountain Range. Due to this place being close to the ancient remains that had appeared, these better locations were mostly occupied by some of the stronger factions. Some of those experts and small factions could only choose to find other places. The interior of the Bone Mountain Range was currently filled with human figures. Loud noises and curses continued to linger beside one's ears. Due to there being too many people and that this place was not managed by anyone, it had resulted in the Bone Mountain Range to be completely chaotic. It was extremely common for those present would summon their friends over some small matter and end up engaging in a big fight. There was one mountain amongst those near the middle area that was currently occupied by many figures. A large flag was dancing in the wind at the peak of the mountain. Wind Lightning Pavilion, 3 shiny silver large words, were present on it. Looking from a distance, the flag appeared quite domineering. One after another, snow-white tents stood on the top of the mountain. There were vaguely some long-drawn breaths being emitted from within the tents. Clearly, they belonged to some stronger experts. From the looks of it, the Wind Lightning Pavilion had activated quite a great amount of strength for this ancient remains. There was an exceptionally grand large tent located at the middle of the many tents. Quite a number of Wind Lightning Pavilion's experts were standing with cold stern cautious expressions outside of it. Some laughing voices were occasionally emitted from within the tent. Clamor. The cover at the entrance of the tent was suddenly pulled open and a silver-robed person with the scent of wine strided out. Those surrounding guards hurriedly bowed and greeted upon seeing this. Northern Pavilion Chief. Yes. The silver-robed figure responded faintly. His appearance was that of the Wind Lightning Pavilion's Northern Pavilion Chief, Fei Tian, who had chased Xiao Yan with the intention to kill the latter back then. There was not much change in him during these 2 of 3 years. However, his aura was vaguely becoming richer. There was a strange feeling of having half a foot into the next level. The Pavilion Chief is receiving important guest within the tent. Do not allow anyone to disturb him. All of you should pay a little more attention. Fei Tian felt the cold wind before glancing at the experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion around and spoke in a deep voice. Understood. Everyone hurriedly replied upon hearing the order. Fei Tian finally nodded with satisfaction upon seeing this. He was about to turn around and return to the tent when he suddenly frowned slightly. His eyes looked towards the mountain road that led down the mountaintop. There was vaguely some noise being transmitted from over that side. What happened? Fei Tian frowned slightly and demanded. This, Northern Pavilion Chief, please calm your anger. This subordinate will go and take a look. An expert, whose strength had reached the strength of a Dou Wang, moved his body and rushed towards the bottom of the mountain. Bang! This Wind Lightning Pavilion expert had just charged down the mountain when a muffled sound suddenly appeared before Fei Tian could even recover. Immediately, a human figure was shot backwards while being accompanied by a miserable cry. Over a dozen tents collapsed along the way. Who dares to find trouble in the territory of my Wind Lightning Pavilion? Are you seeking death? This scene instantly caused many experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion on the top of the mountain to change. The expression of Fei Tian also slowly turned gloomy. Capture them, dead or alive. Hearing the cry from Fei Tian that contained a great fury, the many experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion also cried out furiously. Immediately, their figures flashed and they rushed down the mountain while accompanied by waves of rushing wind and fierce expressions. Fei Tian also slowly took a step forward when he saw so many experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion attacking together. He would definitely teach that person who had caused trouble a good lesson after capturing him. Boom 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 boom. However, Fei Tian had just took a step forward when a wave of low and deep flesh colliding sounds suddenly appeared. Immediately, those Wind Lightning Pavilion's experts that had rushed down fiercely were sent flying back. Blood wildly spluttered as they heavily landed on the top of the mountain. Moans appeared continuously. This scene directly caused Fei Tian's footstep to stiffen. A sullenness surged up his gloomy face. By being able to finish off all the numerous experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion with such swiftness, it was likely that the one who had come was not some weakling. May I know which friend has attacked? This is the campsite of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Hopefully, on account of the Wind Lightning Pavilion's face, Fei Tian's eyes were focused on the mountain road as he spoke in a deep voice. Haha, Pavilion Chief Fei Tian, we have not met for a couple of years but you still like to use the name of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Before Fei Tian could finish his sentence, a laughter was slowly transmitted from below the mountain top. Immediately, a large group of figures slowly appeared in Fei Tian's sight. The young man leading them directly caused Fei Tian's eyes to shrink abruptly. Xiao Yan? Seeing that face that left a deep impression in Xiao Yan's mind, a dark and chilly expression instantly surfaced on Fei Tian's face. Back then, Xiao Yan had once caused him to lose his face. Even until now, that matter would occasionally be used as a joke by others. This caused the desire to kill Xiao Yan to become increasingly rich within Fei Tian's heart. It was unexpected that he would meet Xiao Yan again in this place today. I thought who it was. It is actually the people from the Falling Star Pavilion who has just been chased away. Fei Tian glanced at Elder Hu and Elder Qi at the side. A ridicule flashed across his face as he spoke. You! The expressions of the two elders instantly turned green upon hearing those words. A fury surged within their eyes. If it was not because the two of them were no match for Fei Tian, it was likely that they would not be able to control themselves and attacked. Why? You have found some helpers and are prepared to get back at us? Fei Tian nearly smiled when he saw this. The mockery in his smile grew denser. Although he was unable to see through Little Fairy Doctor's group, he did not treat them as elite Dozuns. One was that the latter was too young and the second was that his heart thought that Xiao Yan did not have the qualification to befriend Dozuns given his ability. Fei Tian, resolve any trouble quickly. Do not disturb the pavilion chief's good mood. Two figures suddenly rushed out from within the tent. They immediately landed beside Fei Tian and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, I will leave the others to you. Leave Xiao Yan to me. I will let this brat properly return the debt from back then. Fei Tian revealed a ferocious expression and spoke in a low voice. Fei Tian did not wait for the response from the two others after uttering those words. Silver glow flashed under his feet and he actually disappeared into nowhere. A slight arc was lifted on Xiao Yan's calm face the moment Fei Tian disappeared. His foot took half a step forward. After which, his hand aimed at the space in front of him and clenched gently. After this hand was clenched, the space in front of Xiao Yan immediately converged in a lightning-like manner. A figure also appeared in the converged space. If one was to carefully look at it, it was surprisingly Fei Tian, who had just disappeared. However, the face of Fei Tian was currently already replaced by shock and terror. Using a hand to collapse space. This kind of ability, only an elite Dozun could do this. Lei Zunjia, aren't you afraid of causing your Wind Lightning Pavilion to lose face by letting such little kitten and puppy come out? Xiao Yan did not even give Fei Tian a glance after having restrained the latter with a random palm. His eyes directly looked towards the tent and smiled slightly. After which, he flicked his finger. The chest of Fei Tian, who was within the converged space, was bent inwards by half an inch. A mouthful of fresh red blood shot out. His figure also flew backwards like a cannonball. After which, it violently smashed into the interior of the spacious tent in front of the shocked eyes of the two other Wind Lightning Pavilion's pavilion chiefs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1237, Roll Down. Chapter 1237, Roll Down. RIP. Fei Tian violently shot into the interior of the tent like a cannonball. A fierce force exploded at this moment. One could hear a ripping sound and the tent was actually blasted into countless number of fragments that danced in the sky. It immediately fell slowly. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually this ruthless in his attack, the surrounding experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion were also stunned. For an instant, no one actually dared to say anything. Young fellow, you are really bold. The tent was blasted apart. It appeared as though those within it were stunned by this action of Xiao Yan. A moment later, someone finally recovered. A furious roar that was filled with the desire to kill resounded over this entire sky. The current Bone Mountain range had already been filled by an endless sea of people. There were people everywhere. When Xiao Yan's group was charging over with surging killing intent, quite a number of people became aware that there was about to be a good show. Hence, rushing wind sound appeared in this entire sky the moment this roar sounded. In the blink of an eye, numerous figures had appeared in the sky around the mountain. The eyes of these people glanced onto the mountain top. After which, they saw the tent that was forcefully ripped apart. In an instant, a surprise surged within everyone's eyes. The Wind Lightning Pavilion could be considered to be quite a strong faction on the Central Plains. Otherwise, they would not possess the qualification to occupy a mountain top as a campsite here. It was unexpected that there was actually someone who dared to openly attack. How could this not cause them to feel shock and curious? Xiao Yan ignored those observers that had suddenly appeared around the place. His eyes looked towards the part of the tent that had been broken. Lei Zunjie, whom he had met long ago, was currently standing with a gloomy face. At this moment, his hand was grabbing Fei Tian's robes. There were two old men in beast robes beside Lei Zunjie. However, these two people did not open their mouths at this moment. Instead, they chose to stand idly by the side and observe the situation. Grug! Fei Tian, who was in Lei Zunjie's hand, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His dim eyes contained an expression of disbelief. The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier had definitely reached the Dou Qi class. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he was still unable to believe it. This younger generation whom he had chased until the point where the former could only hide like a mouse had currently reached the Dou Qi class before him. Xiao Yan, you are really bold. Back then, this venerable self had let you off on account of Feng Zunjie. Yet, you actually dared to deliver yourself today? Lei Zunjie's face was dark and solemn. He slowly placed Fei Tian in his hand down. His low and deep thunder-like voice was filled with killing intent. The Wind Lightning Pavilion was used to being overbearing during these years. Currently, they were being bullied by a younger generation in such a place. If he let the matter today rest, he would really lose all of his face. Although he spoke in this manner with his mouth, the shock in Lei Zunjie's heart was currently not any less than Fei Tian. He was extremely clear about Xiao Yan's strength back then. The latter was merely a younger generation who had just advanced to the Dou Qi class. At that time, the status of the latter in Lei Zunjie's heart was not much higher than that of an ant. Yet, within a short 2 to 3 years, the younger generation from back then had actually soared to the Dou Qi class. Being an expert of the Dou Qi class, Lei Zunjie naturally understood just how difficult it was to leap across this step. Fei Tian might currently be at the peak of the Dou Qi class, but if he lacked the luck, it was not a rare occurrence for him to remain at that level forever. It was also because of the difficulty of taking this step that his heart would feel that shocked when he saw the current Xiao Yan for the first time. Lei Zunjie really knows how to joke. Back then, it is just that the skill of the Wind Lightning Pavilion disciple being inferior to others. It is completely unrelated to your magnanimity, Xiao Yan laughed softly. Back then, Lei Zunjie was an elite Dou Qi whom he could not match in his eyes. Now, however, this high existence that he could not reach back then, was no longer even the least bit strong and mysterious in his heart. Lei Zunjie's face twitched. The fury within his eyes also became increasingly rich. He spoke in a dense manner, "We have not met for a couple of years, but your tongue is still as sharp as ever. This venerable self shall advise you to leave as soon as possible. On the account of Feng Zunjie, this venerable self shall not make a fuss about this matter with you, this younger generation." Lei Zunjie has joked again. Your Wind Lightning Pavilion has attacked my Falling Star Pavilion in front of so many people. Could this also be because of Feng Zunjie's face? Xiao Yan laughed. That mocking tone also caused some laughter to appear around the mountaintop. Lei Zunjie slowly clenched his fist. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he ended up laughing from extreme anger. Good, good, looks like you have come prepared today. In that case, this venerable self shall see just what you, as someone who has just entered the Dou Qi class, can do today? Nothing much. All I am going to do is to retrieve the Falling Star Pavilion campsite. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He slowly stepped forward. Purple-brown flame slowly surged. The temperature of this entire place swiftly increased as the flame rose. In that case, we'll have to see whether you possess such qualification. Lei Zunjie laughed furiously. Bright silver lightning glow flickered over his body. Countless number of electric snakes danced. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though a thunder god had descended. His aura was extremely shocking. Seeing the atmosphere between the two swiftly becoming a tense sword-drawn one, the eyes of the many experts around also became fiery hot. A Dou Qi class battle would be quite an interesting one. He, this Xiao Yan is really arrogant. He actually dares to oppose Lei Zunjie. Looks like he is here to find trouble. Earlier, the Wind Lightning Pavilion had forcefully chased the Falling Star Pavilion away and had even injured someone. I thought that the Falling Star Pavilion will definitely not just swallow this offense. It is unexpected that they have come so quickly. It is not so easy to find this trouble. This place not only have Lei Zunjie present. Moreover, have you seen the two old men beside Lei Zunjia? Those are the tribe leaders of the Earth Tiger tribe and the Silver Moon Wolf tribe. They are the subsidiary tribe of the Heaven Demon Phoenix. Given the relationship between the Wind Lightning Pavilion and the Heaven Demon Phoenix, do you think that the two of them will just stand idly by the side? 3 elite Dou Zuns whose strength had reached the peak of 2 stars. This trouble is made of metal. However, this Xiao Yan's name is a little familiar. Damn it, how can it not be familiar? Isn't that the young alchemist who had become the champion of the pill gathering conducted by the Pill Tower? It is unexpected that he would actually appear in this place after disappearing for over a year. Xiao Yan acted as though he did not notice these surrounding eyes that had suddenly become fiery hot. Purple-brown flame rose on his body. Back then, the Dou Zun pressure that seemed undefeatable was currently unable to deter him by even a little. Haha, this young friend. The matter today is just a misunderstanding. The matter of the two friends from the Falling Star Pavilion is merely because Pavilion Chief Fei Tian is too irritable and had accidentally hurt them when attacking. Moreover, Pavilion Chief Fei Tian is currently injured by you. These matters can more or less make up for each other. Therefore, I will like to trouble a young friend to stop on account of the Earth Tiger tribe and the Silver Moon Wolf tribe. What do you say? When the atmosphere became increasingly tense, an old man in tiger pattern robes, who had remained quiet by the side, finally laughingly said. The lightning glow on Lei Zunjia's body was withdrawn slightly when he heard the old man speak. He spoke faintly, since the tribe leader of the Earth Tiger tribe had opened his mouth. This venerable self will naturally give you face. This matter. Since this old mister has put it this way, Lei Zunjia, please. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He gently waved his hand and the Falling Star Pavilion disciples behind him formed a pathway that led to the foot of the mountain. The face of Lei Zunjia immediately became gloomy upon seeing this scene. The smile on the tiger-robed old man's face also solidified. He said, "This young friend, must you really do things in such an extreme manner, not?" The Wind Lightning Pavilion had destroyed the reputation of my Falling Star Pavilion in public. This old mister, are you intending to allow my face to carry this slap back to the Falling Star Pavilion? The smile on Xiao Yan's face was slowly withdrawn. A fierce glint flashed within his dark black eyes. Faced with this Xiao Yan, whose demeanor had suddenly become forceful, Lei Zunjia and the two beast-robed elders also had a slight change in their expressions. A chillness immediately surged in their eyes. Good fellow, you actually possess such boldness in the face of 3 Dou Zuns. You are indeed worthy of being the pill-gathering champion. Xiao Yan's sudden uncharacteristic slight smile and politeness also caused everyone to be shocked. Immediately, some low cheer sounded. I do not care about just how outstanding you are in the human world. However, this place is the beast region. It is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The tiger-robe old man's expression became icy cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Leave this place and we can let the matter rest. Otherwise, even if Feng Zunjia is here today, I will let you, this younger generation, understand just where is this place. The other silver-haired old man with brutal eyes also spoke in a dense manner. After his words sounded, 2 vast and mighty aura also suddenly surged out from within the bodies of those two. Immediately, it swept apart like a storm. It caused the expressions of those surrounding experts to change slightly. All of them hurriedly withdrew. 3 elite Dou Zuns stood tall on this mountaintop. That frightening pressure was just like a tall mountain that crushed onto Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of air when faced with this frightening pressure. Immediately, he once again took 2 steps forward in front of everyone's eyes. His fingers still continued to point towards the foot of the mountain. A low and deep voice resounded beside everyone's ears like a muffled thunder. This is the final time I'm saying this. Roll down from here or descend while lying down. Xiao Yan's icy cold voice slowly fell. 3 hidden frightening aura behind him also erupted without holding back at this moment. The appearance of these 3 auras had basically forcefully scattered the energy pressure that pounced over in an instant. Rumble. Faced with the sudden retaliation from such a frightening aura, the expressions of Lei Zunjia's group immediately changed. Their feet also hurriedly took 2 steps back. 4 Dou Zuns? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1238, Spatial Seal. Chapter 1238, Spatial Seal. 4 vast and mighty auras were entangled like an enormous dragon. The powerful pressure formed at that moment not directly shook Lei Zunjia trio until they took 2 continuous steps back, but the faces of those Wind Lightning Pavilion experts around them also became ghastly pale. Even their breathing had become heavy. Their eyes were also covered with shock. The majestic aura that suddenly erupted also stirred an uproar around the place. Everyone were stunned as they looked at Little Fairy Doctor's three-people group, which was standing behind Xiao Yan. At this moment, they finally discovered that the three people, who kept an unusually low profile while quietly standing behind Xiao Yan, were actually also genuine Dou Qi class experts. In this way, if one included Xiao Yan himself, for elite Dou Qis would have appeared on the Falling Star Pavilion side. This kind of lineup was far from what the Wind Lightning Pavilion could compare with. Lei Xunjia's body quickly paused after having taken 2 steps back. His eyes contained a shocked expression as he looked at the three people behind Xiao Yan. Other than that unfamiliar-looking strong man, he discovered that the beautiful young lady and the old man beside her had actually reached the peak of the 3-star Dou Qi class. Such strength was definitely not any weaker than him. How is this possible? Since when did the Falling Star Pavilion possess so many elite Dou Qis? A great storm brewed within Lei Xunjia's heart. Most of those which could become a renowned faction in the Central Plains did indeed possess some hidden foundation. However, it had also been some centuries since his Wind Lightning Pavilion had been founded. If one was to count, its history was even longer than that of the Falling Star Pavilion. Yet, the foundation to take out 3 Dou Qi class expert offhand was a little overly rich. Those 2 beast-robe old men beside Lei Xunjia also had a slight change in expression at this moment. Finally, they began to felt that things were troublesome. 4 Dou Qis. Even if one sum up the peak experts from both their clans, it was likely that they would not make such a figure. Under the pressure of this vast and mighty aura, the atmosphere on the mountaintop had also become a lot more constrained. The Wind Lightning Pavilion disciples, who were still proud earlier, were looking at each other at this moment. They did not dare to make any unusual movement. This friend, that old man in tiger robes, widened his mouth. He wanted to say something but could only wisely keep his mouth shut after seeing Xiao Yan's icy cold face. He turned his head and looked at the increasingly gloomy-looking Lei Xunjia beside him. In this current situation, it was obvious that the Wind Lightning Pavilion was at a disadvantage. It would be fine if they leave as soon as possible. Should a battle end up occurring and they were forcefully thrown out, they would only end up losing even more face. Lei Xunjia's expression was as deep as water. His eyes were staring intently at Xiao Yan. A moment later, he finally clenched his teeth and said, "Great brat. If I knew this back then, I would have personally killed you." Xiao Yan smiled slightly, ignoring this kind of hindsight that had occurred many years later. Go! That smile of Xiao Yan caused Lei Xunjia's heart to erupt into an endless fury after the latter saw it. However, in this current situation, he also understood that with the strength of Xiao Yan's group, it was sufficient to forcefully throw them down the mountain. A hero did not seek to suffer an obvious loss. The experts from the Heathen Demon Phoenix tribe had yet to arrive. At that time, there would naturally be the opportunity for this little bastard to cry. Lei Xunjia waved his hand after forcefully suppressing the fury in his heart. After which, he walked towards the mountain road that led to the foot of the mountain with a gloomy expression. The many Wind Lightning Cloud disciples behind him also kept their tense in a depressed manner before following him like dogs that had lost their homes. Xiao Yan, it is too early for you to be happy. This venerable self will come and seek payment for the trouble today. Lei Xunjia paused and spoke in a dense low voice when he was passing by Xiao Yan. I will await you any time. Xiao Yan smiled and said. Humph. Lei Xunjia's face twitched upon seeing this situation. He suddenly waved his sleeve and led the entire group away. A cheer immediately erupted amongst the disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion as they watched the miserable-looking Wind Lightning Pavilion disciples withdrawing from this place. Their eyes contained some additional respect when they looked at Xiao Yan. When their pride were stepped on by others, Xiao Yan had led them to regain their pride. At this moment, these disciples felt for the first time that the Falling Star Pavilion might become increasingly strong if they had such a junior pavilion chief. Who? Mu Qingwan, whose emotions had been tensed, also quietly sighed in relief. She secretly glanced at Xiao Yan by the side. This fellow was not even the least bit afraid even when faced an expert renown in the Central Plains like Lei Xunjia. This point was completely different from a couple of years ago. Set up the tents first. Xiao Yan smilingly said. Understood. The orders of Xiao Yan at this moment undoubtedly had some weight within the hearts of the Falling Star Pavilion's disciples. Hence, all the disciples from the Falling Star Pavilion responded in unison after hearing him speak. They immediately scattered and once again set up the tents. Seeing that this fight for a campsite on this mountaintop was finally over, those human figures in the surrounding sky finally shook their heads while not feeling satisfied. After which, they scattered. The big battle that they had anticipated the most did not erupt. This caused them to feel a little depressed. Xiao Yan, although we have frightened off the Wind Lightning Pavilion today, they will definitely be unwilling to crush their teeth and swallow them. Therefore, you should be careful. Mu Qingwan reminded. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He said, "Our main aim is the soul baby fruit. No matter what happens, we must obtain this thing. If the Wind Lightning Pavilion really wished to intervene, they should not blame us for being ruthless." Mu Qingluan nodded slowly as she looked at the chillness flickering on the young face. She said, "I am not worried about the Wind Lightning Pavilion. This place is after all the Beast region. The Wind Lightning Pavilion has a good relationship with the Heaven Demon Phoenix. If they were to intervene at that time, we will deal with the situation accordingly when trouble arise. Even if today's event did not occur, the Heaven Demon Phoenix will still attack if they view me as an eyesore." Xiao Yan smiled randomly. He slowly walked to the edge of the mountain top. His eyes were narrowed as he looked at the middle of the mountain range. "That direction is the place where the ancient remains has appeared this time around." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He could sense that there was some distorted arc in that space. Clearly, the owner had placed an extremely powerful barrier on the ancient remains. There are many dangers within this ancient remains. Quite a number of extremely powerful ancient puppets guards that place. Additionally, there are also some strange traps. Even an elite Dozun will not dare to be careless. Elder who was behind Xiao Yan, spoke respectfully. "The ancient remains is hidden within a spatial seal. Every once in a while, some cracklines will appear on the spatial ripple. Quite a number of powerful people has barged in during this period of time. However, most of them ended up escaping miserably from it." "Oh?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this ancient remains must still not be underestimated despite it having experienced such a great amount of time. However, no elite Dozuns has entered it up till now. This spatial seal possessed a restriction ability. If an elite Dozun tries to forcefully enter, it will trigger an extremely powerful seal backlash. A seal that is placed by an elite Dosheng is not something that an ordinary Dozun would dare to test with his body despite the seal having experienced countless amount of time. "No Dozuns has entered?" Xiao Yan frowned immediately when he heard this. Did that not mean that he was also unable to enter? Cuckoo, Junior Chief need not be worried. This seal is already extremely thin. At the very most, the seal will gradually scatter after a few more days. Without the defense of the seal, elite Dozuns will also be able to safely enter it. Currently, there are quite a number of elite Dozuns around the ancient remains who are waiting for this moment. Elder who fondled his beard and smilingly explained. Xiao Yan sighed in relief only after hearing this. His eyes swept over the surrounding lush green mountains. With his sharp spiritual perception, he could indeed sense some extremely vague majestic aura. A surprise involuntarily flashed across his eyes at this moment. It was indeed worthy of being in ancient remains. This many elite Dozuns were actually attracted by it. It appeared that a bloody fight would be unavoidable in this remains battle. "Did you discover anyone from the Hall of Souls?" A thought suddenly passed through Xiao Yan's heart as he asked. Elder who frowned slightly upon hearing this. He voiced his thoughts. "I have not seen them until now. However, those fellows are usually strange and unpredictable. Even if they have come, it is likely that the two of us will not be able to discover them. However, based on the guess of the old me, the rumors about this ancient remains is spread quite widely. The Hall of Soul will likely also intervene. However, we do not know just how many experts has come." Xiao Yan smiled slightly and nodded. A chillness flashed across his eyes. "The ones whom you need to be worried about in this Bone Mountain range is not the Hall of Soul. Being the owners of this place, the 9 serene deep ground python are the most troublesome to deal with. Not only did these fellows possess a large number, but there are many experts amongst them. Even the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is unwilling to exchange blows with them. However, I feel that things are a little strange. This place can be considered the territory of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. Given their character, they actually did not choose to seal off the mountain range. Instead, they had allowed this news to spread." Mu Qingluan softly spoke in a somewhat doubtful manner. 9 serene deep ground python, Xiao Yan muttered to himself. He also nodded slightly. By being able to become one of the 3 great tribes of the magical beast world, this 9 serene deep ground python was definitely not an ordinary faction. Currently, the 9 serene deep ground python tribe is unable to even take care of themselves. Where would they find the effort to come and manage this ancient remains? Elder who shook his head and laughed when he heard this. Unable to take care of themselves? What has happened? Mu Qingluan asked in surprise. I am also not certain about this. However, from the information that we have inquired, some of the experts from the 9 serene deep ground python tribe has disappeared in a baffling manner recently. An elite Dozun from the 9 serene deep ground python tribe is included amongst these missing experts. Currently, they are crazily searching for the murderer. The thing that is really unbelievable is that the one who has attacked the 9 serene deep ground python tribe is actually alone, Elder who fondled his beard inside. The expressions of Xiao Yan and Mu Qingluan were that of being shocked upon hearing these words. Just who was this strong person who actually dared attack the 9 serene deep ground python tribe? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1239, Black Shadow Person. Chapter 1239, Black Shadow Person. Elder who smiled as he looked at the surprised expression of Xiao Yan and Mu Qingluan. He said, "This matter has caused an uproar all over the place recently. Many people were very curious just what kind of great being that murderer is. He actually dares to attack the 9 serene deep ground python, the local ruler of this beast region. It was really touching, something that one should not touch." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. By being able to become one of the 3 great tribes in the magical beast world, it was sufficient to indicate the strength of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. As the saying went, a powerful dragon did not suppress the local snake. Even the renowned great factions on the Central Plains would give the 9 serene deep ground python tribe some face in this place. Unless one's mind was a little mad, otherwise, one would not easily offend them. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan would feel so surprised when he heard that there was actually someone who was finding trouble with the 9 serene deep ground python in the Bone Mountains. Perhaps it is just some enemies from the past. Mu Qingluan hesitated before commenting. Who knows, if it is an enemy, he would definitely eradicate the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. However, from the rumors that had spread during this period of time, the opponent of that fellow was completely the strongest experts within the 9 serene deep ground python. The lives of some of the weaker ones were not taken even when they met that mysterious killer. Elder who laughed bitterly. He was also extremely confused about this strange tactic of the mysterious killer. Xiao Yan also frowned slightly upon hearing this. This person was indeed quite strange. As the saying went, it is easy to pinch a soft persimmon. However, this person did things in an opposite fashion. He purposefully found the troublesome opponents. Was this not trying to make things difficult for himself? Those 9 serene deep ground python experts who had met that mysterious killer had all disappeared without exception. It was impossible to even find their corpse. This was the aspect that caused the 9 serene deep ground python tribe to panic a little. The most important thing of a tribe was its bloodline. No one knew if that mysterious killer is preparing for something by gathering so much 9 serene deep ground python blood, Elder who said. Forget it, this matter is unrelated to us. Let's quietly stay on this mountain top for these few days and constantly monitor the activity of the ancient remains. Additionally, tell everyone not to walk around the place. The Bone Mountain range is currently very chaotic. It would be troublesome if some matter is created. Xiao Yan mused for a moment. After failing to gain any conclusion, he could only shake his head. His thoughts were turned away from this matter as he opened his mouth and said, "Understood." Elder who hurriedly replied in a respectful voice when he heard this. Next, we shall wait for the ancient remains to open. Xiao Yan's eyes leaped over the many mountain tops, looked towards the somewhat distorted space at the middle of the mountain range and softly muttered. After driving away the people from the Wind Lightning Pavilion, Xiao Yan's group settled down and set up tent on this mountain top once again. During the subsequent few days, the disciples from the Falling Star Pavilion had obeyed Xiao Yan's orders. None of them left the mountain top. They spent their day training and sparring. In any case, the size of the mountain top was quite large. It was sufficient for their activities. During this quiet wait, Xiao Yan's group was also able to discover that the number of experts gathering at this Bone Mountain range was also increasing. At the end, this entire mountain range was still lively even deep in the night. The noise directly charged to the clouds. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye amidst this kind of wait. During these 3 days, the Wind Lightning Pavilion, which was thrust away in a miserable manner, did not come and seek trouble. Although Xiao Yan's group understood that Lei Zunjie would definitely not be able to easily swallow this anger, he was at the very least aware that before he possessed the strength to defeat 4 Dozuns, he would not foolishly come and seek his own humiliation. Everyone had been passing these 3 days on the mountain top. They did not disturb anyone nor did anyone disturb them. The laid-back waiting was undoubtedly much better than the surrounding mountain range that was filled with fiery hot conflict. With the gradual passage of the 3 days, the distorted space within the middle of the mountain range also became increasingly thin. Clearly, the spatial seal that had existed for countless number of years was about to disappear. The thinning seal also caused the atmosphere of the entire mountain range to become unusually fiery hot. Under the allure of the ancient remains, it appeared that everyone was much more hot-tempered. Even the slightest conflict would immediately be escalated to a life-and-death battle. Based on the rate at which the seal was changing, the seal would completely disappear in at the very most 2 days' time. At that time, the ancient remains that had existed for countless number of years would be once again revealed in this world. The night was as cool as water. The icy cold moonlight scattered down from the sky and shone onto the well-lit mountain range. It added a layer of mysterious yarn over the entire mountain range. Xiao Yan was seated on a large rock at the edge of the mountaintop. From this spot, he was coincidentally able to overlook more than half of the mountain range. He could still see quite a number of human figures and torchlight flashing at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. His mind became a little absent-minded. An elegant and beautiful fit-looking figure vaguely appeared in front of him, appearing just like the fairy in the moon. Xun Er, wait for me. Once I have resolved the issue of teacher's body, I will begin traveling to the Gu clan. Xiao Yan's fist was clenched slowly. A determination flashed across his eyes. Regardless of just how mysterious and powerful the Gu clan was, it would definitely not hinder he and Xun Er from being together. The current Xiao Yan could already be truly considered as a top-tier expert in the Dou Qi continent. It was difficult for him to find any opponents from the same age group. With this hard work and achievement, he believed that he would definitely not lose even when faced with those young outstanding individuals from the Gu clan, who possessed the bloodline of a Dou Qi. Xiao Yan gently exhaled a breath. That graceful figure in his mind suddenly fluctuated without any warning. Immediately, a bewitching icy cold pretty face suddenly appeared. Kai Lin. A complicated bitter smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as a beautiful and alluring face flashed across his mind. He softly muttered, I wonder, the child in her womb, has she been born? The moment he thought of this, Xiao Yan felt as though a tight string deep within his heart had been touched. Unexpectedly, the current him was soon about to become a father. He wondered if his father would wear his happiness on his brows if he was aware of this. Chie. A slight sound of wind being split suddenly resounded in the night sky while Xiao Yan was feeling absent-minded. This sound might be faint, but it was still sensed by Xiao Yan, who had an extremely sharp awareness. Immediately, he turned his head and saw a black figure diving down from the night sky like an old eagle. Both of this person's hands were placed together and a tent emitted a sound of being burst apart. After the tent burst apart, it revealed Ziyan, who was in a deep sleep within it. However, the latter's perception was quite strong. She suddenly widened her eyes just when the tent was torn apart. A shock was felt when she looked at the black shadow pouncing over. Subsequently, she swiftly withdrew with her small feet. Who are you, thief? Xiao Yan was startled. A fury immediately surged up his eyes. His hand slammed the large rock under his body. After which, his body flew out like a large bird and pounced towards the black shadow person. When Xiao Yan approached, he began to gradually realize that the size of the black shadow was clearly delicate and small. One could even vaguely see some curves formed by her clothes. It indicated her background. A ferocious ghost-like mask was worn on her face, causing her to appear exceptionally mysterious. That black shadow appeared as though she did not hear Lin Dong's cry. A strange green light was suddenly erupted from under the ghost mask. This green light flashed and shone onto the face of Ziyan, who was pulling back. Ziyan felt her sight become blurry when the light shone over. Even her mind had become a little absent-minded. Roar! A purple chi suddenly surged over her face while Ziyan's mind was absent-minded. A half-a-foot-long purple dragon surfaced. Immediately, it curled and rose while roaring furiously towards the sky. The dragon roar rose in a majestic manner and the green light collapsed almost instantly. Ugh, why is it not a snake? That black shadow with a ghost mask was immediately stunned when she saw the purple dragon on Ziyan's face. Immediately, a slight dumbfounded voice sounded. Bang! The 3 tents around the entire place immediately burst apart while the black shadow was startled. Little Fairy Doctor, Tianhua Zunjia and Xiongzhan flashed and appeared. They saw the black shadow person attacking Ziyan with a glance. All of their expressions immediately changed slightly. Watch after Ziyan! Xiao Yan cried out in a deep voice. His body moved and he appeared in front of the black shadow person. He clenched his hand and the purple-brown flame was agglomerated into a large hand that violently slammed towards the latter's head. The black shadow figure hurriedly withdrew when faced with this ferocious attack by Xiao Yan. An unusual green glow flashed under the ghost mask. It easily received the large fire hand. Immediately, the figure moved and swiftly rushed out of the mountain top. Clearly, she was also aware that it was pointless to stay any longer. You wish to leave, dot. Xiao Yan's face sunk when he saw this. This person was too unusual. Moreover, her target was clearly Ziyan. If he did not capture and interrogate her, there would definitely be much trouble in the future. Silver light flashed under Xiao Yan's feet while this thought flashed across his heart. After which, it swiftly chased that black shadow person. His body moved and he appeared on the latter's head. Flame spread over his fist as it was once again violently smashed down. Upon sensing the fierce wind that erupted over from above her head, the green light under the ghost mask of the black shadow person once again flashed. Immediately, a strong black shadow suddenly appeared behind her in a strange fashion. Dark black water covered the fist of this figure as it immediately threw a violent punch that collided with the fire punch of Xiao Yan. Bang! A frightening storm spread when the two fists collided. Xiao Yan's body shook and he took a couple of steps back. That strong human figure took 2 continuous steps back before his body shook and once again disappeared in a strange manner. By the time Xiao Yan had recovered, that black shadow person had already rushed into the vast deep mountains. With the cover from the night, she disappeared within the blink of an eye. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1240, Opening of the Remains. Chapter 1240, Opening of the Remains. Xiao Yan was suspended in the night sky. His eyes looked towards the spot where the black shadow had disappeared towards. He frowned slightly. This person did not directly exchange blows with him. Therefore, he was unable to probe the other party's strength. However, that unusual green light caused him to feel some danger. I wonder where this person has come from. Why did she attack Ziyan? Xiao Yan softly muttered to himself. Currently, an increasing number of experts were attracted to the ancient remains. There was an unknown number of hidden experts amongst them. It seemed that they really needed to be careful during this trip. Che! A couple wind-splitting sounds suddenly appeared while Xiao Yan was in deep thought. Immediately, a couple of figures swiftly rushed over. Their bodies paused when they were passing by. Their sharp eyes swept over Xiao Yan. There is the aura from that person here. Do we need to bring these people back for interrogation? The few figures paused. A fierce-looking young man's nose twitched slightly. His eyes contained a fierce glint as he suddenly looked towards Xiao Yan and said. Xiao Yan's eyes carefully observed these 4 people who had appeared. All of their auras were quite strong. 3 amongst them had reached the peak of the Dou Zone class. The one leading them was already in the Dou Zun class. An obvious dark and chilly aura lingered over them, causing one to be afraid of slighting them. Members of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe? Xiao Yan swept his eyes before pausing them on the special vertical pupils of these people. He narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself within his heart. That scent has fled into the mountain forest. It is likely that she has exchanged blows with this person. The grey-robed old leader glanced at Xiao Yan in a hesitant manner. He could sense that the latter was also an elite Dou Zun. It was best not to cause any additional trouble at this moment. Hence, he shook his head and directly turned his eyes towards the mountain forest, where the black shadow had disappeared towards. He waved his hand and said, "Chase." He took the lead to move after uttering those words. His body transformed into a black shadow that rushed towards the forest. The 3 large men, with a murderous aura all over their bodies, closely followed from behind. The tribe members of the 9 serene deep-ground python are a little overbearing. Xiao Yan sent off this group with his eyes while laughing coldly within his heart. If his strength was a little weaker today, it was likely that these people would really choose to bring him back first before talking. Looks like the black shadow person from earlier should be the mysterious person who has turned the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe upside down recently. However, why would she attack Ziyan? Xiao Yan mused for a moment while carrying this doubt within his heart. After which, he turned around and returned to the mountaintop. At this moment, everyone on the mountaintop had already been awakened due to the unexpected situation from earlier. Little fairy doctor's group hurriedly went forward to meet Xiao Yan upon seeing the latter's return. Xiao Yan landed and explained the matter earlier. Everyone had stunned faces when they heard that the attacker earlier was the mysterious killer who had caused an uproar recently. Doesn't that fellow purposefully target the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe? Why has she suddenly placed her focus on Ziyan? Little fairy doctor knitted her brows slightly and softly asked. Xiao Yan also shook his head. He glanced at Ziyan and laughed. Perhaps the other party has treated this girl as a 9 serene deep-ground python. Pooh, who would be those smelly large snakes? Ziyan curled her mouth. She immediately rubbed her brows and a solemn expression flashed across her small face. She said, when the green light from that fellow shone over earlier, I feel like I was almost controlled by it. However, it is fortunate that I have the protection from my bloodline. Even though I will not be completely controlled by her, I will still lose my defensive ability for a short period of time, but Xiao Yan's group was clearly startled when they heard these words. Zi Yan had merely come into a single contact with the black shadow person earlier. Yet she was actually nearly controlled by the other party? This person is really strange. She is actually able to control one's mind. Since when did such a mysterious expert appear in the Central Plains? Why have I never heard of such a person before? Tian Huazunjia frowned and said. Damn it, I will definitely burst her head the next time the old me meet her. If anything happened to this little grandaunt, the old me will also get into trouble. Xiang Zhan cursed. Xiao Yan revealed an expression of deep thought. He exchanged looks with little fairy doctor and softly said, Zi Yan should avoid running around during this period of time. She will follow beside us. This person is too strange. Moreover, she has an unknown origin. We must not allow her to gain any opportunity. Based on my guess, those experts from the 9 serene deep ground python tribe, who had disappeared, have likely been controlled by her. What? Everyone's faces paled from shock when these words sounded. There were some Dou Zun class experts from amongst those 9 serene deep ground python experts that had disappeared. If that person was even able to control a Dou Zun, that would be a little too terrifying. Originally, I am able to stop her. However, an elite Dou Zun has stopped me at the critical moment. That elite Dou Zun's Dou Qi is tilted towards the dark and chilly side. It is similar to the expert from the 9 serene deep ground python tribe earlier. Therefore, Xiao Yan voiced his thoughts. This kind of ability to control others is something that I have never heard before. Even some of those sonic Dou technique that could confuse one's mind would have difficulty completely controlling an elite Dou Zun. Little fairy doctor shook her head and said. Xiao Yan also nodded. This world was indeed filled with mysteries. It was likely that the 9 serene deep ground python tribe would suffer greatly by provoking such a mysterious person. Everyone should be more careful during these few days. The ancient remains will open the day after tomorrow. At that time, we will enter it at the earliest possible time. Otherwise, things will be troublesome if the soul baby fruit ends up being taken by someone first. Xiao Yan looked all around him and spoke in a deep voice. Understood. Everyone replied in Yuzhen upon hearing this. After that night's chaos, no other unexpected situation occurred. The sea of people on the Bone Mountain range multiplied. The noise similar charge into the clouds. Countless number of people were waiting for the ancient remains to open. 2 days quietly flowed by like the sand between one's fingers amidst this anticipation from the tens of thousands of gazes. By the time a ray of morning light scattered down from the sky and broke through the darkness covering the mountain range 2 days later, the mountain range, which had become a little quiet, had basically erupted into an earth-shaking liveliness in an instant. Rushing wind sound appeared from all directions. Numerous human figures rushed towards the middle of the mountain range like locusts. Xiao Yan's group on the mountain top was also fully prepared. Due to the entry into the ancient remains being too dangerous, only Xiao Yan's small group would be entering it. The disciples from the Falling Star Pavilion and the 2 elders would remain here and wait for them. Although many felt regretful at not being able to enter this rarely seen ancient remains, no one objected to Xiao Yan's order. Currently, the latter had gradually established his own prestige within the Falling Star Pavilion. Xiao Yan stood at the side of the mountain top and looked at the human figures from all directions. He involuntarily shook his head. It was unexpected that this ancient remains actually had such a frightening attraction. Let's go. Xiao Yan did not hesitate much. He waved his hand and his body took the lead to transform into a ray of light that rushed towards the middle of the mountain range. Little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely behind him. At this moment, a liveliness that was quite shocking had undoubtedly erupted in the Bone Mountain range. The origin of these life force was the countless number of human figures flying in the air. Under this kind of frightening atmosphere, even the kind of dark and cold aura unique to the Bone Mountain range had been forcefully diminished. With Xiao Yan's exceptional perception, he could sense those vague aura around the mountain range, which had been silent for a long time, beginning to move at this moment. They turned into numerous rays of light that hurried to the mountain top. This ancient remains is truly going to have an intense fight. Even Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed softly upon sensing the strength of these aura. The difficulty of trying to successfully obtain the Tian class Dou technique in front of these many experts was quite large. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of earth-shaking bloody battle would erupt in this Bone Mountain range in order to obtain the Tian class Dou technique. The mountain peak that Xiao Yan's group was at was already near the middle of the mountain range. Hence, after a mere couple of minutes, a distorted space appeared in front of their group's eyes. Xiao Yan's body moved as he watched the distorted space a short distance in front of him. He landed on a gigantic tree. After sweeping his eyes, he finally realized that this place had a 500-kilometer large basin. However, the current basin had already been filled by countless number of dense bones. Looking from a distance, the sea of dense white bones appeared quite glaring. It caused one to feel as though one's pores would stand. At this moment, some densely packed human figures stood around the sea of bones. Numerous heated eyes stared intently at the distorted space within the sea of bones. Once that spatial seal disappear, countless number of people would surge in continuously like a great wave. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the surrounding sea of people. After which, it paused over some areas. His eyes were a little solemn. After a brief glance, he discovered that there were at least 5 elite 3 stars Dou Zun. A Tian-class Dou technique does indeed possess an endless allure. Even elite Dou Zuns are unable to withstand this allure. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart. He also possessed some desire towards the Tian-class Dou technique. However, he also understood within his heart just how difficult it was to successfully snatch the Tian-class Dou technique from this kind of place. The possessor of it would be a magnet for trouble. Even if an elite Dou Zun was to obtain the Tian-class Dou technique, whether he could successfully leave this Bone Mountain range would also be a question. I wonder whether my Annihilation Lotus Flame or the Tian-class Dou technique is stronger. Xiao Yan blinked his eyes. A curiosity also rose within his heart. Bang! This entire sky suddenly erupted into a slight ripple while Xiao Yan was quietly thinking within his heart. The eyes of countless number of people suddenly turned towards the sea of bones. Some ripples had already been formed in the space there. The ancient remains was finally going to see the light of day again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1241, Enemies Appearing Together. Chapter 1241, Enemies Appearing Together. Crush. Water flow like splashing sound was emitted when the space became extremely distorted. As this sound spread, the rippling of the entire space also became increasingly intense. Looking at the energy seal, which was becoming increasingly illusory under the ripple, the eyes of the countless number of people outside of the sea of bones suddenly had a bright redness appearing within them. Even their breathing had become a lot rougher. They slowly used a greater amount of strength on their hands, which were holding on to their weapons. Xiao Yan's eyes were narrowed as he looked at the increasingly distorted space. Amidst the strange splashing sound, he could sense a wave of extremely frightening energy ripple. This kind of ripple was unusually fierce. It was just like a volcano that was suppressed at the crust. There was a kind of crazy gushing feeling to it. Crush. Another strange crushing sound appeared. The distorted space suddenly became still. Immediately one could hear a strange bang sound. The distorted space was actually blasted into countless of spatial fragments with a clang sound, appearing just like fragile glass. Charge. The ancient remains has been opened. The moment the spatial seal was blasted apart, the eyes of the countless number of human figures around the sea of bones immediately turned bright red. Their throat emitted a low and deep greedy roar. Their bodies became just like locusts flying by as they rushed explosively towards the middle of the sea of bones. Withdraw quickly. Compared to these people, who simply charged forward, Xiao Yan's expression changed when the space burst apart. He grabbed Ziyan beside him and his toes pressed on the tree branch. After which, his body suddenly pulled backwards. Little Fairy Doctor and the rest also reacted quickly. They immediately pulled back without any hesitation. While Xiao Yan's group was pulling back, there were also quite a number of human figures from the surrounding large trees suddenly pulling back. Clearly, they had also discovered something. During the time that Xiao Yan's group was rushing back, the spatial seal fragments that had been formed from the blast suddenly paused. Immediately, one could hear a loud bang. A wild and violent spatial strength that would cause even an elite Dou Zun to feel their heart palpitate, swept in all directions like a storm. Those who were the fastest to charge forward were the first to be struck by it. Within the blink of an eye, they were swallowed by the storm. Immediately, sharp miserable cries resounded on this sea of bones in a ripple-like manner. The wild and violent spatial ripple annihilated those people charging at the front like it was cutting wheat. Some of those experts towards the back had also finally discovered that something was not quite right. Hence, the originally forward-charging sea of people immediately turned around and fled in a miserable manner. The sea of bones appeared unusually chaotic at that moment. Bang! Due to there being some distance, the spatial storm was no longer able to cause any damage to Xiao Yan's group by the time it had spread over. At this moment, the couple of them finally sighed in relief. Their eyes swept over the place and saw countless number of figures rolling on the ground and screaming miserably. Bright red fresh blood dyed a large portion of the dense white sea of bones. What a frightening spatial seal! It actually still possessed such a frightening offensive strength even after so many years. This is indeed worthy of being the remains left by an elite Dou Qi. A surprised expression surfaced on the face of Little Fairy Doctor's group when they saw the destructive force that this spatial ripple had created. Let's go, these fellows are too anxious. They deserve to be unlucky. Xiao Yan smiled. He waved his hand and his body transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sea of bones. At the same time, the many experts, who had successfully dodged the spatial ripple earlier, also moved their bodies, transforming into numerous blurry figures that rushed into the sea of bones. The sea of bones was extremely vast. Only after Xiao Yan's group had rushed in did they discover that there was a towering mountain peak-like large contour vaguely present within the sea of bones. Looking from a distance, it was as though there was an ancient fierce beast creeping under the sea of bones, causing one's heart to feel startled. Xiao Yan's group flying speed had involuntarily slowed greatly upon seeing the large contour. From the earlier spatial storm, they understood that this place was not a friendly one. If they were not careful, it was possible for them to even lose their lives in this place. Following their gradual approach, the white fog that was suspended within the sea of bones also gradually became thinner. That enormous thing also finally appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group sight. It was a large hall. It was a 10,000 feet large hall that appeared to be like a little mountain. Compared with this kind of large hall, the branch hall of the Hall of Soul that Xiao Yan saw the last time had become unusually tiny. A feeling of being tiny would suddenly be formed when one looked at this enormous thing that stood in this place. The large hall was bright red in color. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though a flame was rising from it, appearing exceptionally glaring amidst this dense white sea of bones. The surrounding experts were similarly absent-minded because of the vast size of this bright red large hall. It was a long while later before they recovered. They looked at each other and saw some shaken expression in each other's eyes. It was indeed worthy of being a place left behind by a Dou Qi. This grandness was indeed sufficiently majestic and mighty. Swoosh swoosh. Numerous figures gradually reduced their speeds before halting 100 meters from the bright red large hall. The large hall appeared even larger when standing at this place. At a glance, the top of the hall appeared to reach into the clouds. No wonder it must be covered by a spatial seal. Such a vast hall would be a glaring existence no matter where it was placed. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head when he watched this bright red large hall. He led everyone to slowly land 100 meters away. That elite Dou Qi from the ancient times would actually build such an enormous remains. It was likely that he possessed quite a rich foundation. It seemed that this trip would not be wasted. At this moment, many experts outside the bright red large hall continuously arrived. However, no one chose to take the lead in stepping into the 100-meter radius. Those who could arrive at this place were all people from large factions or who possessed great ability. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to be the one leading the herd at this moment. Since these people were not anxious, Xiao Yan was naturally not anxious. It was likely that only a fool would believe that such a rich treasure did not have any defensive measures. While Xiao Yan was crossing his arms over his chest and waiting quietly, he suddenly sensed a pair of icy cold eyes being shot over. His brows was immediately lifted. He turned his gaze and immediately focused it on the origin of those icy cold eyes. The owner of those icy cold eyes was a lady in colorful clothes. Her noble demeanor set her off in a manner that no ordinary person would dare to directly look at her. Her phoenix-shaped hair had also added some nobility to her demeanor. Er? Xiao Yan's fingers could not resist rubbing against each other when he saw this familiar face. It was unexpected that he could see her in this place. Quite a number of people were clustered beside Er. The people from the Wind Lightning Pavilion were amongst them. At this moment, this group of people had clearly discovered Xiao Yan's group. A densely cold expression flashed across their eyes. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over this group of people. After which, they paused on a spot beside Er. There was a tall white-haired man wearing bright clothes at that spot. The man was around 30 or so. However, this kind of age was undoubtedly young for the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. This white-haired man was extremely handsome. His smiling face caused him to appear like a blessed person. At one glance, it was possible to tell that he was not an ordinary person. Xun Er, is that the person whom you have said to have the essence demon phoenix blood? At this moment, the white-haired man also glanced at Xiao Yan and laughed in a faint voice. Yes. However, it is unexpected that after having only not met him for a short couple of years, he had actually reached the Dou Qi class. Xun Er gritted her silver teeth and spoke unwillingly. Koko, Dou Qi, after this, you will also be able to receive the inheritance from the tribe. At that time, it is not impossible to break through to the Dou Qi class. The white-haired man smiled slightly and whispered, as for that Xiao Yan, just leave him to me. Regardless of whether he possessed the demon phoenix essence blood, we will know if we bring him back for an examination. Even if he had already swallowed the essence blood, we will also have a way to refine it from within his blood. Xun Er nodded slightly. Although Xiao Yan had advanced to the Dou Qi class, she had quite a great confidence towards the person beside her. The latter had received the inheritance earlier than her and was extremely familiar in using the inherited strength. He could be ranked amongst the top 10 even amongst all the younger generation within the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. It should not be too difficult to deal with Xiao Yan. Humph, there is a path to the heavens which you refuse to take. Instead, you have choose to barge into hell, which does not have a road leading in. If you have remained in the central plains, I might not be able to do anything to you. However, you have delivered yourself here. In that case, do not blame this miss for accepting it. A cold glint flashed across Xun Er's pretty eyes as she laughed coldly within her heart. In the face of this icy cold gaze that Xun Er shot over, Xiao Yan merely took a glance at her before withdrawing his eyes. He could sense the killing intent of that white-haired man towards him. Xiao Yan was only slightest surprised at the latter reaching the strength of a Dou Qi at such an age. The Heaven Demon Phoenix was not an ordinary magical beast. Being in possession of the ancient Heaven Phoenix bloodline, they also possess many ways to greatly increase the strength of their tribe members. On the whole, however, this kind of strength that was obtained by relying on their inheritance, ultimately had some gap when compared with his strength, which was obtained from training. This kind of difference was not obvious when one looked at the surface. However, some clues would be revealed when one fought with others. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he basically had the confidence of being victorious when meeting anyone from the younger generation as long as it was not some specially abnormal existence. Back then, this was the case with each N. Currently, it would be the same with this white-haired young man. Xiao Yan shifted his eyes from Xun Er. He looked around him and the expression on his face became a little interesting. This was because he had actually discovered quite a number of familiar faces from the various large factions that had arrived from all directions. Moreover, there were quite a number amongst them that had a great enmity with Xiao Yan. Wind Lightning Pavilion, Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe, Ice River Valley, Profound Xian Sect. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over these factions with an enmity against him. In an instant, he involuntarily shook his head inside. This time around, he has really entered the wolf's nest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1242, Entering the Remains. Chapter 1242, Entering the Remains. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over those enemies from the past one after another. His heart also let out a wave of bitter laughter at this moment. It was unexpected that these fellows would all be here. While Xiao Yan was watching this group of people, the latter had clearly also discovered his observation. Numerous eyes immediately turned over quickly. Their expressions underwent various respective changes. Humph, it is unexpected that we can still see this little brat here. Bingyi Zunjia from the Ice River Valley stared at Xiao Yan. There was a densely cold glint vaguely flashing within his eyes. Back then, he could only withdraw because he was afraid of the Gu clan. Otherwise, Xiao Yan's group would have long since been successfully captured by him. Currently, all sorts of people have gathered here. If I have the chance after entering the remains, I might be able to attack. At that time, as long as I do it secretively, even the Gu clan would no longer be able to observe it. Bingyi Zunjia gently turned the snow-white storage ring on his finger. There was vaguely some killing intent surfacing on his face. It really is the case of enemies frequently crossing path. He is actually able to meet this brat in this place. Hey, without the protection of the pill tower, the old me really wished to see how you can do anything earth-shaking. A ferocious expression flashed across the face of the chief of the Profound Xian section Tian Nan while he muttered quietly within his heart. Although these fellows hid very well, the vaguely present killing intent was still sensed by Xiao Yan. He knitted his brows slightly and felt a little troublesome. He was unafraid if it was just one of these fellows alone. However, if they were to join hands, things would become a little troublesome. It is unexpected that I have unknowingly created so many enemies, Xiao Yan and Little Fairy Doctor exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions were a little helpless. Originally, he did not intend to create so many enemies. However, due to various different reasons, he had ended up becoming enemies with these large factions. This was indeed something that he felt extremely helpless about. Hey, Xiao Yan? You are really here? A surprised delicate voice was suddenly transmitted from a short distance away while Xiao Yan was feeling helpless. Xiao Yan was startled. He raised his head, only to see a red-dressed woman using a pair of beautiful large eyes to stare at him. The latter's beautiful appearance gave Xiao Yan a familiar feeling. Tang Hua Er? Xiao Yan's mind churned slightly and immediately recalled her. His brows was immediately raised. Since the young miss of the Burning Flame Valley had arrived, it was likely that the chief of the Burning Flame Valley, Tangjin, should also have come. Xiao Yan's eyes turned as he thought in this manner within his heart. He immediately saw the red-robed Tang Hui'er, who was beside Xiao Yan. The old man, who was full of smiles, was surprisingly the chief of the Burning Flame Valley, Tangjin. "Koko, young friend Xiao Yan, it has been a long time since we last met. You still appear as fine as you have always been." Tangjin laughed in front of the eyes of many experts around the. He led the experts from the Burning Flame Valley towards Xiao Yan, cupped his hands together and laughed. "Valley Chief Tang is too polite. You have become stronger with age during these few years that we have not met." Xiao Yan did not slight Tangjin as he hurriedly replied with a smile. The Burning Flame Valley could be considered one of the higher-ranked large faction within the Central Plains. Tangjin was also a renowned expert. His action would naturally attract the notice of quite a number of people. Hence, Xun Er, Binghe Zunjia and the rest involuntarily knitted their brows when they saw the scene. None of them had expected that Xiao Yan would possess such a relationship. Within a short 2 years, you have not only become the champion of the pill gathering but has even advanced into the Dou Zun class. This swift speed caused even the old me to feel ashamed. Tangjin acted as though he did not notice those gazes. His eyes swept over Xiao Yan and sighed. What he had said were some heartfelt words. When he had met Xiao Yan for the first time back then, the latter had only just advanced into the Dou Zun class. However, the next time they had met, Xiao Yan had already successfully advanced to a Dou Zun. This kind of training speed was indeed something that no one could match. Xiao Yan did not reply to Tangjin's sigh. He merely smiled, changed the topic and laughed. "Has Valley Chief Tang also come because of the ancient remains this time around? But ancient remains are quite rare and the things left behind by an elite Dou Shang are even rarer. Since the remains has appeared, I will naturally need to come and have an eye-opener." Tangjin laughed. His gaze randomly swept around him. With his sharp old eyes, he was naturally able to tell that quite a number of big factions present had some enmity towards Xiao Yan. "Young friend Xiao Yan, your current situation does not seem to be quite good? My luck is bad." Xiao Yan waved his hand and spoke in a casual manner. "Koko, if there is anything that you need help with after entering the remains, you can just ask me. Back then, you have helped the old me refine a fire bow to suck the pill. The old me still owes you a favor." Tangjin softly replied. "If it really comes until that stage, Xiao Yan will definitely come and seek your help." Xiao Yan smiled slightly and gently nodded. The reason Tangjin was willing to help him offend these strong large factions was partly because of the favor from the pill refinement back then, but a larger part was likely because of Xiao Yan's other identity. An 8-star alchemist guru and the pill gathering champion. An alchemist guru was an existence that many large faction would fight to draw over no matter where he was. A pill refinement favor might not be sufficient for Tangjin to step forward at this moment. However, if one added this alchemist guru status, it would be sufficient. The Xiao Yan from back then might not be truly viewed by Tangjin like an expert of the older generation. However, the current Xiao Yan already possessed the qualification to be viewed seriously by Tangjin. Of course, it was difficult to tell whether things would develop to that stage. Although many powerful people were currently looking at Xiao Yan in a malicious manner, it would be difficult to say just who would win if they were to really engage in an all-out fight. Moreover, all of these fellows wanted to obtain the Tian class Dou skill from the remains. Hence, it was unlikely for them to engage in a bloodied battle with Xiao Yan's group before they obtained the Tian class Dou skill. After all, they still needed to preserve some strength to snatch the Tian class Dou skill. Additionally, if the Tian class Dou skill eventually fell into their hands, they would have even less time to come and find trouble with Xiao Yan's group. This was because there would be an even larger number of people finding trouble with them. Therefore, despite this situation appearing quite dangerous, it did not reach the point where Xiao Yan needed to beg for help. Xiao Yan smiled as these thoughts flashed across his heart. He raised his head and swept his eyes once around him. Currently, the large hall had been occupied by a black mass of human sea. Moreover, based on the momentum, there seemed to be an endless human flow gathering here. Even though this was the case, no one dared to easily step into a 100-meter radius of the large hall. Bang! This kind of stalemate continued for around 10 minutes before the land suddenly trembled swiftly. The large hall, which had been void of any activity, suddenly created a loud rumbling sound. Immediately, everyone saw a bright red stone door that was weighed in tons suddenly being slowly opened. A dark black tunnel was revealed behind it. The entrance has been opened. The eyes of quite a number of people immediately reddened upon seeing this scene. Some people could not control themselves. They immediately moved their bodies and appeared outside of the tunnel within a couple of flashes. Immediately, they charged in amidst a loud laughter. The sea of people immediately turned into an uproar when they saw someone leading the way. Numerous figures flashed swiftly as they charged into the tunnel. Looking at that manner, it seemed that they were afraid that the treasures inside would be snatched by others before them. Compared to the recklessness of these people, Xiao Yan's group did not make any move. If it was so easy to barge into the remains left behind by an elite Dou Qi, it would indeed be far too much like child's play. Puff! The truth was indeed as Xiao Yan had expected. Soon after quite a number of people had charged into the tunnel, the dark black tunnel suddenly turned bright red. The hard ground was slowly split apart. After which, everyone saw bright red boiling hot lava spluttering out from within. At the same time, the walls of that spacious tunnel also suddenly spat out numerous demonic blue fire pillars. Anyone who touched these blue fire pills would be turned into a pile of ashes before they could even unleash a miserable screech. This sudden unexpected change had basically caused the people inside the tunnel to completely disappear in an instant. Those people who were about to charge and hurriedly halted their bodies in shock. However, they were still directly knocked into it by the people pouncing from behind. Hence, a sharp miserable screech resounded immediately. The exterior of the large hall was once again chaotic. The chaos continued for a moment before things finally calmed down. They faced each other and the greed within his eyes finally became a lot fainter under the threat of death. Humph, a mere fire path actually wished to stop us? While everyone calmed down, those large factions finally began to act. This fire path might be dangerous, but it did not possess any lethal threat to them. Soon after these words sounded, one could see many majestic Dou Qi surging out. Immediately, the Dou Qi lingered around their bodies as they transformed into numerous light figures that rushed into the fire path with a sizzling sound. This time around, those fire pillars did not immediately incinerate their bodies when they shot onto them. Instead, it ended up in a stalemate with the majestic Dou Qi. With the Dou Qi defense, these experts also hurriedly rushed towards the end of the tunnel. Of course, there was no lacking of some unlucky people who were swallowed by the flame due to their Dou Qi being unable to keep up with the expenditure. Kuko, young friend Xiao Yan. You are in possession of a heavenly flame. It is likely that this fire path will not be able to stop your group. Let's move. Tang Jin laughed after seeing everyone beginning to charge into the large hall. He waved his sleeve and the bright 9-dragon lightning flame surged out before wrapping around everyone from the burning flame valley. Xiao Yan also smiled upon seeing this. He nodded slightly and the purple-brown colored 3000 lotus heart flame swept out from within his body. It swept around and encompassed little fairy doctors group within it. Tang Jin by the side had a sudden change in expression when the 3000 lotus heart flame appeared. The 9-dragon lightning flame also trembled intensely. 9 fire dragons were vaguely visible on the surface of the flame. They were emitting a soft dragon roar, which contained some fear within it. This little fellow's heavenly flame, why is it completely different from the past? Tang Jin's heart was incomparably shaken as he looked at the purple-brown flame on Xiao Yan's body. This was the first time he had seen a heavenly flame that could cause the 9-dragon lightning flame to reveal such an emotion. Kuko, Valley Chief Tang, Xiao Yan shall enter first. Xiao Yan smiled. He ignored Tang Jin's shocked expression as he waved his sleeves. His flame dragged everyone and rushed out in charge into the incomparably hot fire path. This fellow, he is really frightening. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1243, The Fire Path with Another Secret. Chapter 1243, The Fire Path with Another Secret. Sizzle. The purple-brown flame was wrapped around little fairy doctors group. It was just like a fire dragon that arrogantly rushed out from amongst the countless number of people. It brought about some chaos as he directly rushed into the unusually hot fire path. After charging into the fire path, the surrounding temperature had clearly been raised by dozens of times. The surrounding hard bright red stones were burned until they were completely red. The hot lava below continued to splutter out like a spring. Those hot rock fragments contained in the lava also possessed quite a great lethal force. If he was careless, it might penetrate through the Dou Qi and cause ones to end up being completely pierced. However, this fire path, which might be quite troublesome to the others, did not possess the slightest difficulty to Xiao Yan. With the 3000 lotus heart flame protecting the body, regardless of whether it was the lava or the surrounding demonic blue fire pillars that were shot out, they were unable to cause any harm towards Xiao Yan. The use of the heavenly flame was completely revealed at this moment. At this moment, there were quite a number of experts charging forward with all their strength. Majestic Dou Qi covered their bodies until there was not the slightest gap formed. Although they were able to endure it and charge in, they were clearly not as relaxed as Xiao Yan's group. These blue flame possessed a mysterious effect of melting Dou Qi. When the two were engaged in a stalemate, the rate at which one exhausts Dou Qi would far exceed the expectations of many. Based on this rate of consumption, even an elite Dou zone would not be able to endure for long. While these people endured the flame and lava as they fiercely charging forward, they also saw Xiao Yan's group, which appeared to be progressing in a relaxed manner. All of their eyes were a little stunned. Xiao Yan ignored these gazes. A thought passed through his heart and the purple-brown flame withered. It left everyone behind as it swiftly rushed into the deep parts of the fire path. With the help of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's group advancement rate was quite rapid. Within a short few minutes, they had directly passed some of the experts, who had entered earlier than them. Even though this was the case, they were still unable to see the end of the fire path. It is indeed worthy of being the remains left behind by an elite Dou Shang. This fire path is actually so long. It looks like some people are going to be unlucky. Little fairy doctor involuntarily laughed softly when she saw this scene. Xiao Yan also smiled and nodded. The surrounding blue flame was extremely mysterious. They were able to melt Dou Qi. Those who wish to rely on the strength of one's Dou Qi to forcefully barge in would indeed be unlucky. Unless it was some extremely powerful experts, otherwise, those who could rely on Dou Qi to pass through such a long fire path would be an extreme minority. Based on Xiao Yan's expectations, it was likely that just this entry fire path would have eliminated many people. Hey, isn't that the Ice River Valley's group in front? Tianhua Zunjia swept his eyes over the front of the tunnel and suddenly said. Xiao Yan raised his brows and took a glance upon hearing this. Indeed, he saw a large cluster of white-colored fog permeating the area a short distance in front. One could vaguely see some human figures within the fog. Xiao Yan was extremely familiar with those cold air. It was the unique icy cold Dou Qi of the Ice River Valley. Humph! While Xiao Yan's group eyes were being shot over, Bingyi Zunjia, who was within the icy cold fog, also appeared to have sensed Xiao Yan's group behind. Immediately, he let out a cold snort. He waved his large sleeve and the cold air that wrapped around the experts from the Ice River Valley transformed into a cold glow. Its speed swiftly increased and disappeared from the sight of Xiao Yan's group. These terrible characters, are they running so quickly because they are afraid that we will attack them? Xiongzhan parted his mouth and spoke with disdain when he saw this. Xiao Yan smiled. With their current lineup, there would not be afraid of an Ice River Valley. If they were to really fight, it was likely that the one who needed to be worried was Bingyi Zunjia. Let's go, I have a feeling that something is not quite right with this fire path. Let's leave first before talking. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the surrounding blue flame. His brows involuntarily frowned slightly. Although this flame was not a heavenly flame, it was also extremely strange. Ordinary Dou Qi would appear like a catalyst in front of this kind of flame. Not only would it be unable to extinguish the flame but would end up causing the flame to become increasingly fierce. Xiao Yan waved his sleeves after uttering those words. Their speed rose suddenly as they transformed into a fire glow that shot explosively towards the end of the fire path. Xiao Yan's group charged wildly for some distance while riding the fire glow. Along the way, they were able to meet some people, who had terrible expressions, alone. The thing that surprised them was that the people from the Ice River Valley had actually completely disappeared. The situation is not quite right. It is impossible for the speed of those people from the Ice River Valley to exceed ours. Little fairy doctor's brows were knitted tightly before she finally uttered in a deep voice a moment later. Xiao Yan reduced his speed a little. His eyes flickered slightly. After which, he raised his head and looked into the deep parts of the fire path. That place was still completely bright red in color. There was not the slightest trace of its end. This fire path is really too damn long. Is the end really in front of us? Xiongzhan also cursed somewhat impatiently. Xiao Yan was suddenly startled when he heard these words. He immediately lowered his body. Those eyes of his flickered, appearing as though he had understood something. He spoke in a deep voice, "This fire path is a trap. The path in front of us is not the true route into the remains. If we continue to travel through the fire path, the Dou Qi within our bodies will be exhausted sooner or later. But if this fire path is not the true entrance, where is the true entrance then?" Little fairy doctor raised her eyebrows. Her eyes also looked towards the bright red walls beside her when she spoke. Those walls were built from an extremely hard bright red magma rock. Even Xiao Yan's group was unable to identify just what this kind of rock was. However, it was definitely not an ordinary thing if it could be selected by an elite Dou Shang to build this remains. It was obvious that one should not attempt to break it with brute force. Xiao Yan revealed an expression of deep thought. His eyes suddenly shifted downwards a moment later. Finally, he paused it on the bright red viscous magma below and slowly said, "The reason why the members of the Ice River Valley had disappeared is likely because Bingyi Zunjia had discovered the true entrance. However, the left, right, and top of this tunnel are rock walls. You mean, the path is not in front but below? Little fairy doctor asked in surprise. The owner of this remains is indeed cunning. Which ordinary person would leap into the lava for no reason? Tian Huazunja's face was similarly a stunned one. No wonder the members of the Ice River Valley was in a hurry to shake us off. They are actually unwilling for us to find the true entrance. Xiao Yan laughed. He gave a reminder to everyone before waving his sleeve. Purple-brown flame wrapped around everyone. With a splash sound, they directly entered the hot bright red lava. Xiao Yan's group swiftly sunk after entering the lava. Although the lava was hot, it posed no obstruction to everyone, who had the protection of a heavenly flame. Hence, after this sinking continued for around a minute, everyone could hear a slight muffled sound. The area under their feet became empty and they fell for a certain distance. Finally, their feet once again stood on the icy cold ground. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads to take a look after their feet landed. A shocked expression immediately covered their faces. The bright red lava appeared like numerous huge pythons above their heads. They adopted a ring shape as they hung above in a distorted manner. One could vaguely see some human figures occasionally rushing past the fire path. Clearly, this lava was the fire path that Xiao Yan's group had traveled through earlier. If one was to really follow such a long fire path, there was no telling just how long it would take to travel to the end. TSK, it is indeed deserving of being an ancient remains. To think that it has actually fooled everyone. If these people reached the end of the fire path after much difficulty only to discover a rock wall at the end, would they end up being so furious that they would die on the spot? Xiao Yan looked at the bending fire path and involuntarily spoke in a somewhat gloating manner. Little fairy doctor's group also involuntarily laughed upon hearing this. It seems that those who has entered in the past has never found the true entrance. However, perhaps it is because of the seal, but these traps were also not completely activated. Therefore, it had allowed some lucky fellows to enter, little fairy doctor reasoned. Xiao Yan nodded. His eyes swept around. The current location of theirs was an extremely spacious large stone path. The path extended for a great distance. It was possible to vaguely see a square there. There seemed to be some human figures on the square. Let's go. This place should likely be able to truly enter the remains. However, our target is the soul baby fruit. We will let them go and snatch for the Tian Plasto skill first. We will discuss about everything else once we have obtained the soul baby fruit. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before speaking in a solemn manner. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Once we enter the hall, the matter of finding the soul baby fruit will be left to Ziyan. Ziyan, you have a special perception when it comes to finding this kind of natural treasure. It will be much faster for you to search for it rather than all of us randomly doing so. Xiao Yan looked towards Ziyan and instructed. This is a small matter. Leave it to me. Ziyan nodded. She was extremely happy to take the initiative when it came to searching for natural treasures. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw this. His toes pressed on the ground and his body transformed into a blurry figure that rushed towards the square in the distance. Little fairy doctor and the rest swiftly followed from behind. The path was not considered long. With the speed of Xiao Yan's group, they had appeared on the square after a couple of minutes. At the same time, they discovered that there were already quite a number of people who had arrived on the square beforehand. Most of these people were those who were the fastest to charge in. Amongst them include the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe, Ice River Valley, etc. The sudden appearance of Xiao Yan's group also attracted the attention of everyone on the square. Ding Yizunja frowned slightly. Clearly, he did not expect that Xiao Yan's group would discover the mystery of the fire path so quickly. Xiao Yan ignored these gazes. His eyes paused at the edge of the square when he stepped into the place. There was an extremely heavy stone door at that spot. 10 straight spear-like bodies stood at that spot without any movement. The skin of these bodies were bright silver in color. Their eyes were hollow and they were expressionless. It was as though they were some old corpse. Earth demon puppet? The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes twitched involuntarily when he saw the existence of these corpse-like beings. His heart was extremely shocked as he muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1244, Subdue. Chapter 1244, Subdue. Xiao Yan was likely the person who was most familiar with this kind of silver puppet amongst those present. This was because he had also refined one of his own. Moreover, this current Earth Demon puppet had already evolved until the Sky Demon puppet stage. Those puppet outside of the stone door were completely bright silver. Clearly, they were still at the Earth Demon puppet level. Based on Xiao Yan's estimation, these 10 Earth Demon puppets should have the strength equivalent to the peak of the Dou Zone class. They could already be considered quite strong. However, it would be a little lacking if one wished to stop the many experts from the Central Plains with just them alone. Looks like the true remains is behind this stone door. Little fairy doctor looked at this heavy stone door and softly said, "Yes." However, the stone door is tightly shut. There's also a faint spatial fluctuation on it. Clearly, one cannot use brute force to open it. In that case, the method to open it would likely lie in these 10 puppets. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes swept once around and discovered that most people's eyes were pausing on the puppets. Clearly, all of them understood this in their hearts. Currently, there is no need for us to attack. There will naturally be people who will take care of this kind of thing, Tian Huazunjia laughed. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled and nodded upon hearing this old cunning laughter of Tian Huazunjia. They stood randomly on a remote part of the square and watched the action of everyone present. While Xiao Yan's group remained quiet, the square experienced some private conversations and hesitation before a gray-clothed old man slowly stepped out. From his vast and mighty aura, he was obviously an elite Dou Zun. However, a glance from Xiao Yan's group allowed them to recognize that this old man was merely just a one-star Dou Zun. The sect that this gray-clothed old man belonged to was one that Xiao Yan had never seen before. However, he did not think too much about it. The Central Plains was extremely vast. There was an unknown number of hidden experts within it. The strength that some of the low-profile factions had was not much weaker than those renowned factions. The old man slowly walked out in front of the many gazes. Vast and mighty Dou Qi lingered around him as he directly walked into the area surrounded by the 10 Earth Demon puppet. That manner appeared as though he had an exceptionally great courage. Crack! When that old man was around 100 feet into the stone door, those 10 statue-like unmoving figures emitted a low and deep bone-cracking sound. Immediately, 10 icy cold empty eyes directly stared at the gray-clothed old man. Their hands were clenched and silver light surged from them. 10 bright silver long spear appeared in their hands. Sizzle! Bright silver light flashed. The 10 figures were just like lightning as they carried a sharp wind and attacked the gray-clothed old man. Haha, it is merely a couple of broken puppets. Yet, you are intending on blocking the old me. That gray-clothed old man laughed out loud upon seeing this. He charged into the group of puppet without any weapon in his hands. Majestic Dou Qi surged. Each time he swung his fist, he would force a puppet backwards. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head as he looked at the gray-clothed old man, who was not at a disadvantage despite fighting against 10 alone. The gap between the Dou Zone and Dou Zun class was too great. Although these 10 puppets had successfully blocked the gray-clothed old man, it was obvious from this situation that they would not be able to endure for long. Clang! Silver light danced within the battleground. The gray-clothed old man directly forced 3 puppets back. His hand, which contained a deep yellow color, left a half-a-finger deep palm imprint on the puppet's body. Roar! With their continuous defeat, the 10 Earth Demon puppets suddenly paused their footsteps. Silver glow flashed in their eyes and a low and deep roar was actually emitted from their throats. Immediately, their footsteps moved in an orderly manner and immediately formed a strange formation. Silver glow flickered. Waves after waves of silver snake-like energy surged out from within their bodies. After which, they were directly connected to each other, forming a circular ring in the process. Roar, dot. The moment the circular ring was formed, the leading Earth Demon puppet's throat once again emitted a roar. Immediately, the silver glow weakened in front of Xiao Yan's stunned eyes. A little golden light gradually appeared. A moment later, the golden light completely replaced the silver glow. It has actually evolved. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily shrunk a little upon seeing this scene. He clearly understood just how difficult it was for the Earth Demon puppet to evolve into the Sky Demon puppet. Back then, the Earth Demon puppet had absorbed a lot of pill lightning in order to evolve at the last moment. Yet, this Earth Demon puppet had actually completed this within a short instant. It is the effect of the formation. No wonder it is something left by an elite Dou Shang. The strange formation of 10 Earth Demon puppet together is sufficient to contend against a 2-star Dou Zun. This old fellow is going to be unlucky, but... Xiao Yan swiftly calmed down and softly muttered to himself after the shock in his heart continued for a moment. Swoosh! That gold-yellow Sky Demon puppet in the battleground stomped on the ground. Crack lines spread while its body emitted a swoosh sound and appeared in front of the old man, who had experienced a drastic change in expression. His fist, which contained a golden light, was violently swung out. Bang! Faced with the extremely powerful fist, that old man hurriedly used all of his strength to meet it. At this moment, however, his natural and unrestrained manner was no longer present. The heaven demon puppet after evolving had a strength that was far from what he could imagine. Immediately, a deep sound appeared. A muffled snort was emitted from his throat and a trace of blood surfaced from the corner of his mouth. He staggered backward at the same time. After the old man withdrew by a distance of 100 feet, the sky demon puppet once again withdrew its fist. Its body flashed and appeared outside of the stone door. The golden light disappeared and it once again turned into an earth demon puppet, which stood guard at that spot. This kind of unexpected occurrence had also caused the faces of quite a number of people to change. They might not be afraid of 10 earth demon puppet at the peak of the Dou Zone class. However, this sky demon puppet, with a strength of a 2-star Dou Zone, caused them to fear it greatly. This thing did not possess any sense of pain. It was no different from a killing machine. There were indeed experts present who could finish it off. However, even if one defeated it, one would end up being greatly exhausted. Who would be willing to experience such an exhaustion before even seeing the remains? Those people present did not have such magnanimity. For a moment, the square descended into an embarrassing atmosphere. Everyone wanted to enter, but no one was willing to engage in a life and death battle with these puppets. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His eyes directly looked towards the 10 puppets. An expression of desire flashed across his eyes. If these puppets really only possessed the strength of the peak of the Dou Zone class, he might really not be interested in them. However, if they could reach a 2-star Dou Zone level sky demon puppet, it was a different matter altogether. Moreover, Xiao Yan was also extremely interested in the mysterious formation of the earth demon puppet. If he added his sky demon puppet into it, it was likely that the strength of the sky demon puppet would rise greatly within a short period of time. His sky demon puppet was currently able to fight against a 3-star Dou Zone. If he was to add these 10 earth demon puppets in the formation to aid it, it was likely that it could even fight against a 5-star Dou Zone. This allure was sufficient to get Xiao Yan to act personally. Help me keep an eye on the others. A silver glow flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he softly spoke to little fairy doctor. His toes immediately pressed on the ground and his body rushed over everyone's head like a large bird and steadily landed 100 feet from the stone door. Since no one is going to attack, allow me to be the first to do so. Everyone were startled as they looked at Xiao Yan, who had suddenly stepped forward. Some of those, who had an enmity with Xiao Yan, frowned slightly. Given their understanding of the latter, this fellow was too shrewd. How would it be possible for him to take the initiative to deal with these troublesome puppets? This little fellow has taken the initiative to show himself. He definitely has some motive. Xun Er frowned slightly and softly said. The white-haired man by the side glanced at Xiao Yan's back and laughed. He actually slowly walked out and said, with your 1-star Dou Zone strength, you cannot even be compared to the first elder of the Groundxian sect earlier. I think you should forget about it. Coincidentally, I am quite interested in these puppets. If I bring them back to act as door guards, it would appear quite domineering. This person's eyes were extremely sharp. He appeared to have seen through Xiao Yan's intention towards these puppets with a glance. Xiao Yan knitted his brows slightly in the face of this white-haired man, who had suddenly interfered. He immediately shook his head and said, this is not a matter you can be worried about. After uttering those words, Xiao Yan's foot suddenly pressed on the ground. His body directly charged into 100 feet radius of the stone door. Seeing this, the white-haired man also smiled. His body flashed and he also charged in. He waved his sleeves and a sharp wind was swung towards Xiao Yan's back in front of him. Xiao Yan's back appeared to have some eyes growing on them in the face of this wind that was headed towards him from behind. His body was twisted and he easily dodged it. A thought passed through his heart and the vast and mighty spiritual strength lingering between his eyebrows also surged out in all directions. After which, it transformed into thousands of parts that rushed towards those puppets that were emitting a silver glow. Xiao Yan had once created the earth demon puppet and was clearly aware of the weakness of such puppets. If it was a head-on collision, one could only end the battle after tearing them into pieces. However, Xiao Yan did not wish to shatter them. What he wanted was control, a control that was similar to that which he had over his sky demon puppet. The spiritual imprint of the earth demon puppet's creator was present within its body. As long as this spiritual imprint was removed and a spiritual imprint of his own was to replace it, he would be able to easily control the puppets. However, this kind of spiritual imprint was hidden in a very deep spot. If it was not because Xiao Yan had personally created one, it would be impossible for him to be aware of it. Humph. This brat is really intending to control the puppets. The white-haired man had also sensed it when Xiao Yan's spiritual strength spread. He was unaware of the method to control the puppet. Hence, he was unable to snatch with Xiao Yan. However, he was also not an ordinary person. Seeing that he was unable to stop Xiao Yan, he flashed his body and appeared in front of an earth demon puppet. A fist was violently swung and it landed heavily onto its body. Since he was unable to obtain it, he would destroy it. Bang! After the frightening fist landed, the earth demon puppet's body immediately cracked and formed numerous crack lines. Seeing this, a smile was revealed on the white-haired man's face when it stiffened. This was because he discovered that those crack lines had disappeared rapidly when the silver glow once again surged out from within the body of the puppet. I don't believe that I cannot break this puppet. A fierce glint flashed across the white-haired man's eyes. His tongue let out a sharp cry. Frightening winds swiftly gathered. A golden light suddenly rushed over just when this punch of his was about to be unleashed. A sharp ear-piercing sound of wind being split caused the former's expression to change a little. He hurriedly pulled back. The white-haired man swept his gaze around while he pulled back, only to discover that the golden light was a dark golden-colored puppet. The feeling that this puppet gave him appeared to be even more dangerous than the golden light puppet from earlier. This brat also possessed such a puppet. No wonder he would attack. The white-haired man suddenly came to an understanding when he saw the dark golden-colored sky demon puppet. The white-haired man hurriedly raised his head while this thought flashed across his heart, only to coincidentally see Xiao Yan slowly opening his eyes. The latter glanced at him coldly before beckoning with his hand. Those 10 puppets emitted a swoosh sound before being kept into the latter's storage ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1245, Ancient Forest. Chapter 1245, Ancient Forest. The process of subduing the earth demon puppets was far smoother than what Xiao Yan had expected. This was because he did not discover even a trace of spiritual imprint in the body of these earth demon puppets. This kind of situation also caused Xiao Yan to feel quite lost. Perhaps it was because the countless amount of time had eroded the spiritual imprint, or perhaps the Dou Qi class ancient expert did not possess much interest in these puppets that he had randomly created and was even too lazy to place even a trace of spiritual imprint. Regardless of what the reason was, when Xiao Yan's spiritual strength invaded the bodies of these earth demon puppet, he had discovered that he had already established a relationship with them. This process was without even the slightest difficulty. Even if some other random person was to give it a try, he would be immediately able to control them. Therefore, Xiao Yan's expression had become quite strange after having kept all these puppets into his storage ring. His eyes glanced towards the gray-clothed old man, who was being beaten to the point of vomiting blood earlier. He quietly thought in his heart about whether this old fellow would vomit blood from anger should he be aware that the method to pass through this place was so simple that it caused one to feel a disbelief. This little fellow, he has actually subdued those puppets. Everyone on the square was looking at Xiao Yan in a speechless manner while that strange thought rose within Xiao Yan's heart. It had only been 2 to 3 minutes, but the 10-peak Dou Zone class powerful puppet, which could even fight against a 2-star Dou Zun with their combined strength, had actually landed in Xiao Yan's hands. For a moment, the expressions of quite a number of people became exceptionally interesting. The envy and jealousy within their eyes could not be hidden. A puppet that had the strength equivalent to a 2-star Dou Zun. This was sufficient to stir the envy of anyone regardless of where one placed it. These people, especially those who had some grudge with Xiao Yan like Lei Zunjia, Bingyi Zunjia and the rest, were envious and unwilling to resign to the situation. The stronger the strength around Xiao Yan meant that the threat towards them would be greater. Xiao Yan merely took a glance and withdrew his sight in the face of the gazes from these fellows. No matter how these fellows view him with dislike, they would not dare to attack him here. The motive of this trip of theirs was the Tian class Dou skill within the remains. How would they dare to engage in a life and death battle with Xiao Yan's group before they obtain it? Creak. Soon after Xiao Yan kept those 10 puppets into his storage ring, the tightly shut stone door emitted a creaking mechanical sound. That heavy thick stone door was also slowly opened to reveal a hole. A desolate ancient aura slowly drifted out following the gradual opening of the stone door. This caused quite a number of people to adopt a solemn expression. An item from the ancient times was quite scared to quite a number of people. Upon seeing the opening stone door, Xiao Yan's figure moved and gently drifted backwards. After which, he once again returned to his position from earlier. The corner of the mouth of quite a number of people twitched upon seeing this action of his. They quietly cursed crafty brat in their hearts. It was obvious that Xiao Yan did not wish to be the first to enter this mysterious remains. The main door was slowly completely opened and the creaking sound also gradually halted. Everyone on the square looked at each other. However, no one took the lead to walk in. Xiao Yan ignored the silence on the square. He rubbed the storage ring with his finger. The smile on the corner of his mouth was quite brilliant. It was unexpected that he had obtained such a treasure after just having entered the remains. This was considered good luck. There were occasionally some experts who would hurry over from outside of the square. Clearly, they were experts who had discovered the secret of the fire path. Upon seeing an increasing number of experts gathering at this place, those experts and factions that were the first to arrive became a little impatient. A moment later, there was finally someone who could not endure it any longer and took the lead to slowly walk into the stone door. Fortunately, no miserable cry appeared this time around. Everyone suddenly sighed in relief upon seeing that nothing happened to the leading goat. "Let's go." Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He let out a low cry as his foot stomped onto the ground. His body transformed into a black shadow that rushed into the remains behind the stone door with lightning-like speed. Little Fairy Doctor and the rest quickly followed behind him. This cunning fellow. Quite a number of people cursed in their hearts when they saw Xiao Yan moving immediately after seeing that there was no danger. They also quickly moved their bodies and raised their speed to the maximum. All of them flooded into the large hall like floodwater. Xiao Yan's group was quick to charge in. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered the stone door. After which, their speed was reduced. Their eyes were stunned as they watched the scene that appeared in front of them. The thing that appeared in front of them was an incomparably large hall. A person would feel exceptionally tiny when standing in this large hall. Everyone looked around them and discovered that there were quite a number of deep corridors around the large hall that extended to an unknown location. At this moment, there were already quite a few factions and experts who had charged in. They had begun to separate and rush towards those pathway. "Ziyan, can you sense something?" Xiao Yan knitted his eyebrows as he looked at these pathways with ends that could not be seen. He turned towards Ziyan by the side and asked. This place was still the entrance area of the large hall. Its interior would definitely be even more complicated. They would really have a tough time searching if they charged around randomly. "I am able to sniff some scent of medicinal ingredients. However, it is very vague." Ziyan twitched her nose and said. "Lead the way." Xiao Yan hurriedly said with some joy. "Understood." Ziyan nodded. She identified their direction before rushing towards a path at the left of the large hall. Xiao Yan's group hurriedly followed. The pathway of the large hall was extremely wide. The couple of them appeared just like little birds flying within it. It was also possible to see some other experts coming to seek for treasures along the way. Fortunately, they did not head over and disturb Xiao Yan's group. There were occasionally some rooms located at the two sides of this path. At times, a large group of people would swarm over like bandits and began to thoroughly search the rooms. Although this action was very barbaric, there were indeed some lucky fellows who had found some Qi method in Dou skills. However, their class were not very high. The best of all them had only reached the D class. Even though this was the case, the one who obtained the treasure would still end up attracting quite a number of fiery hot gazes. While Xiao Yan's group was following the medicinal ingredients sent in their search, they would occasionally barge into a couple of rooms, but they did not obtain anything useful. It was likely that the true treasures were not kept in these places. Seeing that these rooms would not provide much reward, Xiao Yan's group also completely withdrew their attentions from them. They focused on following behind Ziyan. After they had flew for around 15 minutes or so in the corridor, Ziyan at the front gradually came to a halt. The eyes of Xiao Yan's group were instantly thrown towards the front after seeing Ziyan coming to a halt. There was an extremely ancient stone door at that spot. A great amount of moss had climbed over the stone door, allowing one to sense just how long had passed. This place has the densest scent of medicinal ingredient. It is likely this is where the medicinal ingredients are stored. I wonder if they are spoiled after so many years. Ziyan pointed at the stone door and said. Unlikely. An elite Doushang has many ways to preserve medicinal ingredients forever. Xiao Yan shook his head. He slowly stepped forwards and carefully checked the place. Only after discovering that there was no trap did he use his strength to push the stone door open. Rumble. Amidst a low and deep noise, the moss-covered thick heavy stone door was being slowly pushed open. Waves of rich medicinal fragrance that had been hidden for countless number of years immediately surged out. It caused the mind of everyone to be braced. A surprise also flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he sniffed this fragrance. He increased the strength on his hand and the stone door was completely pushed open. A glaring bright light shot out the instant the stone door was fully opened. This caused the eyes of Xiao Yan's group to be narrowed. They swiftly took 2 steps back and the Dou Qi within their bodies also swiftly began to circulate. They were prepared to intervene in any sudden unexpected situations. The light gradually weakened and everyone's eyes were once again opened. Immediately, they gently inhaled a breath of cool air. Behind the stone door was not a stone room as everyone had expected. Instead, it was a forest, an ancient forest that was completely made up of various rare and precious medicinal ingredients. Damn it, compared to the medicinal ingredients here, the 10,000 medicinal mountain range of mine is really nothing. Xiong Zhan looked at these many medicinal ingredients that were extremely rare in the outside world. His face was completely stunned. Who? Xiao Yan was also violently stunned by this ancient forest, which was completely made up of rare and precious medicinal ingredients. It was a long time later before he gradually recovered. He swiftly pulled everyone in before shutting the stone door behind them. Although he knew that this was not very useful to those bandit-like fellows, this would at least cause some people to miss it. Such a frightening medicinal ingredient reserve definitely possessed an allure that could not be resisted to some factions. Wow, this is a good place. Ziyan's eyes appeared to have countless number of tiny stars in them at this moment. She wiped off her saliva and finally leaped without being able to control. After which, she reached into some Ganoderma with an extremely rich energy and grabbed it. She subsequently stuffed it into her mouth. The medicinal ingredients here had an exceptionally dense energy after having grown for countless of years. This was a great nourishment for Ziyan. Although its taste was a little inferior before having undergone Xiao Yan's refinement, the rich energy was able to allow Ziyan to bolt out the taste. Xiao Yan felt neither able to laugh nor cry when he saw this action of hers. His gaze swept around him and forcefully endured the impulse to place all the medicinal ingredients in this forest into his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, he walked towards the deep parts of the forest. Currently, there was not much time for him to take all of the medicinal ingredients here with him. Let's go and find the soul baby fruit first. Little fairy doctor's group nodded. After which, she pulled Ziyan, who was lying within the medicinal ingredient pile and refusing to move, up. Next, they followed Xiao Yan and walked into this ancient forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1246, Soul Baby Demon Tree. Chapter 1246, Soul Baby Demon Tree. The vast forest had an unusual fragrance lingering over it. A faint fog covered the forest and there would occasionally be some small beast rushing out from the grass. The peaceful atmosphere caused it to appear like paradise. This ancient forest had already formed its own world after countless number of years of evolution. It also possessed quite a number of powerful magical beasts. Everyone should be careful. A couple of figures rushed over the midair before landing on a large tree. Xiao Yan's eyes swept around him before softly issuing the reminder. He could sense that there were quite a number of powerful auras in this forest. They were clearly the magical beasts of this place. Yes, quite a number of magical beasts here are creatures belonging to the ancient times. Their fighting strength are quite strong. It would be a little troublesome if one get entangled with them. Tianhua Zunjia nodded and spoke in a deep voice. TCH. What did it matter if they are ancient creatures? Relax, everything will be fine if you follow me. Ziyan curled her small mouth. Her eyes swept around her before her toes pressed onto a tree branch. Her delicate small body rushed out and headed into the deep parts of the forest. Let's follow this girl. It will be safer following her in this place. Xiao Yan smiled towards everyone before taking the lead to follow Ziyan. This ancient forest was quite big. Even with the speed of Xiao Yan's group, they were still unable to see the edge of the forest despite having shuttled for over 10 minutes. From this, one could tell just how vast the remains left behind by this Dou Qi from the ancient times was. Xiao Yan's group had felt quite a lot of powerful auras along the way. There were even a couple of times when there were some large-sized ferocious-looking magical beast passing in front of them. However, perhaps it was because Ziyan was an ancient void dragon. That vaguely present dragon might cause these magical beasts to avoid stepping forward and disturb their group. This had caused Xiao Yan's group to travel smoothly. Che. A couple of human figures rushed past the forest before Xiao Yan paused his footsteps. He turned his head towards the north and frowned tightly. What is it? Little fairy doctor hurriedly asked upon seeing this. Other people have entered. Moreover, there's quite a large number of them. Xiao Yan said. Looks like they have also discovered the stone door. Little fairy doctor knitted her eyebrows and said. No, they are from another direction. It looks like there are more entrances into this ancient forest than just the one who took. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He immediately continued, looks like we need to be faster. I've sensed it. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when a joy suddenly surged on the little face of Ziyan at the front. Soul baby fruit? Xiao Yan's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. Yes, that's no mistake. I am more familiar than you when it comes to the scent of these kind of natural treasure. Ziyan nodded. She did not hesitate as she pressed her toes on a tree branch and swiftly charged out. Xiao Yan's group hurriedly followed behind her. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of rushing wind continued to appear deep within the forest. Due to them being afraid of being followed, Xiao Yan's group had increased their speed greatly. Their group randomly moved around behind Zi Yan. Only after 10 minutes did Zi Yan in front finally gently landed her body in front of a large tree. Her eyes were staring intently at the front. Xiao Yan also swiftly landed. His eyes followed Zi Yan's gaze and swept over the place. After which, it stilled. A wild joy that was difficult to hide appeared on his face. The thing that appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group was a 100 feet large lake. The lake water within was unusually clear. However, one could not see the bottom at a glance. The middle of the lake was a small floating plot of land. It was just like a small island at the middle of a lake. On that island was an extremely strange small tree. The small tree was grayish-silver in color. Its tree branches were entwined like vines. These tree branches would form a strange arc wherever it was extended. If looked at it while standing from afar, one would discover that the shape of these plants were very much like a pregnant woman with a bulging womb. There was a golden light overflowing from the interior of the belly that was formed by the many branches. It is indeed the soul baby demon tree. Xiao Yan sighed in relief when he saw this strange-shaped plant and spoke in a rejoiced manner. What are you waiting for now that you have found it? Go and get it. Xiongzhan parted his mouth and laughed. Wait, any natural spiritual objects will have some guardian magical beast. This soul baby fruit is a unique treasure that refines a soul. It possesses a great effect towards some magical beasts too. How is it possible for it not to have a guardian beast? Zi Yan, however, shook her head. After which, her eyes paused on the lake. Her small fist was clenched and she threw a punch. A frightening wind violently slammed onto the surface of the lake and creating an enormous hole. Bang! This punch had just been thrown when the calm lake surface suddenly formed a monstrous wave. Immediately, Xiao Yan's group discovered that there was an enormous shadow swiftly surfacing from within the lake. Finally, a splash sounded and it broke out of the water. Its enormous eyes contained a fierce glint as it swept all over the place. It is actually the heaven-reaching semi-dragon. It has already become extinct in the outside world. Zi Yan was involuntarily surprised when she saw the enormous magical beast that broke out of the water. Xiao Yan's group also looked at this enormous being that had broke out from the water. This thing possessed a body of a snake. Its long body was covered with green scales. That body of it was extremely long, so much so that Xiao Yan's group could only see the portion above the surface of the water. There was also a dark black long horn on its head. The long horn had some mysterious symbols and there was a blue-colored light vaguely flickering over it. Heaven-reaching semi-dragon. This kind of magical beast from the ancient times was something that Xiao Yan had read about from some ancient text. During the ancient times, the fighting strength of such a magical beast was quite famous. It was rumored that the body of the heaven-reaching semi-dragon had some dragon tribe bloodline flowing within it. If it could wash and refine it as well as experience many lightning tribulations, it might perhaps be able to evolve into a true ancient void dragon existence. It is unexpected that we are still able to see the heaven-reaching semi-dragon here, Xiao Yan sighed. After which, he looked at Zi Yan. The latter nodded and said, leave it to me. The strength of this heaven-reaching semi-dragon was around that of the peak of rank 7. However, by relying on its bloodline and physical body, it could even fight against an elite Dou Qi. Although Xiao Yan's group could finish it off, it was naturally the best if they need not fight. Should this fellow's beast instincts be unleashed during the battle and end up destroying the soul baby fruit, they would really end up in a situation where there was nowhere for them to go crying to. Zi Yan leaped down from the tree branch and gently landed on the lake. Purple light spread out from her body and transformed into a 10 feet large purple light dragon. This purple dragon roared towards the sky when it appeared. Although the purple dragon was small in size, it was a genuine ancient void dragon. That was the pinnacle existence within the magical beast world. Additionally, the heaven-reaching semi-dragon possessed a similar bloodline to it. That kind of dragon might was obviously exceptionally intense. Under the low roar by the purple dragon, the fierceness in the eyes of the heaven-reaching semi-dragon was also gradually withdrawn. Its enormous body slowly shrunk back into the water. That enormous head moved towards Zi Yan in an extremely gentle pet-like manner. Xiao Yan's group sighed in relief when they saw this. Zi Yan patted the head of the heaven-reaching semi-dragon before pointing towards the soul baby tree at the middle of the lake. That heaven-reaching semi-dragon was startled for a moment after seeing the direction that Zi Yan pointed towards. Its eyes had a human-like unwillingness appearing in it. It had protected the soul baby fruit for so many years. Naturally, it was unwilling to just give it to others. However, the bloodline pressure that was emitted from Zi Yan's body caused it to be unable to resist. In an instant, it could only end up being dispirited and appeared quite pitiful. Can we give it some compensation? It is really very pitiful. Ziyan's heart softened upon seeing this manner of the heaven-reaching semi-dragon. She turned her head and asked Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's figure rushed down and landed beside Ziyan. He cupped his hands towards the heaven-reaching semi-dragon and said, I am really sorry. Originally, I do not wish to snatch something that you like, but the soul baby fruit is really too important to us. This kind of unique treasure might be of great use to one's soul, but the main aspect that a magical beast train is the physical body. The effect of having a strong soul is not very great. I have 2 types of medicinal pills that possess some refining effect towards a magical beast physical body. It should possess quite a great effect towards you. Additionally, your body contains the ancient dragon bloodline. There is quite a great difficult transforming into a human form. There is also a matured body transformation grass. The eyes of the heaven-reaching semi-dragon immediately brightened when it heard the words body transformation grass. Only then did it suddenly nod its large head. Xiao Yan quietly sighed in relief within his heart upon seeing this. He hurriedly took out the medicinal pills and a jade box. The heaven-reaching semi-dragon sucked with its large mouth and swallowed all of them into its stomach. It was finally satisfied with this compensation. It moved its enormous body and entered the deep parts of the lake while bringing about some ripples. After gently dispatching with this large fellow, Xiao Yan waved his hand towards Ziyan by the side. His body subsequently moved and he appeared on the island at the middle of the lake. Only when he stood beside the soul baby demon tree did Xiao Yan realize that 2 fist-sized golden fruits were hung within the pregnant woman's belly like tree branches. The fruits appeared just like a vivid human-like baby. A vaguely present fragrance spread from it, causing the soul between Xiao Yan's brows to involuntarily tremble a little. Quickly take the thing away. The sound of magical beast roar within this forest is becoming dense. It seems that quite a number of people had barged in. Little fairy doctor's group also hurried to the island in the middle and urged. Xiao Yan nodded. He cut a thick soul baby demon tree branch before swiftly making a somewhat crude wooden box. This soul baby fruit was extremely mysterious. It cannot be kept using any other materials. Otherwise, it would gradually vaporize. The only thing that could contain it was the tree branch of the demon tree. Upon the successful creation of a wooden box, Xiao Yan carefully cut through the many branches. After which, he cut off the 2 tree branches that held the soul baby fruit and carefully placed them into the wooden box. He flipped his hand and kept it into his storage ring. We have finally obtained the soul baby fruit. Xiao Yan's heart appeared as though it had been relieved of a heavy stone the moment he kept the soul baby fruit into his storage ring. He had finally completed his mission. Yao Lao would definitely be able to recover his peak strength this time around. Let's go. Xiao Yan was planning to leave quickly after having kept the soul baby fruit when he discovered that Ziyan beside him was staring at an even deeper part of the forest in a startled manner. He became stunned as he asked, "What is it?" "There, something is summoning me." Ziyan's eyes also became a little lost and blurry at this moment. That kind of feeling seemed to have originated from her bloodline. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1247, Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Chapter 1247, Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Xiao Yan's group were startled upon hearing these words of Ziyan. They followed her eyes and looked towards the spot where she was staring at. However, all they could see was an endless forest. There was not the slightest unusual sign at that place. Xiao Yan revealed an expression of deep thought. It was impossible for Ziyan to suddenly have such a feeling. The latter was an ancient void dragon. Forget about him, it was likely that even Yao Lao did not really understand that kind of mysterious existence. As for that kind of mysterious summoning that Ziyan had mentioned, it was perhaps only something that she alone could sense. What should we do? The sound of magical beast roar within this ancient forest is becoming increasingly close to each other. It seemed that quite a number of experts had been attracted to this place. Little fairy doctor looked at Xiao Yan and said. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He glanced at Ziyan, whose eyes had remained locked on the deep parts of the forest. A moment later, he finally nodded violently and spoke in a deep voice, "Let's go and take a look. Since we have entered a treasure mountain, we must naturally witness a true treasure. Those other treasure seekers do not have the deterrence of a dragon's might. It is not easy for them to successfully walk in. We still have a sufficient amount of time." A smile surfaced on the small face of Ziyan, who had been staring continuously, after seeing Xiao Yan nod his head. Her toes pressed on the ground and her body took the lead to rush into the deep parts of the forest. Xiao Yan's group hurriedly followed upon seeing this. The magical beast aura in the forest behind the lake was undoubtedly even fiercer than those outside. There were even a couple of auras that caused Xiao Yan's group to reveal a solemn expression. It was fortunate that there was Zi Yan's dragon's might as a deterrence. Although those auras had also sensed Xiao Yan's group, it was obvious that they gradually withdrew after hesitating. In their memories, those owners of this kind of dragon might were all extremely troublesome existence. It was best to avoid provoking them if they could. Of course, these beasts that had remained within this ancient forest for an unknown amount of time, failed to sense that the owner of this dragon might was merely a child ancient void dragon. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan's group was lucky to have not met with much obstruction within this deep regions of the forest where danger lurks all around. Hence, after shuttling through it for nearly 10 minutes, the speed of their group had slowly reduced. The surrounding aura has completely disappeared. Little fairy doctor suddenly sensed something when they stepped into a certain region and she softly commented. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. After briefly sensing the place, he indeed discovered that those monstrous aura that he had felt earlier had actually completely disappeared. What happened? Tianhua Zunjia also frowned tightly. A cautious expression also surfaced on his face. If one was careless in this place, it was likely that one could only forever remain in this place as the fertilizer for the medicine. There is no need to be worried. This place is already the center of the ancient forest. Zi Yan softly said. Her eyes were focused intently on a spot a short distance ahead. That place was a flat land. There was nothing strange on those lush green grass. This caused Xiao Yan's group to wonder a little. Was this the place that had summoned Zi Yan? Zi Yan drifted down from a tree branch and she slowly took over a dozen steps on the ground. After which, her small face was serious as she extended her little hand. Just when her small hand came into contact with the empty space half a foot from the ground, a golden light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Yan's group looked at the golden light that had suddenly appeared. Some surprise flashed across their eyes. This golden light turned into an inverted bowl shape. The bottom and top were round. Its size was 100 feet in diameter. Although the golden light was dazzling, it was covered by the many densely stacked trees. Unless one was close by, otherwise, it was impossible to discover it. What is this? Xiao Yan's group also flashed and appeared beside Zi Yan. They looked at the golden light barrier in front and a solemn expression covered their eyes. They could sense a kind of pressure from this mysterious golden light barrier. This kind of pressure allowed them to understand that even if all of them were to join hands, it was likely that they would not be able to break this strange golden light barrier. This is a beast spiritual barrier. Only a magical beast with extremely great strength when it was alive could form such a beast spirit barrier and can only do so when it was about to die. Zi Yan's small hand gently rubbed the light barrier. A kind of faint grief was present on her face. Xiao Yan was silent. Since this thing was summoning Zi Yan, it meant that the owner of this beast spiritual barrier was very likely from the ancient void dragon tribe. Something's wrong, Zi Yan touched the light barrier. Her small face changed suddenly as she said, this beast spiritual barrier not only have the scent of an ancient void dragon but there seemed to be a little heaven demon phoenix scent? However, this kind of scent is far purer than the current heaven demon phoenix tribe. Xiao Yan's group looked at each other upon hearing this. Could it be that someone from the ancient heaven demon phoenix tribe had also died in this place? Won't you know if you open and take a look? Xiong Zhan by the side rubbed his head and said. Zi Yan nodded slightly. Since she had come here, she must go in and take a look. Immediately, she bit her delicate finger. A drop of golden yellow blood appeared. She placed her finger gently onto the beast spiritual barrier before drawing a golden yellow blood mark. Only those with similar bloodline are able to open this kind of beast spiritual barrier. Following the drawing of the golden yellow blood mark, the spot where the mark was swiftly fluctuated. Immediately, the golden light barrier rippled and a golden light crack line was slowly being torn and formed. Let's go. Zi Yan waved her hand upon seeing this. She took a step in. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan's group behind her also closely followed. After the last person entered the beast spiritual barrier, that golden light fluctuated once again and the crack line swiftly disappeared. Xiao Yan's group felt dazzled the moment they stepped into the beast spiritual barrier. The lush green forest disappeared almost instantly. A desolated plain replaced it. The size of this plain was quite large. It was covered with bright red sand that looked as though it had been dyed with fresh blood. There would occasionally be some pale white stone dust color amidst the bright redness. When they looked afar, everyone found that there was 1,000 feet large ancient stone altar located at the middle of the plains. A vaguely present pressure permeated from the altar, causing the Dou Qi within the body of Xiao Yan's group to become sluggish. What a frightening pressure! Xiao Yan's group exchanged looks with each other. They could see a shock from the other party's eyes. Just the pressure alone could cause them to be in such a condition. Just how frightening was the owner of the pressure? Ziyan's eyes were directly locked onto that enormous stone altar the moment she entered this place. She mused for a moment before her toes pressed gently onto the ground. After which, she flew towards the altar. From her manner, it seemed that she was not affected by this kind of pressure. Xiao Yan's group hurriedly followed when they saw this action of Ziyan. A moment later, they finally landed above the huge stone altar. An ancient feeling pounced towards them upon close contact with this enormous stone altar. This caused Xiao Yan's group to rearrange their emotions. Xiao Yan's group stood at the middle of the altar. Looking up from this spot, they could see a flight of green stone stairs that extended to the end. Ziyan's eyes were startled as she looked at the end of the stone stairs. That summoning feeling seemed to be increasingly strong. Who? Ziyan gently exhaled a breath of air. Her small face had also become unusually grave. Her foot stomped on the ground and she transformed into a light figure that rushed up the stone stairs in a lightning-like manner before appearing at the end of the altar. Xiao Yan's group followed closely behind. When they arrived at the front of the altar, they ended up seeing Ziyan's incredible stunned face. His eyes looked over, only to see that there was a golden-purple stone platform at the middle of the altar. A half-a-foot large groove was present above the stone stairs. At this moment, a small tree seedling was beginning to grow from within the stone platform. The tree seedling was only as thick as a thumb, but it meandered around like an enormous dragon. The top of this little tree seedling hung a fruit. This fruit was the size of a palm. It was both golden and purple in color. If one was to carefully observe it, one could discover that the golden half was twisting and turning, appearing just like a shrunk version of an ancient void dragon. The other purple half was dancing with spread wings, a phoenix? That's right. It was indeed a heaven demon phoenix. Although this was a little different from the drawing that Xiao Yan had seen, but the overall shape could still be recognized by Xiao Yan. A fruit that is formed by an ancient void dragon and a heaven demon phoenix? Xiao Yan's group glanced at each other after looking at this extremely mysterious fruit. All of them were at a loss. Even with Xiao Yan's ability to recognize medicine, he had never heard that there was actually such a unique treasure in this world. It seems that the pressure is being emitted from within the fruit? Little fairy doctor commented softly. Her voice also contained a disbelief. Xiao Yan's heart also shook when he heard this. Only then did he discover that the pressure that permeated this place was indeed emitted from within this dragon phoenix fruit, which had an extremely strange outer appearance. This is the dragon phoenix origin fruit. It only exists inside some of the ancient books of the ancient dragon tribe. That phoenix is also not a heaven demon phoenix. Instead, it is their ancestor, the ancient heaven phoenix. This kind of fruit requires the absorption of the life force from an ancient void dragon and an ancient heaven phoenix in order to gain a 10% chance of being born. Even in the records of the ancient void dragon, this dragon phoenix origin fruit had only appeared for a mere 5 times. This is the 6th time. Ziyan's eyes were startled as she looked at the dragon phoenix origin fruit that truly only existed in legends. A moment later, she suddenly turned her head. She stood at the top of the altar and looked down at the vast plains from above. Only then did she discover that the pale white color amidst the bright red mud vaguely outlined an extremely huge dragon and heaven phoenix skeleton. An ancient void dragon and an ancient heaven phoenix had actually died together at this very spot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1248, Huang Xian. Chapter 1248, Huang Xian. The large skeletons were connected with the head of one touching the tail of the other, coincidentally forming a circular loop that encircled this plains. This enormous stone altar was coincidentally at the middle of this circle. While Ziyan's eyes were observing the bones below with shock, Xiao Yan's group had also noticed this point. Immediately, they inhaled a deep breath of cold air. Their voice began to be emitted one after another. Ancient void dragon. Ancient heaven phoenix. These ultimate magical beasts that basically only existed in the legends had actually appeared in this kind of place. Although they were only a set of bones, it was already sufficient to cause one's heart to be shaken. No wonder the dragon phoenix origin fruit is born. An ancient void dragon and an ancient heavenly phoenix had actually died here, Xiao Yan muttered. The ancient void dragon and the ancient heavenly phoenix are all the ultimate existences within the magical beast world. However, the two are completely incomparable. They would fight wherever they meet. I think that the both of them had ended up dying in this place from injuries after experiencing a big battle. Ziyan opened her mouth and said. However, the life force of the ancient heavenly phoenix is clearly inferior to that of the ancient void dragon. Otherwise, the heaven phoenix aura should be the dominant one in this beast's spiritual barrier. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He looked towards Zi Yan and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" This so-called dragon phoenix origin fruit was obviously an extremely important thing. It was something that Xiao Yan had never even heard of despite his experience. Hence, he was also unaware of what should be done now. I must definitely bring this dragon phoenix origin fruit away. Otherwise, should the heaven demon phoenix obtain it, they will be able to evolve into a true ultimate beast that possessed both the bloodline of a dragon and a phoenix. At that time, the ancient void dragon tribe would be threatened. Zi Yan's small face was grave as she spoke. Xiao Yan's expression also became serious when he heard this. He was obviously on bad terms with the heaven demon phoenix tribe. The stronger the latter's strength was, the more disadvantageous it would be to him. Take it quickly. Zi Yan nodded. She swiftly turned around and was about to act when the expression on her face changed. She sensed an intense ripple suddenly being formed in this space. Soon after, numerous auras entered it at the same time. This unexpected change was naturally also sensed by Xiao Yan's group. Immediately, their eyes followed the source of the fluctuation and glanced over. Their hearts sunk. A crack line was being torn open on the beast's spiritual barrier. Immediately, a group of people charged in fiercely. If one was to carefully look at them, they were surprisingly the members of the heaven demon phoenix tribe. Xun Er and the rest, who had barged into this place, swept their somewhat lost eyes all around them. After which, their eyes were paused on the altar at the middle of the plains. Due to them currently being high up in the air, they were able to immediately see the dazzling strange fruit on the altar. Their expressions immediately became dull. Dragon phoenix origin fruit? The dullness lasted for an instant before a scream that was filled with extremely shock suddenly resounded over the place. The expression of the white-haired man beside Xun Er suddenly changed upon hearing this scream. His eyes were startled as he looked at the top of the altar. An extremely wild and violent heated expression surged into his eyes. After hearing Xun Er's scream, Zi Yan's small face became cold as she withdrew her hand. Attempting to remove the dragon phoenix origin fruit required a complicated procedure. If they did not send away these unwanted guests, it was likely that she would be unable to calmly remove the fruit. Who? Xiao Yan also exhaled gently. His eyes looked at the group that had barged in and softly said, "Prepare to fight." Xiao Yan's heart was clearly aware that since Xun Er's group had also recognized the dragon phoenix origin fruit, they would definitely not easily give it up. A bloody battle was unavoidable. Everyone also slowly nodded when they heard this. Xiongzhan rubbed his large fist, parted his mouth and laughed ferociously. "It's just as well. Perhaps it is because of the bloodline in my body, but the old me also see these bird fellows as extremely unpleasant. Xiao Yan, immediately bring your people and leave the altar. Else, all of you shall be buried here today." Xun Er's eyes were cold and sharp as she cried out in a deep voice. Xiao Yan glanced at her before completely ignoring her. His eyes swept over the other party's group and involuntarily frowned slightly. This group of theirs not only had Lei Zunjia from the Wind Lightning Pavilion, but there was also the tribe leaders of the Great Earth Tiger tribe and the Silver Moon Wolf tribe whom Xiao Yan had met on the mountaintop back then. These two people were also genuine two-star Dou Zun. Moreover, other than these two people, there was also that white-haired man and a black-robed elder. Xiao Yan had already met the former and had only just discovered the latter. However, the strength of this elder was clearly quite strong. That hidden aura was likely not weaker than anyone else. In this way, just this group of theirs would have 5 Dou Zun class experts. This lineup could be considered frightening. 5 Dou Zuns. Xiao Yan rubbed his finger gently. He counted a little before sighing in relief. This lineup was indeed quite strong, but if his side added the Sky Demon puppet and the 10 puppets he had just obtained, they would be able to block 6 Dou Zuns. Although the other party still possessed quite a number of experts at the peak of the Dou Zun class, they were not considered heavyweights. Little girl, your tone is really arrogant. If you wish to snatch something, you should first get past this old me. Xiongzhan laughed ferociously. He let out a roar towards the sky and his body swelled rapidly. In an instant, he had become a 10-meter-tall large man. A fiercer spread immediately caused some of the experts below the Dou Zun class to have a slight change in expression. So it's that ancient dragon bear. You actually dare to act arrogantly by relying on just a little dragon bloodline. You really overestimate yourself. The white-haired man glanced faintly at the large Xiongzhan and laughed coldly. What about this, dot? The cold voice had just sounded when little fairy doctor and Tianhua Zunjia stepped forward in Yuzhen. They appeared in the midair away from the altar. The vast and mighty aura of being at the peak of the 3-star Dou Qi class swept out without restraint, causing this entire space to fluctuate slightly. Humph, do you really think that our side doesn't have any Dou Quis? Seeing this, Lei Zunjie let out a cold laughter. He stepped forward together with the tribe leaders of the Great Earth Tiger and the Silver Moon Wolf tribes. Majestic aura spread out in an uncompromising manner. In an instant, the atmosphere of this entire place became extremely tense. Xiao Yan was expressionless. He glanced at the ferocious aura of Lei Zunjie's group. After which, he flickered his finger and the dark golden sky demon puppet appeared. He subsequently waved his hand again. 10 Earth Demon puppet appeared in midair. Gold and silver light crossed each other, causing one's eyes to feel a little piercing pain. The 11 puppets had just appeared when the faces of Lei Zunjie's group involuntarily twitched slightly. The might of the 10 puppets was something that they had personally witnessed before entering the remains. The combination of those 10 puppets could fight against a 2-star Dou Qi. Today, I shall see just who can snatch the thing from this altar. Xiao Yan's figure slowly rose into the air. Purple-brown flame surged out from his body in all directions. Immediately, it gathered in the air above him and formed a large fire dragon. The roar of the fire dragon shook the entire place. Feng Qing'er's expression changed slightly when she sensed Xiao Yan's unusually powerful aura. She gritted her teeth. There was an unwillingness to accept this in her eyes. When she had met Xiao Yan back then, the latter was completely unable to be compared with her. However, after only having not met him for a short couple of years, the latter had already tossed her far behind him. Wave after wave of vast and mighty aura spread over the sky. The aura of nearly 10 elite Dou Quis erupted at that same time. This spectacular scene caused some of the Wind Lightning Pavilion's experts to be stunned. They had never seen this kind of scene. The white-haired man's icy cold eyes stared at Xiao Yan in the midair. Looking in terms of aura alone, their side was clearly somewhat at a disadvantage. Xiao Yan's group might not be large in numbers, but all of their auras were quite powerful. It was extremely difficult to deal with them. Elder Huang Xian, it looks like we can only invite you to intervene this time around. The white-haired man inhaled a deep breath of air. His eyes suddenly turned towards the black-robed old man, who would ultimately never utter a single word, and spoke respectfully. The black-robe elder nodded gently. His eyes looked towards the distant top of the altar. Those deep eyes of his contained a fiery heat leaping within. He muttered, "Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Coco, it seems that the heavens really wish to bless our tribe. We have actually met such a legendary mysterious item in such a place." The black-robed old man slowly took a couple of steps forward after his laughter sounded. After he stepped forward, the obscure majestic aura suddenly soared. By the time he took his 4th step, that aura of his had actually broke through to the 5-star Dou Qi level. "Younger generation, the old me can still allow all of you to leave alive if you go away now." The faint voice of the black-robed old man was just like the furious thunder of the heavens. It shook this entire space until it trembled. 5-star Dou Qi. Xiao Yan's group had a somewhat ugly expression as they stared at this black-robed elder. Their hearts sunk slightly. Unexpectedly, this seeming inconspicuous old man would actually be the strongest amongst those from the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribes group. No wonder that Feng Qing'er had such confidence. This old fellow has hid very deeply. What should we do now? Tianhua Zunjie frowned slightly. His eyes looked towards Xiao Yan. The gap between every star within the Dou Qi class was extremely great. This Huang Xian had turned the situation around by just revealing himself. What else can we do? Even if we have to destroy this kind of mysterious item, we must not leave it for them. Xiao Yan laughed coldly and said, "Moreover, just a 5-star Dou Qi does not have the qualification to force me back." Xiao Yan's final sentence was not hidden in any way. It was directly spread by being accompanied by the wild wind. Stubborn fellow. In that case, just remain here. The black-robed old man shook his head. That dead tree-like face of his gradually turned densely cold. With his 5-star Dou Qi strength, it was sufficient for him to overlook everyone present. Although he did not wish to fight, the other party could not blame him for being vicious given that they refused to take his kind offer. "Attack, do not leave any one of them alive." The dense voice of the black-robed old man had caused this entire place to be filled with a monstrous murderous aura. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1249, Heaven Phoenix Ancestral Soul. Chapter 1249, Heaven Phoenix Ancestral Soul. The eyes of Lei Zunjie's group immediately revealed a fierce glint when they heard those dense words of the black-robed old man. "Leave that black-robed old man to the Sky Demon puppet." a chillness also surged within Lin Dong's eyes. The most troublesome person to deal with in the other party was the black-robed old man. As long as they subdued him, the others were not worthy of their worry. Xiao Yan formed a mysterious hand seal after his words sounded. The spiritual strength between his brows also spread. Following the spreading of his spiritual strength, the 10 earth demon puppet in the midair also shifted their footsteps. Within the short blink of an eye, the formation that had been displayed outside of the large hall earlier was once again formed. This kind of formation was extremely mysterious. It could temporarily add the strength of the other puppets onto the puppet at the center of the formation. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had also successfully obtained the secret of this kind of formation when he was obtaining the control of these puppets. Hence, he did not panic when using it. Ha! A cry was emitted from within Xiao Yan's throat. The sky demon puppet moved and rushed into the formation. Immediately, bright silver light surged out from within the 10 puppets and continued to flow towards the sky demon puppet amongst them. Attack! The expression of the black-robed elder involuntarily sunk when he saw this action of Lin Dong. He had also witnessed the uniqueness of this puppet formation earlier. Immediately, he let out a sharp cry. Lei Zunjia and the rest also nodded heavily upon hearing this. Their feet stomped on the ground and their bodies transformed into numerous light figures that rushed towards the altar. In an instant, rumbling rushing wind sound continued to resound across this entire place. You should first pass through the old me if you wish to snatch anything. Xiongzhan howled furiously when he saw everyone rushing over in a shocking manner. He stomped his foot on the ground and the land trembled at this moment. Humph, it is rumored that the dragon bear possessed the ability to destroy the mountains and split the ground. Allow the old me to have a taste of it today. The chief of the great earth tiger laughed coldly as a deafening tiger roar suddenly sounded. Immediately, his body directly turned into a ray of light that rushed towards Xiongzhan. Watch this father of your burst you head with a punch. A ferocious expression surfaced on Xiongzhan's face. He clenched his large fist. After which, it became like a rampaging tank that collided heavily with the great earth tiger chief without backing off. Immediately, a frightening wind swept apart like a storm. Leave that Lei Zunjia to me. Little fairy doctor looked at the intense big battle that had erupted almost immediately. Her pretty eyes also looked towards Lei Zunjia, who was charging over with a bright lightning glow. She let out a soft cry and her lovely body came rushing out. After which, she stopped Lei Zunjia in the midair. Her hand was waved and a grey fog spread out in all directions. Leave that chief of the Silver Moon Wolf tribe to me. Xiao Yan, that person from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will be left for you to handle. Tianhua Zunjia also moved. He directly blocked that Silver Moon tribe elite Dou Zun. Vast and mighty aura spread and directly caused the expressions of those behind to change. Xiao Yan also nodded slightly as he watched the battlegrounds that were swiftly being formed. He glanced at the white-haired man, who was walking over through the air. A cold smile surfaced on his face. Xun Er, you should have sensed the strangeness of this place, no? The black-robed old man swept his eyes over the entire area before suddenly turning his head and speaking towards Xun Er. Xun Er's eyes flickered slightly. She sensed a little before a joy rushed into her eyes. She nodded quickly and said, Elder, please be rest assured. Leave it to me. Yes, whether we can successfully obtain the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit will depend on you. The black-robed old man nodded. Immediately, he waved his sleeve and rushed out like a huge bird. The mighty aura of a 5-star Dou Zun was completely erupted at this moment. The sky and land changed because of it. Che! Bright light surged and were poured into the body of the sky demon puppet. Following the pouring in of such a great amount of energy, the dark gold color of the sky demon puppet involuntarily became deeper. Roar! A dry low roar was suddenly emitted from the throat of the sky demon puppet after a final ray of silver light poured into its body. Those empty eyes belonging to it had already been permeated by golden light. It raised its head and looked at the black-robed elder rushing over. His legs stomped on the empty air and this empty space immediately crumbled into countless number of dark black crack lines. Those 10 earth demon puppet behind had turned into an ordinary metal color at this moment. Clearly, all of their energy had been drained. Humph, a mere puppet is actually also thinking to stopping the old me. The black-robed old man laughed coldly as he looked at the sky demon puppet, which had transformed into a golden light. His fist was clenched and he threw a punch without any fancy move. Clang! The two collided with a bang. Frightening sonic waves spread throughout the sky. Some of the Dou Zone class experts immediately felt their throat becoming sweet. A shocked expression quickly covered their faces. This was merely the remnant wave from the battle. Yet, they were already unable to endure it. A battle at this level was really too frightening. Both fists collided. The black-robed elder's body shook. He looked at the sky demon puppet, which had taken 2 steps back. His eyes were exceptionally gloomy. Although he could suppress this puppet, the frightening strength of the latter caused even him to quietly be shocked. A puppet was actually able to reach this level. How unbelievable. During the time that the black-robed old man and the sky demon puppet were engaging in an earth-shaking big battle, the white-haired man had also appeared in the air above the altar. His eyes were sinister as he stared at Xiao Yan and laughed. "Xiao Yan, today, I shall let you see what it means by there is always someone greater. You still do not have the qualification to dominate the younger generation." The white-haired man stepped across the air. A fierce aura spread across the sky. From the looks of his strength, he was actually a 2-star Dou Qi. He was indeed 1 star stronger than Xiao Yan. The white-haired man suddenly clenched his fist after the loud laughter sounded. Bright golden light surged. A golden light fist seal that was hundreds of feet large was formed in a lightning-like fashion. After which, it carried an incomparably overbearingness and rushed towards Xiao Yan on the altar like a thunderbolt. Low and deep sound of air being blasted apart was being emitted wherever the fist passed. Heaven Phoenix Tyrant Punch. Xiao Yan's body moved as he looked at the frightening fist that came rushing over from the sky. He also appeared in the midair. Seals were swiftly being changed with his hands. A palm print also appeared with lightning-like speed. Overturning land seal, : The bright palm seal surfaced on Xiao Yan's palm. After which, it suddenly rushed out and violently collided with the golden light fist of the white-haired man. Immediately, a frightening storm swept apart amidst an intense explosion. Bang! The wind spread. Xiao Yan's shoulders merely shook before he resolved the force. He raised his head towards the white-haired man in the sky and spoke faintly, "I am not qualified to dominate." "You are not qualified either." I will just see how tough your mouth will be when I beat you down later." The white-haired man laughed coldly. A fierce glint flashed within his eyes. His back shook and a pair of phoenix wings spread. The phoenix wings were flapped and its speed suddenly rose in multiples. It had appeared in front of Xiao Yan in a flash. An overbearing fist technique poured out without being held back. A cold glint flickered within Xiao Yan's eyes when faced with the white-haired man's storm-like attack. Vast and mighty Dou Qi was swiftly being circulated within his body. Purple-brown flame was just like fire clothes on the surface of his body. Each time the white-haired man unleashed a fierce attack, it would be forcefully received by him in the most direct head-on method. A mere 2-star Dou Qi still did not have the qualification to force Xiao Yan to withdraw. Bang bang bang! 2 figures in the sky directly began the most intense and cruel physical battle. Fist met flesh. Frightening wind would cause the surrounding air to collapse during each exchange. A sharp rushing wind sound continued to appear unceasingly. The white-haired man's face gradually became serious following this extremely barbaric fight. His actual body was that of the heaven demon phoenix and he possessed an extremely strong physical body. However, Xiao Yan did not feel any discomfort when colliding head-on with him. Instead, Xiao Yan became increasingly fierce as he fought. It was as though the strength of the latter's physical body was not inferior of his. "I do not believe that you, a mere human, would actually dare to compete with me, a heaven demon phoenix, in terms of the strength of the physical body." A fierceness flashed within the white-haired man's eyes. His palm wind suddenly became extremely sharp. Xiao Yan still did not withdraw in the face of this fierce attack by the white-haired man. His eyes also took the opportunity to continuously sweep around him when they exchanged blows. His eyes suddenly hardened a moment later. The spot where Xiao Yan's eyes had become focused was the spot where Xun Er was located. At this moment, she was biting her finger and dripping drops of faint purple fresh blood from it. Immediately, the blood was suspended in front of her. Xun Er's face was grave as she looked at the blood. Her finger was dyed with it. After which, it began to draw gently in front of her. A moment later, a mysterious symbol appeared in the sky. The moment this symbol appeared, it was as though there was a faint phoenix cry resounding over this entire place. This phoenix cry might be extremely faint, but it caused the souls of Xiao Yan's group to tremble violently when it fell into their ears. Using blood as a contract as a seal, summoning the ancestor soul. Xun Er respectfully knelt in the sky. After her words sounded, that symbol suddenly emitted a bright light. This light poured down from the sky before slowly landing on the bright red plains. Bang, dot. The land suddenly trembled at this moment. Immediately, everyone were shocked to see that the heaven phoenix bones on the plains had actually began to slowly move at this moment. With the wiggling of these bones, a desolate aura that originated from the ancient times began to suddenly spread. The Dou Qi that was circulating within the bodies of Xiao Yan's group suddenly began unusually sluggish. This is the remnant strength of the ancient heaven phoenix. The faces of Xiao Yan's group immediately changed upon sensing the great strength of this aura. There was no need to beckon them. All of them hurriedly left their own battlegrounds and withdrew towards the altar. Their faces were exceptionally ugly. This desolate aura slowly rose. Finally, it wrapped around the body of Xun Er in the sky. Her delicate body shook and a golden glow flickered within her eyes. She lifted her hand and a majestic golden light, along with a frightening energy that could destroy the world, rushed towards Xiao Yan's group on the altar. In the face of this frightening energy, the hearts of Xiao Yan's group also sunk abruptly. However, just when they were prepared to attack together, a delicate little figure slowly appeared in front of them. Her calm voice erupted into a kind of pressure that was even more terrifying than that of the ancient heaven phoenix at this moment. Heaven Phoenix Ancestral Soul. Unfortunately, this ancient void dragon ancestral soul of mine seems to be a little stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1250, Ancestral Soul Fight. Chapter 1250, Ancestral Soul Fight. The golden light arrived from all directions. After which, it suddenly dissolved when it was within 100 feet radius around that lovely little figure. In an instant, that destructive strength disappeared. Lin Dong's group revealed a shocked expression as he looked at the lovely small figure in front of him. They could suddenly sense a kind of undescribable frightening pressure from within her body. Compared to this pressure, the ancient heaven phoenix earlier was undoubtedly much inferior. Both of them had summoned their own remnant ancestor soul. Tianhua Zunjia spoke with surprise. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes looked at the enormous bones on the plains and his heart was slightly shaken. It was unexpected that this ancient void dragon and ancient heaven phoenix would actually possess such a frightening energy despite having been dead for so many years. It seemed that these two big fellows were at least at the Dou Qi class when they were alive. Ancient void dragon. Ziyan, who had suddenly appeared in the ancestor soul that she had summoned, immediately caused a shocked expression to surge up the face of the black-robed old man. At this moment, they finally abruptly remembered that in order for Xiao Yan's group to enter this beast's spiritual barrier, there must definitely be someone leading the way. Other than the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, the only ones who could open this beast's spiritual barrier was the ultimate being in the magical beast, the ancient void dragon. However, the ancient void dragon was really too rarely seen. Hence, they had initially thought that Xiao Yan's group had used some unknown method. With this sudden appearance of Ziyan, they had suddenly understood that Xiao Yan's lineup actually hid a true ancient void dragon. Don't panic. This ancient void dragon is still a child. The eyes of the black-robed old man flickered rapidly. He saw the panic on everyone's faces before the corner of his eyes twitched as he spoke in a deep voice. Xun Er, attack. Use the ancestor soul to kill her. After uttering those earlier words, the black-robed old man's eyes suddenly turned towards Xun Er in the sky and cried sternly. The faces of Lei Zunjia and the others involuntarily trembled when they heard that the black-robed old man actually wished to attack and kill an ancient void dragon. It was likely that no one would not feel a fear within their hearts when it came to this mysterious and powerful tribe. If the ancient void dragons were to discover that their tribe member had died in their hands, it was likely that they would be faced with the threat of annihilation. While these people were feeling a panic within their hearts, Xun Er in the sky nodded with a cold and indifferent expression. With the help of the ancient demon phoenix ancestral soul, she currently did not possess any fear. Xun Er clenched her hand. Bright golden light surged out from within her body. Immediately, a punch was thrown. One could hear a clear phoenix cry resounding over the place. A golden light heaven phoenix was swiftly being formed. It flapped its enormous wings and the entire sky shook because of it. That aura was extremely shocking. The golden phoenix flapped its wings after being formed before it blotted out the sun and rushed towards everyone on the altar. Under its enormous shadow, everyone truly sensed their inability to resist it. This kind of strength was really too powerful. Faced with such a frightening attack, Ziyan, whose body was covered by a purple light, took 2 slow steps forward. Her small hand faced the giant golden phoenix across some distance before clenching violently. With this clench, Xiao Yan's group immediately sensed that this entire place became dim. Soon after, the empty space collapsed. 1,000 feet large dark black empty hole appeared in the sky. That darkness, which was so deep that it could even swallow spiritual strength, caused one's heart to turn cold. Roar! This plan of Ziyan was just like a great mountain pressing downwards. It trapped the golden phoenix within the collapsed space. The latter struggled with all of its strength. That bright golden light being continuously emitted was just like a sun. Break! Xun Er's face revealed a paleness when she sensed the situation of the golden phoenix. A mouthful of fresh blood that contained some purple color was spat out. This mouthful of fresh blood was directly sent across space. Within a flash, it had adhered onto the body of the golden phoenix. This blood strength that had suddenly arrived appeared to be like fuel being added onto a flame. It caused the golden light on the body of the golden phoenix to suddenly soar. The golden light was bright as the phoenix flapped its wings and escaped the collapsed space, transformed into a golden light and violently shot towards the altar. Faced with the golden phoenix that was trying to escape from the collapsed space, Xi Yan once again raised her small hand. An enormous purple light pillar shot out from her palm. The light pillar became distorted and swiftly transformed into an enormous ancient void dragon. It roared towards the sky as it bare its fangs and collided violently towards the golden phoenix. Immediately, the dragon's body was twisted and it became just like a huge python that was firmly entangled with the enormous body of the golden phoenix. Bang! Xi Yan's small face was icy cold. Her small hand was spread. Immediately, it was clenched violently. Crack! After it clenched its hand, the large body of that ancient void dragon began to violently shake. A frightening force that could annihilate the heavens and earth directly shattered the golden phoenix into pieces of gold-colored light clusters. Grug! The face of Er became ghastly white when the golden phoenix was shattered. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Her body staggered backwards and the golden light in her eyes swiftly scattered. The ancestral soul strength disappeared with lightning-like speed. The ancestor soul had been completely shattered. Er's eyes were shocked as she raised her head. She looked at the delicate little body in the distant sky. The ancestral soul that was called invincible in the ancestral books had actually met with such a miserable defeat after she had summoned it with great difficulty. The heart of the black-robed elder also sunk when he saw the golden light scattering from Er's eyes. His mouth quietly let out a bitterness. Who could have expected that Xiao Yan's group would actually have an ancient void dragon hidden amongst them? Moreover, the ancient void dragon was clearly the stronger ancestral soul that remained within this beast's spiritual barrier. Elder Huang, what should we do? Lei Zunjia's group hurriedly asked while feeling an unease rose within their hearts after seeing that Er, who had acted mightily earlier, being defeated in such a miserable manner. The eyes of the black-clothed old man flashed. A moment later, he suddenly clenched his teeth and said, "Leave. Elder Huang Xian, that is the dragon phoenix origin fruit." That white-haired man unwilling said when he heard this. So what if it is? Can you get it? That black-robed old man's expression was dark and solemn as he demanded. The white-haired man was dull. The overall strength of Xiao Yan's group was not inferior to them. Now that they had the additional help of the ancient void dragon, their side had already fell into a disadvantage. How could they still snatch the dragon phoenix origin fruit? Leave quickly. They will ultimately have to leave this beast's spiritual barrier. At that time, they will not have the help of the ancient void dragon's ancestral soul. We will have plenty of opportunities. The black-robed old man was decisive. After knowing that the situation was bad, he immediately waved his hand and swiftly pulled back. Lei Zunjia's group also hurriedly followed upon seeing this. We will allow all of you to be free for a little longer. The white-haired man clenched his teeth unwillingly. However, he was also aware of the current situation. Hence, all he could do was to look at the altar with vicious eyes before pulling back. Humph! Xi Yan let out a cold snort when she saw that these people were planning to leave. She threw a punch across the space, only to hear a rumbling muffled sound. A dark black spatial crackline spread within the empty space before directly rushing towards Er's group. The expression of the black-robed old man changed as he sensed the frightening wind that was rushing over in a lightning-like manner. The Dou Qi within his body suddenly erupted. He turned his body and threw a violent punch out. The punch collided heavily with the spatial crackline that was rushing towards him. Grug! The ferocious collision directly caused the black-robed old man to feel a sweetness in his throat. His body flew rapidly backwards. Immediately, a crackline appeared within the beast's spiritual barrier, absorbing him out of the place. Leave quickly! A hoarse voice was hurriedly being transmitted into the ears of Er and the rest while the black-robed old man borrowed the momentum to throw himself out of the beast's spiritual barrier. Seeing that the black-robed old man failed to even receive a single blow from Xi Yan at this moment, the expression of Lei Zunjia's group also became extremely ugly. They basically tried to flee out of the crackline with all their effort. That manner appeared extremely miserable. Xiao Yan's group involuntarily laughed as they watched the black-robed old man and the rest fleeing like dogs, which had just lost their homes. Immediately, their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Xi Yan. This ancient void dragon was indeed extraordinary. Just a remnant ancestral soul was actually able to be this powerful. Humph! Ziyan's body trembled after the last person fled from the beast's spiritual barrier. The purple light on her body swiftly disappeared. Her small face was also extremely pale. "Are you all right?" Xiao Yan hurriedly stepped forward and supported her upon seeing this. He took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and stuffed it into her mouth while asking in a worried voice. "I'm fine, the ancestral soul is too powerful and it is too much of a burden to me." Ziyan shook her head. Her expression was a little better after having swallowed the medicinal pill. However, her voice was a little hoarse. "Fortunately, that old fellow has already been injured by me. His fighting strength would at the very least be reduced by 20%. He would not be too troublesome to deal with the next time we meet him." "Yes." Xiao Yan nodded his head slightly. He gently patted Ziyan's back and said, "Relax, that old fellow still do not possess the ability to snatch the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. They do not have the ability now, but they will definitely not give up. Once they leave the remains, they will definitely summon their experts from their tribe. I think that I should also transmit news to my clan. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit must not land in the hands of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe no matter what." Ziyan spoke in a solemn voice. This was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen this girl being so serious during these many years. It seemed that this Dragon Phoenix origin fruit was really extremely important to her. Yes, if the ancient Void Dragon could dispatch some experts within the tribe, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will likely not dare to have any bad thoughts. Xiao Yan softly nodded and said, "You should keep the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit first. Otherwise something unexpected may occur if we delay any longer." Ziyan nodded. She swiftly walked towards the stone platform. After which, she bit her finger. She covered her hand with blood. Only then did she carefully touch the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit had just came into contact with Ziyan's hand when it emitted a glaring intense glow. Immediately, the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit actually transformed into a golden purple color liquid that flowed within Ziyan's hand. After which, it entered her body. An additional image appeared on Ziyan's palm the moment the fruit disappeared. That appearance was surprisingly the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. The energy of this thing is far too frightening. I can only temporarily seal it within my body. At that time, I must get the elders within the tribe to help deal with it, Ziyan whispered. Since we have obtained the thing, let us leave. I wonder if we will discover the existence of the Tian Plasto technique in other areas of the remains? Xiao Yan laughed softly. He also had some curiosity towards the Tian Plasto technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.